The novel titled The Birth of a Hero is about a boy reincarnated into a continent of war where countless heroes are born. After escaping the Forest of Darkness, the protagonist, Choi Han, came to know human affection. All the villagers there willingly welcomed him with open arms. However, a nightmare arrived. The people he called friends and family in Harris Village were massacred by a mysterious organization. Despite being a strong individual who had lived in the Forest of Darkness for over a decade, the pure and gentle Choi Han had to helplessly watch his loved ones fall. His rage reached its peak. Committing murder was a first for him. All that could be heard were the screams of the strangers who had killed the villagers as they fell. The remaining ones began to tremble in fear, wondering what kind of god they were facing. Soon after, one by one, they fell and died under Choi Han's ruthless blade. After annihilating the mysterious organization, Choi Han came to his senses and realized he hadn't obtained any information from them. He fell into despair. He swore he would kill them. All those who had made everything this way, there was no lingering attachment anymore. Cale left the village for the first time, heading for a city in the heart of Henituse Weston. Their idleness led to a bizarre incident where Choi Han beat down the delinquent Cale who had picked a fight with him without a single misstep. Returning to the present, a handsome red-haired young man looked into a mirror and suddenly thought, "Isn't this the face of that Cale guy?" As it turned out, he was a person from another world, and when he woke up he had become Cale Henituse. Until then, everything had proceeded normally. He had borrowed and read the book The Birth of a Hero and without realizing it, fallen asleep, only to find himself now a different person. This was probably a legendary reincarnation scenario. In truth, he was only speculating, and his current identity was still quite ambiguous. Was this really Cale? But this body and hair were very similar to how Cale was described in the novel. He recalled what he had read. He remembered that in Chapter 1, Cale Henituse was merely a small villain for the protagonist Choi Han's background. Soaking in the bathtub, he thought that this wasn't so bad after all. He was a penniless orphan, so he had nothing to be tied down by. No one to love in life and no one to sacrifice himself for. He simply lived each day peacefully. That was his life, lived under the name Kim Rok-soo. Now, as Cale Henituse, he thought he couldn't die here. He didn't want to die, nor did he want to suffer. Although this life was quite miserable, living here was much better than his actual world. Instinctively, he touched where a scar should have been, but there was no blemish. This meant that this Cale guy, despite being a drunkard and violence lover as described in the novel, had not yet been beaten by the protagonist Choi Han. There was no way he wouldn't get beaten. Kim Rok-soo, who had read the novel and was now in Cale Henituse's body, knew what would happen later to this incompetent red-haired young man. After overcoming several difficulties, Choi Han would meet the origin and become a true symbol of a hero. Now as Cale, Kim Rok-soo's motto in life remained very simple. It was to find every way possible to avoid getting beaten up by Choi Han. If he could avoid that misfortune, he would certainly continue on his own path. He would live carefully to avoid suffering, live a long life and bloom here. Fortunately, he remembered the entire prologue of the novel. So everything would be all right. A voice from outside interrupted Cale's thoughts. He stepped outside and as it turned out, it was the butler. Smiling, he kindly offered Cale a cup of tea. Although he appeared benevolent and gentle, Cale knew that he was actually an assassin named Ron, who had crossed the sea from the eastern continent to get here. Behind that hypocritically benevolent facade lurked a cunning old man. When Cale found this out, he decided what he had to do next. He had to hand that old man over to the protagonist. Cale knew that the old man wasn't the only dangerous individual near him. There were so many powerful people in this world. Therefore, he needed to possess the power to protect himself above all else. In a continent where war would soon break out everywhere, he needed to become strong enough to live a long life without suffering. Of course, he shouldn't become too strong, because if he became too strong, he would suffer in some way or another. At this moment, a servant entered and offered to help him change his clothes. Being naturally unfastidious, he decided to choose simple clothes. Indeed, handsome people look good no matter what they wear. This was truly the face that elevated one's looks. He looked in the mirror, adjusted his collar, and then turned to Ron. The old man still wore that hypocritically benevolent smile. Afterward, he went outside with Ron. Cale followed Ron. Whenever servants or maids encountered Cale, they all flinched, politely greeted him, and then vanished without a trace. This was quite odd to Cale, as he had never actually hit anyone. He had merely been a bit rough when drinking or playing around. Sometimes when too drunk he would break things. But in the end, the old Cale was truly a piece of trash. As soon as Cale entered the dining room, he met his family. His father, Count Daruth, was currently the head of the Henituse family, and beside him were Cale's stepmother, Countess Violin, and her children, Basin and Lily. Basin and Lily, all four of them looked at Cale. He sat down at the table with his family. To briefly explain his background, his father possessed only one superpower, the ability to be super rich, and no other special abilities. Furthermore, his stepmother and younger siblings always avoided him, making it a perfect environment for him to live quietly by himself. Except for their current glaring gazes, that is. As the atmosphere became quite awkward, Cale decided to quickly finish his meal and leave. However, due to the exquisitely delicious food laid out before him, he couldn't help but smile. That bright smile startled his younger brother. His strange expression made Cale feel awkward. But who cares? First, a sip of alcohol. Count Daruth expected his son to grumble as usual, but instead Cale praised the alcohol as delicious, making the Count's eyes widen. Cale thought that being a superfluous person was fine. His family didn't blame his impoliteness. The important thing was not to provoke Basin, because he would be the heir. When it came down to it, he preferred using his status to wander peaceful places rather than governing a chaotic land. Someday he might even escape this Earth server. If that wasn't possible, he would gather all his wealth and go somewhere war couldn't reach. While he was contemplating matters of national importance, the Count suddenly asked if he needed anything. The old man's question was excellent. Our handsome red-haired young man pretended to think, but in truth there was only one answer. He needed money as much as possible. And of course the Count, whose innate ability was super rich, immediately agreed. Cale smiled with delight, and then, after seeing the amount of money he received, he entered a state of mental shock. This house truly had nothing but money. If that was the case, he had to change his original plan. According to Ron, today was May 29th, year 781 of the Felix calendar. In that case, he had to hurry even more, because Choi Han, the protagonist of this novel, would soon arrive in Weston. Cale's carriage rattled and stopped in front of a tea house named Fragrant and Poetic Tea. He dismounted from the carriage and looked around. He suddenly noticed the coachman still standing behind him, looking scared and a little pathetic. He was probably often intimidated by the old Cale's foul temper. So he ordered the coachman to go ahead and entered the shop alone. Inside, everyone's face showed clear fear when they saw Cale, with the exception of the portly owner, who was no different from a piggy bank. Damn rich guy. Facing him, Cale didn't beat around the bush but immediately stated his purpose for coming here. He intended to rent out the entire third floor of the tea house for the whole day. Additionally, he ordered an unused type of tea and a good book to read. After finishing his order, Cale paid Biro, who wore a dazed expression. 1,000,000 gallons was an enormous amount of money, but who was Cale? With a house on the main street and a successful father, that amount of money was nothing. So he gave the remaining money to him as a tip. Wasn't this the perfect time to abuse his wealth and power? Cale looked up at the castle gate through the window. Choi Han had just been turned away this morning. Instead of seeking information about those who had murdered his loved ones, when he reported the attack to the Count, Choi Han prioritized giving the deceased a dignified farewell. He truly was a righteous person. The fake Cale recalled what Cale Henituse had said in the novel. He had said, "Why should rulers like us care about the lives of incompetent commoners outside?" He had stated that the wine glass in his hand was worth more than the lives of incompetent commoners like Choi Han. And after saying that in front of the protagonist, the inevitable happened. He got beaten up. According to the novel, that's what was supposed to happen. The fake Cale shuddered just thinking about it. It's too difficult, so let's just skip it. As Cale tried not to think about what was written in the novel anymore, he saw Choi Han being stopped by the guards outside the castle gate. They were clearly demanding identification, and someone like Choi Han wouldn't have something like that. So it was natural for him to be turned away. However, Cale knew that even though he was quietly leaving now, it was only to wait until nightfall and then secretly infiltrate the city by climbing over the walls. And he would pass by Cale, who would be busy drinking. We all know what would happen after that. Cale decided to leave the shop, and before doing so, he didn't forget to tell Biro, the owner, to keep his seat for him. As Cale left, the people inside the shop couldn't help but be surprised and whispered among themselves, saying that for the first time ever, the drunkard Cale had left the shop without breaking anything. Of course, he heard all those words. Suddenly, he thought that he should also learn some defensive techniques, just in case he encountered powerful individuals. To survive here, he shouldn't become too strong. He only needed to be strong enough to live peacefully. Because if he became too strong, he might find himself in dangerous situations. What he needed was ancient power. Among those powers, he needed an invisible shield similar to a mage's energy shield. Today, he would prepare bait for this indestructible shield. Cale headed toward a bread stall. The stall owner's flustered face no longer surprised him. He said he wanted to buy all the bread here and handed him a gold coin. The baker stood blankly for a moment, then understood Cale's words, naturally agreed to sell, and rushed to pack the bread at flash speed. With sacks of bread enough to feed an entire family slung over his shoulder, Cale surveyed the surrounding scenery. Although he already knew it, this place was truly so different from Korea. It was clearly a fantasy world. In the eyes of the people around him, he was a weakling. Their gazes hurt him. Well, let's ignore their gazes. Cale decided to leave this place as quickly as possible. So he didn't notice that two children were following him from behind. After walking for a while, Cale stopped on a desolate hill and put down the heavy sacks. In front of him was an old wooden door, and when Cale opened it, a dilapidated and desolate landscape unfolded behind it. Specifically inside, there was the ancient tree he was looking for. It was a tree easily over 100 years old. Suddenly a voice came from behind him, "Don't go near that tree, because that tree eats people." A tree that eats people? There was a rumor that people who took their own lives near this tree would turn into mummies overnight. They probably thought Cale would be scared to hear such words, but instead he smiled. If that was the case, it was exactly the tree he was looking for. Long ago in ancient times, there was a person who loved to eat so much that they were expelled from the temple due to their gluttony and soon after met their death. From her corpse a tree grew. Both her deep-seated resentment, Han, and power were within this tree. It was the power of the Indestructible Shield, holding a loaf of bread in his hand. Cale was busy looking for a hole to feed the tree. Meanwhile, the two unfamiliar children kept whispering in his ear, telling him not to do it, that he would die if he did, and so on. Cale sighed exasperatedly. He couldn't understand why he kept encountering such bothersome children everywhere he went. Should he chase them away before starting that ritual? The bothersome duo continued to nag, and Cale had to resort to bribing them with food to send them elsewhere. But the children, worried that he would be eaten by the tree, continued to warn him. At this point, Cale, as a last resort, used his nickname Trash Cale to threaten them, and surprisingly it worked. The red-haired boy immediately became frightened and told his sister to run away. The girl, after a moment of hesitation, urged Cale to be careful and then ran off after her brother. Cale let those words go in one ear and out the other. Continuing what he was doing, he pushed a loaf of bread into a deep hole beneath the tree roots, and the bread soon vanished. Cale was surprised. He even thought his hand was being sucked in. That shield was the remnant power of that person. Thus the tree that grew upon that person's corpse also possessed ancient power and a rough primordial presence, making it highly reliable. Cale recalled the contents of the original story. He had to feed the tree until the darkness disappeared. That darkness was formed from hatred. Once it vanished, the light behind it would appear, and upon seeing that, the indestructible shield would surely become his. Without hesitation, Cale poured out all the remaining bread from the sacks, allowing the tree to eat its fill. As the tree swallowed all the bread Cale had brought, a savage roar echoed from within the hole. Cale thought he would probably need 10 more sacks of food to complete the ritual. The continuous roars echoing through the space made Cale a little afraid. Surely that person's resentment Han must have been deep. He decided to come back tomorrow. On his way back, he saw that bothersome duo happily eating the bread he had given them earlier. A corner of Cale's heart felt a pang. They probably wouldn't go near the tree, but if they were to stick their heads in and get eaten, it would be a bother. Although he was fundamentally a good person, to faithfully play the role of Trash Cale, he feigned setting a condition, telling the children not to tell anyone about what he had just done if they wanted to eat again tomorrow. Returning to the tea house, the owner pretended to welcome him without asking any questions. Cale complimented the tea, saying it was delicious, and added that the book was quite interesting, though he had only read half of it. He said he liked how the protagonist's abilities were recognized and developed, and before leaving he didn't forget to ask Biro to ensure no one else read the book so he could return and read it anytime. Naturally, he agreed and bid Cale farewell. Soon after, at a pub, the owner, like everyone else, bowed his head in fear upon seeing Cale, secretly praying he hadn't done anything to anger this ruffian. Cale also knew the reason for such an attitude. In the past, whenever Cale Henituse got drunk, all the objects around him would be broken. Still, in line with that habit, Cale tossed a gold coin to the owner and ordered as usual. The only difference was that he additionally ordered a few pieces of unsalted chicken breast. The owner, surprised by Cale's gentle demeanor, quickly brought out his orders. Local thugs and swindlers all screamed and scattered far away. Cale began to feel that the fellow named Lan was a bit strange. Usually incompetent delinquents from wealthy families always followed these types or had such subordinates. But Cale despised these kinds of people. To him they were trash. Cale's order arrived and he took it, heading elsewhere. Opening the expensive wine bottle in his hand, Cale took a long sip and felt his body begin to warm. If his memory served him right, about 100 paces from the city gate following this wall, there was a spot where the protagonist Choi Han would leap over the wall. Opposite that spot, 2 cats, one large and one small, were warming themselves together. This was a world where coincidence played quite an important role. Choi Han would change his angle so as not to startle the cats, and Cale did indeed find Choi Han there. Choi Han looked at Cale with suspicious eyes. Cale began to feel a little uneasy. Fortunately, the alcohol calmed him down. To avoid getting beaten up as in the original story, Cale decided to make a good first impression on Choi Han. And so he began to act like a professional actor receiving an Oscar. Chicken breast. First, he pulled out the freshly bought chicken breast from the pub and gave it to the cats. It was smaller than he expected, so Cale tore off pieces of meat one by one and gave it to them. At first, the 2 cats sniffed and sniffed with suspicious expressions, but finally, without any doubt, they devoured it greedily. After taking care of the cats, Cale approached Choi Han and tried to make friends, asking if he had anywhere to go or if he was hungry. As expected, Choi Han didn't answer and secretly observed Cale. Cale asked why he wasn't answering. Finally, this time Choi Han broke his silence and replied that he was hungry. Cale, as if he had been waiting, offered to find him something to eat if he followed him. Winning hearts through gourmet food always worked. And so Choi Han followed the red-haired Cale. The red kitten, after eating its fill, wouldn't leave Cale's side, rubbing its small face against his leg. Cale looked down at his feet. Although he didn't like cats, he had to admit they were truly cute. As soon as he looked up, he met Choi Han's eyes, which were 1/3 judgmental and 7/3 fatherly. At this point, he couldn't pretend not to see them. He sat down, stroked the kitten, said a few words, and then bid them farewell. The red cat seemed very happy and reluctantly left at the urging of the gray cat. Cale sighed in relief, thinking inwardly that he had passed Choi Han's personality evaluation. The two headed towards Cale's house. Cale tried to act nonchalant, but Choi Han's constant gaze made him uncomfortable. Choi Han still seemed to be evaluating whether he was someone he should kill or not. A cautious voice of young master broke the awkward silence between the two. It turned out to be the voices of two gatekeepers. Cale felt helpless. He couldn't understand why they were so afraid that they stammered just by calling him young master. He entered the mansion with Choi Han. John was standing at the door waiting for him. John looked at Choi Han and Choi Han looked back at John. Cale felt a hallucination as if sparks were flying between them. He told Choi Han to follow him. John kindly asked Cale what had happened and if he should take care of this unfamiliar guest. Cale refused and led Choi Han upstairs. A blond young man appeared. He was the sub-butler Han. He was in charge of Cale. He seemed quite surprised that Cale had returned this time despite having been drinking. As Cale raised the bottle, Han shrieked and instinctively flinched, thinking he was about to throw the bottle at him. It turned out he only wanted Han to take the bottle. Cale led Choi Han to the kitchen. There was someone there Choi Han needed to meet, Big Croc, the son of the assassin elder John. Like his father, he was also a terrifying person. One could tell by seeing what kind of face and hands he used to cook food. The reason Choi Han needed to meet this person was because Big Croc would be impressed when he saw Choi Han's technique of taking down Cale and would decide to follow him. For Cale, this was killing two birds with one stone, because if he could make Big Croc leave with Choi Han, his father would follow suit. Cale smiled at the plan he had come up with and ordered Big Croc to cook something for Choi Han. Big Croc made a displeased expression, his hand still holding a knife, looking at Cale with an affectionate gaze as if he could devour him at any moment. However, Cale stubbornly commanded. This time Big Croc politely followed the order without a word and began to cook. Cale thought to himself that this situation was truly perfect. Big Croc, Choi Han and John, these three were now connected. So happy he started to feel hungry. So now Big Croc had to cook an additional meal for Cale besides the one for Choi Han. Recalling yesterday's stay, Cale praised his cooking skills, acknowledging him as an excellent chef. Upon hearing that, Big Croc's face looked as if he wanted to ask if Cale had taken the wrong medicine today. Why had he suddenly become so sweet-mouthed? After finishing his order, Cale left the kitchen. At this moment the sub-butler Han followed him and asked how he should deal with Choi Han. Cale instructed him to treat Choi Han well. Now that Choi Han, John and Big Croc had met, his mission for today was complete. If that wasn't enough, he would have Han beat someone and let Big Croc see it. He told Han to bring his food to his room when it was ready, then left. Han told Count Daruth, Cale's father, everything that had just happened. From stopping by an illegal tea house of the FN Merchant Guild, to bringing a stranger home, and even this time remaining sober upon his return despite having been drinking. Han requested instructions on whether he should continue to watch Cale, but Count Daruth refused. The Count believed that as long as Cale was within the city, everything he did was under his control. Therefore Han only needed to continue observing and reporting Cale's actions as usual. Count Daruth was lost in thought for a moment. He realized that his troublesome son had changed. Cale hadn't suddenly become stronger or smarter. All his actions themselves were different from usual. After a moment of contemplation, the Count instructed Han to find information about Prain's illegitimate child. Han left immediately after receiving the order. In the room, the Count thought, Cale wasn't the only one who had changed. The atmosphere on the continent was also becoming more dangerous. The Henituse family had protected and gradually increased their wealth. Their motto here was simply to live a peaceful and happy life without needing to be recorded in history. He thought it was time to reinforce the city walls. While the Count worried about national affairs, Cale was struggling fiercely with the sinister old man. His face was now pale. He was not okay at all. Furthermore, the cup of tea brought by Elder John only exacerbated his pain. John said worriedly that Cale had fallen too deeply asleep and couldn't be woken. Cale was speechless. This old man was truly wasting his acting talent. Suddenly he noticed a scratch on John's neck. John casually replied that a cat had scratched him, but in truth he had tried to harm the protagonist and was counterattacked instead. Cale knew, but he didn't expose his lie. He drank all the tea the old man had brought in one go. He got up and went outside. He instructed John not to worry about him, that someone else would handle everything outside. As he went to push open the door, he caught sight of the protagonist's face, was startled and instinctively slammed the door shut. He was so surprised, so he began to blame Elder John. The elder looked surprised, saying he didn't expect him to be so startled, and explained that he had opened the door and left before he could even speak. The elder had told Choi Han to wait in the room, but he insisted on meeting Cale and was waiting outside. After calming his emotions, Cale opened the door and wanted to know Choi Han's purpose. Choi Han replied that he wanted to repay his debt of gratitude. Cale thought this was truly unreasonable, so he refused and asked if he had any other requests for him. Hit directly, Choi Han began to speak honestly. Cale was sure it would be related to Harris Village. He knew it was best not to get involved in this matter. Cale decided to pass everything on to Han. He didn't forget to promote Han as a competent sub-butler who could surely help Choi Han. Incidentally, Cale also ordered John to help Choi Han as much as possible. Cale left Choi Han with John and went to get more money, as he needed a lot of money to spend today. At this moment, John felt that everything was starting to get interesting. The brave dog, who never liked sour things and always hated them, had drunk all the tea the old man had prepared. John turned to evaluate Choi Han. Choi Han's body smelled of blood, yet he pretended to be innocent. In John's eyes, he was a typical despicable scoundrel. John led Choi Han. Choi Han looked at Cale's retreating back for a moment, then turned his head and followed John. However, as expected, today Cale came to the cursed tree with sacks full of bread on his shoulder just like yesterday. He continued to pour the pile of bread into the hole under the tree roots. This time, a woman's voice echoed from within. More, give me more. This was the voice of the starved nun mentioned in the book. He suddenly remembered his father's instruction. He didn't know what it meant, but he had been told to visit the study tonight, so he had to return before dinner. His goal today was to satisfy at least half of the tree's greed. He had little time left, so he had to hurry more. He descended from the hilltop to get more bread. He saw the two children from before, their dirty faces with a few scratches. He frowned, clicked his tongue, and walked past them. Cale entered the area where the market's bakeries were clustered. Today, since he had taken bread from that particular shop yesterday, he had to find another shop so as not to wait for them to prepare. Just then, a woman approached him first, promoting her bakery. Of course, he bought all of her bread. Following his old habit, he tossed her a gold coin. A smile immediately appeared on the middle-aged woman's face. She quickly went into the shop and brought out a huge bag of bread. The bread was already packaged and handed to him. She truly knew how to do business. Before he left, the woman didn't forget to promote her shop, telling him to come again next time. Other bakers who saw the significant profit before their eyes also began to enthusiastically recommend their products to him. Cale, who needed bread more than gold, had no reason to refuse. So tomorrow he could stop by 3 shops to get bread. Cale felt satisfied with how smoothly things were going. However, Cale didn't notice at all that Big Croc was watching his every move from a nearby alley. He couldn't understand what Cale was doing here. Big Croc's father, Elder John, had said that Cale was an interesting person. He hadn't paid much attention, but now the more he watched him, the more he felt his father was right. Watching him was as interesting as watching the black-haired Choi Han. This wasn't bread. Not bread, Cale scoffed in front of a stammering young girl holding herbs in her hand and headed towards the man-eating tree. But a young boy blocked his path. Don't die, Cale walked past the boy. Cale, no, Kim Rock-soo was right. A penniless orphan. That's why many people sympathized with his plight. Is there a reason needed to sympathize with the pitiful? Sympathy needed no reason. He too had once misunderstood those words. But as he gradually grew, he clearly understood. Matters of the heart didn't require the intervention of reason. Cale hated seeing children suffer, yet he had no intention of comforting or protecting the girl. He frowned, hesitated, and said to the approaching girl and the boy beside her, "I won't die." At his words, the siblings no longer followed him. Clearly, the tree was so accustomed to him tending to it that it began to demand food as soon as it saw him. Yes, eat. Cale continued to pour bread into the bottomless hole. He could feel the darkness gradually fading. The money he had spent was certainly not in vain. Having finished his work, Cale turned around and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the troublesome duo had disappeared. It was good not to have to see their injured faces. But this time, instead of those 2 children, he met the 2 cats with silver fur and golden eyes, and 2 cats with red fur and golden eyes to whom he had given chicken breast last night. The 2 cats stared at Cale without meowing. Not wanting to get involved any further, he pretended not to know them and quickly headed to the Count's house. And he heard tremendous news. Count Daruth had decided that Cale would represent the family and go to the capital. Usually Basin was the one who went. However, this time the Count decided that Cale, as the eldest son, should go instead. The Imperial family was holding a grand event and sons of noble families were all invited. Basin had been attending such events for 2 years, but he had never attended an Imperial event like this. Moreover, this time the Count also wanted to send him. Regarding the event hosted by the Imperial family, Cale immediately recalled the Plaza terror incident mentioned in the original story. A mysterious organization would terrorize the plaza in the capital where many people gathered. The only one who could stop their plot was Choi Han. He saved many people there and became close friends with the Imperial family. Cale felt a chill at the thought of having to get involved in that incident, since his father had just mentioned that Basin frequently attended such events and Cale didn't want to go to a dangerous place. He intended to ask his younger brother to go instead this time. The problem was that he couldn't just tell Basin. Then what reason could someone like Cale have for not needing to go to the capital? Furthermore, he still couldn't understand why Daruth was doing this. In 5 days he had to depart for the capital. According to the original story, during that period, Lan would be beaten to death by Choi Han, so he couldn't go to the capital. Cale said he needed more time to think. Count Daruth agreed. After the emergency meeting, Cale and Basin left the study. On the way, Basin told him, "There's no reason for you not to go." Hearing that, Cale became even more confused. He had been pushed out of the succession. His younger brother Basin had been acting like the successor for 2 years, but now he suddenly said there was a reason for him to represent the family this time. Everything was starting to become more complicated than he had thought. Ultimately, the probability of Cale returning safely was quite high. On the other hand, if Basin died and couldn't become the Lord, Cale would have to take his place, and in that case he would face a big problem. Basin had to live for Cale to live a peaceful life. Just then, Han came to report on Choi Han's situation, and Cale immediately told Han to call Choi Han. If he didn't want to come, he was to be told to come repay the meal expenses. Judging by Han's expression, the protagonist's problem seemed to be resolved, but now he had to embark on an unexpected trip to the capital. So he would do everything to make this trip more comfortable. It was time for Choi Han to repay Cale for his kindness. Han called Choi Han, who was now sitting in Cale's room looking around. Cale subtly evaluated Choi Han. After John had taken charge of his meals, Choi Han seemed much better. John, Big Croc and Choi Han. These three formed a perfect trio, just as Cale had expected. Choi Han without hesitation asked Cale what he needed to do. Cale recalled the events from the novel. He realized that he had altered the initial plot of The Birth of a Hero, which had led to many changes. Therefore he had done his best to steer things back to the original storyline so that nothing would deviate too far, but he had to go to the capital, which would cause even greater changes to the plot. Cale placed a piece of paper on the table and said, "First I need to know what you're capable of. Simply put, this is an interview." "Go on," Choi Han replied, intrigued by the mention of a capability test. So Cale asked him if he could protect others. "What do you mean?" Choi Han immediately retorted, bewildered. Cale said nothing. The plan had suddenly changed, but for some reason it seemed like it would bring him more benefits. What could be better than preventing Choi Han's companions from obtaining ancient powers and taking the useful ones for himself? It probably wouldn't matter to them whether they had borrowed power or not anyway. It's very simple. Can you protect others instead of killing? The room suddenly fell silent, and Cale didn't hear Choi Han's reply. After a moment, Choi Han bowed his head low. Only then did he answer, "I don't know." It would be very dangerous for Cale to provoke him right now. So he rephrased his words, asking if he could kill people. This time he answered easily. "Then you can also protect others," Cale continued. "It might be difficult, but difficult doesn't mean impossible." The life Kim Rock-soo had lived, there weren't many instances where he could avoid things just because they were difficult. That's why he had always been so generous with this new life he gained in the body of this trashy Cale. But now he had a mountain to climb if he wanted a peaceful future. So he needed someone to help him climb that mountain. "Difficult doesn't mean impossible." "I guess so," Choi Han replied with a laugh. "Alright, last question," Cale said. "Ask away," Choi Han replied. Cale posed his final question. "What's your name?" Choi Han was surprised. "You don't know my name." "I do. You were destined to beat me up. I heard it from others, but I want to hear your name directly from your own mouth." "Choi Han." Choi Han extended his hand. "My name is Choi Han." Cale took his hand. "Oh really? My name is Cale Henituse." Now Cale got straight to the point about what Choi Han could do to repay him. Cale handed Choi Han the paper on the table. Written on it were the names of two people, Rosalind and Locke. "That's right, Rosalind is the princess of a neighboring kingdom. She survived an assassination attempt. The other is Locke, the successor of the Wolf Kingdom. He may seem weak, but when he goes berserk he becomes a werewolf more brutal than anyone." Meanwhile, Rosalind possessed immense power, second only to Han. She had no interest in the throne. Instead, her dream was to find the greatest magic tower on the continent. Once she achieved that goal, she would. Cale recalled the details of the novel. The one who attempted to assassinate Rosalind was tortured by Big Croc shortly after. The torture scene was described in such detail that Cale had been shuddering and getting goosebumps ever since he arrived here. "Rosalind, Locke," Cale nodded at Choi Han's words. "That's right, those two, so you can read." "I'm glad to know that." Cale took a map from the drawer and spread it on the table. "First, Choi Han, you'll start your journey with me." He pointed to a spot on the map. He instructed Choi Han to follow the directions written on the paper. There was a reason Choi Han had to join him en route, because in Volume 1 of The Birth of a Hero, there was a Marquis introduced as a villain second only to Cale. He was always the one obstructing the Crown Prince and Choi Han. In particular, that damn guy was raising a crazy dragon. He tried to tame this dragon, which was less than 5 years old, but the dragon escaped and went berserk, eventually being killed by Choi Han. The problem was that Cale had to pass through the village that the dragon would attack. If he didn't pass through there, he couldn't reach the capital in time. So there were two options. Choi Han could kill the dragon, or he could release it before it became ferocious. What Choi Han had to do was go to the capital with those two people. That was how he would repay Cale. Choi Han asked, "Do I have to protect these two people?" "That's up to you. They're strong enough even without your protection anyway. Instead, you need to arrive at the capital and meet me intact. Will you be able to protect yourself? Why aren't you answering? Can you do it?" Choi Han's eyes became clearer. "Yes, I can do it." The conversation with Choi Han was too exhausting. He should have had a drink before starting this conversation. "You can go now." Cale waved his hand, dismissing Choi Han. Choi Han headed for the door and Cale watched him from his armchair, and before the door opened he said, "By the way, what we just talked about is a secret between the two of us, all right?" "Understood," Choi Han said and left. The matter with Choi Han was settled. Now it was about money. Cale asked the Count for money. Of course his request was immediately approved. He needed quite a lot of money. Cale lay on his bed looking at the check in his hand. Just then the butler John approached, placed a bottle of water on his table and said, "This is honey lemon tea my son specially made for young master." After speaking, John wished Cale good night and said he would always be by his side. Cale's drowsiness vanished instantly. He thought to himself that no matter what he had to quickly hand these two over to Han. The next day, Cale was walking along the road and casually recalled what had happened that morning. John had opened a rabbit hunting class after hearing he was going to the capital. John dissecting a rabbit was so gruesome that it still made him shudder just thinking about it. He was a truly terrifying old man, but Cale felt a sense of relief that he would accompany him to the capital. Upon arriving at the bakery, the owner was already waiting for him. He hastily handed over the bread. He seemed regretful that this big-spending customer's patronage would end today. Cale smiled and reassured him, "I'll definitely come back if I want to eat it later." He finished speaking and left. Cale frowned at the brother and sister who were waiting for him today. They seemed to be homeless. They had arrived here much earlier than usual today. They seemed to have been waiting for him on this hilltop since last night. The younger brother seemed completely dependent on his sister. The siblings looked up at him in silence. Cale handed them 2 loaves of bread. The younger brother immediately took his sister's share as well. After that, Cale headed towards the man-eating tree. Fortunately, it was foggy today, so no one would know what he was doing here. More, give me more, today. As always, he heard the eerie voice of the vengeful spirit and poured bags of bread into the hole beneath the tree roots. The dark gray inside the hole gradually brightened. Cale felt that this task didn't require much effort and chuckled inwardly with satisfaction. Then a louder voice than before echoed, more, more, more. Cale hesitated at the wailing and stepped back. This detail wasn't mentioned in the book. If you bring me more, I'll give you a gift. A gift? His eyes sparkled. He hadn't expected her to wail so frantically, but it seemed the end was near. He no longer hesitated. Cale poured the last bag of bread into the hole, curious about what would happen next. Bang, a rumbling sound was heard, but he didn't pay attention. He was focused on the hole. From within that fearsome darkness, a glowing sphere suddenly popped out and floated before him, then began to speak. This time it wasn't demanding more, but rather praising the bread he had just thrown in. It's so delicious. The texture of the bread is so soft. The bread from the 3rd bag is so good. The food just keeps getting better. Anyway, the bread from the 3rd bag was truly delicious. I've never eaten anything so good. Eating that bread, I could tell it was made from high-quality wheat. Not all wheat is the same, you know. The sphere of light continued to chatter about food, and at this moment, Cale thought that her resentment might not have been due to hunger, but rather a lack of someone to talk to. She spoke about why she was expelled, which Cale already knew was due to her gluttony. The only reason he kept listening to this boring story was for the ancient power. The sphere continued to tell 7,749 life stories. The man-eating tree, which had been black, now turned white and green leaves began to sprout. In the fog, the scene was even more fantastical and beautiful. Finally, the sphere thanked him and gave him what he had long awaited. The power of the indestructible shield, and slowly disappeared. The shield would protect its owner's life. It would reside in his heart and stay there until he died. Cale could feel the power enveloping his heart, and his heart seemed to beat faster under the shield's protection. All ancient powers left a trace according to their owner's personality. Based on what he had read in the book, Cale began to test the power, and he succeeded. The indestructible shield appeared before him. Cale smiled happily. Finally, he had something to protect himself with. The indestructible shield, contrary to its name, could be destroyed, but it would not disappear. If attacked with sufficient force, the shield would shatter to protect its owner's life, but it would gradually recover based on the life force of the owner's heart. Since the owner's heartbeat was the shield's energy source, the stronger the heart, the tougher the shield would be. He would upgrade this shield to the next level on his way to the capital. He enjoyed the new sensation brought by the ancient power, but there was one thing he didn't like. It was that it resembled a holy shield, but anyway, he had to accept it for a safe future. After gaining the power, Cale returned to the mansion. On his familiar rainy journey home, he met the 2 stray cats again. They clung to his feet, rubbing their cute faces against his leg, as if he couldn't possibly misunderstand their intentions. He knew, but he couldn't help it. The fate of a cat slave for a master was already sealed, so what could he do? Thus, the 2 cats successfully became the wealthy man's pets. Cale brought these 2 devils home and entrusted them to the sub-butler Han. Unlike Cale, Han was smitten with them at first sight and immediately volunteered to raise the 2 kittens. Cale couldn't ask for more and immediately agreed. He also didn't forget to share a little information with Han about the identity of these 2 cats. The 2 little devils tensed up slightly upon hearing that. In fact, smelling the faint scent of herbs and bread from their bodies, he already knew who they were. The silver cat was clearly the older sister, and the red cat must have been the younger brother. He hinted that he would talk to them later and went upstairs. Han followed, carrying the 2 kittens. As he took off his coat, Cale asked Han where John was and learned that John, after hearing that Choi Han would escort him to the capital, had gone out shopping with Choi Han, Han and Big Croc. Cale was inwardly pleased by their rather intimate relationship. However, when Han mentioned that the 3 of them seemed quite interested in serving him, Cale was no longer happy. So he went to Biro's tea house. He was surprised to be the only one there. He turned and asked Biro if he still remembered what he had requested last time. Of course, a greedy and cunning person like Biro wouldn't forget a big spending customer's request. He brought him the previous book along with a cup of tea. This time it was Cezanne tea. Cale was quite pleased with his actions and went upstairs without a word. Cale sat by the window looking outside where it was still raining heavily. After a while, Biro himself brought him tea. According to the original story, Choi Han, John, Big Croc, and finally Biro would join the team. Initially, Biro was not very wealthy. He promised to be Choi Han's ally and spoke of his ambitions. This man was good at hiding his emotions and intentions, so Cale couldn't tell what he was thinking. But he knew his nature was that of a greedy person. Suddenly, Biro asked about his trip to the capital and hinted that he also had business there and wanted to go together. This was not unexpected for Cale, as Biro would join Choi Han's team sooner or later. Biro also acutely noticed that Cale had changed in a positive way and was completely different from his old nickname. The trash of the Count's family, no, to be precise, he was a ruffian because his essence was an arrogant and foolish person. Cale thought it was time to have a serious talk with him, so he began to expose his illegitimate son's identity. He started provoking him with words. Are you going to keep living like this? Are you satisfied with your current life or not? The past 10 years I've done a lot of crazy things and I started doing them when I was 8. For the past 10 years I've only done useless things, so I had to change myself. Besides, I can't live like a fool, can I? When are you going to stop living like a fool? Biro burst into laughter upon hearing that. He shed his former innocent pretense and said with a cunning expression, I was just bored. Now that his identity was exposed, Biro no longer needed to hide. He said he would meet Cale in the capital, but Cale refused. He knew that meeting Biro in the capital would complicate things because he was supposed to go with Choi Han. But anyway, everything was going according to plan, and finally Choi Han and Biro met just like in the book. As he finished speaking, the three of them had different thoughts, but no one said anything. Biro went downstairs, and now only he, Choi Han, and John were left in the room. He briefly talked about who would go to the capital with him. Besides them, there was Big Croc, but he would only accompany them as a personal chef. John was quite curious about his relationship with Biro, but, seeing that Cale didn't answer, he wisely didn't ask further. An awkward silence fell. Just then Biro brought drinks. Since John brought him lemon tea every day, this time he specially prepared the same thing for John. John said nothing, quietly drinking with an expressionless face, replaying his own words in his mind. He recalled that after their duel, Big Croc kept asking Choi Han for another duel, but Choi Han kept refusing. Because Choi Han now wanted to protect someone, and with his hidden talent he said John could do that too. Meanwhile, young Master Cale had declared he would no longer live like trash. Everything was starting to feel more and more interesting to the old man. Cale looked at the old man and the young man before him, recalling their relationship in the original story. Though their personalities differed, they were always together. Bound by a contract, they knew how to rely on each other. Quite a lot had happened as Cale did everything to avoid getting beaten up as in the original story. Though he knew it was somewhat wrong to prioritize his own life, he couldn't let the novel dictate his fate. The three of them were just about to leave, and Biro also wanted to meet him in the capital, but Cale naturally refused, saying instead that he would stop by his tea house every day before departing. Biro's fawning attitude disgusted John, and John casually uttered a few criticisms, but Choi Han misunderstood them as John trying to persuade him. John thought to himself that on this trip to the capital he should have his son make some of the dishes his young master liked. The trash was still trash, but this pup was the one who comforted his master when his master passed away. Even when the stepmother moved in, despite his position, he didn't cause any fuss with his new family. For 18 years John felt he had observed him for too long back at the mansion. The two kittens rejoiced upon seeing him, and Cale thought to himself that Choi Han was an animal lover. If he were here he would surely have taken care of them. Unfortunately, he was busy with training to become stronger to protect others, so he returned to his room first. Cale couldn't help but admire him. He was already strong enough. He couldn't imagine what would happen if he became even stronger. And the cats, meticulously cared for by Han and his cat fan club, now looked much plumper. Han, after showing off their cuteness to the whole world, appropriately withdrew while Cale was bathing. John approached the cats and assessed them from top to bottom. He sharply noticed that they were members of the cat tribe, renowned for their stealthy movements and incredibly fast speed. If trained, they would certainly be useful. So their luxurious life came to an end as John decided to train them as a gift for his master. The two cat siblings continued to cling to his leg and fawn over him, and Cale thought it was now time for them to repay their meal debts. The cats seemed to understand, tacitly agreeing. What he wanted them to do was still a mystery. 4 days later, the entire Count's family gathered at the dinner table. Count de Ruth began by saying that Cale would be going to the capital today. In the original story it had rained yesterday, and that was the day Choi Han beat Cale, but now everything was different. Not only was he not beaten, but he had also obtained the ancient power of the Indestructible Shield. He could feel its presence within his body. He was even confident now that he could safely return even if he picked a fight with John and Big Croc. Returning to the main point, Cale sharply noticed that the number of people following him was not decreasing as he had requested, but rather increasing. So he mentioned this matter to his loving father. This was the plan of his stepmother, Countess Violin. It was all because she considered the family's honor. She couldn't let people think the Count's family was poor and destitute. Cale recalled her background. In the original story, Violin was described as the eldest daughter of a poor baron, and it was said her dream was to become a celebrity. She gained influence by selling luxury goods to nobles. Afterward, she moved to this territory and began to immerse herself in sculpture, and she met Count de Ruth and fell in love. Currently, she had become a pillar of the territory's cultural center. She was very proud of her life and satisfied with the family she lived in. It was really good to have more attendants. After all, without them, it would have been very inconvenient even to change clothes for Cale, who had now become like a slacker. However, the problem he was worried about was that a rampaging black dragon would appear in the future, and if they couldn't deal with it, he didn't know how many people would die. It didn't matter what others did, but he didn't want anyone to die in front of his eyes, nor did he want to be responsible for those who got hurt because of it. Therefore, he didn't want to bring many people. Cale began to talk about art with his stepmother, Violin. He was not an expert, but his criticism was never empty. This made Violin have a better impression of him. Finally, the luggage for red-haired Cale's trip to the capital was decided. Violin had prepared everything for him, the most expensive and best. The Count was pleased to see the two talking harmoniously, and then returning to his position as master asked Cale if he had read the documents about the nobles he had given him. Of course, Cale had read them and found them quite interesting. The Count was satisfied with his son's attitude. Finally, he began to indirectly talk about how the man-eating tree's withered spot had now turned green. Cale knew that he, the Count, was aware of his frequent visits to the slum, but there was no way he knew about the ancient power. He probably only knew that Cale had somehow affected the tree. He indirectly warned him to pay attention to rumors, because there was nothing scarier than the mouths and eyes of the people of the world. However, he added that there would be no problems within the territory he governed. Cale thought that only living in this territory would bring him a comfortable and worry-free life. He hoped to quickly go to the capital, complete his mission, and return here to enjoy the rest of his life. After finishing his meal, Cale said goodbye to everyone before leaving. The Count was busy and couldn't see him off, so he could only say goodbye from there. His half-siblings seemed to want to say something but didn't. Only after Cale spoke first did his normally quiet younger sister Lily begin to wish him a safe journey. Cale also wished her a cheerful, healthy, and productive life. Lily replied to him, surprised and a little embarrassed. Cale approached the prepared carriage and upon opening the door couldn't help but be surprised by what he saw. The cat's bed was far more luxurious than his own, and of course the master of this creation was none other than the sub-butler Han. This was the true cat butler. Han was worried that the cats might get back pain or stiff limbs during the long journey, so he arranged for them to be comfortable throughout, because the master was wealthy but the cats were his entire world. Cale thought Han didn't know they could create fog and poison. John decided to sit next to the carriage. Choi Han thought he should sit in a different carriage to protect Cale better. Cale felt it was a bit strange but let him sit wherever he wanted. Even now, Choi Han's eyes were full of hatred and he looked very confused as if he still couldn't accept and let it go. According to the original story, after traveling with Big Croc, Rosalind and Locke, Choi Han became quieter, but still seemed to carry a blade in his heart. This didn't seem like a bad thing. No longer bothering with the protagonist, Cale boarded the carriage and ordered the coachman to depart, beginning his journey towards the capital. Inside the carriage, Cale considered asking Han to get gifts for his two half-siblings. Before leaving, he had asked them if he should bring gifts, and as expected, they wanted gifts. Lily wanted a sword, and Cale was quite surprised that she, a mere 7-year-old, wanted such a heavy gift. At this, Basin explained that she dreamed of becoming a swordswoman. After all, the Henituse family possessed good genes, with perfect physiques and long limbs, making it easy to learn swordsmanship. Furthermore, Lily was tall for her age, and with a little effort she could become a swordswoman. So Cale immediately agreed to her wish, promising to buy her the most expensive one. Lily, being a child after all, was delighted to hear this and thanked him. Unlike Lily's somewhat violent gift, Basin's gift was quite literary. It was a fountain pen, and as it wasn't a difficult request, Cale agreed to buy it for him. Suddenly the carriage stopped, interrupting Cale's thoughts. He looked out the window. What happened? Had they encountered bandits? Had they not seen the family crest on the carriage? Moreover, his entourage was full of hidden powerhouses, like the Elder John. It was time for Elder John's rabbit-hunting talent to finally shine. John calmly told Cale to stay inside the carriage and said that he and the others would deal with those incorrigible bandits. Cale sat leisurely inside the carriage, calculating the time it would take to reach the village the Black Dragon would destroy. About a day remained. After dealing with the bandits, it was already dark, so Cale's group decided to stop and rest. The main course for dinner was rabbit meat soup, which seemed to be primarily made from what Choi Han had hunted. He knew how to hunt not only animals but also people. The two cats, seeing that Cale didn't like what he was eating much, meowed and begged for food, but with Han nearby, why should they eat his leftovers? Han prepared separate meals for them, ensuring healthy, preservative-free and salt-free food. During this encounter, Cale's carriage faced bandits, and the strongest among those dealing with them was clearly Choi Han. This fight was a piece of cake for him, and he didn't have a single scratch on his body. He truly was an extraordinary person, the one who had beaten the Count's son. John, seeing Cale barely eating, asked worriedly. Cale knew the old man was teasing him, so he answered vaguely and sent him away. Only Choi Han was truly worried, thinking he wasn't feeling well and didn't want to eat. Suddenly, Choi Han called out to him. He stared intently at Cale, who felt uncomfortable. It turned out he was curious if this was Cale's first time witnessing combat. Cale answered honestly. The encounter with the bandits was indeed his first experience with combat. Born with a silver spoon in his mouth and raised protected within the Count's territory since childhood, how could he have ever been in such a situation? But Choi Han thought this was Cale's first experience facing danger. However, the truth was that Choi Han was the one who had made him Cale afraid and uneasy for several days. But it wasn't just Choi Han. John and his son also contributed to his gloom. Cale inadvertently glanced at them. Elder John was smiling, looking at the rabbits he had caught, and his son was sharpening a knife beside him, with such abnormal people everywhere. Every moment felt like a life-and-death situation, and his appetite had greatly decreased. After a few words of comfort, Choi Han seriously advised Cale to learn some martial arts to protect himself. Cale laughed, pointing to the escorts, and said, "Isn't there already enough? Besides, I also have the power of the Indestructible Shield." That was right. So Choi Han looked at the leftover food on the table, then at Cale's frail and thin body, and inwardly resolved to protect him. so even though he had just finished eating, he rushed off to practice swordsmanship to become stronger. This made Cale even more anxious. Was he planning to become strong enough to blow up this entire continent? It was terrifying. At this moment, Big Croc specially brought him another dish so he could eat better. At the same time, the sub-commander ordered everyone to gather behind and train. The carriage continued its journey. According to the original story, the incident with the Mad Dragon would occur 3 days later. Cale's carriage was in the Viscount's territory, which was adjacent to the Henituse family's territory. Below the mountain to the right of the village was the Viscount's mansion, and behind the mountain was where the Black Dragon was imprisoned. This Viscount was known as Marquis Stan Venion's dog. He was the Marquis's second son, the one who crippled his older brother to seize the position of heir. He often visited the mansion to torment the poor dragon, eventually driving it mad and causing it to destroy the village. Just thinking about it made Cale's anger flare up. The sub-butler, seeing him panting in anger, thought he was tired and irritable, and quickly told Choi Han to go find an inn. Before he left, Cale kindly urged him to return quickly. After all, he was just an ordinary teenager who garnered others' attention. Choi Han smiled and nodded. "Yes, I'll be right back." Cale suddenly felt a sense of unease. It was an unpleasant and suffocating feeling, like being handed a poisoned apple by a sweating hand, and soon the cause of that feeling was revealed. Before Choi Han could even leave, an unexpected incident occurred. A carriage rapidly sped down the road, disregarding an old man passing in front of it. In that critical moment, Choi Han rushed like a god, pushing the old man aside, saving him from being run over by the carriage wheels. A flag was fluttering on the carriage. The red snake was the symbol of the Marquis Stan family. Cale sighed and opened the carriage door. He felt he had to go to where that cliché scenario was unfolding anyway. Venian was a powerful noble and a typical villain from the novel The Birth of a Hero. His servant, a man with a disgusting personality just like his master, alighted from the carriage. Instead of apologizing for almost running someone over, he blamed the poor old man, accusing him of intending to obstruct a noble's carriage. Moreover, he didn't even make way for the carriage and called the old man a foolish commoner. Needless to say, this drove Choi Han mad. His eyes began to fill with murderous intent. It was as if one more word from the servant would send him to hell to fawn over Yama, the king of the underworld. At this moment, Venian descended from the carriage, stopped his servant from continuing to argue with Choi Han, and gave Choi Han a dangerous look. Han, realizing Venian's identity, hesitated quite a bit and whispered into Cale's ear. Choi Han seemed very agitated. As his master, Cale approached to calm Choi Han down. Even then, Choi Han did not obey. Why should he stop when they were in the wrong? They could have avoided it, but they sped straight towards where people were. Cale knew that, but Venian was no ordinary lunatic. It was best to remain still to avoid future consequences. Cale subtly assessed Venian. Bright blonde hair, a gently smiling mouth, neat and unwrinkled clothes, shoes without a speck of dust. But what caught Cale's eye was the red stain on the sleeve of his white shirt. It seemed to be a bloodstain from when he had visited the dragon. Venian approached Cale and exchanged a few conventional greetings. He knew both the Henituse family's situation and Cale's reputation. Cale admitted that he was the delinquent mentioned in the rumors. Like his servant, Venian blamed everything that happened on the commoner old man and didn't forget to indirectly suggest that Choi Han's inappropriate behavior and attitude needed to be educated. The old man, hearing Venian's words, couldn't help but be afraid, realizing he had angered him, and blamed all faults on himself, apologizing again. The condition of the people in each territory is influenced by the character of the ruler who governs that territory. Therefore, from this it could be understood that the Viscount of this area, like his master, was a noble who always considered himself superior and abused his power. Cale too found Venian's actions despicable and thought he deserved to be beaten to death by Choi Han. However, Choi Han was his subordinate, and moreover Cale was representing the Henituse family. It was not good to get into a dispute with another noble. Furthermore, this noble was clearly insane, so the best approach was to wrap things up quickly and leave as soon as possible. Seeing the old man still kneeling on the ground, Cale couldn't bring himself to just pass by. He patted the old man's shoulder, feigning asking for the location of a pub to change the subject, and then extended his hand towards Venian as if to shake hands. Venian stared intently at his hand. How dare he try to shake his hand with the same hand that had just touched that dirty commoner old man? That was absolutely out of the question. At that moment, a quick-witted servant urged Venian to depart quickly. Venian outwardly pretended to scold the servant for interrupting a conversation between two nobles, but inwardly he praised him profusely. Thus, Venian confidently shook Cale's hand, withdrew his hand with lightning speed, and climbed into his carriage. Cale faithfully played his role as a drunken noble, inviting Venian for a drink if they met in the capital, and not forgetting to mock his position as heir. Venian turned away with contempt, then immediately adopted a gentle expression, said a few words to Cale and departed, watching his carriage disappear into the distance. Cale inwardly prayed he would never meet that creepy guy again. He then advised Choi Han that half of the nobles would be like this, so it was best to get used to it. Seeing the old man still prostrate on the ground, Cale asked Han about him, then ordered Choi Han to escort the old man home. Coincidentally, the old man was the village's sole innkeeper. Thus Cale's group no longer needed to search for a place to rest. On the way to the old man's house, Choi Han suddenly stopped Cale and pressed him on why he hadn't gotten angry at Marquis Venian's rude attitude earlier. Cale retorted by asking why he should have been angry. Because he ignored him, or because he told him to educate Choi Han, or because he called the old man who almost died trash. Cale wasn't the kind of person who would say such things, nor did he want to. He wasn't angry either. Saying so would certainly make him look cool, and that was Choi Han's role. However, in his current position it wasn't the right time. This was what he had learned in life. Compromising with power and accepting a certain degree of unreasonableness allowed him to live somewhat as he wished, and one important thing was that he would certainly exact revenge, so before long he would drive Venian out of his home, because he was going to steal his dragon. The old man guided Cale's entourage to the inn. Like the village, the inn appeared humble from the outside, but it lacked for nothing, as it was frequently used by merchants traveling to and from the Henituse territory. Cale was assigned the best room. Though he had appeared relaxed in front of Venian, the fact that a noble was staying at an inn still terrified the old man. As a noble, he quite liked being treated cautiously by others, but excessive deference made him uncomfortable. He advised the old man to relax, adding that he didn't appreciate self-deprecating remarks. This was a place where people traveling to and from his territory stayed, so how could it be lacking? Thus, the old man had no need to worry. The old man pondered his words. It was probably his first time meeting such a kind noble. He wondered if there were many good people like him in the Henituse territory. Cale replied with a smile, "I'm the most useless fellow in that territory. Everyone else is much better than me." Once everything was settled, the old man bowed 90 degrees and retreated to let Cale rest. Cale thought it would take more time for him to accept his advice. A moment later, Han came to Cale's room and handed him a box he had prepared earlier. Cale was surprised by the clear curiosity on his face. Wasn't a butler supposed to conceal his emotions? Han didn't seem to think so. Fully expressing his emotions to his master was one of a butler's duties. He even thought himself to be an interesting person. After speaking, Han reconfirmed the amount of time they would stay in the village with Cale, then left the room. Aside from John, Han was also someone who didn't fear Cale. Though he was slightly cautious, his complete lack of fear indicated his considerable courage. Setting the box on the bed, Cale slowly opened it. Inside was something that could save pitiful beings, deceive lunatics, and protect him from harm. This was the result of his deal with Biro. Possessing this was no easy feat. An ordinary person couldn't acquire it, and it required an enormous sum of money, amounting to hundreds of millions of gallons. So, to save costs, he had no choice but to rent it for 20 million gallons under Biro's name. Thus, he would have to meet Biro in the capital to return it. Cale scrutinized the object in his hand. It was a black orb used to disrupt mana flow. This orb would disrupt mana flow within a certain range, causing magical devices to cease functioning. However, its drawbacks were that it had to be installed a day before use, and its activation time was only 40 minutes. Though the orb was expensive, it had the advantage of robust internal components that made it difficult to destroy. Cale was satisfied with this. Now that he had the tool, it was time for the two cat tribe sisters to shine. Cale took out a map and began to guide them. They were in the village, and if they went to the eastern mountain from here, they would see a villa. To avoid detection, they had to ensure not to get too close. Behind the villa was a cave where a 4-year-old black dragon was imprisoned. He planned to rescue that dragon. The Viscount had placed strict security, making it difficult for humans to enter, but it was different for cats. This mission was to bury the orb in the mountain. The cat sisters showed great confidence in this task. They could even evade adult cat tribe members, let alone ordinary humans. Cale promised them a full meal of beef once the mission was complete. At the mention of food, the two cats couldn't hide their delight and immediately set off to carry out their mission. To make the rescue a success, he couldn't do it alone. He needed more allies, and the most promising candidate was Choi Han. So currently, Choi Han was sitting in Cale's room enjoying refreshments with him. First, he had to sound him out. Cale, sipping his familiar lemon tea, asked Choi Han, "Have you ever seen a dragon?" He honestly replied that he had seen a species like a dragon before. Cale knew what Choi Han was referring to. It was probably the monsters in the deep forest where he used to live, grotesque and vicious-looking monsters. Cale began to impart his knowledge of dragons to Choi Han, not forgetting to describe the unfortunate plight of the black dragon. Dragons were like humans. Dragons, beastkin, dark elves, all these races were like humans in that they possessed emotions and souls. However, if they were born and forced to live in darkness without knowing who they were or the existence of sunlight, they would lose their minds. A tragic life with no family, no aspirations, only solitude. A life of abuse barely clinging to existence. As soon as he heard this, Choi Han's face filled with murderous intent. His reaction was no different from Cale's expectation. How could a person as benevolent as him not be enraged upon hearing such a story? Cale got straight to the point. He said such a being was nearby and he wanted to rescue it with Choi Han. Choi Han agreed without hesitation, but Cale's purpose was simply to rescue the dragon and return it to nature, not to possess it. Having grown up under human abuse, the dragon would no longer trust humans. Moreover, both humans and dragons liked to dominate other species, and dragons were extremely arrogant. So taming and keeping one by his side would not be easy. Above all, raising a dragon meant keeping an immensely powerful being by one's side, which would inevitably lead to trouble someday. There were 20 dragons across the entire east and west continents, and owning one was tantamount to placing himself at the center of the entire continent. For Cale, who desired a comfortable life, he naturally could not accept any of this. In conclusion, Cale would quietly rescue the dragon with Choi Han, but Choi Han didn't need to kill anyone. They would handle everything discreetly. Cale instructed Choi Han to go downstairs and tell Han to bring a box of wine. The main purpose was to create a disguise that would make their actions easier. Han prepared everything as Cale requested, and while Choi Han sat beside him taking care of the cats, Cale drank wine straight from the bottle. According to the owner, this was a special wine made from fruits and herbs growing around the mountain. Hence it was quite expensive, so Cale incidentally bought all that wine and treated the entire escort to it. The drunker they got, the better. Then, feigning drunkenness, he asked Choi Han to help him to his room. As they ascended the stairs, Cale encountered Elder John, who seemed to be evaluating him. This old man didn't usually care much about what he did, but to avoid any potential trouble, Cale thought it best to inform him beforehand, so as he passed by, he frankly told him he was going out and asked him to keep it a secret. John understood his words and did not ask further. Upon reaching the room, he specifically instructed the servant not to disturb him unless it was an emergency. Then, discreetly, he told Choi Han to come through the window at sunset and begin their operation so no one would notice. Punctually, Choi Han was ready to rescue the dragon as Cale had instructed. Choi Han was surprised by the strange black clothes Cale was wearing. On the chest of the top there was a white star in the center, surrounded by 5 red stars. Since there was no time for explanation, Cale put on a mask and threw a similar outfit to Choi Han. Thanks to the magic device the cat tribe sisters had buried in the mountain yesterday, the magic surveillance devices would cease to function. However, this alone was not enough. Cale didn't want his identity to be revealed, so he had been drinking since morning and had prepared these clothes. This was the attire of the mysterious organization. In The Birth of a Hero, the mysterious organization constantly clashed with Choi Han, so their attire was described in great detail. Cale had specifically designed these clothes to mimic them. The clothes were custom-made for any unforeseen circumstances, and the emblem was made by Cale himself. Up close, the shoddy stitching was noticeable, but from a distance it looked identical to the real thing. Those who saw these clothes wouldn't notice the poor stitching. They would only remember the black clothes with 5 red stars and 1 white star. Since that mysterious organization was not a benevolent entity anyway, there was no need to feel guilty about shifting the blame onto them to protect his own identity. Seeing the bandit-like clothes, Choi Han couldn't help but wonder if what they were about to do was wrong. Cale answered shamelessly, "Yes, it's a bad thing. A very bad thing for that Venian." As soon as he heard this, Choi Han no longer doubted but rather became intrigued, and volunteered to put on the clothes. After all, he hated villains and wanted to punish them. Having lived a solitary, wandering life for so long, Choi Han was no longer the 17-year-old boy he once was. To ensure the success of the rescue operation, Cale introduced Choi Han to the cats. These are cat tribe children, beast kin. The older sister is An and the younger brother is Hong. He then introduced Choi Han to the cats. After gathering allies all around, the group swiftly departed. Cale's party approached the location where the young dragon was imprisoned. They quietly hid, waited for the orb to take effect, and then began their operation. Choi Han, An and Hong went ahead to scout. Cale activated his voice changer. The mana flow disruption orb also seemed to be working as expected. Even the alarms of the high-level magical devices were much quieter. In an instant they arrived at the cave entrance. A few soldiers were guarding it, but they were no match for Choi Han. After a short while, several were already lying on the ground. The remaining soldiers began to panic. Cale instructed An to create fog. Immediately, a thick fog enveloped everything, disorienting the soldiers, and Cale left them to Choi Han. He entered the cave with An and Hong. Inside, the torturer was flustered as the magic orb wasn't working. When the intruders appeared, he became even more terrified. This place was not ordinarily designed. The Mad Venian had installed a self-destruct device on the door to stop intruders. So if it exploded, Cale and the entire cave would be reduced to dust. Blue smoke covered everything. However, this was not ordinary smoke but poison mist created by Hong. By the time the torturer realized it, it was too late and he fell to the ground. Thus, Cale effortlessly obtained the key to the dragon's prison from his body. Cale praised Hong and the three went deeper into the cave. Finally, what they were looking for was before their eyes. The dragon was curled up in a corner resting, its body covered in wounds, and a nauseating smell of blood stung Cale's nose. Cale, without fear, opened the prison door with the key and approached the pitiful young dragon. Hearing the sound, the dragon suddenly opened its eyes and stared intently at the stranger before it. From behind, An and Hong kept urging Cale, saying time was running out. Cale roughly embraced the dragon and exited the prison. Cale set the dragon down in front of An and Hong. "It's probably very painful. How unfortunate." An and Hong spoke up at last. They circled the dragon, but the dragon bared its teeth in warning. It seemed like it was the first time in 4 years the dragon had seen a creature other than a human. "It's probably very painful." An approached and tapped Cale's foot with her paw. She was probably reminding him of the item Cale had brought. Since they couldn't nag him with words, that was how they acted. "Calm down." Cale had brought healing potions intending to use them. However, he first had to remove the mana suppression device on its neck for the potion to be effective. "Let's see." Cale groped along the wall where the torturer was. Cale shoved the bothersome torturer with his foot and continued groping the wall. The dragon bared its teeth upon seeing Cale kick him, But Cale remained focused on the wall. The book stated that the Marquis, fearing external intrusion, had created a secret exit that even the guards didn't know about. By tracing along the wall, there would be a flatter section compared to the rest, and that was the secret exit. If a strong enough force was applied, the wall would open. It was a system that activated internal mechanisms through force, not magic. Cale looked back at the person who had just entered. "Are you done?" "Yes." Choi Han lightly swung his sword to shake off the clinging blood and approached Cale. He turned his gaze towards the dragon, and his face contorted. It was a natural reaction to see the small bloody creature. Choi Han's gaze turned to the torturer, becoming even more brutal. Cale called out to Choi Han. Choi Han, still glaring at the torturer, reported, "As you requested, I subdued all the soldiers, rendering them unable to fight further." "Excellent work," Cale praised him. Then pointing towards a flat section of the wall about the size of a palm, he told Choi Han to hit that spot hard. Choi Han, looking confused, asked if he intended to destroy the entire cave. Cale then specified his demand. He only needed to make a dent of about 10 centimeters. His intention was for Choi Han to handle it gently. While Cale couldn't do it, Choi Han considered it a gentle touch. Cale retreated, moving far away from Choi Han. Choi Han understood Cale's action as a signal for him to move quickly and immediately punched the wall. The cat siblings watched in awe as Cale embraced the dragon. Bang! A space just large enough for an adult to pass through opened in the wall. Choi Han immediately grabbed a torch. "Let's go." At Cale's words, the two cats leaped onto Choi Han's back. Choi Han led the way, dashing into the passage. Cale followed him out immediately. The young dragon looked around in confusion, and Cale carefully set it down on the ground. The dragon just hissed without a word, but its gaze, as if piercing through Cale, remained cruel. That look was different from what should be shown to someone who had saved it. It was filled with hatred for deceitful humans and wariness of further violence that might befall it. This attitude was undoubtedly due to being imprisoned by Venian for 4 years. "Stop staring now," Cale said casually to the young dragon. Cale actually quite liked this dragon. Kim Rock-soo had been an orphan, accepting his growth as dictated by fate. He had given up even what he called a home and had no power to contend with the world. But this dragon was completely different. After confirming the dragon was glancing at him, Cale pulled a large pair of scissors from his magic pouch. This was one of the 2 items Cale had to borrow in Bureau's name. Choi Han looked at the scissors with a terrified expression. Cat siblings hid behind Choi Han, far away from Cale. Cale clicked his tongue at their reaction and approached the dragon. He grabbed the dragon's scruff and aimed the scissor blades at its neck. Snip! Something was cut, and with small sparks the collar was severed. He held it in his hand. "What are you looking at?" Cale, opening his eyes, curtly asked the dragon that kept staring at him. Since the collar was still conducting electricity, he took off one glove and handed it to Choi Han. Choi Han took it, put it on, and received the collar from Cale. Cale took out a high-grade healing potion from his pocket. "This cost a lot of money too," Cale said. "Do you know how much money I've spent on you?" The young dragon once again heard the same words it had heard since birth whenever it didn't listen in prison. But Cale forced open the dragon's mouth and poured in the vial. Fortunately, the dragon did not resist and drank it down. "So get healthy quickly, you foolish creature." A few minutes later, Mana, the source of all power, began to function like the dragon's heart. All wounds on its body disappeared and waves of mana generated by its power enveloped and protected the dragon like a breeze. Cale took another step closer to the young dragon and asked, "What do you want to do?" When the dragon kept its mouth shut and didn't answer, Cale continued, "You're a clever and arrogant dragon. I know you can speak human language, so answer me." Cale asked once more, "What do you want to do if you're free?" The dragon opened its mouth. Indeed, the dragon could speak. Dragons were much cleverer than humans, so there was no way it wouldn't know human language after 4 years. "I want to live, I want to be free, I don't want to be tamed." That was what Cale wanted. He had set the young dragon free and had no intention of holding it back. The dragon didn't believe Cale and roared, "Lies, you humans are nothing but liars." Rage appeared in the dragon's eyes. That rage was not directed at Cale. The dragon's arrogant and proud instincts were just beginning to surge. It was rage for the time its instincts had been suppressed. Cale admitted that he was good at lying. But not this time. He genuinely wished for the dragon to live as it wished and to live freely. Having said that, he turned and left. This was enough. He had saved the dragon, kept the village safe, and taken revenge on Venian. And thanks to that dragon, Choi Han also came to understand what freedom was. Most importantly, Cale did not want to take responsibility for the dragon, so this much was sufficient. It was a perfect ending for Cale. The dragon raised its head and watched their retreating figures, continuously muttering, "I hate wicked humans," but it seemed its heart was moved. On the way back, the cat tribe siblings, still in their cat forms, chatted happily. They thought the dragon would follow Cale and then they would have another younger brother. Cale didn't believe their words and thought it was preposterous. Dragons had free spirits and could not be under human control. Moreover, the dragon had suffered at the hands of humans, so it would hate humans even more. Therefore, it was impossible for the dragon to follow him. At Cale's words, the cats became crestfallen. "So we won't have a little brother." Cale ordered them to bring the orb. He patted Choi Han's shoulder and said, "Good work." Today was the first day Choi Han had saved something. He had fought bandits before, but that was an act of self-preservation. Of course, instead of saving the villagers, as in the novel, he had saved a dragon that he was supposed to kill. But for Choi Han, the act of saving was important. "Cale," Choi Han called him, then paused for a moment before speaking. "What would you do if the dragon wanted to follow you? I told you it wouldn't happen. It's a hypothetical. What if it did? What if? Cale thought carefully, then answered quietly. I don't think about things that have passed or things that won't happen. Nevertheless, Cale felt a shiver down his spine and looked back. Fortunately, the dragon was not visible. Cale breathed a sigh of relief, dealt with all the problems, and returned to his room to sleep. So Cale had no idea that the young dragon, using magic to conceal itself, had watched him sleep for the first time. The dragon tightly clutched the magic potion bottle Cale had left behind and smiled happily. Next, Choi Han came to find Cale early in the morning. He quickly drank a glass of cold water brought by Elder John. Cale still felt unwell. He must have been too nervous last night to feel anything. Now that everything was over, he was suffering from the alcohol he had drunk yesterday. Moreover, he hadn't slept well last night, feeling as if someone was watching him. He yawned and listened to Choi Han's situation report. After taking Cale back to the inn, Choi Han immediately erased all traces they had left, created other traces in the western direction, and then returned. Now, what interested Choi Han was the next journey. After a few more days they would reach a certain place. Cale began to explain the city they would encounter en route to Choi Han. The next city was called Puzzle. It was the midway point of their journey. After leaving the Henituse territory, which was surrounded by several mountain ranges, the road through the Viscount's territory to the capital was very smooth. Choi Han listened silently to Cale's words, then mentioned something strange he had seen. In fact, on his way back, Choi Han had gone to the villa to check. People seemed very chaotic, and soldiers and knights were leaving the village. Cale guessed that those soldiers were definitely going to deliver the news to the Mad Venian. Choi Han added that the secret exit they had used was completely destroyed, and even the surrounding area was the same. Everything was overturned. Cale was not surprised. He knew that the dragon was the culprit behind all this. Anyway, it was fortunate that no one had died. The dragon was still young and filled with fear. The dragon, fearing that someone might come out of there, had burned everything down. And it was also to destroy the magical devices that had controlled it. Because dragons were a species sensitive to mana. Though only 4 years old, it was quite a clever dragon. Choi Han sighed in relief. So that was why he had felt an immense amount of mana at the scene of the incident. Venian's group seemed to have paid a heavy price for thinking the dragon was small and weak. Once everything was resolved, Cale chased them away, but curiosity struck and he wanted to know what Choi Han would do today, and he learned that he would go to help Big Croc. Cale joyfully added in a hurry, "Oh, you two seem to have gotten quite close." At that moment Cale saw Choi Han making an incomprehensible expression for the first time. Choi Han firmly said, "No, we're not close at all." "Really? Go on," Cale replied with an expression of disbelief. Choi Han bowed his head as if nothing had happened and headed out of the room. As Choi Han opened the door to leave, Cale gave one more instruction. "Oh, on your way out, tell Han to bring some alcohol here." "Yes." Choi Han looked back at Cale with wide surprised eyes. Cale calmly looked up at the clock. 7 a.m., he answered refreshingly. "Haven't you ever had a morning drink?" Going downstairs, Cale saw Choi Han standing blankly on the stairs. He followed his gaze. The vice-captain of the guards was talking seriously with someone, looking neat as if he hadn't had a single drink last night. It was none other than one of the knights who had been knocked out at the villa by Choi Han last night. As Cale approached and lightly patted Choi Han's shoulder, Choi Han was startled, and then he began to confess. "I thought he wouldn't be able to function normally for about a day, but he recovered faster than expected. I underestimated others too much. Next time, I'll hit him harder." Cale turned his head to avoid Choi Han. Indeed, he was the type of protagonist who would destroy everything for his justice. Cale sat at the table, lost in worry. The old innkeeper approached with a bottle of alcohol. "Young master, I brought the alcohol you had last time." The more the old man saw Cale, the more he thought this. "Yes," Cale said to the nervous old man with a smirk, "you're very good at business. That's a compliment." This alcohol was truly perfect for a morning drink. Cale picked up the bottle and drank it down in one go, and he turned his gaze towards the vice-captain of the guards. The vice-captain was still talking to the knight. "Yesterday, we all had a party to relieve our fatigue. Everyone drank and rested. No one left the inn. So why are the Viscount's people here to investigate us?" The Marquise's knight seemed to have introduced himself as one of the Viscount's people. At the vice-captain's sharp gaze, the knight smiled but answered with a serious expression. "Yesterday, thieves broke into the Viscount's villa and stole several items. We just wanted to confirm if you also suffered similar damage." "What thieves? Oh right, they stole a dragon." Cale agreed, drinking straight from the bottle. Just then he made eye contact with the knight who was talking to the vice-captain. "What are you looking at?" The knight immediately lowered his head and stopped looking at Cale. The vice-captain cleared his throat and firmly excused Cale. "Our young master is uncomfortable all day if he doesn't drink in the morning. He's just having a morning drink. He's just drinking to sober up from last night." The knight now had no doubt that Cale's people were involved in the theft, so he quickly left. He must have thought that trash like Cale couldn't possibly do such a thing. Who would think that a noble walking down the road drinking alcohol on the king's orders was an ordinary person? This way, even if Venian found out, he wouldn't suspect Cale, because he knew very well that there was no connection between the mysterious organization and the Henituse family. Cale breathed a sigh of relief. He asked John for a lemon tea for his hangover, secretly rejoicing. Even if they followed the clues, they would never find the culprit. Venian would go mad. Cale and his entourage continued their journey to the capital. "Are we camping today?" An asked, and Cale nodded. "Yes." Starting today, they would camp along the road to reach the capital as quickly as possible. They had no choice but to do this to increase their travel speed. Cale looked out of the carriage, recalling the storyline about the Heart of Life. It was the name of an ancient power that would strengthen the Indestructible Shield. It was a power primarily focused on regeneration and recovery. That's why Taylor Stan sought it. Taylor Stan, the abandoned eldest son of the Marquis family. He had the most stable mind in the Marquis family, but his lower body was paralyzed due to Venyan's scheme. To find the power to heal himself, he searched through all sorts of books, and among them he happened to discover an ancient document in an old bookstore. It was difficult to translate because it was an ancient language, but with effort he managed to translate a few words: regeneration and stone tower. These two words became a clue. Taylor immediately headed to Puzzle, the city of stone towers. This time Cale's purpose in going to Puzzle was also to obtain that ancient power and reinforce the strength of his indestructible shield. While it was somewhat despicable to take Taylor's last chance, Cale needed it more than him. Moreover, even if he obtained that power, it would be useless for his crippled body. Taylor only knew that the power promoted vitality and had regenerative abilities. However, he didn't know that it was ineffective for already damaged bodies. So when he learned that fact, Taylor was very disappointed and eventually murdered by Venyan. While he was lost in deep thought, the cats began to tell Cale a new story they had heard from Han, that wishes made at the stone tower would come true. They wanted to go there with Cale. It wasn't a difficult task, but upon hearing the cats wish that the dragon they had rescued would travel with them, Cale immediately abandoned the idea of going there. Just then the carriage stopped. They had arrived at their camping spot for the day. The next morning Cale stared intently at the deer carcass laid at the edge of the campsite. It had clearly been hunted. Han reported to Cale, who was staring at the deer carcass, "Someone left it at the campsite." Han pointed to the side of the deer carcass. Cale also looked there. On the ground, shapes of a spoon and fork were drawn. The person who left the deer seemed to be able to speak but not read or write. Cale felt an ominous premonition. He turned to Choi Han, who was giving him a very suspicious smile. Since Choi Han had been on guard all night, he clearly knew who did it but was pretending not to. This made him think of the dragon. He thought he would have no choice but to pretend not to know, but life was not like a dream. In the subsequent camping trips, Cale received other ingredients: wild boars, rabbits, and various fruits. Cale was convinced that the dragon was following him. On the other hand, contrary to Cale's mood, Choi Han was quite pleased. He even thought the dragon's actions were cute, and it proved that the dragon was a child who had not lost its innocence. Cale inwardly thought that Choi Han wouldn't say such things if he saw the dragon blowing up mountains. Having been imprisoned, the dragon was naturally expected to hate humans. Moreover, if it grew strong, it would punish the Marquis family. That's what Cale expected. Only then would peace come to the Henituse territory. Finally they arrived in Puzzle City. The cats and Choi Han seemed intrigued by the architectural style of the place. Small stone towers were erected in front of every house. Han guided Cale to the inn. This was where they would be staying for the next few days. Since they arrived before the Stone Tower Festival began, the room rates were not very expensive. Cale didn't mind. He felt this place was strange. It wasn't a place with many stones, so why were there so many stone towers? Han knew the answer. Behind it was a tragic story that had been passed down to this day. In ancient times, this city was abandoned by the gods. Hearing this, Cale couldn't help but be surprised. This was something that had never been described in the novel. This city was once abandoned by the gods. Although the reason for their abandonment was unknown, people at that time gathered and began building stone towers. That was their way of wishing, but sadly their prayers did not reach the gods. That's why there were no temples in Puzzle City. Since the gods had abandoned them anyway, there was no need to worship them. From then on, the stone towers became promises. Promises between humans and promises to oneself. Those who fulfilled their wishes personally demolished their own stone towers. It was truly an interesting city. In the end, those abandoned by the gods had to achieve their wishes through their own power. The act of demolishing a stone tower symbolized overcoming great difficulties. Cale was very satisfied with that act of destruction. Although being abandoned by the gods was sad, the story was full of hope. Cale liked the story, but the cats did not. So upon hearing Han's story, they became very angry. Because Han had given them hope by talking about wish-granting stone towers, and now he had crushed that hope. It was all a lie. They couldn't help but be angry. Seeing the cats bristling with anger, Han thought they were hungry and went out to get food. Now only the cats and John remained in the room. "Young Master Choi Han will leave in 2 days, won't he?" Cale replied indifferently. "Yes." Then a thought suddenly struck him, and he asked with a smile, "Old man, do you dislike that? Do you want to follow him?" John's gentle smile deepened further. "How could I leave the young master? I must stay by the young master's side." Cale felt a chill down his spine. John continued, "It's just a pity, and I thought how wonderful it would be if young Master Choi Han came with us. I suppose we should talk more before he leaves. Big Croc will also be very disappointed." However, John's words brightened Cale's face a little. While he considered them bothersome, John, Big Croc, and Choi Han seemed to have developed an affection for each other. Cale, thinking of his plan, hinted about the capital with a cunning smile. He said the three of them should meet more often. After all, they would eventually go together. That way, the three of them would leave this kingdom and go to Rosalind's kingdom. "How about it, isn't it good?" Cale, concealing the latter part, smiled cunningly, and John replied with an even gentler smile, "Can we all stay together in the capital? I'm truly looking forward to it." This old man hopes everyone arrives safely in the capital. Cale didn't believe those words. Anticipation, wishing for a safe arrival, that old man was not someone to harbor such emotions. Cale, exhausted, chased the gently smiling John out of the room. He fell into thought again. The heart of life. That ability was in a place with an unfinished stone tower. The novel said he lived to be 150 years old. He died of old age after living out his natural lifespan, leaving this ability behind. He considered his ability a curse. Cale got up and tidied his clothes. As he opened the door, Han happened to approach with the cat's food. Cale told Han that he would go to see the stone towers with Choi Han and the two cats. In principle, the person who lived to 150 years old decided to build a stone tower where the wind gathered. He toiled for 100 years building the stone tower but ultimately couldn't complete it. Ultimately, what he wished for was none of Cale's concern. However, Cale planned to grandly rebuild that stone tower. Cale took the two cats, Choi Han and Han, to the stone tower area in the scorching midday sun, and at the entrance of the ruins he saw two important people. They were a young woman and a man in ordinary clothes. The man was in a wheelchair. The woman was pushing the wheelchair from behind. The two were exiting the entrance exit of the ruins. The man was none other than Taylor, the eldest son of the Marquis Stan family, and the woman beside him was a priestess named Cage. Cale had only intended to see the place with the stone towers, but he hadn't expected to meet these two here. All he knew about them was their physical description. Cale began to observe quietly. The reason Taylor and Cage came here was because Cage wanted to confirm whether what she had heard was nonsense or not. All night she had dreamt. A god told them that a future benefactor would appear here and they should quickly go to the stone tower area. Even the god didn't know what that person would do later. Taylor wondered if there could be someone even a god couldn't predict. Cage didn't know either, but she didn't believe in gods, so she always thought half of the god's words were nonsense. Taylor advised Cage to watch her mouth. Meanwhile, she had to be careful that hearing the god's words was a secret. Hearing that, Cage became even angrier. There aren't even any temples in Puzzle. What are you talking about? The gods aren't feeding us either. Besides, can we believe that people of authority like us would have a benefactor? The mention of food made them hungry. Let's go eat. Indeed, one gains strength by eating. After discussing the menu they returned, laughing cheerfully. It was clear that their relationship was very close. Now Cale remembered their faces. Since they didn't know Cale's face, he just had to be careful not to encounter them later. Just then, Han quietly approached and whispered, "I just saw the eldest son of the Marquis Stan family, young master." Cale was truly surprised. How did he know? Han smiled and pointed to himself, saying, "Information about noble offspring is deeply ingrained in my memory. He was in a wheelchair and that wheelchair had the Marquis family crest, so I recognized him instantly." Cale praised Han. He had thought he would be useless, but surprisingly he was quick-witted. Han shrugged his shoulders, finished his report with a bright expression, and asked what their next move was. After a moment of thought, Cale replied firmly, "Ignore them." Having said that, they re-entered the stone tower area. He had imagined the stone towers would be piled up like mountains, but the stone towers here were of various shapes and looked more ordinary than he expected. Contrary to his expectations of ancient architecture, it was all too mundane. Even the cats were disappointed. However, one person was unexpectedly acting seriously. Choi Han bowed his head and, like the people around him, was praying for something. He seemed to be praying to return to his hometown quickly. Choi Han was completely different from Kim Rok-soo, who was now in Cale's body. Choi Han was a person born and raised in a happy family. Unlike Cale, Kim Rok-soo, being raised in a happy family greatly influenced Choi Han's gentle personality. Thanks to this, he was able to survive even the most desperate situations and maintain his purity to the very end. Having finished everything, Choi Han looked back at Cale. There was one thing he wanted to ask and one thing to report. Cale felt an ominous premonition and decided to hear the question first. Choi Han's question was whether Cale didn't pray. Cale replied, "I don't do prayers that make me expect things. It's more comfortable to live without expectations or waiting. It's like gambling. If you bet 100 won and win 500 won, you're naturally happy. But if you aim for a jackpot and only win 500 won, you'll definitely be disappointed." What Choi Han wanted to report was that the dragon had followed them into the city. Cale instructed Choi Han to pretend not to know. Cale looked around, but there was no sign of the dragon. So he ordered everyone to return to the inn, unaware that from the very spot he had just looked at, the dragon, using stealth magic, had been watching them from a distance. Next, Cale went to the grave of the person who had lived to be 150 years old. To deter the cats and others from following him, he designated one person they couldn't object to. "I'll only take Choi Han, the strongest Choi Han." Since he was accompanying as an escort, Vice Butler Han didn't say anything further. Thus Cale took Choi Han and went outside. Today they would go to the mountain where that tomb was located. Choi Han's task was to wait at the mountain entrance to ensure no one disturbed Cale while he was acting. Choi Han received the order without asking further questions. Cale liked this characteristic of Choi Han the most. He never questioned what Cale was doing but simply followed. After walking for a while, Choi Han spoke to Cale. Now Choi Han had only one day left. Before leaving, there was one thing bothering him, John, because Choi Han felt that old man was a dangerous person. Cale was quite flustered by this direct statement that came out without any warning. Should he pretend not to know or pretend to know? He decided on an answer. Cale had not anticipated such a question but reacted calmly. "Really?" Choi Han asked loudly, seemingly surprised by Cale's reaction. Why aren't you surprised? That person smells of blood. He's a dangerous individual, stained with the blood of countless people. Knowing that, how can you keep John by your side? If Cale had known John's true strength, he would have taken John with him when rescuing the dragon. But he didn't. This implied two possibilities. One was that Cale didn't know John's power, and the other was that he didn't trust him. But there was no way he wouldn't trust someone who had been by his side for 18 years. So Choi Han assumed that Cale didn't know John's true power. He believed that Cale and others were unaware of this fact, so he decided to tell the truth to warn Cale. Cale decided to pretend not to know John's power. After all, he had planned to send John with Choi Han to the capital. He asked Choi Han in return, "If you think John is a dangerous person, why do you leave him alone?" Choi Han fell silent. Cale continued, "Yes, because John hasn't done anything to you. John has been my butler for 18 years, and as a butler John has served the Henituse family very well and devotedly." To Cale, Choi Han and John were the same. Because both were strong individuals, Butler John was just a butler. There wasn't much time left. Cale had Choi Han stand guard while he went up the mountain. Just as Cale left, John quietly leaped down from a tree. He looked at Choi Han, scoffed and said, "I changed the young master's diapers and raised him." That was an undeniable truth. John tried to follow Cale, but Choi Han blocked him. Cale had said that no one should follow him. "Understood, you little brat." John turned his back on the mountain and walked away without any lingering regret. He had only come to see because it was unusual for Cale to leave the cat tribe children behind and only take Choi Han. He shouldn't have come. They say the older one gets, the stranger one becomes. How terrible that strangeness was. Meanwhile, Cale had arrived at the cave, but the entrance was quite small. He looked at his clothes. The clothes he was wearing today didn't seem to fit the scenery. Cale crawled into the cave. Unlike the small entrance, the interior was very spacious, and at the same time a terrifying tornado made of fierce winds filled his vision. The wind roared as if to swallow everything. It was so strong that the cave walls seemed like they could collapse at any moment. Cale wondered if he would also hear these sounds if he acquired the sound of the wind ability. Considering the situation before him in the original story, Cale was certain that Taylor wouldn't have been able to obtain that power without Cage's help. Returning to reality, Cale looked at the spacious chamber and the passage he had just entered. If he tried to enter that chamber, he would be pushed back by the wind. Not just pushed back, but swept away by the wind and thrown against the walls, causing serious injury. Now was the time to fight against time. He didn't hesitate and stepped into the massive whirlwind. Just then, "No, you'll get hurt. You can't do it." Suddenly, a shield appeared before the dragon, enveloping Cale's entire body, and in addition massive wings emerged on both sides wrapping around him. It could be called mystical. Brilliant silver wings embraced Cale. The shield blocked all the wind and the silver wings on either side of the shield spun, protecting him safely. Cale looked back. The dragon was staring blankly, its eyes wide. Then the dragon began to make excuses. Its voice pierced through the mighty wind and reached his ears. "I was just passing by." In the end, the dragon had also followed him, but now was not the time to worry about the dragon. The wind here had a cycle of strengthening and weakening every 3 hours. Now was the period when the wind was weak. He had to enter quickly before the wind grew strong again. He once again unfurled the power of the Indestructible Shield and plunged into the whirlwind. The dragon was flustered. He was clearly just a weak human, so what on earth was that power? Cale took difficult steps and went inside. Even though the wind had weakened, it grew stronger towards the center. However, in any case, this level of difficulty would only push the shield back. It wouldn't break. This was also part of Cale's calculations. So from the beginning, he had reduced the shield's durability and increased its size. Each time he was pushed back, he intended to decrease the shield's size to increase its defensive power. The shield worked better than he had expected. As he almost reached the halfway point, a voice was heard. "I regret it so much. I regret it so much." It was the tearful voice of an old man. He kept repeating those words, and Cale felt annoyed, like with the old woman from the man-eating tree. However, what he said soon captured Cale's attention. "You possess a familiar ability. I hope you don't acquire this power." One who possesses a familiar ability. Was he referring to the power of the Indestructible Shield that Cale possessed? At the same time, the wind grew stronger, beginning to ravage the cave. Currently, the force of the wind was pushing the shield back. Cale continued to move forward, and the ancient old man's spirit kept whispering in his ear. He blamed himself for being the only one who survived to die of old age. He built stone towers, hoping people would live forever. But it didn't come true. That's why his stone tower could never be completed. The power of recovery is too meaningless. It can only protect myself. I can't help anyone. I'm useless. He ignored these tearful lamentations. For him, the ability to protect himself was paramount. What if he was useless? Surviving was all that mattered. He focused on the stone tower in the middle of the whirlwind and approached it until he was 5 steps away. With each step Cale took, the wind grew stronger as if it could tear him apart at any moment. The old man continued to lament. "Even if the wind slices through my flesh like a blade, I cannot die. This is the curse of regeneration. No matter how fiercely my heart beats, I cannot run away. Because I fear death, I fear the pain of injury, and I fear the death that will follow that pain." 1 step, 2 steps, 5 steps. As he took his 5th step, the wind stopped and he entered the eye of the storm. It was quiet here, and he could hear the sound of the harsh wind around him. Along with the wind, he also heard the old man's resentful voice. "I chose to abandon faith and live." After those words, the old man said nothing more. What were faith or rules anyway? Survival was the priority. He was truly a talkative and useless old man. Cale clicked his tongue and retracted the shield back to his heart. The silver light that enveloped him disappeared. He approached the half-built stone tower, which was just an ordinary stone tower. It was roughly built, the kind you might see on any mountain. However, the stones, like the man-eating tree, were all black. These ancient stones were different from other ordinary stones, just like this wind. He revealed his displeasure, took out gloves from his pocket and put them on. Cale picked up the scattered stones around him and completed the stone tower. Cale picked up the last black stone and carefully placed it on top of the tower at that moment. Black stones gradually turned white. Simultaneously, Cale stood up and looked around. The wind slowly subsided. He heard the dragon's blank voice, but he ignored it and waited for the wind to die down completely. He folded his arms and listened to the old man's voice. There was no other choice. I had intended to fight alongside them, but I didn't know that humans are inherently weak in the face of suffering. They were not servants of God. I realized that I had to endure the pain and be trampled alone. Those who lived deep in the forest and worshipped God fed me those tasteless things. I sincerely built the tower, hoping to turn back time, but the tower could not be completed. Perhaps God hated me, a selfish being who only thought of my own happiness and abandoned my companions and fled. Cale sighed. This old man was truly boring. Annoyed, Cale retorted. Humans are selfish. The old man's voice suddenly stopped. He thought that if the voice stopped like before, it was time to obtain the ancient power. But this time it was different. A sobbing voice echoed again. My sister also said that. My sister is a truly good person. She's the most trustworthy person of all. Sob, my sister, sob. Cale was almost driven crazy, but the old man cried for a long time and then expressed his gratitude. You possess a familiar ability. Your arrogant demeanor reminds me of my brother. I truly envy that attitude of yours. And finally, the words he had spoken to Taylor, the words Cale had been waiting for, echoed. Now break it. Only then can you transcend my limits. Cale sneered and kicked the stone tower without hesitation. The dragon, watching this, was startled and stared at Cale as if he were a strange fellow. But at the next sight, the dragon was horrified. The stone tower collapsed. A glowing orb appeared from beneath the tower. Cale felt a faint vibration from the cave floor beneath his feet. Then the orb rushed towards him and Cale reached out and caught it. At that moment, a light like an arrow shot towards his heart. That arrow pierced his heart, burned brightly, and then slowly disappeared. Cale took a deep breath. He could feel a new vitality within his body. This vitality would make the shield even more robust and allow him to recover several times faster than an ordinary person when injured. After retracting the shield, Cale immediately moved. His steps were directed towards the dragon, who was pretending to look elsewhere, feigning ignorance. In a curt voice he asked, as if tossing a stone, "Do you want to come with me?" The dragon, feigning shyness, refused to follow Cale. It said Cale was too weak and it would have to protect him, and that it hated humans. With those words, the dragon gradually became transparent. It had used transformation magic. Cale no longer needed to talk to it. The dragon said it wouldn't follow, but in reality it was still secretly trailing behind him. Its footprints in the grass behind him were proof. Cale shook his head. Another freeloader after all. That night, at a house on the outskirts of the city, the priestess was tearing her hair out and furiously smashing objects. It seemed God had sent Kay another message. After groaning for a long time, Kay suddenly stood up and headed for the back door of the house. She motioned to her attendant not to follow and pushed the wheelchair herself. She exited through the back door and upon reaching the fence saw something placed on it. A stone tower was piled on the fence. What God had said this time was true. Kay read the words written in chalk next to the stone tower. "Break it, if you want your wish to come true." Kay urged Taylor to break the stone tower. She felt that God hadn't talked nonsense this time. God even emphasized that breaking the stone tower would be a turning point in their lives. But God added that the choice was theirs, and if they wanted a comfortable life they shouldn't break the stone tower. A letter was placed beneath the stone tower, and it seemed the stone tower was built because of this letter. Only by breaking the stone tower could they retrieve the letter. Kay waited for her friend's answer, and Taylor smiled and said, "Break it." Kay immediately kicked the stone tower with her hand. The stones fell from the fence. Taylor watched the scene impassively. Don't break it if you want to live comfortably. He had never lived comfortably even once. And Taylor had no desire to live comfortably. He wanted to continue treating this leg and overturn the Marquis family that had abandoned him. Taylor, without hesitation, tore open the letter. Under the dim light, the first two lines of the letter were revealed. The Crown Prince possesses an ancient ability, one that is useless to him. It is an ability that can only be used once and can heal all injuries, even paralysis. And what he wants is to gain something that can keep the second and third princes in check. Taylor burst into laughter. This letter would certainly be a turning point in his life. Kay took the letter Taylor handed her and read the next part. Your legs cannot move, but your head, hands, eyes, mouth, everything is still alive. Second son of Marquis Stan. Taylor Stan, judge for yourself. The letter changed the way Taylor viewed the incident and revealed what his purpose in life was. He had to learn how to take care of himself just as he had when his legs were healthy. But he was lost in despair and blindly believed the unverified ancient document. Taylor gave up on finding that power, and entrusted all the work here to a servant while he and Kay hastily headed to the capital to attend the Imperial event. At another house, quite a distance away, the Cat Tribe siblings, after confirming their mission was complete, leisurely returned to the inn. Early the next morning, Choi Han prepared to embark on his journey to complete the mission Cale had given him. Besides Cale, Vice Commander John Big Croc Han and the cats came to bid him farewell. Seeing that Choi Han's luggage consisted only of his killer sword and a small bag, Cale took out a bag from his pocket and tossed it to Choi Han. Choi Han opened it and found magic items shrunk down and healing potions. After giving it to him, Cale said he could throw it away if he didn't like it and turned to go back to his room. The dragon not far away also bothered Choi Han by emitting mana at him. Choi Han, touched by the small gift from Cale, urged the dragon to earn its keep and work properly, and after promising to return early he bid farewell to everyone and left Puzzle City alone. After Choi Han left, Cale's group also boarded their carriage and left Puzzle City, heading for the capital. After a long day's journey they stopped to camp and Cale looked at the two cats who squirmed as they noticed his gaze. The cats were startled and shook their heads and Cale scoffed. He knew they had met the dragon. After Choi Han left, the dragon also followed him. This was the dragon's own wish, so it couldn't be stopped, but before one thing was resolved another began. A carriage stopped near Cale's campsite, and a man who looked like a knight dismounted from the coachman's seat and approached the vice commander who was scouting the area. He asked the vice commander if his party could set up a small spot here and pitch their tents to rest. He introduced himself as Tom, a knight of Marquis Stan's family. Damn it, Cale suppressed the swear word that was about to burst out and looked at the shabby carriage with no emblem. The carriage door opened and Taylor's face appeared. Seeing the Henituse Count family crest, "I apologize for intruding. I am Taylor Stan." Taylor had probably judged that the Henituse Count family's campsite would be strong enough to guarantee safety even at night and had asked for help, but Cale was not at all pleased with his judgment. In the end, Cale had to meet Marquis Stan's eldest son, Priestess K, and even the dragon who he presumed was currently hunting wild boars or deer. Cale couldn't help but frown. One person left and 3 more came. This annoyed Cale. Taylor sharply noticed Cale's displeased expression and, thinking his sudden request had inconvenienced him, said he would leave if Cale didn't want them to stay. Taylor knew about Cale Henituse, the good-for-nothing of the Henituse family. Even though the Henituse family was a neutral Count family, he thought they would find it troublesome to be involved with him. After his body became like this, everyone treated him that way. Cale's expression reminded Taylor of this fact once again. Then Cale spoke again. "What are you avoiding?" Cale quickly approached Taylor's carriage. "This isn't even my land, besides I don't do that to travelers." Having finished speaking, Cale greeted Taylor. Taylor also introduced Kay to Cale. Kay said cheerfully, "Young Master Cale, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am Priestess K. Have a comfortable night." "Have a comfortable night" was a greeting often used by those who served death to ordinary people. In front of Kay's typical exemplary priestess smile, Cale scoffed and said honestly, "I don't believe in gods." A slight strangeness appeared in Kay's eyes. It was as if she was wondering what crazy things he was saying in front of a priestess. Cale was very satisfied with that look. He hoped Kay would continue to think that way and consider him a good-for-nothing. "What an interesting person." "Wait," Cale replied indifferently, and looked around Taylor's carriage. It was too shabby for the eldest son of a Marquis family. 1 attendant knight, 1 coachman, and finally Taylor and Kay, since the Stan family wouldn't have supported the crippled Taylor as before and Taylor would have spent quite a lot of money arranging accommodation in Puzzle City. Cale guessed they must be very poor now. Anyway, since they were going to the capital because of them, he also had some responsibility, so Cale decided to help them. He instructed Han to prepare meals and tents for Taylor's group, assigned the vice commander to their guard duty, and didn't forget to tell the cats to pretend not to know them, just as they had pretended not to see the dragon. Before getting into the carriage, Cale confirmed what the vice commander had said to Taylor's knight. It was probably about the night watch. After confirming that everything was fine, Cale immediately got into the carriage. He began to think about the dragon. He had tried to save the dragon and cut off all ties, but since the dragon kept following him to repay him, he thought he might as well use it. The dragon was a creature with excellent mana-sensing abilities, unmatched even by a genius like Rosalind. He was already thinking of ways to utilize the dragon. The next morning, as soon as he woke up and stepped outside, Cale felt a different atmosphere than usual. The Stan family was talking very seriously with the vice commander. Just as Han came to greet him, Cale asked him to update him on any strange things happening with the Stan family. Taylor seemed to have mistaken the wild boar the dragon had hunted for them as an assassin's work who had been tracking them. Kay also couldn't hide her surprise that they had left secretly, and yet this had happened. Furthermore, she thought the person who did this must be a terrifying individual, as even she hadn't noticed anything. Cale understood the situation. Being able to catch such a huge wild boar so easily showed how powerful the person was, and the sword shape drawn next to it also implied that. While Taylor was bewildered and confused, Cale called Big Croc and ordered him to butcher the wild boar and prepare breakfast as usual. Taylor looked at Cale's words with a puzzled expression, and Cale explained that they had a rather timid food carrier in their group who was not what he seemed and that Taylor would certainly not meet him. Only then did Taylor and Kay breathe a sigh of relief after the misunderstanding was cleared. Taylor said he wanted to follow Cale's group all the way to the capital. He planned to leave the group on his own when they got close to the capital. This was to prevent Venian and the Marquis from knowing that they were traveling together. Cale readily agreed. He knew they would never find out that he was the one who had written the letter, and if things went well, they would become useful people to him later. In fact, everything he was doing had the purpose of using them in the future. As he was about to leave, Kay followed him and asked him a very strange question privately. "Do you really not believe in gods?" Cale replied. "Yes." Kay didn't ask any more questions and returned to Taylor. The reason she asked that was because of a strange feeling. It was an unpleasant and suffocating feeling, like the Grim Reaper stroking the back of her head with a sympathetic gaze. After that, Cale's journey proceeded without any particular incidents. One day before arriving at the capital, Taylor and Kay came to Cale and drank alcohol with him. According to the rumors Taylor had heard, Cale Henituse was a drunkard, a person who couldn't live a day without alcohol. But from observing him during their journey together, he was completely different from the rumors. He was always in the carriage for them, giving them the most meticulous attention possible. All his servants and subordinates also followed him extremely obediently. Moreover, he treated them like ordinary people. Cale knew they hadn't just come to drink, so he asked them directly what they wanted without hesitation. At this point, Taylor was convinced that this person was not a good-for-nothing but rather smarter than he had thought, but Taylor had to probe a little more. So he asked Cale, "Young Master Cale, what kind of person do you think I am?" At that question, Cale stared at Taylor for a long time, then placed a money pouch on the table. Cale's calm voice echoed in the room. "I don't really know why you're going to the capital at such a conspicuous time, but people like you who are about to enter the tiger's den come to me for only one reason. The Henituse family is rich. What you want is money, isn't it?" What Cale said aligned exactly with their thoughts, leaving them no choice but to be impressed. Cale continued his analysis. "I figured everyone would be short on money. To live comfortably in the capital, you'd naturally need funds, right? It doesn't seem to be your plan, but if you're traveling with a golden turtle, isn't it worth trying to reach out?" Taylor couldn't refute Cale's words. As Cale had said, Cale Henituse didn't avoid him. For him, the abandoned eldest son, it was beneficial to try and get money. Even if he was rejected, Cale wouldn't tell Venian that Taylor had asked for help. This was because Kay seemed to be someone who disliked complications, a hidden talent. Taylor was moved by Cale and expressed his gratitude. "If you're going to help properly." Cale knew they intended to enter the capital through the temple, but he also knew that doing so would reach Venian's or the Marquise's ears within 3 days, as some of the temple's envoys were involved in politics. So Cale thought the best way was for them to use his carriage and travel one more day with the Henituse family's convoy, and the other companions would arrive in the capital the next day. Cale gave them the money he had just offered in advance. In addition, he gave them a magic item that could conceal living beings within a certain range. Taylor truly couldn't understand why Cale was being so kind to him. Naturally, Cale had a purpose in helping them. This was a situation he had orchestrated himself, and if Taylor became the head of the Stan family, there would be no troublesome entanglements with that family later on. That would also guarantee the safety of the Henituse territory, and his comfortable life would be secured. But saying that would be tantamount to admitting he was a tactical genius, a genius strategist. So Cale excused himself by saying he was helping Taylor out of sympathy. He wanted to know what someone who was fleeing with a crippled leg was thinking. It was pathetic to see the Marquise's eldest son working so hard that it evoked pity even from the Count's family's trash. Taylor smiled silently. He touched his knees with both hands. There was no sensation in his knees. His eyes, nose, mouth, hands, everything of Taylor's was still alive. Taylor smiled brightly and sincerely thanked Cale. In return, Cale made one condition. They were to forget everything, that they had received help but no longer wished to be involved. This was something Taylor had already anticipated. Kay said, "That's why she's here. Young Master Taylor and I swear not to reveal anything. You know that breaking an oath with the Reaper leads to death, don't you?" Cale smiled at Kay's words. "I know, please make your vow." Kay began the oath ritual. She closed her eyes, clasped her hands, and a strange black smoke like a thread wrapped around the 3 of them from Cale's fingertips. She began to murmur, "I, Kay, daughter of eternal darkness, and Taylor Stan, in the name of darkness, in the name of death, we swear. Should we break this oath, we shall be eternally plunged into darkness. Everything that exists here, Kay Taylor Stan will keep secret. We shall not speak of it to anyone nor reveal it to anyone save Cale Henituse." Cale could feel a strange energy swirling in his hand. It was very similar to ancient power. Kay explained that what he was feeling now was the power of the oath. If Taylor and Kay broke their oath, Cale as a witness would be notified of their deaths. Cale accepted Kay's explanation. After that, the 3 of them drank a vow-sealing wine on a moonless night. Their bond deepened more than the moonlight. The next day, Taylor and Kate sat in Cale's carriage, continuing their journey to the capital. They would arrive in 2 hours. Kate, still feeling nauseous after enjoying herself last night, seemed oblivious to the world. Taylor was wide awake. He even spoke to Cale first. His purpose was not mere small talk but to repay him by offering important information. This Imperial event commemorated the 50th birthday of the king. The event proceeded as scheduled, but it was the Crown Prince's decision to invite all noble offspring. However, the Crown Prince was no simple man. He certainly had some ulterior motive, and Cale needed to be careful. Through the novel, Cale knew that the Crown Prince was cunning and skilled at manipulating people. He would praise them, elevate them to the sky, and then use them. Of course, he would use them in a way that the other party wouldn't realize they were being exploited. A prime example was Choi Han, known as the Crown Prince's close friend. He was revered as the hero Choi Han. Choi Han held the Crown Prince in high regard, seeing him as someone who treated him passionately and kindly and considered a commoner like himself a close friend. Although he used people, the Crown Prince used them in a righteous way, not for his own power or gain but for the kingdom, for the people, and for a broader cause. The Crown Prince's method was to sweet-talk people and then ask for help. A kind person like Choi Han couldn't refuse such a request. Cale decided to fight fire with fire to solve the problem. he would also become as cunning as the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince would avoid meeting his kind. Cale only needed to act like him, praise people, and cunningly exploit them. Now the problem he was contemplating was the Plaza terror incident. He was probably the only one who knew about that incident and the mysterious organization. Knowing led to responsibility and a vague sense of unease. Of course, responsibility and unease were somewhat related. He resolved to stop it, but if anything arose that would harm or inconvenience him, he would immediately back out. Cale slightly pulled back the curtain and looked outside. He was quite impressed by the architecture here. The massive city walls surrounding the capital. Sculptures were erected on each pillar of the walls. This was because it was the kingdom of stone. Taylor began to tell a myth he had stumbled upon while researching ancient texts. It was a story about the guardian deity of this kingdom in ancient times, before it even existed. No matter what attacks it faced, the guardian deity always protected everything. And when darkness covered the continent, that god rose to stop them. The guardian deity was shattered but stood firm like stone. Thus it protected the people and the land surrounded by stone. Taylor particularly liked this myth because such a person could not exist in the world. In the blink of an eye they were ready to pass through the castle gate guarded by knights. Cale threw Taylor and Kay a magic necklace that could conceal their bodies, and he himself got out of the carriage and did what he did best, imitate the Count family's trashy drunkard. Thanks to Cale's superb acting and the concealment effect of the necklace, Kay and Taylor safely passed through the checkpoint without being detected by anyone. Their carriage continued towards the west of the capital, where the nobles' mansions were gathered. There, Cale parted ways with Taylor and Kay, entrusting all remaining matters to John. Before saying goodbye, Cale didn't forget to tell them to forget his involvement. As they left, Cale looked back at the Henituse Count's mansion. This was a house with nothing but money, so the mansion naturally had to live up to that standard. It wasn't grand or flashy, but it looked far more luxurious than other nobles' mansions. The guard opened the gate, and behind the gate, servants stood in 2 lines, welcoming Cale. "Young Master Cale Henituse, welcome to the capital." Their greeting was overly polite. They bowed so low their heads almost touched the ground and spoke loudly. "We will serve the young master with all our abilities." Cale didn't understand their behavior. He looked at Han, but Han pretended not to know. Cale finally spoke a few words. In short, he told them there was no need to be so polite next time, and if they showed confidence there would be rewards. Furthermore, he told them to ask Han if anything happened later. As soon as he finished speaking, Cale left and the servants breathed a sigh of relief. They were wary of Cale due to his infamous reputation in his hometown, but his demeanor today changed their perception of him. Upon arriving in his room, Han handed Cale an invitation from the Northeast Noble Alliance, along with a list of noble offspring who had come to the capital. Setting that aside, Cale asked about John's situation. After confirming he was fine, he told Han to rest for a while, but not before bringing a tray of food to his room. Once everything was settled, Cale opened the glass door to the balcony. He called his pet dragon and had a meal. Since he would need him for many things later, he decided to tame him with food first. Thus the dragon and the 2 cats enjoyed their delicious meal. Cale inwardly thought how wonderful it would be if this comfortable and peaceful life could continue forever. However, life was a sea of suffering. No sooner had he thought it than the universe sent a signal. A knock sounded, and a sense of unease washed over him. Could it be Choi Han? Even moving at insane speed, he couldn't have arrived in the capital 3 days early. Could he have endured a difficult journey to bring the injured Locke? Although he had given him a healing potion, it was useless for the god-forsaken wolf tribe. Moreover, Rosalind was a very cautious person, so she hid her magical abilities and couldn't suddenly use high-level magic to teleport them to the capital. Most importantly, Cale had instructed Choi Han to stay at a specific inn upon arriving in the capital. While thinking, Cale opened the door and indeed, Choi Han was standing before him. Rosalind was beside him, and Locke, the Blue Wolf tribe member, was on his back. The Wolf King's successor, the boy, was in quite a serious condition. He was currently suffering from a fever, on the verge of his first berserk transformation. It was originally supposed to happen a year later, and Cale couldn't understand why this was happening now. Without time to think, Cale quickly told Han to bring water. Choi Han laid Locke on the bed and Cale secretly observed. This berserk transformation seemed unavoidable now. Cale spoke to the boy who was struggling to look at him. "Don't struggle, just close your eyes." For some reason Locke obeyed his words. He slowly closed his eyes and the image of his uncle flashed in his mind. "It'll be all right," his uncle had said that. Locke's condition worried Choi Han. He had no idea why Locke was like this. Choi Han tried using the healing potion Cale had given him, but it had no effect. According to Rosalind, the Blue Wolf tribe couldn't use this potion, and healing magic also had no effect, leaving both of them at a loss. In front of the panicking Choi Han, Cale calmly reassured him and at the same time told him to leave Locke to him. In the original novel at this point, Choi Han had only just begun to open up to Locke, not fully as he was now. Cale was not foolish enough not to know that Choi Han's slightly altered state was partly due to him. After confirming Choi Han had calmed down, Cale turned his gaze to Rosalind. Rosalind was the first heir to the throne of the Brek Kingdom. However, as a magical genius, she was preparing to abandon that position. Her bright red hair was compared to red roses. But if one were to describe her personality, the sun would be a more fitting comparison than a rose. Rosalind looked at a corner of the room with trembling eyes. To be precise, she was looking at where the dragon was sitting using stealth magic. She felt an immense flow of mana there. Cale sighed. Dragons naturally like mages very much. It seems to be sending mana to you, Cale gently said, glancing at where the dragon was sitting. Stay put. At that moment, Rosalind took a deep breath and quickly regained her composure. The dragon seemed to have withdrawn its mana. She was utterly surprised and was about to speak when Cale redirected Rosalind's attention to Locke. Cale looked at the small staff in her hand. It seemed they had arrived in the capital early because Rosalind had used teleportation magic. Contrary to Cale's expectations, Rosalind revealed her magical abilities. As a mage, Rosalind knew a little about the wolf tribe's berserk transformation, but she had never seen a case this painful. It was his first berserk transformation, Cale explained. When undergoing their first transformation, wolf tribe members often experience physical pain and lose their reason. Once they overcome this first transformation, they can use that ability as their weapon. The time for his rampage was approaching. Cale instructed Han to bring a stretcher to move Locke to the training ground. At the same time, he warned that no one should enter. He asked Rosalind and Choi Han to fight together with Locke later. Originally, when beastkin like tiger, bear, and wolf tribes undergo their first berserk transformation, their parents or siblings handle it. They endure all the rampaging child's attacks and protect the child from getting hurt. That's how they protect the child. But Locke currently had no relatives, so he could only rely on Choi Han and Rosalind. As a pure-blooded member, Locke's berserk transformation would last for about 2 hours. Choi Han and Rosalind agreed. They walked to the center of the training ground. At this moment, Locke began to convulse and his body started to change, signaling the imminent berserk transformation. His teeth grew long and sharp, and with a roar, Locke slowly stood up on his own. With each roar, Locke's body grew larger, muscles bulging, and his eyes turned red, proving he had lost his reason. To prevent Cale from flying away, the dragon created a protective mana shield and at Cale's request also created another shield to block out noise. Thus Cale and the cats could watch the fight undisturbed. The dragon wondered why Cale wasn't using his ancient power, but Cale told him not to worry too much as he had his own plan. Looking at the shield before him, the dragon's magic seemed to have grown stronger. He resolved to utilize it to its fullest later. As for the sisters An and Hong as beastkin, berserk transformation was an inevitable future for them as well. The problem was that they had been abandoned by the cat tribe and had learned nothing about it. As they were also considered purebloods, their berserk transformation would undoubtedly be very terrifying later. To avoid unnecessary ideology, Cale instructed the two sisters to come to him immediately if they felt a fever or sudden pain, and they were deeply touched. The novel's plot had changed. Locke was originally supposed to experience his first berserk transformation a year later due to the death of Hu Pendrick. Seeing Hu die before his eyes, Locke was reminded of the death of his tribal chief and uncle. Thus he went berserk, killing all enemies in sight. Back to reality. In the training ground, Locke attacked frantically. On the other side, Choi Han and Rosalind tried to restore Locke's reason but failed, so Rosalind used magic and Choi Han used aura to defend, trying not to hurt him. Taking this opportunity, Cale instructed the cats to focus on Locke's movements. The dragon learned by watching Choi Han and Rosalind use magic and mana. Since the cat tribe was a small race, they couldn't contend with larger races like the wolf tribe or bear tribe in terms of strength. So if they understood the movements of such races, they could avoid attacks and even find opportunities to kill enemies. As for the dragon, although it possessed immense power, it was only skilled in offense, so it needed to learn how Rosalind used magic to protect others. For 2 hours, Choi Han and Rosalind gradually grew tired. However, the wolf tribe boy lost the most strength and eventually returned to normal. He apologized to his older sister and fainted. The berserk transformation was over. Choi Han carefully laid Locke on the stretcher and thought Rosalind might have been hurt during the fight. Cale threw her a magic healing potion, then took Choi Han and left the training ground. The two returned to the previous room and sat facing Cale. Choi Han began to report what had happened. He had gone to the city Cale had instructed. There, Choi Han found a merchant group heading to the capital. As Cale had said, it was more of a small group of 5 people. They said a dancer was injured and they needed 2 escorts. According to the novel, these 2 replacement escorts were Rosalind and Choi Han. Indeed, Rosalind was among them. Choi Han recognized her thanks to Cale's description. The northwestern border of the Henituse territory was adjacent to the Brek Kingdom. Rosalind was heading to the Magic Tower in the Whipper Kingdom, located beneath the Roan Kingdom, when she encountered assassins in the Roan Kingdom. Despite concealing her magical abilities, she managed to escape a dangerous situation with only half her mana. Unable to identify the culprit, she went to the capital of the Roan Kingdom to gather information. Knowing that Rosalind was also headed to the capital, Choi Han decided to befriend her to repay Cale for the meal. This was another deviation from the original story, where Choi Han and Rosalind were not close until they met Locke. It was highly unlikely that the highly cautious Rosalind would initiate friendship, and Choi Han was also not that type of person after the Harris Village incident. To return to the main point, the merchant group was staying in a village at the foot of the mountain, which was near the place Cale had told Choi Han he would meet Locke. In this village, Choi Han discovered that the merchant group's escort warrior was a beastkin, and he learned that the group would trade with the mountain village, and this foothill village was merely a trading point. Choi Han thought he could find Locke by following the people from the mountain village, but they never came to the trading spot. Remembering Cale's words, Choi Han went up the mountain with Rosalind and the escort warrior to check the situation, and when they arrived, a scene of a burning village unfolded before their eyes. From this point, several changes occurred in the story. First, instead of the mysterious organization's fleeing assassins, they met official agents of this organization. Second, the mysterious organization tried to abduct all the Wolf Tribe children instead of killing them. Third, Locke should have remained hidden even when the children died, but this time he stepped forward to protect them from the kidnappers. The Wolf Tribe's nature is that they cannot stand by and watch the death of family or friends. What on earth made Locke reveal such a trait? How much more would the story change? They were wearing black clothes without any special emblem. To save the children, Choi Han killed them. During the engagement, Choi Han realized through the sword techniques they used that they were the same group that had attacked Harris Village. Hearing this, Cale sighed and cradled his head in one hand. He feigned a surprised expression, as if hearing it for the first time. Of course it was an act. At this moment, Choi Han recounted one important thing he had seen. One of them was wearing black clothes with an emblem, a red star in the center surrounded by white stars on the chest. He was the one who had killed the escort warrior and drunk the Wolf Tribe's blood. A blood-drinking mage. This rampaging official agent was the high-ranking mage who had orchestrated the Capital Terror incident. However, instead of appearing for the first time in the Capital Terror incident, he now appeared in the Wolf Tribe village. What was his purpose in trying to abduct the children? The only variable Cale could think of was that he had rescued the dragon. In the end, Choi Han could neither capture nor kill them. Those captured immediately committed suicide, and the remaining ones, along with the person with 6 stars, disappeared using teleportation magic. That mage said this. Choi Han tried to suppress his emotions and speak indifferently, but his voice was ultimately filled with rage. What a pity, such good seeds and children's blood is even tastier. Cale still didn't understand what seeds meant, so he put that question aside for now and asked about the children. Rosalind used magic to rescue the children and took them to an inn. At the same time, she also took all the merchants who had accompanied them that day. Cale's mind was as complicated as a leaf fluttering in the wind. The original story seemed to be a mess now. He realized that Choi Han was curious about who they were, why they had committed such acts and why he knew about them. If Cale merely explained, Choi Han definitely wouldn't believe him. There was only one way. He would go to the temple of the god of death and swear on his life to tell the truth. Upon arriving at the temple, 2 priests were waiting outside, and Cale asked them to prepare a room for a death-defying oath. At this, Choi Han began to worry. He hadn't expected Cale to go to such lengths. Choi Han advised Cale to go back, but he didn't listen. He had to do that to make Choi Han trust him. Only then could he free himself from their relationship. Later, a priest led them to the death chamber underground. While the priest was preparing, Cale preemptively told Choi Han one fact. He did not know the mysterious organization's purpose or identity. Choi Han didn't understand what Cale was saying. Just then, the priest's voice was heard. "He who will swear on death, come here and show your hand to the priest." Cale and Choi Han went inside and prepared for the ritual. Choi Han followed Cale past a white door and into the death chamber. The room was entirely white. From the furniture to the wallpaper, everything was white. There only one deaf priest was seated. Cale bowed his head without a word, greeted the priest and extended his hand. The priest nodded and then pointed to 2 sheets of paper on the table, one after another. Cale and Choi Han took them and read. "He who swears on death shall make an oath to the god of death," clasping hands with his companion and read the oath aloud. "If he who swears on death breaks the oath, he shall die." It was truly a barbaric document. After they finished reading, the deaf priest began the death oath ritual. The priest lightly extended both hands as if catching something, and black smoke swirled around the priest, briefly enveloping Choi Han and Cale, and gradually gathered into a single thread. Both Choi Han and Cale simultaneously felt the power of a god enveloping their bodies. Cale knew that if he broke the oath he would die, and Choi Han must have felt the same. After reading the oath, Cale told Choi Han the truth. First, Cale Henituse does not know the identity of the mysterious organization. Second, Cale also despises this organization and wishes to eliminate it. Choi Han wondered how Cale could despise them without even knowing them. Cale explained that it was because he knew about some of their actions. The dragon incident and the matter with Locke were examples. He did not want to inherit the family, and wished for his younger brother Basin to do so. He could have refused this visit to the capital, but he didn't. This was because he knew what the mysterious organization intended to do. They would kill many people in the capital. So he wanted to prevent his brother from coming here and stop their actions. He planned to resolve everything as smoothly as possible and return home. However, how he knew all this could not be told to Choi Han at this moment. The last truth Cale wanted to tell was that he had no intention of harming Choi Han whatsoever. Hearing this, Choi Han fell silent, clenching his fists and waiting for the outcome. Cale was still alive, meaning he hadn't lied. At this point, Choi Han trusted Cale. However, Choi Han demanded another oath from Cale. If Cale knew anything about the mysterious organization's identity, he had to tell him all the information. This was because Choi Han hated them and wanted to annihilate them all. Cale agreed, and after taking the second oath, they left. On the way back, Cale informed Choi Han that the blood-drinking mage was the mastermind behind the incident that would occur in the capital. Choi Han asked Cale if he could kill him if they met. Cale replied nonchalantly, "Why ask the obvious? Whether you kill him or not is up to you." Choi Han thought he would definitely kill him. That night, John visited Cale's room and requested 2 days of leave. Cale was as delighted as if he had won the lottery and immediately agreed. For John to bond with Choi Han, he had to return before the Capital Terror incident. and coincidentally 2 days was the perfect amount of time. The more Cale thought about it, the happier he became, and he gave John a sack of gold coins telling him to enjoy himself for 2 days. John recalled the time he had to live quietly in hiding with this trashy young master. Now he had to wake up, break free from that time and act again. Chaos was likely awaiting him. If they had crossed over to the western continent, it would be something even more terrible than chaos. John had originally intended to leave alone or with Big Croc without a word. However, his interest, stemming from his disdain for that damned fellow, was the problem. So he had requested 2 days of leave, wanting to see what this trashy young master would say. He was curious about that. That this trashy young master had learned what kind of person he was through Choi Han. John's face was still benevolent, but his eyes grew cold. "Young master, you have too much money. What if I run away?" Cale laughed and replied. "Did you think I wouldn't know your personality? If you intended to run away, you would have already disappeared quietly, not announced it like this. Your true self is well described in The Birth of a Hero novel." He hadn't said anything when leaving the Count's family, but when he had to temporarily leave Han's party, he stated the contract terms and left. John was satisfied with that answer. The time he had spent caring for Cale was longer than for his own children. So Cale probably understood the current John best. John no longer said anything, promised to accompany Cale to the Imperial Palace and left. The next morning Han came to serve Cale, taking John's place, and in his hand was a gift John had left for Cale, a cup of lemon tea. Cale didn't understand this habit of John's. Why did he keep making him drink this? Just then Choi Han arrived. He recalled John visiting him last night. John had come to ask Choi Han to protect Cale. Choi Han was curious where John was going, but John said it was none of his business and left. Seeing Choi Han, Cale asked about Locke's condition. The wolf tribe's recovery speed was very fast, so there was no need to worry about the boy's health now. The next thing he had to do was return the borrowed items to Biro, who had arrived in the capital. The location was the inn where the wolf tribe children and merchants were staying. Furthermore, today he was scheduled to attend the Northeast Noble Alliance meeting. And now he had to meet Rosalind. Rosalind was a keen person. So even though she hadn't directly contacted the dragon, she would have already realized that the mana energy she felt yesterday belonged to a dragon, because such a large amount of mana could only come from a dragon. Coincidentally, mealtime was approaching. Cale decided to meet Rosalind and instructed Han to prepare breakfast in his room and invite her. As Han left, Cale didn't forget to tell him to leave the balcony door open. This was so the dragon could come in at any time. The dragon always liked to sleep outside, especially on the branch closest to Cale's room window. While the servants were setting the table, Choi Han sat with Cale and talked. During that time, Choi Han and Rosalind took turns caring for Locke, and On and Han also helped. In fact, only Cale knew that they weren't just worrying about Locke, but were observing and learning the movements of other beastkin. While it's said that if you know yourself and your enemy, you won't be imperiled in 100 battles thanks to this, Locke also felt much more comfortable. Choi Han added that he hadn't told Rosalind that bringing them here was Cale's will. Choi Han presented a much more trustworthy image to Cale. It was probably due to last night's oath. However, there was something Choi Han didn't know. Words are cunning, and there are gaps between the listener and the speaker. The oath would only follow Cale's words and his understanding of them, because he was the party involved. Cale used this loophole to tell Choi Han that he would show him how to meet the blood-drinking mage again, but only after stopping the capital terror incident. As Choi Han was about to say more, Han announced Rosalind's arrival. So he followed Han out of the room. Cale knew why Rosalind had come to meet him. Without making her wait long, he invited the dragon to eat with them. As Rosalind sat down, her heart pounded. It felt as if she were sitting on a raft. As a mage, dining at the same table as a dragon was an immense honor. She couldn't help but be surprised to see a human and a dragon together. Cale thought inwardly that Rosalind was also a brave person. Other mages would have knelt before the dragon, begging for mana and magic to be passed down. The dragon's magic was something all mages on this continent yearned for. At this point, Rosalind began to state her main purpose for coming here: to get answers to 3 questions in her mind. The answer to the first question, what the mana energy she felt yesterday was, she had already obtained. Cale answered the remaining 2 questions in order. First, regarding why she could stay at the Count's mansion. As a noble, Cale should have been afraid of getting entangled in troublesome affairs and danger, even if Rosalind was a mage. The reason was simple. She and Locke were the people Choi Han had brought. Second, regarding why a noble like Cale used polite language with her. It was simple. He knew the true identity of Rosalind the mage. She deserved to be called Princess Rosalind. If she was a princess, wasn't it natural for him to use polite language? Rosalind praised him. The merchant leader had called Cale trash, but in truth he was not. On the contrary, he was very quick-witted and intelligent. Through their conversation, Cale could tell that Rosalind was very skilled at communication. She hadn't forgotten to use polite language in her capacity as a mage, even while concealing her identity as a princess. Rosalind realized that she was a person strongly conscious of being a mage. Moreover, because she was adept, she knew that Cale's explanation of not fearing to help her was merely a lie. Someone living with a dragon might be known as trash, but in reality, that's not the case. If he wanted to, he could easily reveal the existence of the Breck Kingdom's princess. But Cale didn't do so. In fact, he didn't want to get involved in trouble. If the Crown Prince learned of this, he would never miss this opportunity. Rosalind thanked Cale for keeping it a secret and at the same time said that if the royal family learned of this, she would take all responsibility. Furthermore, she said that while staying at the Count's mansion, she would handle all her affairs herself so as not to cause him any further trouble. After finishing the conversation, it was time for Rosalind to admire her idol. She couldn't take her eyes off the dragon and was about to ask for a piece of food to share affection, but the dragon hugged its plate of sausages and glared at her threateningly. Cale placed more food on the dragon's plate. The black dragon gradually fell into the world of food. Rosalind quickly glanced at Cale. He subtly hid the dragon and raised 4 fingers. 4 years old, realizing the meaning, Rosalind smiled brightly and said, "Yes, of course, Lord Dragon." After finishing his meal, Cale immediately headed to the noble gathering. This made him quite troubled. The Northeast nobles only knew of Cale as the image of a good-for-nothing, and tales of Cale's arrogant incidents had spread across the entire continent. So now he had to think about how to properly play the role of the rumored good-for-nothing. How should he act like a good-for-nothing? While he was deep in thought, pondering scenarios, the carriage had already arrived at Count Wisman's mansion. The Wisman Count family was located at the entrance of the Northeast region, a common family, neither overly wealthy nor possessing outstanding military strength. From the Henituse Count's perspective, for the Henituse family, located in the outer regions, to befriend the Wisman family, located near the capital, was beneficial in many ways. According to Han, Cale had a rather close relationship with Eric Wisman, but Eric was a cautious and meticulous person. While Wisman's butler was guiding him, Cale focused 100 on how to act, but upon arrival he realized his efforts had been excessive. 3 nobles, with Eric Wisman at the forefront, spoke to Cale as if coaxing a child, but Cale understood their intentions. In the upcoming Imperial event, he didn't need to say anything. He just needed to attend and fill a spot. They would handle everything else. Eric was meticulous and cheerful, but one worrying aspect was that he worried too much. Nevertheless, he was not a timid person, but one full of contradictions. He continued to soothe Cale, saying, "Other nobles in the Northeast region might make you uncomfortable. Those who currently follow Marquis Stan or other dukes have nothing to show for themselves, but you just need to remain quiet. We will handle everything." What do you think? Cale knew what Eric was worried about. The Henituse family currently maintained a neutral position among 10 families belonging to no faction, and those who followed other great nobles wanted to offer the Northeast Noble Alliance to their masters. These 4 families had to occupy a central position. Therefore, the Henituse family, as the strongest neutral family, had to be even more cautious. "That sounds great." With these words, Cale gave a gentle smile, and Eric breathed a sigh of relief. Since things were already this way, Eric proposed to Cale that they go together to the upcoming Crown Prince's audience. Cale would only need to offer a simple greeting then. The rest they would handle. Cale chuckled inwardly. This was even better than he had expected. So he raised the wine glass in his hand, implicitly agreeing. Cale comfortably enjoyed his meal. He hadn't expected it to be enjoyable up to this point, but it surprisingly was. After the meeting with the Northeast nobles concluded successfully, Cale returned home and called for Choi Han. Upon hearing that the Wolf Tribe children had settled down at the inn, he began to entice Choi Han into assisting him with a secret task. First, he told Choi Han to inform Vice Butler Han that he no longer needed to stand by the door and that Cale himself was already in bed and ready to sleep. At the same time, he instructed Choi Han to enter through the balcony window later, just like last time. This time, instead of taking on and Hong, he would go with the dragon. Choi Han, looking alternately at the black dragon and himself, carefully asked Cale, "Are you going for revenge again this time?" "No, absolutely not." After answering, Cale dismissed Choi Han, telling him not to forget to bring a hooded cloak when he returned. Choi Han didn't ask further questions, extinguished all the lights and left the room, saying something to Han. Cale closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. Then the door closed. Han did not attempt to enter, and the dragon settled onto Cale's bed. One side of the bed dipped, and a worried voice like that of an old man rang out. "Don't fall asleep." Perhaps in the dragon's eyes, Cale looked like a 4-year-old child. He sighed and sat up. A moment later, Choi Han, wearing a hooded cloak, leapt into the room through the balcony. Cale put on the hood that Choi Han had brought. The cloak was definitely much better than just the hood. Choi Han turned to the black dragon and asked, "Are you planning to follow us in that form?" "I will use magic," the dragon replied. Choi Han, perplexed, asked, "I heard dragons can transform. Wouldn't it be easier to move if you transformed into a human form like now?" The black dragon snorted at Choi Han's words. "I hate humans, and I hate becoming a creature like a human. People say dragons are magnificent, but who said that?" Hearing Choi Han's question, the black dragon glanced at Cale, who indifferently said, "Dragons are magnificent." Hearing that, the dragon seemed satisfied and began to become transparent, flying upwards. The depressed part of the bed returned to its original state. Choi Han followed Cale towards the balcony. He began to worry about his life. Was he really going to have to carry Cale on his back down from the balcony? Cale scoffed and snorted at Choi Han's unknown question, then pointed a finger at the ceiling. Cale's body then gently lifted, rising from the floor, and his body gradually began to become transparent. Cale looked down at his body, slowly becoming transparent from his legs upwards, and said to the air, "The dragon truly has many talents." "That's right, I am the greatest," the black dragon replied. Only then did Choi Han understand how Cale was manipulating the dragon, and striking while the iron was hot, said, "The dragon is truly great." And so they quietly left the mansion. Choi Han stood in an alley not far from the mansion, confirmed that everything was clear, and then reported to Cale, With that, Cale's stealth magic and flight magic were deactivated. He floated in the air before gently descending to the ground. The dragon's magic seemed to be much stronger than expected. This must be related to the dragon's nature. Cale judged that this level of ability was superior to even that of a high-ranking mage. Therefore, once it became an adult, blowing up an entire kingdom would be a piece of cake. If he hadn't yet acquired the Sound of the Wind ability, he wouldn't even need to bring these two dangerous creatures along. The Sound of the Wind was the third ancient ability Cale intended to acquire. But to obtain this ability, he would have to go to Lady Amira's estate on the northeastern coast on his way back from the capital. He planned to go to that estate to acquire the Sound of the Wind ability. Being an ability on the coast, it was quite concerning due to the whale and merfolk tribes in the sea, but since he could acquire it discreetly, he wasn't overly worried. The whale and merfolk tribes only appeared in the latter half of Volume 4 during the war in the sea between the eastern and western continents. He just had to avoid the coast at that time. Cale covered his red hair with his hood, took out a map, and began to give directions. Choi Han and the Black Dragon, concealed beside Cale, left the western Whisper district of the capital and headed towards the center. Indeed, compared to other places, the capital's night was very vibrant. The lights of shops twinkled everywhere, and the pubs in particular were noisier than ever. The place they were going today was the Plaza of Glory. In the large circular plaza there were fountains on all sides. The kingdom's citizens gathered in small groups around the fountains. Cale asked the dragon to block out their voices and began to explain why he had brought the dragon and Choi Han here and what his plan was. There was something called a magic bomb. Various forms of magic bombs existed. The continent's history had seen countless magic wars, and magic bombs had also evolved as magic itself developed. However, there were many restrictions. The use of magic bombs was very complex, depending on various issues such as installation location and mana source. Therefore, mages preferred using magic over magic bombs in war. The reason Cale was mentioning magic bombs was that in 6 days, newly developed magic bombs would be used to incinerate the plaza and surrounding areas. Rosalind and Choi Han discovered 5 magic bombs in The Birth of a Hero. Cale did not believe that the locations of those bombs would be the same as in the novel. Since the plot had changed, the current situation could also change to some extent. So he devised a new plan, but he believed the terror incident would still occur as scheduled. This was because Cale was certain that the Mad Mage was in this country. He was the one who created the newly developed magic bombs. The important thing was that those bombs could be installed anywhere and even on someone's body. Of course they wouldn't know it was a bomb. They would think it was another item due to its appearance and wear or carry it around. Choi Han and the dragon's mission was to find those bombs based on mana density. Since magic bombs were simply lumps of mana, they only needed to find places with higher mana density than elsewhere. However, the amount of mana was not large enough to be easily noticed. It was only slightly higher than usual, making it difficult for even an excellent mage to find. They would absorb surrounding mana and then explode. This might be somewhat difficult for Choi Han, but not for the dragon. A black dragon with exceptional magical power would undoubtedly have the corresponding highest level of mana sensing ability. Therefore, finding those minute differences in mana quantity would be a piece of cake. Cale did not know the details of bombs being installed on bodies, but fixed bombs had to be installed at least 2 days before use, and one of them would definitely be installed in the plaza. This was because it was where the most people gathered. Now, Choi Han and the dragon had to search for those bombs every night, centering on the plaza. But they must never destroy them even if they found them. They would destroy them on the day the mysterious organization expected. The purpose was to lure the mage out. Any kind of magic bomb could only be activated by a mage. Those bombs were activated through tools crafted by the mage who made them. First, Choi Han and the dragon would find the fixed bombs. If they found more people who had installed bombs, they would have to secretly follow them to locate the concentrated mana densities, which would be bothersome and troublesome. That's why Cale left this task to the two of them. He couldn't offer any help, nor did he want to. So we just need to return 2 days before the incident, right? Choi Han asked. No, you need to sneak out the night before that. Choi Han asked Cale, surprised. Won't the security be even tighter then? At that moment, Cale, with a deep Boy Scout smile, showed Choi Han something he pulled from his pocket. It was the mana flow disruption orb they had used to rescue the dragon. On that day, there would be many mages present, so the orb's effect would be shortened to 10 minutes, but it would still be very helpful. All magic-related devices would stop and 10 minutes would be enough. This orb would disrupt the magic bombs for 10 minutes, allowing them to rescue the people with bombs installed on them, and the mysterious organization would definitely appear. At that point, the rest of the work could be left to Choi Han and the dragon. After delegating the task, Cale urged Choi Han and the dragon to carry out their mission. He pointed to a famous draft beer pub in the plaza and added, "I'll wait here, so investigate and return by 11 o'clock. Choi Han wondered why he wasn't coming along, but he soon realized Cale would only be a burden to what Choi Han and the dragon had to do. Because Cale was weak, Choi Han couldn't feel any mana flow or aura of a swordsman from Cale. He was merely an ordinary person, yet never ordinary. Choi Han bid Cale farewell and left with the dragon to carry out their mission. A few days later they had searched every possible place where bombs could be installed, but Choi Han and the dragon found nothing. 2 days later, Cale was still half asleep when a captivating voice from outside his door immediately woke him up. "Young master, have you risen?" The person who entered the room was none other than Elder John. Cale's sweet slumber vanished like a midsummer night's dream, and he had to return to reality. John handed Cale a letter. The letter bore the crest of the Praying Merchant Guild. He tore open the envelope and found a single sentence. "May I receive a drink from young master?" He instructed John to prepare the finest wine to welcome the guest. The illegitimate son of the Praying Merchant Guild's chairman would soon arrive in the capital, meaning the day to meet the Crown Prince at the Imperial Palace was imminent. John didn't forget to remind Cale to prepare for that day. Before the festival's opening ceremony, there would be a meeting between the noble offspring and the Crown Prince. It was an event that combined aspects of a banquet and a conference. Thinking of the Crown Prince and the Imperial Palace naturally brought other names to mind: the abandoned eldest son and the mad priestess. Recalling them, Cale suddenly felt a shiver down his spine. Because of that shiver, he decided not to think about those two anymore. His task was to quietly attend the event at the Imperial Palace. He would just sit there blankly, no matter who cursed him or what happened around him. While he was lost in thought, John was doing the same. He was thinking about the current situation, specifically how a group called ARM, which dominated the underworld of the Eastern continent, had begun to expand its influence into the Western continent. No one could predict the actions of those known as ARM, the Molan family, one of the 5 great families dominating the Eastern continent's night. John Molan, the heir to that family, feared ARM yet also hated them. He had stayed as a butler in Count Basin's mansion, avoiding any encounters with them, but it seemed it was time to leave now. He looked at Cale. His young master, whom he had raised himself, was admiring his own beauty and falling into narcissism. For the first time in his life, John showered Cale with compliments, striking while the iron was hot, which left Cale in mental shock. Elder John being so affectionate was unfamiliar to Cale. John then continued in a dignified, gentle and kind voice. Goosebumps broke out all over Cale's body, but John ignored him and went about his business. Just as he was about to leave, the cats returned. They immediately came up to Cale and said, "We can kill them if they're caught off guard. We found a way to kill the kitten beast kin, On and Hong." The 2 cats, appearing before Cale after a very long time, seemed very pleased that they had found a way to assassinate beastkin with similar strength to the wolf tribe. "You both worked hard," Cale said, and the 2 cats came up and rubbed their faces against his legs, showing affection. Just as that sticky atmosphere lingered, someone knocked on the door. On and Hong sniffed the scent of a wolf tribe member. Indeed, they were not mistaken. The person who entered was Locke. Locke sat on the sofa and secretly watched Cale. Seeing his shy, young and newly adult-like appearance, Cale lost patience and spoke first. He knew Locke had come here because he had something to say to him. Locke's eyes darted around as if trying to recall what he wanted to say, then he suddenly stood up and bowed his head. "Thank you, Your Highness," innocent and childlike. That was how Locke was described in the novel. It was written that his personality changed after his first berserk transformation, but this time he didn't seem to have changed at all. After expressing his gratitude, Locke continued to stammer, trying to say something, but words failed him. At that moment he heard a cold voice. "Speak, yes." Locke raised his head and looked at Cale. It was the first time he had looked Cale directly in the eye since entering the room. Cale looked at him and said, "Yes, that's how you should look when you talk." Cale then told him to pour out everything he wanted to say. "I'll listen." As if invigorated, Locke began to pour out his feelings. As the eldest brother, he had to take care of his younger siblings, and as a nephew and younger brother himself, he had to take revenge. Cale understood Locke's current feelings. Locke, as a wolf tribe member, still had many shortcomings, but he had to take care of and protect 10 young siblings. The Blue Wolf tribe cherished and loved him, a timid and foolish individual. He could not forget his family, friends, neighbors, and the wolf tribe who protected their families above all else. They were a proud race. Even knowing this, Cale refused to help Locke. He was already sufficiently entangled in problems because of the dragon and Choi Han lately. The black dragon made him worried, but Choi Han brought the problems. Cale didn't like helping Locke, but he knew the suffering of the 10 wolf tribe children who had lost their homes and parents because he had experienced it himself. Furthermore, he was somewhat involved in this situation. But he didn't want to take all the responsibility. He only intended to take responsibility for the part that would not harm him. Instead of helping, Cale proposed a deal. He told Locke to think about what Cale could do to help the children, and in return what Locke could do for him. He told him to come back after he had thought about it enough. Locke happily agreed and left. Cale looked at the magnificent palace in the capital. Even the Henituse family's castle or mansion couldn't compare to this palace. The Palace of Jubilation. That was the name of the palace, a small palace built by the king to celebrate the crown prince's birth. Although the current king loved the third prince, Cale planned to meet Eric, Ruford and Amira in front of the palace as planned and enter with them. However, instead of meeting them first, he met Neo Tones, the delinquent of the Tones Viscounty. Neo Tones was a typical group villain. He was supported by the Mad Venian, the second son of the Marquis Stan family. The village where the Black Dragon was imprisoned was in the territory of the Tones Viscounty. Originally, the Tones Viscounty and the Henituse County did not have a good relationship. They were only separated by one mountain, and the Henituse family was incredibly wealthy. But in the past they had been very close and got along well with the Henituse family. However, that was last year. After coming under the command of the Marquis Stan family, the Tones family became much more provocative. Cale sighed. Why did he have to meet Venyan's flunky here? Neo began to provoke Cale with offensive words. "What brings trash like young Master Cale to the palace?" Cale knew he was deliberately trying to provoke him. How could a viscount dare to say such words in front of a count? Should he leave these kinds of villains who didn't even know their place to Elder John? Cale merely looked down at Neo. Neo then showed an even brighter smile on his face. He thought that a delinquent like Cale was only outwardly flashy. For Neo, who had to obey Venian's stand in the capital, Cale was an easy target. "What, are you going to throw a wine bottle, or are you going to hit me? Go on, hit me." Magic items were forbidden in the Imperial Palace, so Cale couldn't possibly have brought a magic recording device. So he would definitely act even more violently. If Cale caused a disturbance here and created a conflict between a delinquent and a dignified noble, it would only benefit him, who intended to make the Henituse county look bad. Even the concealed dragon felt his ears itch. His attitude reminded him of that damned Venian. Upon realizing he was Venian's subordinate, the dragon wanted to blow him away immediately, but fortunately Cale stopped him. Just then, boom, the carriage door burst open and Eric Wisman descended. Ruford and Amira were also in the same carriage. Eric's eyes widened and he quickly approached. Cale gestured to Eric, pointing at Neo, telling him to handle it. Eric received the signal and immediately took action. "Young Master Neo, long time no see." Eric immediately stood between Neo and Cale, blocking them. The look of failure was clear on Neo's face. He thought he had found an easy target, but with Eric Wisman's appearance it was difficult to pick a fight anymore. Seeing their actions to protect Cale, Neo decided not to cause any more commotion. He looked at Cale, who stood with his arms crossed, silently looking down at him with contempt. Until just now, Cale hadn't said a single word to Neo. Even though he communicated only with his eyes and gestures, Neo was reminded of the look Venian had given him. He felt anger at that gaze. But because Venian was a high-ranking noble, he had to obey and praise him. Just as Cale was about to turn away, the Black Dragon reported that the recording magic was complete. Cale had asked the Black Dragon to record everything others said to him today. The Imperial Palace was a place very sensitive to magic. Cale had not intended to use the Black Dragon's magic, thinking it might be detected. However, the Black Dragon stated that such a level of magic detection wouldn't be an issue, and that it would limit the range to a small area around Cale to avoid detection. Cale inwardly vowed to make Neo cough up blood with this later and headed towards the palace entrance. Cale surveyed the large banquet hall. According to Eric and Amiru's explanation, the highest seat in the banquet hall belonged to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, and the tables below were arranged by district. Amiru was about to state the reason, but seeing Cale's expression, she corrected herself. "No need to explain the reason, right? Yes, I understand." Seeing Amiru nod with a strange expression, Cale headed towards the northeast section. In the banquet hall, 5 tables were arranged: northeast, northwest, southwest, southeast, and one in the center. The tables were arranged according to the power of the nobles from each region. The Crown Prince seemed to have put considerable thought into this. Quietly pitting nobles against each other was the Crown Prince's talent. However, he was a very strict person with himself. Opposite the 5 tables, the Crown Prince's table was placed 2 steps higher, and the tables of the second and third princes were placed 1 step lower. Every minor detail was considered. As expected, those who sat in high positions like the Crown Prince were not Cale's type. The northeast region nobles were seated closest to the door. They could freely voice their opinions, but no family spoke loudly. Cale patted Eric's shoulder and consoled him. "It's convenient being near the door. Besides, if you sit here, you don't have to bow to anyone." When Cale said this, the remaining 3 were very pleased. They took their seats. Before long, Venian appeared. He was followed by the sycophant Neo. A moment of silence fell around the table. Cale subtly lowered his hand under the table so others wouldn't notice. As expected, he felt the Black Dragon trembling in its invisible state. When the Black Dragon had wanted to follow him here, Cale had warned it about Venian's appearance in advance. The Black Dragon had also promised not to kill Venian today. Instead, Cale had promised to kill him most cruelly later. Although it hated Venian deeply, the Black Dragon remained in Cale's arms and did nothing. As expected, it was more rational than anticipated. If not, it would have incinerated this place and Cale would have died long ago. Cale's seat was right next to the Northwest Nobles table, so Venian certainly had to pass by here. Cale was thinking about how he could pretend not to know him when Venian approached first and greeted him. Fight fire with fire. After exchanging formal greetings with him, Cale brazenly provoked him, naturally bringing up the incident of the stolen valuables in the tones Viscount C. The people Cale disliked most in the world were talkative, oblivious, and inadvertently malicious. Cale intentionally played all 3 types. Venian quietly stared at Cale. After losing the Black Dragon, the Marquise's trust in him had plummeted. Based on the knight's testimonies, Venian was currently suspicious of the organization that had given them the Black Dragon. However, the fact that Cale's group had stayed nearby also prevented him from dismissing his suspicions. In truth, there were no rational grounds to suspect Cale, so he spoke to Cale to confirm again. But as Cale continued to blabber on with useless words, Venian felt there was no need for further confirmation. Venian maintained the dignified appearance of a noble, smiled gently, and bid Cale farewell. As he passed by Cale, he heard Cale's words to Neo. "The knight who came looking for us looked quite pale. Young Master Neo, you should have been prepared. How could all your valuables disappear at once? Cheer up, even if you can't get back what you lost, you still have to live." Needless to say, Cale succeeded in annoying Venian. Neo's eyes widened in fear. Venian walked straight ahead, only looking forward. Cale, after a brief glance at Venian, turned his back on Neo without hesitation. And of course he didn't forget a single word. Young Master Neo, cheer up. You're going to be eaten by Venian now. Starting with Venian's stand, the representatives of the other three great noble families also began to enter. Young Master Antonio Geyer of the Duke Geyer family, Princess Karini Asina of the Duke Asina family, and Marquis Elon of another Marquis family in the kingdom. Cale leaned back in his chair and looked at the banquet hall door. At exactly 5 o'clock a grand door opened and today's protagonist, the first prince of the Roan kingdom, Crown Prince Albrew Crossman, appeared. He was followed by the second and third princes. The Crown Prince began his greeting with pleasing words. I sincerely thank all of you precious talents who illuminate this noble palace. It is truly an honor to have future luminaries gathered here. Just then, the door opened, and the abandoned eldest son Taylor Stan appeared in the banquet hall with the mad priestess Cale. Everyone fell silent at their appearance. Cale thought their decision to come here was a wise one. The Church of Death would surely be troubled. What is this? Venian shot up from his seat, staring at Taylor with a surprised expression. Venian's usual demeanor, which was not typically seen, was far from that of a well-mannered noble. However, the current situation was not the time for Venian to concern himself with etiquette. From the highest platform, the Crown Prince spoke. I did not expect Sir Taylor of the Stan Marquis family and the Priestess of Death to join us here. The Crown Prince seemed intrigued. Taylor, seated in his wheelchair, replied courteously. I heard that the noble offspring of the kingdom would have an opportunity to meet and converse with His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, so I have come, albeit without an invitation. Crown Prince Albrew offered a subtle smile. Cale saw that smile, and knew he understood the meaning of opportunity to converse that Taylor had mentioned. It is quite all right. While I invited representatives from all families, it is only natural for anyone to come if a family has no representative. Sir Taylor, you are not offended, are you? A family has no representative. The Crown Prince subtly denied Venian the unofficial heir of the Stan Marquis family. It was only natural. Currently, the Stan Marquis family was closely associated with the third prince, which Cale considered abnormal, although he had not investigated that detail closely and had no interest in it. No matter how much the king loved the third prince, he could not easily depose the Crown Prince. However, in the birth of a hero, the Crown Prince showed signs of caution and anxiety towards the second and third princes. The Stan Marquis family was in close relationship with the third prince. Each noble family had a prince they supported. There must have been some hidden circumstances. Of course, Cale had no desire to know them. The Crown Prince continued to speak to Taylor. I truly regret it for causing you trouble. However, I am truly delighted to see Sir Taylor in such good health again after a long time. Taylor smiled and replied. My legs cannot move, but my hands, head, eyes, nose, mouth, everything is still alive. Rather, my shortcomings have made me stronger. Indeed, that is correct. You are still alive. I had forgotten that the survivor is the strongest. Cale sensed that the Crown Prince was completely intrigued by Taylor. Venian had regained his exemplary noble expression, but his gaze seemed to pierce through Taylor. This situation was truly interesting. The Crown Prince, Taylor, Venian, and other noble factions. Just watching their faces was entertaining. If only there had been popcorn, it would have been perfect. After conversing with Taylor, the Crown Prince greeted the priestess. She played the role of a gentle and exemplary priestess. The Crown Prince stated he would speak with them later and seated the two of them at the Northeast nobles' table. It was Cale's table. There was no other seating available without high-ranking nobles. Although there were families who followed the factions of high-ranking nobles, this place still maintained a balance of power. Moreover, the Northeast region was a place where high-ranking nobles could not casually interfere, and the strongest and wealthiest family among them, the Henituse family, maintained neutrality. Eric stood up, other nobles followed suit. The servants quickly rearranged the seating at the Crown Prince's gesture. Once everything was prepared, the Crown Prince announced the start of the banquet. Cale focused on the food on his plate, but his mind was slightly muddled. What was the intention? The Crown Prince summoning the noble representatives could not be merely for a word of thanks. There must be another reason. Of course, Cale had a few suspicions. It could be due to news that war would soon break out on the southwest continent, or because the Crown Prince had noticed signs of an impending civil war in the Whipper Kingdom. Despite such circumstances, Cale's calm demeanor while eating made everyone look at him strangely. It was then that Cale heard the Black Dragon report on the magic recording devices installed everywhere. Cale chuckled subtly. He had discovered one of the Crown Prince's objectives. He was monitoring the noble representatives. Of course, the second and third princes also knew this fact. This meant it was what the royal family wanted. Now it was time for the Northeast noble representatives to have an audience with the Crown Prince. The nobles seated at Cale's table rose and headed towards the highest platform. There they faced Crown Prince Albrew Crossman. His dazzling blonde hair was a characteristic of the Crossman royal family, of the Roan kingdom, and proof of being blessed by the sun god. The Crown Prince began to greet the nobles with admirable flattery. To Sir Cale of the Henituse Count family he said, I believe we have not met before. Thanks to the Henituse Count family, we do not have to fear the Forest of Darkness, and I can sleep soundly and be at ease. I also know that Sir Cale is a free man. Perhaps you inherited a free spirit from the Henituse family's sculptors. Your soul must be as pure as that freedom. Praising such a famous piece of trash was no easy feat. The Crown Prince's level of flattery was cosmic. However, no matter how thick-skinned one was, they could not match Cale's wit. He fought fire with fire. He shook hands with the Crown Prince and, mobilizing his meager literary cells, praised the Crown Prince. If His Majesty the King is the sun that illuminates the day, and Your Royal Highness the Crown Prince is the moon that brightens the night, Cale feels as if he has attained enlightenment. We have come here to answer Your Royal Highness's call. Your Royal Highness is like the star in the hearts of our kingdom's people. Cale is truly overwhelmed with emotion today. Eric's jaw dropped and Juver and Amiru's eyes wavered. The three stared at Cale. Seeing the Crown Prince's eyes grow confused, Cale thought he had taken another step closer to his goal of distancing himself from the Crown Prince. It was then that the Black Dragon's voice echoed in his mind. Why did this ordinary human called Crown Prince dye his hair with magic? That level of detection should only be possible for a great dragon. Did another dragon dye it for him, or with another kind of power? Damn it. At this moment, Cale realized that he had just learned a meaningless secret, a secret that could never be revealed to others. Was this a secret about his identity this time? Cale didn't want to know such things. The Black Dragon pointed out that not only his hair but also the Crown Prince's eyes were discolored, and that he was not ordinary at all. Since he was not as weak as he appeared, Cale had to be especially careful if he didn't want to die. For the first time, Cale felt fear due to the Black Dragon's useless explanation. And at the same time he began to think. The Crown Prince's mother was not the current queen but a concubine. Originally she was a commoner maid. The third prince's mother was the current queen. The Crown Prince's mother had died of an unknown cause when he was young. That's how Cale began to think about the Crown Prince's mother's true identity. The Crown Prince was known to have ordinary martial prowess, but the Black Dragon said he was not weak. Even Choi Han had assessed the Crown Prince as merely an ordinary person. Was he hiding something? How did the Black Dragon know? But whether he hid it or not, it had nothing to do with him. Cale shook hands with the Crown Prince and quietly retreated behind Eric. In trouble, Eric could be used as a shield. Eric began to converse with the Crown Prince again. Watching them, Cale thought there must be a reason why Alberu was wary of the second and third princes, and why the king had suddenly grown fond of the third prince. He could roughly guess. Was he not his real son, or was there another secret of his birth? Everything was becoming more and more interesting. Cale and the Northeast region nobles returned to their table. Next, the power Cale wanted to obtain was in Lady Amiru's territory, so he spoke to her first. Her territory was a place with towering cliffs by the sea. Imagining the cliffs, Cale thought it would be difficult to obtain the Sound of the Wind ability. It was an ability possessed by the non-mage alliance in the civil war of the Whipper Kingdom. It sounded abnormal for the people of the Whipper Kingdom to possess an ancient ability located in the Roan Kingdom, but there was a long story behind it. Anyway, that ability would be acquired by the mad tyrant who massacred mages in the latter half of the Civil War. And that ability was not particularly amazing to him. The magic tower would collapse after the Civil War. And Rosalind was a potential candidate to become the new owner of a magic tower on the western continent. Choi Han, who massacred mages, and the Imperial Crown Prince. These three were the hero characters in the early part of the story, related to all incidents occurring in the central northern region of the western continent. And in the early parts it was also hinted that they would be connected to the Queen of the Great Forest who unified the South. In addition to the mysterious organization Choi Han had to face, the western continent became a battlefield for supremacy. The peace that had lasted over 200 years was broken. No longer wanting to think complicated thoughts, Cale now just wanted to return home quickly. He told Juver that he would return as soon as the banquet ended, and he entrusted the task of obtaining investment approval from the Crown Prince to the abilities of Eric, Amiru, and Juver. Juver was surprised that Cale had read the documents they had given him. Cale gave a vague answer. After that he heard the Crown Prince's voice. Today's banquet was truly delightful. For those who need it, a dinner has been prepared after this banquet. Furthermore, seats have been arranged for everyone at this year's birthday banquet. I hope you will come and enjoy yourselves on that important day. Cale barely suppressed a sigh. Enjoy yourselves meant they couldn't not come. This meant he absolutely had to be in the plaza where the bomb would explode, although he had somewhat expected it. Cale was not pleased at all. When the banquet ended, Cale rose from his seat. Taylor in his wheelchair passed by him. Kay whispered only for Cale to hear. See you again later, little brother. I told you I don't want to be your little brother. Kay acted like an innocent, gentle priestess who knew nothing and approached the Crown Prince. Lady Amiru, worried that Neil might provoke Cale again, volunteered to escort Cale to his carriage. Cale walked towards the banquet hall door without suspicion. Amiru followed him to the carriage without a word. Having completed her task of escorting Cale to the carriage, Amiru bid him farewell. Sir Cale, you've worked hard today. Cale nodded at Amiru. Indeed, I've worked very hard. Lady Amiru would have to work even harder in the future though. Amiru smiled slightly and said, I also need to get good results. Cale sensed urgency in her words. The northeast coastal region was truly worthless land. Sheer cliffs and waterfalls near the cliffs. The people of that territory could easily navigate ships, but it was too dangerous for outsiders. Although it was because of the sound of the wind, Cale wondered how Amiru and Rufert could get investment for this worthless sea. Since everyone had worked hard today, he also wanted to help them a little. Furthermore, the Northeast Noble Alliance needed to be strengthened. After learning that they planned to invest in tourism, Cale inwardly thought this project was impossible. The idea of developing tourism utilizing coastal cliffs sounded incredibly unconvincing. So, Cale suggested that Amiru focus on leveraging the geographical value of the sea located between the Whipper Kingdom and the northern territories of the ancient families, urging her to keep what he had just said a secret. Amiru replied, "I will keep young master's words in mind," as if she understood. Having finished his business, Cale got into his carriage and returned home. Inside the carriage, Cale thought about the sea in the northwest region. Most of that area was desert. In contrast, Amiru's and Rufert's territories had complex coastlines dotted with small islands. There were also sharply carved cliffs. They simply believed that peace would last forever. However, the Crown Prince surely knew that this peace would not last long. In any case, Cale had to obtain that ancient power before the Mage Killer made his move. Upon arriving home, Cale heard from Choi Han that he had identified the locations of 4 magic bombs. All of them were near the plaza. After discovering the first location, Choi Han carried the Black Dragon and ran around searching and found 3 more spots. Other than that, he hadn't found any other places. He had also searched near the plaza, but it seemed there were no other overall locations. Cale looked at the map with the bomb installation points that Choi Han handed him. In The Birth of a Hero, 5 bombs were attached to people's bodies, and 5 bombs were installed in various locations. This time, 6 bombs were attached to people's bodies and 4 were installed in specific locations. Had another variable emerged? In any case, because Cale had read the novel, he knew that everyone would be safe from the day after tomorrow until the king's birthday celebration speech. So, Cale's group planned to steal the bombs in the early morning the day after tomorrow. Magic bombs only explode when their creator sends a signal. However, for an individual with abilities beyond the scope of ordinary mages like Rosalind or the Black Dragon, severing the connection between the bombs and their creator, while not difficult, would take some time. Therefore, Cale planned to entrust Rosalind with the task of disarming the bombs attached to people's bodies. Everything had to be done that night. Only then would the Mad Blood Mage be convinced that everything was proceeding according to his plan and reveal himself. It wasn't about destroying them, it was about capturing them. Cale returned the map and said to a puzzled Choi Han, "Why destroy useful things, even if they weren't used for explosions? The precise concentration of mana was useful data." Cale gave a cunning smile. "We need to use them." First, the Black Dragon and Choi Han had to hide near the plaza, investigate the surroundings, and frequently check if the bomb locations changed. And so, Choi Han set off again as Cale instructed. The day before the Roan Kingdom King's birthday, Biro would arrive in the capital. Upon hearing this news, Cale immediately went to the inn where the Den Wolf tribe children were staying to meet him. Of course, An Hong and Locke were with him. Cale recalled what Locke had just said. He wanted Cale to take care of his younger siblings. In return, he promised that not only he but also his wolf tribe siblings would help Cale. Cale's head throbbed. Absurd, but something Cale hadn't expected happened. Locke made an unexpected proposition to Cale. The Blue Wolf tribe had a history of being a renowned knight order. Cale, however, was unaware of such history. Cale dodged Locke's proposition. The person sitting opposite him told Cale to take the 10 wolf tribe children and Locke and establish a knight order. Locke was a person who feared the whale tribe, yet he was also someone who would attack a whale tribe leader for his comrades. Having such a blindly devoted child as a subordinate was no different from joining a cult. Cale rejected Locke's offer. How could mere children become knights? He had asked him to protect the children, but the condition he proposed seemed to contradict that request. The important thing was that if the children were made knights due to the wolf tribe's nature, they would become something even more terrifying than a cult. They would become a blood gang. It sounded cruel just thinking about it. In fact, Cale knew what to use Locke for, but not yet. It would be about 3 months later when an ancient power would appear in the rugged mountains and last for 6 months. The only ones who could climb that mountain were wolf tribe members who had undergone berserk transformation. If he sold that ancient power to the Queen of the Great Forest, he could earn enough money to last a lifetime. Even if the Count's family were to fall, the Queen would naturally be rich, and Cale's small request wouldn't even be noticed. "Is there something you need from me?" Locke asked, curling up again. Seeing this, Locke curled up even further. Cale asked him again, "Don't state the obvious. How could I not need anything from you?" Locke nodded and replied, "Yes, just tell me the terms of the deal and I will do anything." "That is what I want to do." "Good," Cale said, taking a money pouch from his pocket and tossing it to Locke. He told Locke to use this money to take his siblings to visit the capital. After all, it was their first time in the capital. He told An and Hong to guide Locke. He said that way they wouldn't get lost wherever they went, but in reality he needed to send all the children out so he could talk comfortably. Watching Locke happily playing with the cats, Cale calculated inwardly. He should entrust the wolf tribe children to Han later, or hire a nanny. Someone neat and good at cooking would be suitable. Besides Han, Cale thought of John's son Big Croc as a potential nanny for the wolf tribe children. As soon as he thought it, he realized he was wrong. Neat and good at cooking. His usual personality was fine. Croc was known as a polite person in Cale's household, but even so, he was a madman who enjoyed torture. He couldn't ruin the innocent wolf tribe children's character. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the inn. Cale led Locke to the room where his wolf tribe siblings were staying. Locke approached nervously. He set the cats down and grabbed the doorknob. This was his first time seeing his siblings since he had lost his reason during his berserk transformation. As Locke turned the doorknob, the door opened. 10 children rushed towards Locke and Locke also ran to them, embracing each other. A touching reunion unfolded before Cale, but the feeling of being directly confronted by 10 people made him turn his face away and avoid it. Just then someone joyfully approached Cale. "Young master, it's been a while." It was Biro. Cale had called him here. Cale looked at Biro's smiling but slightly tense face and then turned his gaze towards the man approaching behind him. He was the merchant guild leader who had come here with Choi Han. Cale and he greeted each other, and a faint smile played on Cale's lips. Odious Prain, a strong contender for the Prain Merchant Guild leader position, but a person who had given up everything to run a small merchant group. He was Biro's uncle, who had connected Choi Han and Biro, and awakened Biro's hidden ambitions. Odious Prain was even more cunning than John. Outwardly he appeared to be a small merchant guild leader, but beneath that mask a powerful figure of the underworld was hidden. He could be extremely kind to people, or extremely cruel. Currently only Cale knew both of his facets. He pretended not to know anything and said, "Mr. Prain, then you must be related to Mr. Biro. It's a pleasure to meet you. I was truly surprised. I didn't know Biro associated with so many good people. The last time I saw Biro was when he was very young." Biro looked at Odious, unable to suppress his complex emotions. This was a person who had cut ties with the Prain Merchant Guild to live an ordinary life. Known as a benevolent man, he was the only uncle who left a good impression on Biro during his childhood. In any case, he was a good person to Biro. After exchanging greetings, Cale asked Biro to go upstairs for a private conversation, and promised Odious Prain that they would share a drink another day. As he was about to climb the stairs, 10 wolf tribe children blocked his way and expressed their gratitude. Swearing on heaven, Cale's head began to ache again. The atmosphere emanating from the 10 children showed that they would become even stronger, and all the children were not too young. Most were between 10 and 13 years old. It seemed he would need to find a trainer rather than a nanny, but what kind of training he should give them was still uncertain. As he was racking his brain, Biro called him. So Cale decided to put the children's problem aside for a moment and deal with the immediate issue. Biro took out a bottle of alcohol and glasses from the cupboard. He poured the drink into the glass and gulped it down repeatedly. When about half the bottle was left, Cale stopped him. At this point he began to open up. Odious was his biological uncle, but he had not received the Prain family name, so Biro couldn't call his uncle uncle. Nevertheless, he was the only adult who made Biro feel warmth during his childhood. In The Birth of a Hero, Odious had told Biro, "To me, you are my blood nephew and my family, you deserve it too." Those words became a starting point for the person Biro came to know through Choi Han and Odious. Fascinated by Choi Han's power, Biro followed Choi Han and plunged into the succession war for the Merchant Guild leader position. He was slightly cunning but sometimes soft-hearted. He had always felt inferior about being an illegitimate child. At this, Cale said, "Who's the fool who said you aren't Mr. Prain? Everyone says you are Mr. Prain." Biro stared intently at Cale, then smiled and complimented him. "Young master always speaks the truth, it really seems so," Cale replied. "Enjoy your greed." Biro asked Cale what he had stolen with the equipment he borrowed last time. Cale answered honestly. He had stolen one item and he would steal the rest after resting. Biro seemed intrigued by this theft plan and asked Cale for a spot but was naturally refused. "Then I'll have to go steal something else," Biro said. Then the two burst out laughing and drank happily. Of course, because of the events of the next day, Cale drank only a little and returned to the mansion alone. That night John voluntarily came to Cale. He said he would leave his son with Cale and go fox hunting. Cale knew that the foxes John was talking about meant people. John's gentle face disappeared, revealing his true face. It was an expressionless face, but the corners of his mouth were slightly turned up, creating a grotesque look. He said, "Young master, you know very well that I am a murderer, don't you? I must kill people. I must cut them to pieces. John or them, one of them will be cut to pieces." Only two possibilities existed. Cale decided to think simply. Currently, John didn't need to accompany Choi Han. Locke could go berserk, so John's or Big Croc's combat strength wasn't strictly necessary at the moment. But for Choi Han's sake and above all for the peace of the kingdom's northeast, John's presence would be needed a year from now. After organizing his thoughts, Cale said, "Go, I will tell Han you are on leave, so be sure to let him know. And take your identification and collect your salary from the Prain Merchant Guild. Also, are you going to entrust Big Croc to a good-for-nothing like me? He's an adult and can take care of himself. I will grant you a year's leave. Move slowly. Don't get hurt when you return." Having finished speaking, Cale pretended to be asleep. Old John chuckled silently, his shoulders shaking. At that eerie sight, Cale, hidden in his blanket, flinched. He thought the kid was his devoted pet, but it turned out John Mullen himself was the fiercely loyal one. "Young master, may I report once a month?" he asked. "Yes, do as you please," Cale replied. John moved silently in the manner of an assassin. John opened the door and left the room. Before the door closed, he said to Cale, "Then I'll be off." Morning broke, and before Cale stood a total of 6 beings. These were the people Cale had summoned himself and those he had gathered through Choi Han. Cale complimented Rosalind's new brown hair. It was probably to make her more comfortable for activity. Rosalind didn't know exactly what would happen today. She had come to help because she understood the seriousness of the magic bombs. Cale promised her a reward. Cale asked Locke if he could use the wolf tribe's power without going berserk. Upon receiving a yes, he began to assign tasks. Cale divided this group into 2 teams. Currently, the black orb had been buried in the plaza by Choi Han as per Cale's instructions. Each team was to handle 2 bombs. Rosalind and Locke formed one team. Choi Han, An, Hong and the Black Dragon formed the other team. Rosalind wondered why Cale wasn't included in the team. Choi Han, the Black Dragon, An and Hong in turn criticized Cale's weak strength. Cale handed the items he had borrowed from Bureau to Choi Han and Han, saying, "I am weak and fear being a burden to everyone. Besides, I plan to stay until sunrise, so I don't think I can participate between deep night and the new day." Before the guards were replaced by Imperial Knights for night patrol, they would infiltrate the bomb locations and proceed with the disarmament operation. Each of them had to wait at their assigned positions to assess the situation in the plaza and the mysterious organization until the black orb was activated. The ceremony would begin at 9 a.m. Cale urged everyone to carry out their mission and didn't forget to tell them to bring the disarmed bombs to him. At his words, Rosalind burst out laughing. "Young master, do you remember what you promised me? I will take that as my reward." Cale agreed. That was a sufficient reward. Cale opened the balcony door. It had become a more frequent exit than the main gate. A cold wind rushed into the room, and simultaneously, the 6 beings quickly left the room. In an instant, only Cale remained in the room. He took out his indestructible shield and fidgeted with it. Whatever happened, he would only need to use a little of its power. Besides, he hoped not to encounter that mad mage. Early in the morning, John served Cale one last time, preparing everything for his departure to the Imperial Palace. Before parting, he didn't forget to promise Cale that he would return in a year. Cale thought to himself that in a year he would send John to Choi Han and he himself would fly freely. According to Lady Amiru's invitation, Cale would ride with her in her carriage today. Following the principle that naval people don't beat around the bush, Cale asked Amiru why she wanted him to accompany her. Amiru said she would answer if Cale genuinely wanted to know. She wanted to ask Cale's opinion on establishing a naval base in her territory. Even if Amiru hadn't said anything, Cale had heard from Eric that he had failed to attract tourism investment from the Crown Prince. He had heard that Juver and Amiru were very disappointed by that news. But Amiru didn't seem as disappointed as Cale had expected. Instead, she seemed to have made a big decision. Amiru had contacted her mother, the family head, to ask for her opinion, and she was planning to discuss this issue today. Building a new naval base was no easy task. Problems arising from interregional power struggles were more troublesome than the cost. This was especially true during this peaceful time. That's why the Imperial family also had their eye on the Northeast region. It was the only place with a sea in the east, and above all, there was a balance of power. Moreover, the Imperial family couldn't easily mobilize the power of other regional nobles. Amiru's concern was that the Imperial family's influence was growing in the territories of the ancient families. If they decided to approve the construction of a naval base, the Imperial family would pour in enormous amounts of money. But in doing so, the leadership of the military base in a territory not directly belonging to the Imperial family would naturally pass to the Imperial family. If a noble lord and the Imperial family jointly raised an army, they would have to repeatedly enter into numerous detailed and accurate contracts regarding ownership. In fact, there was a significant difference in terms of manpower and resource consumption between building a naval base and simply investing in tourism. Frankly speaking, Amiru's and Rufert's territories lacked the resources and manpower to bridge this gap. Amiru wanted to bridge this gap, and if so, there was a way to borrow money from a wealthy person. The most likely candidate was none other than the wealthiest and most powerful family in the Northeast region, the Henituse family. That was why Amiru had asked Cale to accompany her. Cale spoke honestly. "All of the Henituse family's money is managed by my father, who holds all authority. A good-for-nothing like me has no say. Is that really so?" Amiru smiled, as if she knew everything. After Cale left, she entered a private room with Eric and Rufert to meet the Crown Prince at a wine party. At that time, the Crown Prince had shown a reluctant attitude towards tourism investment, but it was clear that he was interested in the Northeast region's sea. That day, Amiru returned to the mansion and pondered Cale's words, trying to grasp his intentions. With G's help, she obtained some information. Cale understood that Amiru's words indicated that the Crown Prince and the Imperial family were taking notice of the impending civil war in the Whipper Kingdom, and the fact that the Northern Knights were gathering forces. Amiru's actions were beyond Cale's imagination. He had heard that the current situation of Amiru's territory was not good, and she had to rely heavily on the Eric Wisman family. She must have invested a huge amount of money to obtain information from other countries, and through that investment she would have sought certainty. Her judgment was excellent. Cale continued speaking, watching Amiru listen silently. "I hear that the Henituse family's walls are being repaired. A territory that blocks dangerous external intrusions would also have considerable interest in its forces." Cale nodded and said, "I will speak with my father. We will also officially contact the Count." Cale and Amiru exchanged smiles. If a naval base were built, the command of the Northeast would belong to the 4 families, Eric, Cale, Amiru, and Juver, and if the Henituse Count family invested in its construction, they would gain part of the effective ownership. And this would benefit the Henituse County in many ways, not just militarily, but also in terms of the sea. Amiru hesitated for a moment, then continued, "Actually, I'm a bit worried about the reef area, but we have ancient sea routes. They would be a great advantage for those who try to invade. I'd like to try it this time. Reef area. Those words made Cale suppress a laugh that was about to burst out. What could be better than building a house on the cliffs of the northeast coast and enjoying old age? If he handed over the territory to someone else, it would be difficult to live in the territory if a war broke out, and it would be really good to hide somewhere and after the war ended, go to Amiru and Juver's territory, build a house and live overlooking the sea. Its location was also close to the Henituse Count's territory, making it convenient in many ways. Amiru wished for Cale's help. Cale replied, "You're asking for help from trash like me? I have no say, I can only relay your message." Amiru now completely disbelieved Cale's words. Her mother had said, if you don't have power you must be careful, but if you want to gain power you must act bravely. So she tried cautiously yet boldly, and that was her way of dealing with people. Finally the carriage arrived at the Imperial Palace and Cale alighted and looked around. It was 8 o'clock now and people had been gathering in the plaza for a large ceremony since an hour ago. At 8:30 the Imperial Knights would block the entrance. By then the plaza would be full of people. No one would be able to easily enter or leave, and 30 minutes later the large-scale ceremony would begin. From 8:30 Cale's party would begin searching for hidden items, magic bombs disguised as necklaces, bags, chains and various other forms. Cale's party would look for people carrying magic bombs and it wouldn't matter if they didn't find them. The answer would soon be revealed. Eric and Juver had already arrived. Eric called Cale over and urged him to behave quietly, just like last time. "I know nothing." While chastising himself, the Crown Prince appeared before his eyes. Beside him, the abandoned eldest son Taylor Stan stood on 2 feet. Yes, literally, Taylor was standing on 2 feet. Everyone except Cale was utterly astonished. Just then, the Black Dragon in stealth mode reported the situation to Cale. "Magic bomb disarmament operations are underway everywhere. They will all be disarmed exactly at 8:55. Everything seems to be going smoothly. I'm busy so I'm leaving. Weak human, if anything happens don't forget to use your shield," and the Black Dragon hurried away. Shield? What shield? He wouldn't even need to use it. Cale thought that if everything went this way he wouldn't even need to use the Indestructible Shield. All departure preparations were complete. A knight shouted loudly, and the Crown Prince boarded his exclusive carriage while the nobles boarded carriages bearing the Imperial crest. Cale also boarded an Imperial carriage. As the carriage moved, Cale crossed his arms and wore an unreadable expression. Cale was in the carriage with Lady Amiru, Taylor, and Venyan's flunky Neo. Had the Crown Prince also arranged the seating in the carriage, Cale should have greeted them but silently looked out the window. A trashy guy of this level is still tolerable. He crossed his arms and watched the plaza, which was growing closer. Chaos was not far off. But inside the carriage there was already chaos. Neo seemed immersed in anxiety and confusion. Most of the nobles had bewildered expressions, and Venyan's face was filled with confusion. Cale had sneaked a peek at his face before boarding the carriage. Who could have imagined that the abandoned eldest son Taylor Stan would be out of his wheelchair and walking on his own 2 feet? Moreover, a member of the Stan Marquis family standing next to the Crown Prince? This was something no one had imagined. It seemed Taylor had acquired the Star of Healing. Cale roughly knew this, but he was still curious about what kind of deal Kate and Taylor had made to obtain the Star of Healing from the Crown Prince. But he didn't look at Taylor. Neo didn't look at Taylor and trembled his legs violently. Then Amiru spoke. "Sir Taylor, are your feet fully recovered?" It was a polite and careful question from Amiru. Taylor smiled and replied, "Fortunately I've recovered. I'm completely healed now. Congratulations." "Thank you, lady." Neo Tones lowered his voice and glanced at Taylor and his legs, and he carefully said, "Since Sir Taylor's legs are fully recovered, will you return to the Marquis family?" The biggest reason Taylor was abandoned was his paralysis. Neo and the other noble representatives wondered if he would return to the Marquis family and enter the succession war. Neo, especially as Venyan's subordinate, was even more curious. Taylor looked at Neo and said, "I will return later." It was a soft voice, but its direct meaning was like a sharp blade aimed at Neo. "That is my original home. Isn't it where I should be?" At that coldness, Neo slowly nodded and cowered. But Cale didn't even glance at the scene. He noticed Taylor occasionally glancing out the window. Of course Taylor was secretly looking without others noticing and merely appeared to be looking out the window like Cale. When their eyes met, Cale read a signal in his gaze. "Sir Cale, I want to tell you everything." It was a truly interesting story. Cale pretended not to understand the signal and immediately turned his head. As the carriage stopped in the empty space where the plaza event would be held, Neo Tones got up and left the carriage. Amiru, guessing that since Taylor and Cale had never met nothing would happen, also decided to alight from the carriage to go to Eric. Now only the two of them remained in the carriage. As expected, Taylor began to pour out his words. Taylor said he had healed his legs to become the head of the Marquis family. However, instead of the loyalty Cale expected, he had made a deal. Taylor handed Cale a piece of paper describing the deal, thinking Cale would be better off knowing it. Taylor also told Cale that Kay had been excommunicated from the temple due to her past unilateral actions. For Kay, who had long hated the temple, being excommunicated was more joyful than being confessed to by CR. Finally, she too had entered the path of a mad priestess. Taylor looked kindly at Cale and said, "Now everything will begin. We will win, won't we, Sir Cale?" Cale was flustered. Why was he including himself in their victory? So he immediately corrected Taylor's words. "You will win." Taylor smiled, thanked him, and then got up and alighted from the carriage. Before leaving, he didn't forget to promise Cale that they would drink together and celebrate the victory. Cale willingly agreed. Left alone, Cale opened the letter. The Crown Prince wanted to avoid civil war. Cale clicked his tongue and put the letter deep into his pocket. Indeed, the Crown Prince had a secret about his birth. Cale shook his head and alighted from the carriage. Cale joined Eric's party and went inside. In The Birth of a Hero, Choi Han had only risen to a position slightly higher than a commoner. However, compared to the royal family and other nobles, it was still insufficient. Cale looked at the bell tower erected at the plaza entrance. A clock hung on the bell tower, and the current time was 8:25. It was time for nobles and lower officials to enter, and commoners were prohibited from entering. "Sir Cale, is this your first time in the plaza?" Juver asked, and Cale nodded. "Yes, I've passed by in a carriage, but this is my first time seeing it directly." He said so, looking around the plaza. The tea house to the south, the inn to the west, the flower shop to the east, and the roof of the Pottery Association building to the north. These 4 places entered Cale's view. Cale confirmed the locations where the magic bombs were installed and at the same time looked at the south fountain. A boy was waving a flag as if welcoming the king. That boy was Locke. Everything was going according to plan. Entrance blocked. Soldiers began to block the entrances from all directions of the plaza. Cale lightly made a signal with his finger. It was a normal action that no one would be curious about. Locke disappeared. Now it was time to find the hidden bombs. Actually, there was no need to search this extensively. The answer would be revealed at 9:01 anyway. The nobles sat in the same positions as at the banquet. Cale sat next to Taylor. Eric once again urged Cale to behave quietly like last time. Cale looked up at the clock, smiled, and replied, "I won't do anything today." At 8:40, the Crossman Imperial family entered the plaza. At the same time, the Black Dragon reported that everything would be resolved in 15 minutes. Cale looked at the Crown Prince's golden hair standing in the distance. He suddenly remembered what the Black Dragon had said about the Crown Prince's hair and eyes being dyed. It was originally extremely ordinary brown hair. Exactly at 8:50, His Majesty King Z. Crossman, the son of the Roan Kingdom, entered. The king appeared. The sturdy 50-year-old king entered in his ceremonial carriage. Cale glanced at him and indifferently turned his gaze away. He looked at the vase placed on the roof of the Northern Pottery Association building. It was a signal that the bomb there had been removed. Cale smiled faintly. The king ascended the podium. Cale ignored him and only watched the clock. Exactly at 9 o'clock, murmurs could be heard everywhere. The Mad Mage appeared at the top of the bell tower. Knights and mages moved towards him. The commoners were uneasy and couldn't react otherwise. A man appeared at the top of the bell tower, followed by black-clad figures appearing on the surrounding buildings. "Who are you? Get down immediately. Everyone go up to the buildings." Cale heard the voices of the nearby knights and glanced at the masked man in black standing at the top of the bell tower. The blood-crazed mage Retica. What if he didn't appear as he did in the novel? If that were truly the case, they would have to trace the mana flow to the control core of each bomb to find him. But in any case, if that happened, it would be Choi Han doing the hard work, not him. But fortunately, that wouldn't be necessary. Cale recalled the Mad Mage's warning that Choi Han had heard in The Birth of a Hero. Red mana appeared in his hand. This man was unique in that, despite being a mage, he showed the color of mana. The mana flow swirled and he said, "This will be truly entertaining, just like in the novel." And the red mana flow extended outwards towards the surroundings of the plaza. At this moment, alarms from magical devices rang out everywhere. The red mana flow divided into several streams heading towards the central core of the bombs. Found it. There were people carrying magic bombs in 4 locations, 10 minutes. It was not enough time to disarm them, but enough to transport them to the mountain behind the capital, which was off limits. The Black Dragon and Rosalind had already found one person. Cale heard the Black Dragon's report and laughed. 10 minutes had begun. Choi Han grabbed one person. He pulled on that person's necklace. As Cale turned, someone grabbed his arm and called his name. It was Eric Wisman. Cale slowly looked around the area below the bell tower. Imperial knights and mages were protecting and evacuating the king and the Imperial family. Cale first checked on the Crown Prince. His hair was still golden. Wasn't it dyed with mana? Did another dragon dye it for him, or with another kind of power? He recalled what the Black Dragon had said, dismissed the questions, and observed elsewhere. The blood-crazed mage Retica was laughing like a madman who had just escaped. The loud noise and his laughter were eerie like metal scraping. Half of the Imperial knights and mages were combing the banquet hall and searching for mana disruption devices, while the other half charged towards the mysterious organization. Retica laughed for a long time and then said, "Damn it." With those words, official agents of the mysterious organization, with 6 stars emblazoned on their chests, began a long-range attack. Spears and swords, magical blades, and various types of mana attacks rained down from the sky. The Black Dragon continued to report, 9:04 a.m. 3 people have been found. Cale, this is not the time for this. Run away quickly. Yes, they also had to leave this place quickly. Cale looked at Eric, Amiru, Juver, and Taylor. When did these people come to stand next to him? Eric looked around with a bewildered expression, and Cale calmed him and looked around. The noble representatives were competing to escape the plaza. Of course, a few people remained calm, but below the podium it was different. The commoners shouted for a path and pushed towards the gate. 9:08 a.m. The mages began to stabilize the mana. Soon the effect of the mana disruption device would disappear. Choi Han grabbed the bag of an old man running towards the gate. He was the 4th one. Only 2 more people to find and everything would be resolved. The moment the mana stabilized, that mana would fly towards the magic bombs again. 2 minutes was enough time to act. Just then the Black Dragon reported, "Search complete. Sir Cale, what's wrong?" Taylor, who was standing next to him, looked at Cale with a suspicious expression, but Cale had no time to pay attention to him. Only 4? In the novel there were 10 in total. Had it changed? Cale stopped walking and looked around. A mana disruption device with a range that covered an entire mountain. If bombs had been installed elsewhere, alarms would have rung there. Had the plot changed, reducing the number? 9:09 a.m. Time was running out. A mage's voice echoed through a magic amplification spell. Mana stabilization initiated. And immediately, mages from 8 directions cast spells. 8 orbs soared into the sky, and as they exploded, forming a protective shield, noise immediately subsided. The moment mana gradually stabilized, Cale saw 4 objects soar into the sky. It was Rosalind and the Black Dragon's magic. The 4 objects flew towards the Forbidden Mountain to the south. For 2 individuals with excellent mana sensing abilities, they could sufficiently handle this level of mana disturbance. People stared blankly at the 4 objects and the beams of light flying towards them. Mana stabilized. At 9 hours 10 minutes and 5 seconds, a mage shouted. Redika's red mana formed a beam of light and chased after it. And the moment the red mana beam touched the 4 objects, a massive explosion occurred in the sky. A huge light briefly whitened people's vision, and then black smoke billowed into the sky. It happened above the southern mountain, but the gust of wind generated there blew all the way here, scattering people's hair. It's a magic bomb. Taylor guessed the nature of that power. Any noble who knew a little about magic would realize that an object with such destructive power was a magic bomb. Cale thought to himself, so there were only 4 after all. We saved them. We saved the people, the Black Dragon said excitedly. Indeed, no one died just as planned. As the plan failed, the blood-crazed mage Redika wore a displeased expression. Damn it, no one died. Why did the bombs explode there? This is ruined. The king shouted at him. What are you doing? Who exactly are you? The king ordered his knights to rush to the bell tower and capture the mad mage. At that moment, Cale was thinking something else. This is ruined. Does that mean there's something else? As Cale was making his deduction, the mage provided him with an answer. There won't be another method, will there? A metallic scraping voice echoed through the plaza. The king and the knight commander shouted, and mages who had stabilized the mana also flew over and approached, but he clapped his hands without batting an eyelid. Then 2 people appeared beside him, each carrying a bag. Cale frowned. There they are. 2 bombs were there. Shield, acceleration, self-destruct magic. They had prepared suicide bombers. The 2 people took out 3 magic scrolls and ripped them all at once. A shield and acceleration. The last one was self-destruct magic. Go, Redika commanded, and the 2 people jumped down towards where the crowd was below the bell tower. Redika sent red mana towards the 2 people. If the bombs weren't disarmed, the magic bombs would surely explode. However, Redika was closer to the 2 people than anyone else. When the red mana flow touched the suicide bombers' bags, they would explode. Using acceleration magic, the 2 people frantically charged into the plaza. One headed towards the royalty and the other came this way, towards the nobles, including Eric, Taylor, and Amiru. Rufert saw Cale, unlike others, not fleeing but grabbing him and urging him to hurry. The Black Dragon also rushed towards Cale. Cale thought inwardly, I can't avoid it. Even if I run for a few seconds, I won't be out of the bomb's range. Cale sighed. If the bomb explodes, one of my arms will be blown off, but thanks to the Heart of Life it will regenerate. The problem was the nobles currently surrounding him. Even if they fled, they would be injured, and if their limbs were blown off, they wouldn't regenerate. So he had to change his plan. Rosalind was teleported to Cale by the Black Dragon's magic and immediately cast a shield encompassing herself and Cale. Simultaneously, explode, Redika shouted cheerfully. Rosalind, even while casting magic, looked blank. A massive beam of light rushed towards the suicide bombers heading this way, trapping them within a magic circle. A silver shield soared towards the sky, protecting the people below. The sturdy shield encompasses everyone. I will block it too, Cale seemed to say. Under the sun, the one who unfurled the sacred silver shield, the young man with red hair fluttering in the wind, cursed. Damn it, the bomb exploded. Boom, an earth-shattering explosion erupted. The agonizing screams of the commoners who couldn't escape in time were heard from all directions. Only the king and the royal family, surrounded by shields, remained safe. Clang, the silver shield slowly shattered like glass. The silver wings gradually collapsed and black smoke seeped through the cracks. There had clearly been people inside, but now not a drop of blood or a piece of flesh remained, and everyone's gaze turned to one spot. The last piece of silver, young Master Cale. Rosalind hastily supported Cale. Cale's one knee buckled weakly. The power of the explosion was truly immense. Thanks to the Black Dragon, the attack power pouring onto the shield was reduced. Thanks to that, the recoil force was also smaller. Nevertheless, Cale's hands ached and throbbed. A little pain is still pain. Young Master Cale, are you all right? Cale was about to say he was fine when blood. As the blood came closer, Eric's face turned ashen, and he almost fell backward. At the same time, Cale, who had coughed up a little blood, felt at peace. Indeed, it's the Heart of Life. Cale slowly closed his eyes and felt his body. The power of the ancient ability manifested, and his body returned completely to normal. His hands and feet were fine, and though his palms had stung a moment ago, it didn't hurt as much as a paper cut. With just one bout of vomiting, his physical condition was much better. Now he understood why heroes never overlooked the use of ancient powers. A satisfied smile played on Cale's lips, but his surroundings were in utter chaos. Young Master, are you smiling? Don't smile, don't even try to open your eyes. What happened to that guy? Cale looked strangely at Taylor and plopped down while the Black Dragon's voice continuously echoed, Weak human, you mustn't die. You are too weak. If you die, I will kill everyone here. I will blow them all away and then I will die too. The voice sounded worried but at the same time very chilling. Cale's head throbbed because of the black dragon. He frowned. Amiru and Rufert ran around frantically looking for a priest to treat Cale. Cale wasn't hurt at all, so he didn't know what needed checking, but for now he pretended to be in pain to act like an ordinary person. Meanwhile, Choi Han with a cold expression was confronting the soldiers guarding the noble seats who were trying to prevent him from reaching Cale. Cale frowned and waved his hand towards Choi Han. I sent him a signal but I told him not to get caught. At Cale's action, Choi Han bit his lip, bowed his head and apologized. I told him not to get caught but there's no need to apologize. Behind Choi Han, An and Hong sat on Locke's shoulders. Cale smiled at them, signaling that he was fine and then turned his gaze to the people staring blankly at him. Young master, are you all right? Cale nodded at Rosalind and wiped the blood from his mouth. Yes, I'm perfectly fine. The sight of Cale wiping blood the same color as his hair was very dry and indifferent, but Rosalind had seen what Cale had just done. Could I, a royal, do something like that? She murmured, I don't understand you. But when Cale looked at her, Rosalind immediately fell silent and looked back at him. Cale's expression was very serious and she realized Cale wasn't looking at her but behind her. Rosalind followed Cale's gaze and turned around. The blood-drinking mage. He wasn't standing on the bell tower but floating in the air looking down. Truly beyond my imagination. Interesting. The moment Cale and Retika's eyes met, Retika's gaze also turned to Rosalind beside Cale. Although her hair had now turned brown, he still recognized Rosalind whom he had seen in the Blue Wolf Tribe village. The metallic scraping voice echoed through the plaza once more. Damn it, there are so many people with my favorite blood color here. I'd like to put them in my display case. Madman, Cale thought inwardly. Usually such madmen only live for a few chapters in novels before dying. But why does he live so long in this novel? Life is a sea of suffering, Cale thought, glancing at Choi Han. Choi Han nodded and immediately disappeared. Choi Han moved to kill the mage. However, where Choi Han was heading was not where Retika was standing. Mages unleashed various types of attacks on him. Before the attack magic reached him, Retika looked down at the king and said, "See you next time," and then he disappeared. He didn't disappear alone but with all the organization members who had appeared with him. His specialty magic was teleportation. Those who were attacking couldn't tell where they had gone. However, the birth of a hero mentioned their teleportation destination. Choi Han, An, Hong and Locke were heading there. If Retika and the mysterious organization members truly teleported there, they would die by Choi Han's hand. He was just worried that Choi Han might go berserk, so he sent An, Hong and Locke with him. With them present, Choi Han would maintain his reason. Because Choi Han's heart was weak in front of small and weak beings, Cale rose from his seat. The king returned and stood on the podium. The plaza began to grow noisy again. The villains had disappeared, leaving only a miserable sight. The king had to act to calm everything down. Everyone today did their best to overcome this tragic incident. Everyone, come to the Imperial Palace with me. We will do our best for everyone's safety. The festival will be postponed. Cale stopped looking at the king and looked at Rosalind. Originally, she should have hidden herself as much as possible here, yet she appeared because of Cale. Since the black dragon couldn't reveal itself, she must have appeared. Rosalind smiled brightly when her eyes met Cale's. With her lips, she answered Cale's gaze. Secret, Cale smiled slightly. Rosalind truly is someone who understands the situation. Today, Cale proceeded with his plan only after giving a few instructions to 6 people. First, not to reveal the identities of the black dragon and other beastkin. This was the highest priority. Second, if Choi Han and Rosalind had to reveal their identities, they should appear as if they had arrived here by chance. This excuse was acceptable, because the royalty didn't know where the magic bombs were hidden nor who had handled them and thrown them into the sky. Third, not to harm each other. Cale and Rosalind exchanged glances, understanding which way to act. So Cale dusted off and tidied his clothes, then smiled at the approaching person. "Young master, are you all right?" The priestess, led by Amiru and Rufert, panted and asked. Rosalind stepped back. Cale extended his hand to the priestess, saying, "It hurts, but please check anyway." As he didn't want to reveal that he had no injuries, he subtly told the priestess. Indeed, healing is a difficult task. The priestess understood his intention and pretended to treat him to cover for him. But she did not spare her praise for Cale's recent rescue actions. Cale looked at the priestess and responded to her words. His voice was still calm and indifferent. "You probably saw the ancient power for the first time." That's right. Hearing the familiar voice and simultaneously feeling a hand on his shoulder, he realized the person he needed had arrived. "Your Royal Highness the Crown Prince." Cale turned around and met the eyes of Crown Prince Alberu Crossman. If he showed him one of his cards, he would gladly dig it out, after sacrificing. The only thing gained was vain honor. That was not his way. Money was far better. Becoming rich was far better than becoming a hero. The Crown Prince also noticed that Cale was one of his kind. "Young Master Cale," with a face full of emotion, the Crown Prince embraced Cale tightly. "Thank you, you are truly admirable." Anyone could see that Alberu was expressing excessive emotion for his status. However, only Cale then heard Alberu's whisper, "Young Master Cale, you are on my side, aren't you?" Of course, who would dare oppose him, but why ask? As he was about to answer, Cale heard the Crown Prince add, "There will be no problems, and you will receive proper compensation. How about it? Oh my god, money is coming. So what reason was there to hesitate? All right, let's hug." Cale spread his arms, embraced Alberu tightly and said with an unfeigned smile, "No, Your Highness, I merely did what I had to do." Cale heard the dragon's voice in his head. Something strange. It was a young dragon, but its judgment was very accurate. After the embrace full of false emotions ended, Cale had to go to the Imperial Palace, ostensibly for treatment and an investigation into the truth, but since things had come to this, he had to at least extract a pillar from the Crown Prince's palace. Cale resolved that and followed the Crown Prince. Cale and the Crown Prince praised each other until their mouths were dry. Cale's dazzling rhetoric made the Black Dragon mistake him for being on their side. Cale ignored the Black Dragon's words, got into the Crown Prince's carriage, and secretly glanced to one side. Near the carriage were noble representatives and behind them commoners. Cale exchanged glances with Eric, Amiru, Rufert, and Taylor, then looked at Venian. Venian's stand stood near Neo, his face filled with rage. Moreover, other great nobles were also paying attention to Cale. How can that good-for-nothing possess such power, and he didn't even act out? Cale saw the meaning in those eyes, but ignored them and stared directly at Neo. Neo was startled and turned his head. One more villain to deal with, Cale thought, got into the carriage, and his bright smile from earlier immediately vanished. Crown Prince Albrew followed and ordered a servant, "Take the utmost care of the lady behind us." This was of course directed at Rosalind. The carriage door slowly closed. Through the gap Cale's eyes met Rosalind's. Rosalind's smile looked very trustworthy. Cale enjoyed the comfort of the royal carriage, but showed no emotion on his face. "Do you need treatment?" Cale looked up at the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince wiped away his gentle smile, revealing an expressionless face. Cale answered Alberus's question in an indifferent voice. "My body is very sturdy, so I don't think I'll need the help of the best doctors and priests. A few days of rest should be enough." The Crown Prince laughed, nodded, and continued. "Good, that's fortunate. As a noble who was injured protecting people, he certainly deserved the best treatment in the palace." "Good." Alberu had realized Cale was one of his kind, so he stopped acting and got straight to the point, asking Cale if he was involved in today's terror incident in the plaza. Cale recalled what the Black Dragon had told him. Alberu possessed power, but he didn't step forward to help while others were being killed. He didn't even intervene while his own attendants died and young knights had their limbs blown off. Why did he have to hide his power like that? He concealed himself and pretended to be weak. Cale had thought that even if he used others he would be a good person at heart, but he wasn't. So Cale answered comfortably. A bright smile appeared on his lips. "Your Highness, why should I do such bothersome things?" "Indeed," the Crown Prince immediately agreed. There was no reason for someone hiding behind the name of a good-for-nothing to do such a thing. And at least the Crown Prince considered Cale's revealing his identity this time to be unavoidable. The Imperial family might conduct an investigation into Cale, but the Crown Prince promised to prevent it. He said he would visit Cale and talk things over properly. Cale said he hoped what he had done today wouldn't be exaggerated. The Crown Prince also promised to handle everything and said he would take all responsibility as long as the Imperial family wasn't blamed. At the same time, he thanked Cale for what he had done today. Thanks to him, the number of injured was reduced. Crown Prince Alberu was very difficult to judge as good or bad, and it was even uncertain if he was truly human. But Cale didn't care about such things. He merely said what he had to say. "Yes, I will await your Highness's reward." The Crown Prince shook his head. However, he didn't tell Cale not to expect a reward. That implied he would treat him generously. Once again, Cale entered the palace. He received different treatment than before. Cale was given the best room in the most luxurious and well-equipped annex palace, which was always boasted about when foreign royalty stayed. Indeed, it's the room Choi Han stayed in, the birth of a hero. Cale was enjoying the softness of the plush bed and the taste of the imperial fruits when another person staying in the annex palace came to find him. It was Rosalind. She hadn't come alone but with Han, Choi Han, the cats, and Locke. Vice Butler Han pretended to sob and tried to rush to Cale, but Cale stopped him. At that point he dropped the act and began to report the situation. He thought it best to act before the Imperial family, so he contacted the Henituse family via a mage through a magic communication device, simultaneously ordered all servants in the mansion not to mention Rosalind, and finally advised Cale to directly contact the Count to alleviate his worries. Otherwise the Count might rush to the capital himself. After finishing his report, Han tactfully withdrew to allow Cale, Rosalind, and Choi Han to have a private conversation. Han's professional and meticulous way of handling things greatly satisfied Cale. As Han left the room, the Black Dragon revealed itself. The Black Dragon ate the fruits placed on Cale's bed and reported that there were no recording or listening devices in the room. Cale thought that was natural. If listening devices were hidden in the living space of a noble from another country, even if the two countries were in a cooperative relationship, wouldn't it be tantamount to a provocation? In other words, they could now discuss anything in this room. Nevertheless, Rosalind cast a soundproofing spell. Cale looked back at Choi Han. Choi Han kept his head bowed and looked at him. Cale expected this. "You couldn't kill Retica, report." At Cale's words, Choi Han began his report. The blood-crazed mage had appeared at the place Cale mentioned, so he tried to kill him, but his subordinates threw themselves in the way to stop him. Like a suicide squad, the mysterious organization strangely valued Retica. Thanks to those fanatics, Retica escaped, but not unscathed. Choi Han had cut off his left arm and injured one of his eyes. Fearing he might reattach his arm, Cale instructed him to burn it. This loss was crippling for the mage. All were grievous injuries. This was because one needed both hands to cast magic to easily balance mana. Choi Han clenched his fists and bowed his head. "I should have killed him. I apologize." "No, what are you sorry for? Let it go and forget it." Cale looked at An and Hong, who were sitting next to Choi Han. Unlike usual, An and Hong were clinging to Locke instead of approaching Choi Han and seemed terrified. Cale asked about the fate of the mage's subordinates. As expected, they had all been killed. What Cale worried about was whether Choi Han had destroyed the surrounding houses. If so, he would have had to go clean up again. Fortunately, this time Choi Han had listened to Cale's words and done his best to avoid damaging the surrounding houses and area. The cats remembered Choi Han killing people and became even more agitated. Eventually, they approached the Black Dragon to soothe their nerves. This was because the Black Dragon was the most gentle and adorable creature there. Finally, everything was over. Cale thanked everyone for saving many lives. Then the Black Dragon whispered to Cale, "You worked hard too." Cale smiled and nodded. "Yes, I worked hard too, so it's time to collect my reward." Finally, it was time to discuss the reward. As promised, the Crown Prince came to find Cale, and Cale, feigning an overwhelmed expression at the Crown Prince's visit, lavished him with flattery that was almost uncomfortably excessive. The Crown Prince immediately got to the point. The Crown Prince fabricated a story that Cale, while struggling to heal his injuries and control the chaos in the plaza, had been the noble who stopped the bombs. Regarding his power, since Cale had already revealed his ancient ability, the Crown Prince announced that it was a defensive ancient ability and not particularly powerful. Since the Crown Prince's handling of the situation perfectly matched Cale's intentions, he had no further objections. For Cale, since he had already used the ancient ability, it was better for rumors to spread that it wasn't particularly powerful. Moreover, he was indeed weak. Tomorrow, the butler would report the current situation and the rumors about it. "Now let's see." Cale faced Alberu. He was staring intently at Cale. At Cale's relaxed demeanor, Alberu frowned, thought for a moment, then spoke. And there was this too. Alberu's attitude was very hesitant, mixed with anticipation. Cale, seeing the Crown Prince's rare reaction, waited in silence. Just then, the Black Dragon, sleeping under Cale's bed, spoke in his mind. "Now I know for sure. He is not human." Then the Crown Prince asked, "Are you not human? What is this?" As the unexpected direct question flew at him, Cale suddenly felt a strong desire to actually get hurt. Cale, dumbfounded, replied, "Of course I am human." Cale's face seemed to question how Alberu could ask such a question. Alberu nonchalantly said, "Ah yes, you are human." Cale saw Alberu's finger pointing at him. He and Cale both human. Then the Black Dragon said, "That's a lie. He is definitely not human." "Dragon, could you stop? Why do you keep telling me things I don't want to know? If I didn't hear it, I'd be more at peace. Why don't you understand that?" But of course the dragon couldn't hear Cale's inner thoughts. There was a fatal flaw between Cale and the Black Dragon. The Black Dragon could speak to Cale anytime, anywhere, but Cale could not. It was a one-sided conversation, so it continued to blabber. "In my 4 years of life, I've never seen such a being." The creatures the Black Dragon had seen in its 4 years were itself dragons, humans, and recently the cat tribe and wolf tribe. In other words, it meant the Crown Prince belonged to none of those. Cale, seeing the Crown Prince glance at him, said, "Of course, what else could there be besides humans? All beings living together are merely human." The Crown Prince agreed with Cale's words. He moved on to another matter. What he had vaguely felt since the banquet was a strange scent near Cale. Cale, feigning innocence, replied, "A scent I just bathed." Seeing Cale's feigned innocent expression, the Crown Prince no longer seemed to care about that issue. He immediately got to the point. Since both he and Cale had already shown their cards, there was no need to hide anything further. He wanted to know what reward Cale desired. Alberu hadn't been able to visit him until late at night, partly because he was busy dealing with the incident, and partly because he couldn't find any information related to Cale Henituse. Information existed, but it held no value as such. The notorious good-for-nothing in the northeast region around this time last year had already been completely pushed out of the succession line. There was no sign of him expressing dissatisfaction about this. There were no signs of discord within the family. Cale Henituse, the good-for-nothing, was merely trash who loved alcohol and women. "Look here, Your Highness, then could you tell me what I should do? Could a good-for-nothing say such a thing?" The Crown Prince directly stated his demands. He wanted Cale to say nothing to the nobles, speak well of the Imperial family, and at the same time praise the Crown Prince's generous heart. Cale knew that what had happened today was an embarrassment for the Imperial family. The Imperial family knew the nobles would use this incident as an excuse to find fault, which was why the Crown Prince had offered him compensation. Since Cale was a member of the neutral Henituse family, he could set conditions. The corners of Cale's and Alberu's lips simultaneously curved into smiles. Their smiles were quite similar. "Anyway, the ancient ability you showed today isn't all of it, is it?" Cale replied. "That's right. In fact, other than that ability, they're all useless." According to what Cale had read in the novel, Crown Prince Alberu knew more about ancient abilities than others. Of course, he didn't know as much as Cale now, but as the possessor of the Star of Healing, he knew a fair amount. Come to think of it, Alberu's Star of Healing was left behind by his mother. The Crown Prince asked Cale about his desired reward. He spoke very leisurely in a tone that suggested he would grant any request. "So what do you want? Investment in your family's northeast region, or stability of power in the northeast region?" Cale replied. "Those are not mine. Please give me my reward." What Cale wanted was something he needed for himself. After a brief silence, Alberu scoffed. He realized this good-for-nothing's true intentions. Though living as a good-for-nothing, humans ultimately, no, all living beings ultimately aspire to greater heights and desire to possess everything. Ultimately, what was more important than family or those around them was oneself. "So what do you want? A position, a medal, or power in the capital?" Contrary to Alberu's expectations, Cale slowly shook his head. "None of them." Cale spoke only one word. Money, Albrew, surprised, asked again, and Cale, who desperately desired a peaceful life, re-emphasized what he wanted. Please give me money. I don't need a medal, nor do I want a title. Cash is king. Cale would take the cash and exchange it for assets like food or land to gain profit. Moreover, the last ancient ability he planned to acquire after the sound of the wind was one that grew stronger the more money he spent. However, the Crown Prince, unaware of such deep thoughts, was faced with Cale's exceedingly ordinary request for compensation. He was astonished. He seemed to have overestimated the red-haired Cale. Cale watched as the Crown Prince covered his eyes with his hand and lowered it and asked, "Are you planning to buy alcohol with the money?" Cale grinned broadly and replied, "How did you know?" Albrew burst out laughing and accepted Cale's request. He stood up and said to Cale, "Tomorrow you'll see the report and tell me the amount you desire." Those words meant the Crown Prince would visit him again tomorrow. Cale put on an expression of deep emotion. Albrew shuddered, waved his hand, told Cale to rest, and immediately left the room. Once he left, the dragon deactivated its stealth magic. It then pestered Cale to answer if there was another type of power that could dye hair color without using mana. Cale ignored the black dragon's words and immediately went to bed. From now on he was a patient. But he was not a patient who could rest comfortably. Early in the morning, Cale received a letter from John through Han. John had left as expected. Cale tore open the letter and read it. "Young master, I will report once a month. I did not know you were hiding such power. Choi Han told me about that man's appearance. John will remember. And I told Big Croc too." Cale smiled. If Retica were to encounter John now, he clearly wouldn't be returning home this spring. After reading the letter from John, the Northeast nobles came to find Cale. "I heard you were in great pain, Eric Wisman." It was the first time Cale had seen such a worried expression on his face. However, Cale did not say he was fine. He had to be faithful to his role. "I have no strength in my body. I slept all day, so I have no energy. My stomach is also very uncomfortable." Since he had eaten and laid down all day, his stomach was bloated and there was no more room. Eric wore a distressed expression. Rupert's face hardened and Amiru seemed to have made a decision. The two cats looked alternately at the three people and Cale, shaking their heads at each other. Cale knew that they hadn't merely come to visit today. As soon as he heard Cale's words, Eric handed him documents containing revised information about investment in the Northeast region. It seemed they had decided to invest in the construction of a naval base. This news would soon be conveyed to the Henituse family. Along with a proposal, they were scheduled to meet the Crown Prince tonight. Cale looked at Amiru and Juver and said, "Everything will go well." His voice was full of confidence, and it was true. Those words reassured the three. Cale held the documents and said, "From now on, please send documents through a servant. Visiting me is also difficult for everyone, so you don't need to come next time." "No, we must come. There is something the young master also needs to know." Cale vaguely nodded at the sight of the three insisting on coming and sent them away. Receiving people while leaning on a bed in patient clothes was very tiring. However, for the next people who entered, Cale threw off his blanket and sat comfortably facing them. He said, "Han, go." Cale said to Han, who stood like a criminal. Rosalind had already dispelled her magic, revealing her red hair and red eyes. Her attire was tidy and her outer cloak was removed. "I apologize, young Master Cale, but I need Choi Han and Locke." Since Rosalind had revealed her identity in the Imperial Palace, she had to quickly return to the Brek Kingdom. If the leaders of the assassination group learned she was alive, they would move swiftly to kill her, so she couldn't return alone. Due to this incident, she had revealed her identity as a high-ranking mage, so her enemies would send corresponding forces. Therefore, she needed strong escorts. Cale looked at Choi Han and Locke and said in an indifferent voice, "What are you apologizing for? You have helped us greatly, lady. So we should repay you. Aren't you Locke's older sister and Choi Han's friend?" Rosalind was touched that Cale understood her situation. Although this assassination attempt brought Rosalind close to death, she was certain that this period would be a turning point in her life. Choi Han stepped forward and looked at Cale. "I must protect Cale." Cale thought to himself that only if Choi Han left could he act freely and prepare to flee when war broke out. He smiled to reassure Choi Han. "I will never die." He would accumulate a lot of money, become strong enough to easily escape and live a peaceful and comfortable old age. Besides, with the dragon already here, Choi Han's protection was no longer necessary. Choi Han's true nature was a hindrance. "Understood, I was worrying too much," Choi Han replied happily. Cale no longer looked at the calm Choi Han and beckoned Locke to come closer with a flick of his finger. Locke, surprised, cautiously approached. Cale didn't mind his reaction. Cale promised Locke that he would take care of Locke's younger siblings and instructed Locke to return to the Henituse territory with Rosalind in 3 months. Locke stared blankly at Cale. Cale, thinking about when he would need to use this guy, pulled out a map. It was a map of the Northeast region. "Go to the Henituse territory. I and your siblings are there, so you must return. A place to return to." Disliking the way he mumbled blankly, Cale patted Locke's shoulder. "Yes, a place to return to in 3 months, don't forget." Yes, I will definitely return in 3 months." Locke, understanding the situation, nodded vigorously. With Locke's issue resolved, Cale felt a sense of liberation. Although the story had changed a lot, he hoped it would still follow the main flow to some extent. Only then could he apply the things he had read. Cale regretted not being able to send Big Croc with him. He planned to send him with John later when John returned. Once everything was settled, Han informed him that the king wanted to bestow a medal upon Cale. He handed him a bundle of documents containing rumors related to the Plaza terror incident. Cale read the first line. Sir Cale Henituse, proud successor of the Henituse family, a family that protects the kingdom from the forest of darkness. Cale sighed. It was expected but truly absurd. Your Majesty, you're exaggerating too much. A week later, Cale alighted from the carriage. It bore the golden turtle crest of the Henituse Count family. It's been a while, Cale agreed with what the Black Dragon said in his mind. The place Cale was currently standing was the capital's Plaza of Glory. The northern collapsed part of the plaza was surrounded by a massive protective barrier for repairs. Cale walked straight inside. Beside him, the vice commander of the Henituse family's knights followed, leading the knights as escorts. As Cale walked, chilling voices were heard from around him. "Oh, young Master Silverlight, young Master Shield." Cale was speechless. He wanted to live quietly, but the heavens wouldn't allow it. The more Cale was annoyed by people's attitudes, the more delighted the vice commander became. He was very proud that his young master was respected and praised by everyone, and called by the beautiful names Young Master Silverlight and Young Master Shield. Young Master Silverlight and Young Master Shield. How wonderful it would be not to hear such unpleasant and embarrassing names. However, Cale did not complain. He knew that everything remained at this level because the Crown Prince had suppressed the rumors. He shrugged and quietly said to the vice commander, "If I have a drink here and act normally, no one will call me that, right?" The vice commander turned his head without a word. Only then did Cale feel a slight sense of satisfaction. The corner of his lips slightly curved, but that smile immediately vanished at the vice commander's next words. "You haven't fully recovered yet. It would be best to refrain from alcohol." In everyone's eyes, Cale was still ill and not fully recovered. His body had been damaged using an ancient ability, but thanks to that he had achieved the miracle of blocking the magic bomb's explosion. Of course, that story of a miracle had come from the Crown Prince's lips. Furthermore, the Henituse Count family's members in the capital did their utmost to protect the injured Cale. Of course, it wasn't just in the capital. Cale recalled the Count. A few days ago, he had tried to leave the territory and come to the capital. He had held a video communication device and asked Cale if he remembered the faces of those who had harmed him. "I will kill every single one of them." The Henituse family had been quiet until now, not because they were weak, but because they were strong. However, due to this incident, anyone who had touched a member of the Henituse family, Cale, would be eliminated, no matter who they were, and his words seemed to be true. Since Cale had returned to the mansion, no noble had come to visit him or slander him. Eric's group was also not seen. That was fortunate. Cale made good use of that time. Cale walked straight ahead, facing the knights and soldiers at the entrance. "Do I need an identification check?" The knight shook his head and politely cleared the way. From this point, Cale had to enter alone. The plaza entrance was controlled even more strictly than during last week's birthday celebration. But Cale was an exception. "Yes," Cale saw the knight answer decisively and bow his head. Cale went inside. A knight looked at Cale's retreating figure with respectful eyes for a while. Today, the king would commemorate the deceased and bestow medals upon some individuals. Cale, dressed more neatly and in darker clothes than usual, headed to his seat. The Northeast Noble Alliance was already there. Noble representatives, including Eric, Amiru, and Rufert, could say nothing and only looked at Cale. They had all heard the news that Cale Henituse had refused the medal, a symbol of honor, and yielded it to someone else. Moreover, he had come here with a body that had not yet recovered. Amiru looked at Cale, and Cale raised his head to look at the sky. "The weather is nice. It seems like a good day to commemorate the deceased," Cale said nonchalantly. His red hair fluttered in the wind, contrasting with his clothes. Amiru gave a subtle smile at Cale's usual calm demeanor. "Perhaps it's thanks to young Master's heart." "My heart?" Cale looked at Amiru with an expression that conveyed his curiosity about what she was saying. At Cale's reaction, Amiru and the other two smiled gently and warmly. Although he felt a slight uneasiness at Amiru's actions, Cale said what he had to say. He requested to go to Amiru's territory, which was the Wisman family's territory, under the pretext of enjoying the sea and recuperating. But in reality he intended to acquire the ancient ability there that would make him stronger. Smiles appeared on the lips of Amiru, Rufert, and Eric. It was a smile similar to Cale's. After today, the nobles would hear news of military base investment and development in the northeast coastal region. Because of this, Amiru and Juver would hastily leave the capital tonight, partly to avoid unnecessary matters, and partly because both they and the Imperial Palace wanted this matter to proceed quickly. There was a possibility that Count Henituse would invest a huge amount of money in Amiru and Rufert's territories. This was also one of the reasons Cale was visiting their territories. The memorial service and medal awarding ceremony began. King Zed stood on a high platform and delivered a speech. The plaza did not have as many people as last week, but the solemn atmosphere was distinctly different. "We gather here again to let everyone know that we will never yield to any threat. Many people acted bravely. Thanks to them, we have been able to protect this land until now." A moment later, Cale thought he had made eye contact with the king, but he hoped not. Cale cautiously looked at the sky behind the king. He recalled what the Black Dragon had said. "The blessing of the Sun God. I feel no divine power from those ordinary humans. Only the Crown Prince is a little special." The divine power possessed by the Crossman Imperial family was not true. He had learned yet another meaningless truth. Cale decided to pretend not to know anything. Cale told the black dragon it was a secret between the two of them, and the black dragon, flapping its wings as if greatly amused, immediately agreed. King Zed announced the awarding of medals. One by one people came forward to receive their medals, and the plaza was filled with cheers as if there had been no sorrow. Cale heard the dragon's voice in his head. Humans are truly strange. Cale also applauded the medal recipients. The atmosphere grew more relaxed, and everyone enjoyed the awards ceremony like a festival. Thanks to this natural atmosphere, someone was able to approach Cale. Young Master Cale. At the soft call, Cale turned his head. It was Venian Stan. Many noble representatives had returned to their territories, judging the capital to be dangerous due to the terror incident. So today's event had quite few attendees. Not only Venian, but all the families representing each region were still in the capital. Venian said, "I heard you refused the medal, young master. Don't you regret it?" Cale couldn't understand the reason or purpose behind Venian asking such a question. "I want to kill him," the dragon said. Cale worried that Venian might explode and die here. Cale mentally told the black dragon to calm down, then thought about the medal. Cale had refused to accept it. The reason was simple. He didn't want to be recorded. On the top floor of the Imperial Library there were records of the current king's era. On the floor below there were records of heroes who had received medals categorized by rank. The Imperial family managed and tracked the whereabouts of medal recipients under the pretext of providing monthly compensation, while it might be an honor for others. For Cale it was a leash. Cale didn't want to be recorded anywhere. What wasn't recorded would be forgotten. With war about to break out everywhere, who would remember the one who stopped this Plaza terror incident? Even if they did, they would prioritize other more important things. Knowing this, Cale had intervened in the terror incident, and this was why he wanted to avoid being recorded. A faint smile appeared on Cale's lips. He looked at Venian and said, "Regret what? Isn't it enough to be alive? Besides, how could a coward like me receive a medal?" Disappointment showed on his face, but Cale didn't care. Shrugging his shoulders and turning away, the event concluded with the king's closing declaration. People gathered at the altar in the plaza, placing flowers and praying for the deceased. Cale looked at the crown prince. He had told Cale there was no need to come to the memorial, but Cale had come because he knew the weight of death. Suddenly, Cale placed his hand on his left chest and felt his heart beating. At that moment, Eric cried out in surprise, "Cale, are you alright? Is your heart hurting? What nonsense are you talking about?" Cale looked at Eric's worried face strangely, at his clearly meaningful gaze. Eric sheepishly and timidly retreated. Cale thought about the reward the crown prince had given him, a much greater reward than he had expected. A golden pass, something that could be used twice to buy anything, whether it was 2 loaves of bread or 2 mountains. It didn't matter what he bought, only the number of uses counted. The golden pass seemed very useful to Cale. The crown prince must have thought, what could you possibly buy, and given him this. Or perhaps he had given him such a precious item to test what Cale could buy. A wrong move, your royal highness. Cale's lips curled upwards. There were countless things he could buy, of course, if he knew how to buy them. What scheme are you plotting, weak human? Live carefully, the black dragon said, seeing Cale's facial expression. But Cale ignored him. He looked around where he was standing and met the gaze of many people watching him. Cale believed those gazes would disappear once he left the capital the next day to prepare to leave this noisy place. Cale pushed a plate of steak towards the dragon and at the same time gave the dragon 3 mana concentration devices detached from the magic bombs. 3 items. These were magic bombs with their magic circles removed, still containing mana. Cale planned to use one of them first to destroy the whirlpool and at the same time secretly overturn the northeastern waters of the Roan Kingdom. He could do it in a sea where merfolk or whale tribes did not yet live. Originally, Cale had no intention of destroying the whirlpool and planned to resolve it with the Indestructible Shield and the Heart of Life. But now that he had the dragon, Cale didn't have to suffer alone. After eating his fill, Cale, along with the dragon, An and Hong, sent them out and greeted his first guest. Biro thought he didn't know what the young master had stolen, but it seemed like a pretty big deal. "I've become quite famous these days." Seeing Cale's healthy appearance without any trace of illness, Biro was speechless and shook his head. Cale was before him. He had claimed to be ill, yet he was drinking alcohol. "Yes, you are very famous. But is it all right for you to drink alcohol? No need to act in front of me." Biro laughed and poured Cale's drink. Then he handed him a magic box. "This is the item young master requested." "I already received the previous items." Cale stroked the magic box he would use and glanced at Biro. Where should I use the golden pass? Cale decided between 2 options. He would use the golden pass to buy time to eliminate the elements that would pose a danger to the Roan Kingdom. Furthermore, those who would threaten not only the Roan Kingdom but also the Brek Kingdom and the countries of the central northern western continent. When the Northern Nights came down, Cale would use the golden pass to buy that time, more precisely to escape from the Empire in the center of the western continent, the Mage Slayer and the Queen of the Great Forest who would appear before the Northern Nights. Cale decided to buy time to escape from all these people. If he had been alone he couldn't have said it, but now he had other people by his side. So Cale felt much more confident in his plan. Cale asked Biro who he was trading with these days. He replied, "I'm not trading with anyone these days, but I've obtained some interesting information." Indeed, he was a merchant. Very skilled with information. The western continent was on the verge of explosion. And at that time, merchants could easily make money. If there was money, merchants would jump in. Biro was very satisfied with Cale. "You know a lot about merchants." He also liked that Cale got straight to the point without beating around the bush. Biro speculated that the Whipper Kingdom would soon be overthrown. A conflict between the Mage Alliance and the non-Mage Alliance had reached its peak. He intended to seize that opportunity to make money, but he was still uncertain where to invest. He asked Cale a cautious question, and Cale answered immediately. Human, the Mage Alliance will be defeated in the Civil War, and the Magic Tower will collapse. So what will happen to the remaining mages? The Whipper Kingdom was the country that produced the most magic items on the Western continent. There were also quite a few mages there who wielded greater power than government and politics. But after the Civil War, they would lose their place. The one eyeing this was none other than Crown Prince Alberu. And Rosalind was a high-ranking mage who planned to build a new magic tower when the current one collapsed. Young Master is talking about the decline of mages. Cale didn't need to answer. Mages must decline. Only then would the Whipper Kingdom have a future. But these things didn't mean much to Cale. What he wanted was something else. The Whipper Kingdom was the country that produced the most magic items, and also the place that produced the highest quality magic items. Cale wanted the remnants after the Civil War. Cale asked Biro to inform him when the magic tower collapsed. Biro wondered why Cale wanted to know that. Cale shrugged and replied, "You'll know when the time comes. Cale will buy that magic tower. After the Civil War, the magic tower would be beyond repair, filled with broken magic tools." Cale knew how to buy the magic tower, and Alberu wouldn't be able to refuse Cale's action either. "I'm really looking forward to it." Cale nodded to Biro. He was looking forward to it too. If he bought it, he would gain time. Cale would gain time to escape danger. Of course, the price would not be small. "It's not my money anyway." Biro's anticipation grew at Cale's cunning smile. After finishing their conversation, Biro left. As one guest departed, another arrived. Actually, that guest wasn't greeted by Cale but just walked in. Cale indifferently looked at the open balcony door, then was startled to see something enter. "What is this?" A palm-sized clay doll toddled towards Cale from the balcony. The black dragon could feel divine power from it. Cale guessed its owner. At that moment, the eyeless and earless clay doll spoke through its mouth. "Indeed, young master recognizes it. Young Master Cale. This is a doll connected to my consciousness which can only be used once and only has listening and speaking functions." Indeed, it was the ability of the one called a necromancer. Cale looked at the black dragon. The black dragon spoke into Cale's mind but did not uncloak itself. It knew the clay doll only had listening and speaking functions. How strong is the black dragon really? Cale suddenly became curious about the dragon's power. But he couldn't think about it anymore because of the clay doll's words. "We are leaving the capital today. Young Master wouldn't want us to contact you like this, would you? But Taylor has something to tell young Master." Mad Priestess Cage relayed Taylor's words. "The eldest son of Marquis Stan," he said, "Young Master Cale, when I reclaim my rightful place. No, when I rise higher than my rightful place. Then I will repay your kindness." "I don't need it." "Understood," the clay doll replied. "But Taylor and I need a place to send news when we achieve what we desire." "Do as you please." At Cale's words, the clay doll's mouth curled up, then melted away. It wished Cale good health and then slowly disappeared without a trace. The black dragon watched it, then said to Cale, "Then I can get my revenge then." When the eldest son Taylor Stan became the head of the Marquis family, that was when the current Marquis and Venian would have to endure the dragon's wrath. "Do as you wish then." At Cale's agreement, the black dragon flapped its wings happily, almost breaking into a Vienna house dance. What a barbaric fellow, to be so happy about revenge. Cale had a terrible night having to listen to the black dragon's imagined revenge story like a lullaby. Early the next morning, Cale stood before his carriage. Rosalind, Choi Han and Locke came out to see Cale's party off. Inside the carriage, Rosalind handed the black dragon 2 books. One was a Roan Kingdom language book and the other was a common continental language book. The black dragon seemed to want to learn to read to find a name it liked, and the responsibility of naming it rested with Cale. Of course, only Rosalind knew the black dragon's intentions. She casually glanced at Cale, who was standing next to Choi Han, then smiled intriguingly. "Cale will understand the dragon's intentions." Outside the carriage, Locke said goodbye to the Blue Wolf tribe children. "Big Brother will definitely come back stronger. In the meantime, listen to young Master's words carefully. Think carefully about what Big Brother said last time. You must decide your own future. Now we must become stronger." A battle was brewing here too. Choi Han said to Cale, "If you see the blood-crazed mage Retica, you must immediately have the dragon eliminate him before he lays his eggs. Don't make the same mistake I did by only cutting off one arm. It would be more satisfying to just take his head off. Blowing away everything in one shot and fleeing would have the highest survival rate." Choi Han continued to try to impart survival knowledge to Cale, but Cale stopped him, telling Choi Han to travel carefully and not get hurt. "Yes, I will definitely do that." Cale, not wanting to see Choi Han's naive smile, immediately got into the carriage. Then Rosalind got out of the carriage and said to the vice commander, "Depart." As soon as Cale finished speaking, the servants standing outside the mansion bowed to him. Cale couldn't understand why the servants were neglecting their duties to see him off. "Young Master, may you return in peace. See you next time. It was a great honor to serve you, young Master. I look forward to seeing you again next time." These words were chilling. Cale had no intention of returning to the capital. He waved vaguely and closed the window curtains. Cale's carriage convoy left the capital and headed northeast. The Wisman territory where Cale was headed was a sea with whirlpools that had existed for hundreds of years. "Wow, it's salty. Is this the sea?" The red cat poked her head out of the slightly open carriage window and sniffed. Cale nodded vaguely and received a fist-sized round object from the Black Dragon. It was the mana concentration device detached from the bomb. Now they could create a new magic bomb. Cale was intrigued by the Black Dragon's declaration. He opened the window wide. Cale saw the refreshing sea and the wide northeastern coast. There were many islands in this sea. The cat seemed interested in the cliffs here. The steep cliffs rising from the beach were admirable yet overwhelming. Carriage, rattling along the road that followed the cliffs, moved towards the distant horizon. This was the magnificent scenery of Wind Cliff, Ubar territory. Opposite Wind Cliff were a few small islands. Cale saw several whirlpools between the cliff and the islands. These whirlpools made the sea in front of Ubar territory a dangerous place. The mage slayer, who was evaluated as a clever barbarian, was cast ashore on one of these islands and discovered the sound of the wind. A person with a superior physique even to Locke. You will become the Wolf King, the leader of the Blue Wolf Village, the strongest power in the Western continent, the tyrant Tunka. According to the novel's progression, Tunka still had some time before arriving here. Cale would acquire the sound of the wind before he did. Thinking this, Cale comfortably looked out the window. Suddenly, something beyond the horizon caught Cale's eye. Was that a whale? Giant whales spouted water into the sky. They were passing through the northeastern waters, heading north. Whales usually lived in the northern sea, and the whale tribe also. They didn't come south until they fought the merfolk tribe. An ominous premonition struck, but Cale reassured himself that it was just a passing pod of whales. I've detected a powerful being. Cale's ominous premonition seemed to be correct a moment later. The carriage stopped directly in front of the village at the foot of Wind Cliff. Cale frowned and got out of the carriage. Young master, are you seasick? Cale shook his head at Han's question. No, just uneasy. Ah yes, the coastal cliffs can be a bit unsettling, but our coachman is a veteran, so don't worry. Cale ignored Han, who was speaking unnecessary words and pretending to be reliable. At this moment Amiru approached Cale's party and greeted them. Simultaneously, a knight hastily approached Amiru and reported, Madam, the person you rescued has woken up. Those words successfully drew Cale's attention. And Cale recalled a certain person. Cale frowned at his own conjecture. Amiru saw Cale's face and kindly explained, a few days ago, while surveying the coastline and islands, we rescued a person who was drifting. It seems that person has woken up. At that time, Amiru saw the person unconscious and about to be caught in a whirlpool. She didn't know what to do, but remembering what Cale had done in the plaza, she decided to save him. After all, a person's life is truly precious. Right? Cale replied after a long pause. Yes, I expected the young master would say that. Amiru's smiling face didn't enter Cale's vision. Instead, Tunka's appearance, as described in The Birth of a Hero, came to mind. Amiru was unaware of Cale's complex thoughts. Seeing Cale's serious face, she continued speaking. Judging by the person's attire and physique, he seems to be a tribesman from the Whipper Kingdom. It must be Tunka. The more Amiru spoke, the emptier Cale's mind became. The tribesmen were the leaders of the non-mage alliance that opposed the mage alliance, and they were once despised as barbarians, but there were no barbarians in this world. All people possessed wisdom. They left their history through the passage of time, developing and growing in their own ways. The tribesmen did not use magic and lived on the coasts and rugged mountainous regions of the Whipper Kingdom. They focused on maximizing their physical abilities. They sought to destroy the Whipper Kingdom, dominated by mages, and restore it to its original state. People from other countries called them a barbarian nation, but for the people of the kingdom they were no longer barbarians but free people. Their instincts destroyed the nation of rules. The problem was that Tunka was truly ignorant and a clever barbarian. Although the novel described him that way, to Cale, Tunka was simply simple-minded, ignorant, and only strong. The most terrifying thing about an ignorant person is that you cannot reason with them. Amiru saw Cale's expression and, thinking he was worried about Tunka, said, Young master, you don't need to worry too much about him. His body is recovering very quickly. Who's worried about him? Cale actually hoped his recovery period would be longer. That way he wouldn't have to meet him until he left. Cale pretended to be tired and quickly went back to his room to think about what to do next. Amiru, thinking Cale hadn't fully recovered, stopped the conversation and hastily led him to his resting place. On the way, Cale began to connect several events. Why did Tunka appear now? The same went for Biro. Even if Biro was from the Prane Merchant Guild and highly capable, how could he be so certain that a civil war would soon break out in the Whipper Kingdom? How could he know so quickly? Cale had thought his previous conversation with Biro was ordinary because he already knew about Biro's abilities. However, Biro was still an illegitimate child, ostracized by the Prane Merchant Guild, and his information-gathering abilities would be limited. Yet the fact that Biro knew this information made Cale deduce one thing. The Civil War would break out earlier than in the novel. If he thought that way, all the events fit together. So what made the Civil War break out earlier? But Cale didn't pay much attention to that question. First, Tunka had drifted ashore here. He could only assume that Tunka's ship was attacked by mages and destroyed, and he was on his way back after gaining power in the north. If so, the novel's plot had not changed yet. The power of God that mages feared, the pinnacle of pure human physical strength, sea, mountains, desert, forest, volcano, ice-covered regions. Tunka stood against all the forces of nature, so how could mages who only used mana defeat him? Unless it was a dragon. If it were a dragon, Tunka would die in one hit. As soon as he reached his room, Cale said he wanted to rest, shoot everyone out, and looked at the ceiling saying, "Hey, what's wrong, human?" The black dragon revealed itself. Cale firmly instructed the black dragon, "Stay by my side for a while, don't go anywhere." Cale had learned his lesson from the black dragon and Choi Han. The more he tried to avoid Tunka, the more likely he was to encounter him and take on another burden. He needed to be prepared for that situation. "I'll do as I please," the black dragon snorted, ignoring Cale, but seeing its wings flutter, Cale was sure the black dragon would listen to him. The black dragon was a child whose words and body reactions were different. Cale felt relieved after giving the black dragon his instructions. Only then did he look around the room. He had heard that the mansion, located higher than this coastal village, was built when the current family head took office. This mansion didn't fit in at all with the small beach village. This meant that Amiru's mother, the current head of the Ubar family, had a strong will to develop this village when she took office, and that will only bore fruit after 10 years. Getting support from the Eric family and drawing in the Juver family couldn't have happened in a short time. Cale decided to meet the Lord before leaving Ubar territory. He looked down at the beach village revealed through the large window and saw Wind Cliff. Wind Cliff had created whirlpools in the sea for hundreds of years, causing many difficulties for the residents of Ubar territory who wished to venture into the wider ocean. Nevertheless, there was a reason why the Lord valued this sea. Along this long coastline were 2 more villages, and this village was located in the middle, with a crescent-shaped coastline and towering cliffs on both sides. It was the only one of the 3 villages with a terrain that allowed ships to easily dock. Furthermore, large and small islands were scattered directly in front of the village, creating a magnificent landscape. From a military perspective, this place could be considered good land. Early tomorrow morning, Cale would go to the smallest island in the middle of the islands. Directly in front of that island was the sound of the wind, the source of all the whirlpools. In the novel, Tunka described the sound of the wind as a calm yet fierce power. It was precisely the power Cale wanted. A power that could allow him to escape quietly and quickly, and confuse strong opponents. Cale's lips curled into a slight smile. Cale looked forward to tomorrow morning, and Cale's smile momentarily turned into a satisfied one. "Young master, this is a special seafood dish prepared by Big Croc. Big Croc really loves the sea. Young master, please eat a lot." Cale looked at the 10 wolf tribe children who were bringing food to his room, feeling satisfied. He had told others that these children were Locke's cousins who had lived with him in the village and lost their families to bandits. Cale's satisfied smile deepened. Of course, that smile wasn't because Cale liked the 10 wolf tribe children. Cale's gaze fell on Big Croc, who was behind the children, entering the room with a tray. Big Croc, John's son and the butler and torture expert. He usually appeared impeccably clean, without a single wrinkle or speck of dust on his clothes. It was the same now, but his eyes were black under them. "Young master, we want to work too. Brother Locke said we shouldn't let the young master feed us for free." During their journey, the wolf tribe children, led by Locke, came to Cale's carriage begging for work. So Cale gave them odd jobs in the kitchen. They wanted to help the knights more, but they obediently followed Cale's words. Indeed, the children worked very hard. Cale couldn't suppress a joyful smile seeing Big Croc looking increasingly tired. The wolf tribe children were bright and energetic. They were dressed and groomed neatly as if they had never lived in a secluded village deep in the mountains. That was thanks to Big Croc's instructions. Looking at it this way, he really seemed to have become their nanny. Cale picked up his knife and fork and said to Big Croc, who was leaving, "I'll eat. Thanks for the delicious food." "Yes," click. As Big Croc left, the sound of the door closing was heard. Why was he doing his father's work? Big Croc didn't originally need to bring this food, but since some point he had started doing the things John used to do every day without fail. Thanks to this, Cale didn't feel John's absence. Cale looked at a corner of the room and said, "Come and eat." On Hong, the black dragon, rushed to the table and began to eat. The next day at the dock, Amiru had arranged for a veteran fisherman with decades of experience to take Cale to the central island. Big Croc and the vice commander accompanied them on this trip. Since they were accompanying him, there was no need to bring other knights. Moreover, all the islands were uninhabited, so there was no need to worry. Of course, the black dragon also secretly followed in stealth. Cale looked at the last person boarding the boat and casually joked, "Big Croc, I heard there are many rare seafoods near the island. It will help expand your knowledge." Big Croc, with a puzzled expression, boarded the boat and respectfully replied, "Thank you, young master." Vice Butler Han carried on and hung in his arms, bidding Cale farewell. The cat struggled to escape his embrace as Han approached the water's edge. On and Hong liked the smell of the sea but hated water. Cale's party began their journey and the fisherman rowed the boat. In a sea full of whirlpools, a good boat or an excellent magic engine wasn't what mattered. Decades of experience, that is, the old man's way of rowing the boat, was most effective. "The boat might sway a bit, so hold on tight," the old man said nonchalantly, and the boat set off. A moment later, Cale swore, "Damn it, the boat's swaying," at the edge of the whirlpool as if it would swallow everything. The small boat moved precariously. The waves undulated, rocking the boat. Rumble, rumble, the sound of water mixed, and the fisherman shouted loudly, "Ha ha ha ha, young master, aren't the whirlpools magnificent?" The old man was truly daring. Cale pushed away the vice commander's hand. He was gripping Cale's sleeve, his face pale as if seasick. At this moment, the old fisherman informed Cale that they were almost at the desired island, but they had to face the most dangerous whirlpool. At this point, Cale also felt like he was getting seasick. The old fisherman, as if the confusion wasn't enough, added, "If you get caught in it, prepare to bid farewell to this world." Having finished speaking, he laughed loudly as if he feared nothing outside. He told Cale an interesting story. It was a legend that long ago a thief stole a divine object and that's how the whirlpools were created. The boat tilted slightly. Cale's mind was complicated as he watched the waves crash against the boat. The vice commander sitting next to him must have been completely out of his wits. Oh dear, the boat almost capsized. Boy, you need to row straight. I apologize, father. The father and son fishermen were very nonchalant. Finally, Cale raised his hand to stop the old man's words. He spoke firmly. Let's go to the island first, the old man said. Madame Amiru also said that. I'll take you there right away. The old man expertly rowed the boat. According to his maneuvering, the boat swayed dangerously yet skillfully changed direction and avoided the whirlpools. Damn it, finally they safely reached land. The vice commander stood to one side, spitting blah blah. Seeing the vice commander suffering from seasickness, Cale thought he looked like he was about to die. Cale grabbed Big Croc's arm as he approached and pointed at the vice commander. Big Croc frowned, took out white gloves from his pocket, put them on and approached the vice commander. Cale's shoulder trembled slightly at the sight of the white gloves. Those were the gloves he wore when he didn't like getting dirty during torture. After seeing firsthand that Big Croc owned countless white gloves, Cale stopped watching Big Croc and the vice commander. He looked around the island and asked the fisherman to finish his story about the thief. The old man then began to speak. Once upon a time there was a thief faster than anyone else. His footsteps were so light and careful that he could walk on water without splashing a single drop. It is said that he stole a divine object. Young master also knows about Wind Cliff in this sea, right? That thief jumped from that cliff, so both the divine object and the thief disappeared from the world, and after that, whirlpools appeared in this sea. The old man with sun-tanned skin and deep wrinkles of time smiled gently. So did you used to worship divine objects, but not anymore? If it was truly a divine object, why would God not reclaim it and instead make people suffer? Cale agreed with the old man's words. It wasn't a divine object but human power, so God couldn't take it. Cale began to execute his plan. He said that since the vice commander was suffering from seasickness, he would look around the island for a bit. Are you all right going alone? There might be something dangerous here. Besides, young master knows my shield, don't you? Please be careful. If you're in danger, take out your shield immediately. Big Croc agreed to Cale's words without a special reaction. That was also why Cale brought Big Croc along. He needed someone by his side now, someone strong but who didn't take protecting him seriously and whom he could boss around. Big Croc perfectly fit those conditions, so he could confidently separate from the group. Cale headed towards the island's forest. As he entered the forest, Cale quietly asked, "How is it?" He heard the black dragon's voice. "As you said, there's something under the whirlpools in front of this island. It's similar to the power in the cave when you got the Heart of Life last time." At the moment the black dragon hinted, Cale leisurely walked through the forest. There was no reason to explore this forest anyway, it was just a convenient path to confirm the whirlpools. Moreover, since the black dragon had to fly at night, it needed to survey the terrain in advance. Cale asked one more thing, "Is there no one else?" "No, there's no one else on the island besides Cale's party." Hearing this, Cale felt relieved. The group of whales he had seen yesterday still bothered him, and there was a corpse thick. Cale's steps suddenly stopped. He frowned and looked at the dragon. The dragon continued, "Just now, flying over the island, I saw 3 corpses on the opposite side of where the ship was docked." Corpses? This was something Cale hadn't imagined. Cale, who had been moving forward, took 3 steps back. Somehow he felt like he would encounter misfortune if he continued. But the black dragon eagerly went on, "But those corpses are not human." Cale covered his eyes with his hand. "Not human? So they're corpses with a special appearance, and the black dragon isn't implying an animal or specific target? Do they resemble humans but aren't human? Then there's only one answer. Are their hands and feet unusually shaped?" The black dragon nodded vigorously at Cale's question. "That's right, their hands and feet are oddly shaped, like fins, like duck feet. Those were the characteristics of the merfolk, first the whales, then the merfolk. Had they appeared already, even before anything began? No." Cale calmed himself. The conflict between the whale tribe and merfolk tribe had a longer history than human wars. But in the Birth of a Hero they appeared when Choi Han allied with the whale tribe. Cale said to the black dragon, "Hey, don't call me that." "Then what should I call you? You'll know soon." What was the black dragon talking about? It was probably planning to name itself, having been diligently studying letters lately. Cale gestured with his chin towards where he had been heading and asked, "Is there nothing ahead? There's no sign of life, the sea is the same. It seems we need to confirm the merfolk corpses." Of course, Cale disliked danger, so he told the dragon to lead the way. As they left the forest, Cale frowned. Indeed, there were merfolk corpses there. The merfolk corpses were stiff like mummies, but their appearance was very different from humans. Their hands and feet had webbing and their skin was covered in fish-like scales. Instead of ears, they had gills. The black dragon approached the corpses and began to analyze them. They seemed to have been killed instantly. It doesn't look like they've been dead long. Moreover, there's red blood on the webbing of these corpses. It looks like they got blood on them during a fight. It's the whale tribe. The whale tribe definitely killed the merfolk. The whale tribe, like dragons, were a small race, but they were the strongest creatures in the sea. Thanks to them, they could protect the sea world from merfolk hordes. The merfolk wanted to establish a kingdom in the deep sea, but the whale tribe could not accept drawing boundaries in the ocean. That was a characteristic of sea creatures. They had to keep moving. The merfolk couldn't do as they pleased because the whale tribe, though small in number, was strong. Then one day the merfolk suddenly began to grow stronger and the whale tribe found themselves in a difficult situation. That's when Choi Han appeared and sided with the whale tribe. That was the content up to Volume 5. Returning to the present and assessing the situation, Cale told the Black Dragon to go back and turned his back on the merfolk corpses. He did nothing and left the scene as it was. He knew that the whale tribe had intentionally left those corpses there. Merfolk corpses would not rot on land, it would simply dry out. They could only rot underwater. If they began to rot, they would give off a scent luring other merfolk. Perhaps those merfolk were killed by a single whale. If there had been more than one, they would have used the corpses to lure and deal with more merfolk. Cale inwardly thought, I need to clean this up quickly and leave this dangerous place. He returned to where the boat was docked and told his companions, let's go, there's nothing more to see, let's go back and eat our fill. Dinner is grilled fish. Cale waited for time to pass, and as night fell, darkness began to settle over the beach village. Cale put on the diving suit he had taken from the magic box Boss had given him. He went to the window overlooking Wind Cliff and the northeastern sea, instructed An and Hong to stay in the room and not let anyone in, then looked at the Black Dragon. The Black Dragon looked at Cale with an arrogant expression and said, flight magic. At that moment Cale's body floated up. Let's go, Cale said, and the Black Dragon led the way with Cale following behind. It flew at an altitude high enough not to be noticed by others. Cale held the magic bomb in his arms. Today, Cale planned to take care of things quickly and leave. By the time people panicked and came looking for this place, Cale would have disappeared like the wind, leaving no trace. Isn't it scarier at night? Cale looked at the largest whirlpool below him and was impressed. At this rate, a guy like Tunka must definitely be a psychopath. He doesn't just like dangerous things, he's obsessively fixated on them. That's why people called him a madman. It's interesting, even though it's my first time at sea. He was the kind of guy who would say that and jump into a whirlpool. Of course, Cale had no intention of acting like him. Cale had put the necessary items in his diving suit pocket. Is this the right place? Cale nodded in response to the Black Dragon's question and took out the magic bomb from his pocket. The Black Dragon emitted mana from its chubby front paw. The magic bomb reacted to the mana and began to tremble. It was not the bomb of the mysterious organization mentioned in Volumes 1 and 2 of the novel, but a more advanced magic bomb. It was similar to the magic bomb developed by the Mage Alliance in the Whipper Kingdom when they were cornered in the latter half of Volume 3. Its main ingredient, the mana concentration device, reacts to the creator's mana and explodes into multiple fragments. Though slightly reduced in power, this multi-explosion bomb was suitable for inflicting large-scale damage, and the inventor of the bomb Cale was holding was the Black Dragon. To make something like this, you're really amazing. That's right, because I am a great dragon. As more mana flowed from the Black Dragon's chubby front paw and completely seeped into the bomb, Cale felt a vibration inside the magic bomb. He raised his head. It was the night of the last day of the lunar month, the moonless hour, precisely the time Cale was aiming for. Be careful, don't get hurt. The Black Dragon flew higher, created a shield for Cale, then said goodbye. Click, a small sound came from the magic bomb. Cale released the bomb he was holding and simultaneously put on the breathing apparatus of his diving suit. The night wind strongly brushed against his face. Dozens of small explosions occurred, causing the whirlpools to lose their rotational force and spin irregularly. Cale plunged inward, heading towards the seabed. His body shot downwards like an arrow. The explosions continued, causing the whirlpools to lose their stability. The aftermath of the explosions caused jets of water to collide with the protective shield, but Cale was able to descend safely to the seabed, the giant whirlpool in front of the central island. That whirlpool originated from a small spinning top under a giant rock slab which had been spinning non-stop for hundreds of years. Now that giant rock slab appeared before Cale's eyes. In the original story, Tunka realized that the whirlpool originated from under a giant rock slab. He tried to lift the rock slab but failed, so he simply smashed it. This alone showed how ignorant Tunka was. Cale shook his head. He approached the spinning top, which was slightly exposed under the rock slab, like Sun Wukong trapped under the Five Elements mountain. Just then, as always when Cale acquired an ancient ability, the voice of the ability's owner resonated. These damn bastards, they say stealing an item made from others' sacrifices is a sin. I was trying to return it to everyone. Trashy bastards, how can such people have power? The owner of the Sound of the Wind ability, the thief, was the protagonist who stole a divine object in this village's legend. But she hadn't stolen a divine object, she had merely stolen an item from the temple. She died bound by her feet on this giant rock slab thrown into the sea. The fastest-footed thief died that way. A supernatural ability to control wind, that ability was different from mana. Her essence was wind. After death she became a spinning top, creating wind. This damn seawater, if I had my friend's light I would have burned it all. Cale took out a tool to retrieve the spinning top from under the rock slab and his expression changed. What did she mean by light? Why is lightning so scary? One strike, just one strike. Cale recalled the last ability he intended to acquire, Flame of Destruction, which could only be obtained by going through flames. Of course he would need to bring an enormous amount of money. Suddenly a thought crossed his mind. Indestructible Shield, Vitality of the Heart, Sound of the Wind, Water, Flame of Destruction, Fire. Cale felt uneasy. He debated whether to take this spinning top, but his diving suit alarm indicated 3 minutes remaining. Cale decided to think about it after acquiring the ability. He began to dig with a shovel. He dug out the soil where the magically enhanced spinning top was trapped. The shovel easily dug through the seabed soil. There was no need to smash the giant rock slab like Tunka. It was just a matter of a few digs. After a few shovel strokes, the spinning top was fully revealed and Cale reached out and grabbed it. As always, the owner of the ancient ability passionately rambled about life, and Cale completely ignored her words and placed the spinning top in his hand on the ground. The owner of the Sound of the Wind ability desired only one thing: liberation or destruction. The spinning top shattered under Cale's foot. A sharp ultrasonic sound resonated underwater. The spinning top broke and the wind escaped from within. That wind enveloped Cale. You are the one with regeneration ability. Don't get caught like me, okay? Live a free life. The white wind enveloped Cale's body and then gathered around his heart. Thump thump. Cale's heart began to beat strongly. His heart was beating so fast that he felt pain. Cale clutched his left chest with his right hand. Then the wind traveled from his head down to his feet and stopped. The wind glowed once more and immediately seeped into his feet, forming a shape. A whirlpool pattern appeared on his ankle, slightly exposed between the diving suit and the duck feet. And indeed it was a silver whirlpool pattern. Only then did Cale feel his heart stabilize. Did the vitality of the heart enhance the sound of the wind? Cale was puzzled, but he couldn't think about it anymore. The alarm rang again. Not much time was left, but that much time was enough. Cale used the sound of the wind. A fierce wind rose under Cale's 2 feet. He lightly stomped his foot, and in an instant Cale's body shot forward through the water. The whirlpool in front of the central island had disappeared, but residual whirlpools still remained. He moved straight through them. The other whirlpools would disappear in a week. But Cale's plan was to maintain these whirlpools for a year. The whirlpools born from the sound of the wind recognized their owner and opened a path for Cale. Cale's destination was Wind Cliff. In an instant he had the cliff before his eyes. Cale pushed off from the water and shot his body upwards. Cale looked towards the village. Too many lights were lit. He had to go immediately. Cale had told Han not to wake him unless it was related to murder, so he wouldn't come easily. But it was still better to return quickly. Cale swam towards Wind Cliff. Below the cliff, large and small rocks protruded. Because of this, anyone who fell from the cliff died with their bodies torn apart. Cale approached the lion-headed cliff. Looking behind the largest rock, Cale smiled. A small cave was visible. That was it. Cale carefully navigated between the rocks and approached the cave. Upon reaching the entrance, he came out of the water and sat at the cave entrance. After acquiring the sound of the wind, Tunka had obtained another lucky encounter here. It was a lucky encounter unnecessary for Tunka, but important material for Cale. If he acquired this material and later brought it along with the material Locke would find, the Queen of the Great Forest would have no choice but to deal with him. Because the Queen had to save the Great Forest. Before Cale could even sit down, the Black Dragon delivered shocking news. There's a creature inside the cave. Although it was almost dying now, it wasn't a corpse, which Cale usually feared. Just then, a dragging sound was heard from inside the cave. The smell of blood permeated the air. Cale thought, should I just jump into the water and go back, or should I ask the dragon to take me home? Rustle, rustle, rustle. But the dragging sound grew faster. Before Cale could finish his thoughts, the creature inside the cave appeared. As soon as it appeared, the creature said in a trembling voice, "Please save me. I have something I absolutely must do, please." It was a human-like creature. It dragged its severely scraped legs and crawled towards Cale. A sticky blue liquid oozed from the scraped areas and blood continuously flowed. It was a merfolk attack. Now, Cale could be sure that he was a whale tribe member. A beautiful human with long disheveled hair and bloodied hands crawled towards Cale. "Hey weak human, do you have a cold? Your face is pale." The Black Dragon's voice resonated, but it didn't reach Cale. Cale felt like he was facing a scene from a horror movie he had watched. A dying whale tribe member in human form appeared before Cale. Cale thought, should I just run away? But why was the whale tribe member poisoned by merfolk? The word half-blood suddenly crossed his mind. In the birth of a hero, the whale tribe, like the dragon race, was a small race. Their tribe had no half-bloods, but among the dead there was a half-blood. Cale approached the half-blood whale tribe member and knelt. A young man with long disheveled hair, a young man with a beautiful face that would make even an elf look like a squid, looked at Cale. "Please save me." Cale answered him indifferently. "All right, I'll save you." A half-blood whale tribe member. If Cale's prediction was correct, this person was likely to suffer more if he survived, and he probably knew that well. Cale recalled the conversation between Locke and the Whale King. "Ah, you were a pure-blood wolf tribe member. My child is not pure-blood." Was that child not pure-blood? "Not that child. I have another son." That son was not pure-blood, so it was too difficult to live in the sea and too weak. "So did he live on land?" "No, that poor child passed away before me." Cale looked into the sea blue eyes and said, "Get some sleep. You'll be fine when you wake up." The blue eyes blinked a few times and then closed. Cale observed the unconscious whale tribe member and then approached to examine his legs. As the whale tribe member lost consciousness, the black dragon appeared and approached. It lit up a small orb. The whale tribe member's legs were terribly rotten. The whale tribe's skin is very thick and long. Unlike their flawless appearance, their skin was very strong, but half-bloods were not. So when attacked by merfolk, the poison seeped deep into the flesh. Cale pointed at the young man and instructed the black dragon to throw him into the water. Black dragon flinched. Cale's answer was more malicious than it had imagined. After composing itself, it began to argue with Cale. "You lied, you said you'd save him. You're really weak. Are you not going to keep your promise? You want me to throw him into the water? Are you planning to kill him?" Cale sighed and replied, "I'm doing this to save him." After speaking, Cale ordered the black dragon to bring one arm from the corpse it had seen earlier. The black dragon's jaw dropped. It didn't know what Cale's scheme was, but it obeyed. While the black dragon went to do as it was told, Cale continued deeper into the not-so-deep cave. He quickly reached the end of the cave. Found it. The lucky encounter Tunka had found was a small pond. Cale collected a little water in a glass bottle. Water that could suppress fire. Originally water was stronger than fire, but this water was strong in a different sense. If this water was poured onto the item Locke would bring and allowed to seep into its properties, it could create a precious item, a treasure that could save the gradually wilting great forest. Cale returned to the cave entrance. He didn't know when the black dragon had returned, but Cale found the black dragon holding one arm of the merfolk corpse with a displeased expression and the half-blood whale tribe member submerged in the water. "Alright, let's go." As soon as he returned, Cale had to endure the excessive welcome of Han and Hong. Up until now, Han had been continuously knocking on the door, unsure of what to do. Fortunately, when Cale returned just in time, Han was still standing outside the door with a tearful face. Since Cale had said he would kill him if he woke him up, he only dared to knock and not enter. Cale took off his swimsuit, put on a bathrobe, and then threw an invisibility cloak to the dragon to conceal the whale tribe youth. Once everything was ready, Cale opened the door and Han stared at Cale. Before him stood Cale, whose hair was still damp and whose bathrobe was loosely worn, revealing a firm, muscular chest. "Young master, have you bathed?" Cale ran a hand through his wet hair and tiredly replied to Han. "I couldn't sleep, so I took a dip in the seawater for a while." Han breathed a sigh of relief. Cale hadn't opened the door simply because he was bathing. A moment ago, a loud explosion had been heard, and Amiru, worried, instructed Han to check on Cale's condition while she went to the sea to observe the situation. Cale thought inwardly that Amiru would surely be delighted when she realized the whirlpool had disappeared. Having understood the whole situation, Cale dismissed his guest. Han quickly disappeared and Cale went into the bathroom, filled a basin with seawater, and returned. The black dragon looked at what he was doing with a strange gaze, but Cale paid no mind and placed the merfolk arm into the basin. A sound like burning was heard, but in reality, the dried-up arm quickly swelled and returned to its original form. Cale took out a knife. "Human, put that knife away!" the black dragon screamed in terror. The dragon's mighty voice, like the one that had shaken the Brek kingdom, seemed to wake the whale tribe youth. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Cale holding a knife and smiling eerily. Thwack! The knife plunged into the merfolk arm. The liquid flowing from it was merfolk blood. Before it decayed, merfolk blood could also recover for a short time in seawater. Cale told the whale tribe youth to drink it. This was the antidote Rosalind had discovered in Volume 5 of The Birth of a Hero to save Locke, who was injured by merfolk poison. Currently, this treatment was not yet known. The whale tribe youth hesitated for a moment, then, as Cale instructed, drank the merfolk blood. A moment later, the wounds on his legs disappeared. He was filled with surprise, and Cale smiled and said, "Are you the culprit behind these merfolk corpses? If you're from the whale tribe, you should return to the sea by morning at the latest to recover your strength." The youth's face grew cold and a sharp aura different from Choi Han's enveloped him. A characteristic of someone who had always lived feeling inferior to their own kind was their sharpness. "How did you know I was from the whale tribe?" Cale, unafraid of his attitude, replied, "3 merfolk are dead. Who else could have done it?" The whale tribe youth did not refute, but merely said he wanted to return home. Cale pretended to have no interest in his affairs. Cale had saved him because he had pleaded. Now that everything was over, they could go their separate ways. Cale climbed onto the bed to sleep and told the whale tribe youth to leave quietly. The black dragon would accompany him so he wouldn't be in danger. Kim Rock-soo, who had lost his family, decided to meddle in another person's affairs for once. Of course, he had no intention of suffering any loss. Cale recalled the Whale King's last words to Locke. "So I don't want to lose anyone in my family anymore. If that child were alive, I would have passed the throne to my daughter and lived a human life with that child once. Would that child have been happier?" "I thought so. She would make a good king. But she is a person with much affection, so wouldn't she want to live with you?" "Yes, when I lost my son, that child turned the entire sea upside down. If she turns the entire sea upside down like that, the entire sea will truly be turned upside down." "Uncle, what's your son's name?" "Bassett." "That is my son's name and the benefactor of kings. Sometime in the future, when he met the current king or the girl who would become king, Cale might be able to use this story right. In any case, the whale tribe would surely win the war against the merfolk tribe." Cale fell asleep peacefully. The next morning when Cale woke up, Peyton was gone. The cat Hong reported that Peyton had said he would return later that night. Cale shrugged. He didn't necessarily need to do that. Early in the morning, Amiru, with a bright smile, informed Cale that the whirlpool in front of the central island had disappeared. "I did it." Cale wanted to say that inwardly, but he averted his gaze. Next to Amiru were the veteran fishermen, knights, and Tunka. As mentioned in the novel, Tunka had long brown hair that stood up like a lion's mane. He had a menacing appearance, as if he could send an eagle flying with a single punch. He clicked his tongue and muttered, "Too bad, I wanted to jump into that whirlpool or another one." Truly Tunka-like. Then Amiru spoke again in a lively voice. "Since the Henituse Count family is our investor, I wanted to show you the peaceful sea views of Ubar. Would you like to come with me to the central island?" Until the Count's people arrived, Cale had to show some sincerity. Cale looked at Amiru, smiled gently, and asked, "Are these people coming along too?" "Yes." Cale's lips twitched at Amiru's firm reply. Amiru didn't see it. She pointed at Tunka and introduced him to Cale. "This is Mr. Bob, the person who was almost caught in the whirlpool last time. He is young Master Cale Henituse." Tunka smiled with a malicious face. "Pleased to meet you. I am Bob." Bob. Cale knew he would use an alias, but did he have to use a dog's name? Cale didn't want to look at Tunka's face. But Amiru continued to explain passionately. "Mr. Bob is a tribesman from the Whipper Kingdom, living in a small village catching fish. He went out on a boat, had an accident, and drifted ashore. Yes, I am an ordinary person who lives by catching small fish. I just happened to end up like this. An ordinary life nonsense. Cale didn't know Amiru's inner thoughts and continued. So last night he went out to sea with us and helped us investigate. Amiru's eyes as she looked at the tribesmen were very pure. Cale scanned his surroundings. Unlike Amiru, many people were looking at Tunka with displeasure. Was it because he was a tribesman? Cale ignored those gazes and met Tunka's eyes. He smiled. I heard that the young master used a great shield in the capital to save everyone. I also wanted to meet such a strong person, so I asked Lady Amiru to come along. Tunka's eyes narrowed, not fitting his massive appearance. At that moment Cale's intuition warned of danger. Cale immediately said, but I am currently recuperating from an injury. Besides, that power is not that strong, it's very weak. Amiru confirmed Cale's words, and Tunka seemed disappointed. He secretly scanned Cale up and down, then looked away. Yes, that's exactly how Tunka is, a hero who sacrifices for others. He had no interest in such things, only in strength. Along with strength he disdained the weak. Even if the weak were on his side, he despised them and would try to kill them if given the chance. That's why people called him a tyrant. After exchanging greetings, everyone boarded the boat to go to the central island. It was then that Cale heard Tunka mutter, strange, I clearly smelled a strong presence nearby. Indeed, Tunka was a demonic being. Cale looked into the air. I don't smell. He heard the black dragon speaking telepathically in his mind. Tunka had sharper intuition than even beastkin. Cale erased his thoughts and decided to act even weaker today. The Ubar family was currently investigating the reason why the whirlpools had suddenly disappeared. Amiru's father and the territory's mages would also come here soon to examine the situation. Cale looked at the calm sea in front of the central island and agreed with Amiru. Is that so? That's fortunate. I hope you can find the cause soon. You're very good at lying. I hope the other whirlpools disappear quickly too. The dragon contemptuously spoke to Cale again telepathically. Another lie. Didn't you say you'd maintain the whirlpools for a year? Cale decided to ignore the black dragon. Amiru nodded to Cale with a firm face. Yes, we will definitely find the cause and eliminate all other whirlpools. Since we've received help from various places and gained such an opportunity, we must seize it. Cale felt a little apologetic at Amiru's passionate demeanor and said, Lady Amiru and the Ubar family will surely succeed. Amiru smiled gently and looked at Cale with warm eyes as if grateful. Cale said to her with a serious face, My head hurts a bit in the sunlight. Can I rest in the shade over there? He felt Tunka's gaze from afar. Tunka occasionally glanced at Cale. He was probably still searching for the scent of a strong being, but Tunka couldn't find the black dragon. It was the limit of someone who couldn't sense aura or mana. Upon arriving at the island, Cale leisurely entered the forest. He went to the place where the merfolk corpses had been last time. Upon arriving, Cale was startled. The corpses were gone. I didn't do it, I didn't, the black dragon vehemently denied it. But this time, Cale didn't even have time to listen. He approached the rock slab where the merfolk corpses had been. He couldn't help but stop in front of that rock slab. Had Peyton done it, the merfolk corpses had turned to dust. Cale could recognize it because he knew they were corpses, but anyone else would have thought it was fine dust from the rock slab. This terrifying power was clearly from the whale tribe, and it was the power of an enraged whale tribe member. The seawater suddenly churned violently. At the same time, the black dragon warned Cale that something was surging up from under the sea at an incredible speed, and a humpback whale appeared, a creature known as the guardian of the sea. Humpback whales protect weaker creatures, and for generations the whale tribe kings were humpback whales. The whale stared directly at Cale with confused eyes, murderous eyes. Exploring eyes, and eyes mixed with instinct and reason. For the first time since coming to this world, Cale met the gaze of a strong being from the position of a weak one. The strong being scanned Cale up and down, exploring. At that gaze the dragon felt melting anger. An invisible force created ripples in the air. The mana in the air began to tremble, and the seawater also churned. But the humpback whale was unshaken. Instead, the whale, about 15 meters long, raised its tail and slapped the seawater. Thump! The seawater shook violently. It was clearly a whale tribe member. Thump thump! Cale calmed his strongly beating heart. Sensing danger, the vitality of his heart began to exert its power, and the indestructible shield also reacted. Ancient powers prioritized their owner above all else. The ancient powers were ready for Cale to use at any moment. Cale turned his head towards the space where mana was gathered, where the black dragon was. Just as he was about to speak, another voice rang out first. I have no intention of fighting. The humpback whale slowly revealed its face above the water. The 4-year-old dragon still replied arrogantly, How dare you raise your head? If your actions aren't to fight, then what are they, you insolent whale? Cale sighed at the words echoing in his mind. Cale reached out to the spot where mana was gathered. A 4-year-old child's anger was truly terrifying. The flow of mana, as if to destroy everything, opened a path at Cale's touch. A strange look crossed the whale's eyes. Cale's hand touched something round. It was the dragon's head. Cale indifferently stroked the dragon's head. Don't be angry, you'll get hurt. The flow of mana suddenly decreased. He heard the dragon say peevishly, I don't get hurt, I'm strong. I know, but you still need to be careful. It was truly difficult to soothe a 4-year-old child, but the dragon seemed to have understood Cale's words somehow. You weak human, you be careful. The mana vibration stopped. Only then did Cale turn his gaze to the whale. The whale slowly bowed its head right in front of Cale. Cale was surprised by its enormous size, but stood still. The murderous aura in the whale's eyes disappeared. The humpback whale bowed its head before Cale and opened its massive mouth. His action of opening his mouth to speak was misunderstood by someone. From beyond the distant horizon, a small whale furiously cut through the water and rushed towards them. Compared to the 15-meter whale, this whale seemed very small and weak. The whale approached very quickly and shouted, "Sister, don't swallow that person." The humpback whale quickly turned its body right in front of Cale. Water mercilessly splashed on Cale, drenching his clothes, but Cale had no time for that. Was the wound on its back from the humpback whale? This small whale was currently patent. If so, there was only one being it could call sister. The daughter of the whale tribe king and the one who would become the next king. The one who would lead the war against the merfolk tribe with Choi Han, it must be her. Cale thought it was fortunate that the front was noisy and people were focused there, otherwise the loud noise would have drawn people here. But the encounter between the humpback whale and the small whale did not last long. At that moment the black dragon casually said, "Another one is coming." Another one. Cale immediately hid behind a large rock. And Tunka, the madman with hair fluttering like a lion's mane, appeared. With mad eyes he burst out of the forest shouting, "What's that smell? What's that smell? The smell of a strong being." Tunka, with mad eyes, brandished a club he had acquired from somewhere, pointing it at the air, and cruelly said, "Is it you?" Tunka clicked his tongue and approached the humpback whale. Nearly 2 meters tall, Tunka still looked very small in front of the humpback whale. He was very excited to be fighting a whale one-on-one for the first time. Indeed, Tunka did not know that the whale before him was a beastkin. He simply wanted to fight because the whale looked strong. There was nothing but fighting and strength in his mind. Cale hid in a corner to avoid being caught in the crossfire. As the old saying goes, when bulls fight, flies die. Was the fly here Cale himself? If it's a whale, shouldn't he just beat it to death? Tunka's eyes gleamed. He lightly pushed off the ground and instantly launched himself into the air. Cale admired him and backed away further. Tunka hovered in the air for a moment, then swung his club towards the whale's head. It was then that Cale saw the whale's sneering smile for the first time. The whale lifted one corner of its mouth slightly and turned its head. Its massive 15-meter body rotated instantly. The whale's tail flew straight towards Tunka, but Tunka immediately changed direction and landed on the ground. The spot where Tunka had jumped from was shattered by the whale's tail. The shockwave caused seawater to surge, drenching Cale. The whale's power further excited the mad Tunka. He was excited and told the whale to come at him, furiously swinging his club towards the whale's tail at an incredible speed. The whale did not evade and raised its tail to strike Tunka. Thump! Tunka landed on the ground with a loud thud. The club in his hand broke in half. Indeed, a club was useless. A fistfight was the real thrill. He laughed madly as he said this, and Cale's head began to ache. What should he do with this guy? At this rate, people from the other side of the forest would flock here. How could he leave this place without anyone knowing at that moment? Oh no, that person is hurt. The young whale also finally arrived here. Tunka was surprised. Could that small whale speak? At that, the humpback whale's face contorted and it stared intensely at Tunka. A beautiful voice resonated. "How dare you call my brother small?" Tunka said in an even more surprised voice. "This one can talk too, what a mess." Cale watched Tunka clap his hands as if delighted, saying, "Oh ho, so you're beastkin, this will be really interesting." Then he swung his fist and lunged at Wura. But how could Wura fear a petty fellow like Tunka? Just as she was about to strike him, Peyton approached and reminded her, "Sister, you mustn't hurt him, he is my benefactor." Wura exchanged glances with Cale, "My brother's savior. You shouldn't lose focus while fighting me. If you keep doing that, it means you want to die." Tunka continued to charge. But his fist did not reach the humpback whale. The whale disappeared and steam rose. Through the steam a girl appeared and walked down to a rock slab on the sea. Wura had beautiful looks, blue hair and blue eyes. If there was any creature most beautiful in the ocean, it would be her, standing before Cale's eyes. Then Cale heard the dragon's voice. "The dragon is cooler. If the dragon transforms into human form, it's even cooler and prettier. Definitely the best in the world," Cale just mumbled. Even in human form, the whale tribe was beautiful and splendid, and on land they were powerful and cruel. Wura approached the rock where Cale was hiding. She thanked Cale for saving her brother. She said she would properly greet him another time, but for now she had to deal with the madman. Tunka seemed annoyed that Wura was ignoring him and not focusing on the fight. "This guy, he's really good at saving people everywhere." Cale clicked his tongue at the word guy. Now Tunka seemed to have completely shed his Bob persona. This was the real Tunka, the type who spoke roughly, regardless of whether the opponent was a noble or a powerful person. Cale was more accustomed to Tunka's current appearance. That's how he was more similar to the character in the novel. The black dragon was displeased by Tunka's sarcastic remarks about Cale. Saving or helping people is a very great act and something to be very proud of. He has a personality like that disgusting Venian. Don't disregard righteous acts. Seeing the anger boiling in Wyra's eyes, she seemed provoked. The woman who led the war against the merfolk. She didn't shy away from quarrels or fights. "Oh, good eyes, so you want to fight me now? Let's fight, leaving that useless guy alone. It'll be much more fun." Tunka ran his mouth, then let his arms hang loose and leaned forward. That was Tunka's combat stance. A smile appeared on Wyra's lips. "This guy dares to challenge me to another fight?" Wura raised her right hand and water began to surge from her palm. Wura gripped a massive water whip. She swung the whip and brought it down towards the sea. The colossal water whip traversed the sea for several meters. The sea once again churned. Wura looked at Tunka with cold eyes and said, "How amusing. I won't fight you. I will teach you a lesson." She challenged Tunka with a flick of her finger. "Teach me a lesson?" Tunka laughed loudly, then looked at Wura with cold eyes. "Then I'll dig your grave." With that he immediately lunged at Wura. Wura swung her whip fiercely at the charging Tunka. Clang! A bare fist collided with the whip and she burst into a wide smile. You really make me want to teach you a lesson. Waira's water whip like a snake coiled around Tunka's body in midair. Tunka laughed and grabbed the whip. The whip, made of water, was caught in Tunka's bare hands. Fighting with strength was his specialty. Tunka exerted force and broke the water whip wrapped around him. Wura raised an eyebrow, but Tunka was no match for the next whale tribe king. Wura lightly moved her right hand, and with that motion the water whip struck Tunka's body quickly and powerfully. Tunka flew towards the forest. Just then, "What is this?" Amiru's survey team and knights appeared from the forest. Tunka was flying towards them. "Everyone raise your shields," Amiru immediately commanded, judging it difficult to avoid the flying Tunka. Tunka laughed loudly upon seeing the knights instantly raise their shields. "Block it well. My body is naturally tough, so you might get hurt." In this situation, there was a high possibility that the knights would be injured in the collision with Tunka. Cale clicked his tongue and lamented, "Damn it, what a madman." Thump! Tunka collided with the shields, but Tunka did not collide with the people, and no one was hurt. Behind Tunka, a silver sacred indestructible shield supported his back and soft silver wings enveloped his body. Everyone's gaze turned to the owner of the shield. Cale once again saved people with his power. As the saying goes, when whales fight, shrimp's backs break. Just as whales fight, shrimp get hurt. With the same power, feeling the gazes pouring down on him, Cale slowly stood up. Cale strongly supported Waira's action of sending Tunka flying, but he couldn't just let the knights get hurt. So Cale hastily used the indestructible shield. Fortunately, the knights were not hurt, but this act meant Cale had saved Tunka. Though he had no such intention, Cale's legs were numb from sitting too long. So he stumbled slightly, then cramped up and collapsed. Amiru rushed over in a panic. "Young master, you didn't have to get involved directly. Why did you insist?" Cale didn't want to either. But if Tunka had hurt the survey team, he wouldn't have been able to return on time. Amiru looked at Cale with a sad and worried face, examining his body, and said, "And why are you so drenched? Are you all right? You're still recovering from an injury. What if you catch a cold, young master, honestly?" At Amiru's words, Wura and Peyton were startled. Wura in particular remembered that Cale was drenched because of her tail flick, and she also remembered Cale's face looking up and flinching. "Isn't it enough that no one got hurt? Isn't that right?" His voice was devoid of warmth and somehow annoyed. Just as they felt, Cale was annoyed. He was completely soaked, which was unpleasant, and he wanted to quickly get out of this situation and rest. Amiru sighed. Honestly, Cale was sometimes difficult to understand. As Cale remained silent, Amiru finally looked around and noticed the presence of two strangers, Peyton and Wura. At the same time, she sternly questioned, "Bob, who exactly are you?" This was the territory of the Roan Kingdom. But this was Amiru's family's region, and she had no intention of overlooking the chaos that had occurred on her land. As tension filled the air, Cale sneezed and wiped his face with his hand, then spoke as usual amidst the gazes focused on him. "Let's go back for now." No one objected to his words. They returned together to Amiru's mansion. After Cale explained the entire situation, Amiru looked at Cale, then firmly told Tunka, "You must leave this place by tomorrow. Know that being exiled is fortunate for you." Amiru ordered Tunka to leave by tomorrow. This was because he had fully revealed his identity as a non-merfolk and engaged in a fight, and the two of you will be properly punished if you continue to cause trouble. The whale tribe siblings calmly nodded to Amiru. After delivering her judgment, Amiru gently told Cale to rest, then looked at Tunka again. Her gaze turned cold. "You truly repay kindness with ingratitude," Cale quietly said to Amiru. "That's why he has to be exiled." Exiling Tunka, that was what Cale had suggested to Amiru. Cale looked back at Tunka. He seemed blank just now. Ah no, he seemed to have a complicated expression. Ancient ability, a power that the tribesmen, apart from physical strength, only recognized and revered among magic which they despised. They considered it a blessing. This was because ancient abilities were innate powers inherited from previous generations. The whale tribe siblings approached Cale. Wura cautiously said to Cale, "Can we really go with you?" Cale said in an indifferent voice. "Do you two have somewhere to go? I can be responsible for one night." Then he got into the carriage. In any case, Tunka would have to return to the Whipper Kingdom. Cale pondered whether he should contact that Crown Prince fellow. How would he react if Cale went to Whipper and brought back a honeycomb full of honey? As a fellow, Cale knew the answer. The Crown Prince would be delighted when he returned. Cale had to face many people. Han, Big Croc, a vice commander, the Den Wolf Tribe children, and On and Hong. Han rushed over and asked Cale something, and Cale instructed Han to host the Whale Tribe siblings. Then he faced Big Croc. Today he was still impeccable, and seeing Cale's messy appearance covered in dirt and dust, he said to Han, the Wolf Tribe children's leader, "Eat some water." "Yes," calmly replied, and approached Cale. "Young master, you almost got seriously hurt getting caught in their fight." When Cale replied that he was fine, he seemed relieved. Cale glanced at Big Croc. When their eyes met, he coldly told Cale to wash up. Cale felt Big Croc's strong will. He seemed to no longer want to see his dirty appearance. Cale silently nodded. He was about to head to the bathroom, but Peyton and Wura stopped him. Wura said she wanted to meet Cale when his health improved. They seemed to want to hide their royal identity from others. Cale promised to meet them the next day and turned to go rest. Before leaving, he specifically emphasized that he needed to sleep and no one should disturb him. As he entered his private room, the black dragon began to cast a spell in Cale's ear. "Seeing you cough, can you act tonight? Shouldn't you rest? Why are you so weak? I keep worrying. You're really annoying me." "Weak human," Cale sighed. "You're even more annoying. The dragon doesn't trust me, does it?" That night, Cale and the dragon went out as planned. They landed on an island not far from the central island. Cale would maintain some of the whirlpools which would disappear in a week for another year. It had to be today. because tomorrow the territory's mages would arrive. It would be difficult to act freely then. This time, Cale had to deal with the lucky encounter he had found, the pond and the remaining whirlpools all at once. Just then the black dragon said in a hurry, "That guy, he swam all the way here?" Cale was astonished to see Tunka swimming through the whirlpools from under the sea approaching him. Cale, flustered, collapsed. "Why is that madman here?" Tunka, having reached the shore, was excited that his guess was right. "Indeed, I knew it. You're not boring either. I definitely smelled a strong presence from you. Are you a mage? How did you fly?" Tunka's eyes glinted as he uttered the word mage. If he was a mage he would fight, and if Cale was weak he would kill him. Tunka believed mages were the poison of the world. He took big strides and approached Cale. "Are you ignoring me because you're a noble mage?" Tunka watched Cale sigh. Cale looked at Tunka and said bluntly, "What should I do with this ignorant guy? Should I defeat him right now or use him?" Cale was deep in thought. He looked at Tunka. Tunka was approaching, looking like he was about to lunge at him. "What's there to think about?" Tunka was about to speak when Cale finished his thoughts and he acted. "Do both," and unsuspecting Tunka flew and plunged into the sea. Tunka's body was swept into a whirlpool. What is this? Despite possessing very powerful anti-magic abilities, Tunka couldn't easily regain his composure against that wind. The wind flow continuously mixed with the whirlpool, swallowing Tunka like a swamp. Cale created wind whirlpools with both hands and approached Tunka. Cale looked down at Tunka, trapped in the water by the sudden attack. No matter how grand, there comes a time when one is looked down upon by someone. Mages can never possess ancient abilities. Tunka felt the wind flow around his body gradually disappear and looked up at Cale. "Bob is a warrior. You understand what I'm saying? Tribesmen only recognize physical strength, and they believe that innate human power is a blessed power. Ancient abilities, innate human power." Tunka had heard of ancient abilities, but this was his first time seeing one directly. After a long while he finally opened his mouth. "Then you weren't a mage." "That's right," Cale answered firmly and without hesitation. Tunka asked another question. "Then how did you know about the non-mage alliance?" The more Tunka looked, the more abnormal this noble before him seemed. A human with an unnoble-like attitude, a human who did his best to protect others even when he himself was hurt, a human who didn't get angry even when Tunka spoke rudely, a strange human who emanated the scent of a strong being nearby, but not from himself. Moreover, Cale was a human who constantly revealed special powers the more he observed him, and he was the human who had saved Tunka. Tunka had never met such a human before, but Cale's next words made Tunka realize once again. Cale didn't answer his question and instead asked, "Are you planning to destroy the magic tower?" "What? Destroy what?" Tunka was surprised. How did he know? Tunka's face clearly showed that question. "Destroying the magic tower, that was originally a step in the plan devised by the non-mage alliance." Cale continued speaking. "If you're going to destroy the magic tower, only destroy a little." Tunka subconsciously blurted out, "Madman, what nonsense are you spouting?" Cale didn't care. He reminded Tunka that if he was going to destroy the magic tower, he should also drive out all the mages inside. If he did that, Cale would buy the magic tower after the Civil War was over. The Whipper Kingdom had developed, but it rapidly lost momentum. Reason destroyed magic, and as a result those who lost reason became beasts. Cale planned to seize the core of reason that the beasts had lost. Tunka chuckled, looked down at himself, and then looked up at Cale. "You really are crazy." Cale did not refute Tunka's words. Instead he pointed at him and said, "Then aren't you, who plans to overthrow everything, also a madman?" Tunka laughed loudly. His laughter echoed throughout the space. He laughed for a long time, then shook his head and replied to Cale, No, we are never mad." Cale had expected Tunka to answer that way. He believed that the non-mage alliance was right and eventually proved it through their results. Tunka carefully observed Cale, who said he wasn't mad. After looking up at Cale for a long time, he said in an indifferent voice, "You go buy it yourself. The magic tower cannot be destroyed. There are no plans to destroy it." Tunka had never said such a thing. "Even if you don't say it, I was thinking the same thing," Cale replied. Tunka wondered how Cale knew he belonged to the non-mage alliance, and Cale sighed and began to explain to this ignorant and physically strong fellow. "You're a tribesman from the Whipper Kingdom. Right now, that kingdom is in the middle of a conflict. You looked at me like you wanted to kill me and asked if I was a mage. Doesn't that remind you of the non-mage alliance?" "That makes sense." Cale turned his head at Tunka's reaction. After coming ashore, Tunka, curious about what Cale was doing in the middle of the night, had followed him around. Even when Cale tried to shoo him away, he wouldn't leave. So Cale just left him alone and continued with what he had to do. He raised his silver shield and wings appeared and fluttered. Just then, the black dragon spoke in Cale's mind, "I am truly sharp." As Cale's body lifted slightly, the black dragon used flight magic just in time. Cale decided to deal with the whirlpools first. "Bob," Cale called Tunka by his alias. People still thought his real name was Bob. "Hey, how did you know today's events were a secret? Of course I like to keep interesting things to myself." Tunka's sneer made him look like a madman. Was it because it was night? His body, disheveled hair and laughter combined to make Tunka even more terrifying. Cale soared, saying, "I'll arrange a boat and a boatman for you. You know you have to return home now, right?" "Oh, thank you." Tunka flinched slightly, then replied cheerfully. Cale saw that and waved his hand. He left a brief greeting and soared into the sky. "When you can do it. That way it benefits Cale too." Cale turned towards another island with whirlpools. He heard Tunka's loud laughter. Was he always such a cheerful person? Cale headed to the other island. After winning the Civil War, the non-mage alliance would first need money. So they would sell the magic tower and erase all traces of mages. There was no reason to hesitate in the face of an opportunity to make money. Moreover, there might be treasures they yearned for inside the destroyed tower. Tunka watched Cale for a long time, then, finding the whirlpools no longer interesting, turned back. However, Cale was completely unaware of this fact. As promised, Cale arranged a boat and a boatman to send Tunka back to the Whipper Kingdom. Tunka told Cale to come to Whipper in 2 months. He said the world would have changed by then. Cale could see the madness in his eyes. He vowed it would be best to avoid trouble by not going there for 2 months. Go quickly. Cale swiftly moved away from Tunka. Seeing this, Tunka hesitated slightly and asked, "Are you weak?" "Yes." Cale's clear and sharp reply left Tunka deep in thought with a confused expression. But he immediately boarded the boat. "I must go there in 2 months. Cale casually bid Tunka farewell and turned his back on the boat. At that moment, Tunka stood at the boat's railing, waving and shouting, "My name is Tunka, you must remember it, remember my name." Cale, with his hair fluttering in the wind, thought, "It's like a scene from a shoujo manga." Anyway, he was happy thinking about 2 months later. Because he would be able to obtain a sturdy castle and enough money to last a lifetime, Cale returned to his lodging to keep his promise to meet Wura and Peyton. Their purpose was to greet him and thank him for saving Peyton. At the same time, they apologized for drenching Cale yesterday. Wura cautiously asked, observing Cale's complexion, "Are you feeling all right?" "Yes, I'm fine." Thanks to the vitality of his heart, Cale's body was always in better condition than usual. All fatigue vanished after just an hour or two of sleep. He spoke to Wura, who had suddenly fallen silent, and Peyton, who sat beside her. "You can stop thanking me now. If I hear it any more, thank you will feel cheap. The same goes for I'm sorry." "Yes, thank you." Cale casually looked at Wura, who was gazing at him with respect and simultaneously observed her. The royal bloodline of the whale tribe. Unlike ordinary beast tribe leaders, the Whale King was a being who ruled half the ocean. A whale king in such a position was no different from a kingdom's king. Why was she revealing her whale tribe status but hiding her position? However, Cale did not reveal the curiosity he had felt since last night. Cale thought he should do his best not to reveal that he knew a lot about the whale tribe. "I told you to stop saying thank you again," Cale said, looking at the picturesque sisters sitting opposite him. After sending Tunka back, Cale now wanted to meet the Lord of Ubar territory and return to Henituse. Although he would have things to do in Henituse territory too. Shouldn't he rest before going to the Whipper Kingdom? It was then that Wura brought up the main topic. Knowing that Cale was from the Henituse family, she asked for his help in going to the Forest of Darkness with her brother. The reason was that their archenemies, the merfolk tribe, were growing stronger. Peyton had been exiled because he tried to find out why they were getting stronger. The Forest of Darkness, one of the 5 forbidden regions on the western continent where Choi Han had lived for decades, it was as vast as 2 or 3 territories combined. Her own kingdom had tried every method to claim it, but no one could rule it. That's why the Henituse family had guarded it for the kingdom for generations. Since the Forest of Darkness was part of the Henituse family's territory, the whale tribe sisters had asked Cale for help, and of course they would pay a fair price. The large whale and the small whale looked at Cale with earnest eyes. On and Hong patted Cale's knee with their front paws and said, "The children are showing their desire to go with the whales. First, explain this issue in more detail." Cale said, "I think I need to know more details before I can decide whether to help you." Wura spoke. The whale tribe and the merfolk tribe were divided into north and south, living at opposite ends of the continent, engaging in small and large wars. This was a war between the merfolk, who sought to build a kingdom, and the whale tribe, who tried to stop them. However, for about 6 months the merfolk had begun to act very strangely. They started causing trouble, crossing the borders implicitly recognized by both sides. Did I find out why? Was their goal to occupy all the seas connecting the eastern and western continents? Cale exclaimed in surprise. If it's the area connecting the seas, isn't that a human affair? There's a very rough sea between the eastern and western continents. Some sea routes have been opened and used by humans, but the journey is still long and arduous. So interaction between the 2 continents isn't yet active. The important thing is that there's an implicit agreement between land and sea creatures regarding sea routes. Sea creatures don't interfere with sea routes. In return, land creatures don't interfere with the deep sea. That's why Choi Han faced so many difficulties when he intervened in sea matters. But the merfolk are breaking that promise and dreaming of invading the sea routes. Cale felt like he had learned another useless truth. Wura spoke. At first, she thought the new merfolk king was trying to get a head start on building a kingdom, but the information Peyton found was different. Cale interrupted Wyra's words. If he kept listening, Cale felt a great misfortune would befall him. He was only interested in why they wanted to go to the Forest of Darkness. He saw Wura give a mysterious smile. Why did the beautiful merfolk woman's smile feel so eerie to Cale? Wura said that the merfolk had grown stronger for about 1 or 2 months. Peyton had found out the material that made them strong, and that material was in the Forest of Darkness. Cale, listening to the story, was outwardly calm but inwardly bewildered. Why would something that made sea creatures strong be in the Forest of Darkness? Such a nonsensical thing. The most important thing was how the merfolk could get there. Peyton was sure he heard the merfolk talking about a swamp in the Forest of Darkness, and that was why he was exiled. So now they wanted to go to that swamp to confirm for themselves what that material was. The Forest of Darkness, Choi Han's Harris village. Cale remembered the 10 wolf tribe children standing outside the door, and he glanced at the corner of the room. An and Hong were separated, and between them the black dragon was surely standing invisible. Cale had planned to build a territory for the children near Harris Village, but now everything seemed much more complicated. For now, he decided to act according to the situation. Before knowing the benefit, he needed to know one thing. Humans cannot interfere in sea matters, Wura replied immediately. Of course, I am also aware of that promise. We will not use violence and will do everything in secret. The merfolk will also need the help of land creatures to go to the Forest of Darkness. The merfolk started it first. We promise not to cause any harm to the young master, Cale immediately replied. But the danger of this matter is still very great. You know that too, don't you? First, he would warn them about the level of danger they needed to consider, and now what he needed to know was the price they could pay for this deal. In fact, he already knew what Wura would propose. The condition the Whale King had offered Choi Han was none other than a sea route. Among the sea routes the merfolk were trying to take, there was a very important one that humans had not yet developed. Where's the safest sea route? Cale asked, even though he already knew. Where? Wura, unaware of this, replied haughtily. It's the northern waters of the western continent. It's our whale tribe's territory. Cale asked again, isn't that place very dangerous, guarded by the strongest creatures of the sea? But it will be a safe place for your highness. Your highness will gain the right to use it. Looking at the arrogant girl, Cale spoke bluntly, but I don't need it. From what I've heard, it seems you're not giving me all the decision-making power, but just the right to use it. Isn't that right? Of course, if he could use that sea route, the Henituse family could gain immense wealth. However, it was an unnecessary place for someone like Cale who sought a comfortable life. So he made an additional condition. 2 instances of help needed when the northern knights invade the fertile and warm lands. If the northeast region was safe, then Cale would be safe. The whirlpools in the Ubar Territory Sea, the naval base. Why was Cale getting involved in such matters? He thought he needed countermeasures because the plot had changed too much. Don't bother me. The whale tribe was a peace-loving race, and their interference in human affairs was somewhat undesirable. Cale scoffed, saying, you're asking me to take risks, but you can't. The Forest of Darkness is one of the forbidden regions. No matter how strong, it's not a safe place, especially for you who know nothing about land. I'll help you. Cale was going to Harris Village anyway. The Forest of Darkness. Choi Han had lived there for decades. However, Choi Han didn't know everything about the Forest of Darkness. He only knew small fragments. Is there someone who knows more about the Forest of Darkness than Choi Han? Cale smiled confidently. I think I know where the swamp you're talking about is. You just need to lend me your strength twice. Then I'll help you get to the swamp you're looking for. Don't the whale tribe as the strongest race want a peaceful life? Cale saw Wyra's posture change. She changed from a pleading posture to a negotiating one. Your words are correct, young master. The whale tribe maintains peace. They can do so because they have strength. Wasn't it the whale tribe who turned the entire sea upside down and waged war against the merfolk when they grew stronger? Wura, the successor to the whale tribe leader, accept your conditions. Although he already knew Wyra's identity, Cale feigned exaggerated surprise, as if he had never expected it. You're the successor, then that's perfect. Can we conclude the deal right here? Do I need to use honorifics now? Wura gently replied, no need. I also need to hide my identity. After that, the two shook hands, successfully concluding the deal. Peyton looked at the young man and woman before him, recalling the 7,749 romance novels he had read, and laughed. It seemed spring had come for his sister too. For the whale tribe sisters left, Cale leaned back on the sofa. He looked into the air and said, hey. The black dragon appeared and replied gruffly, don't call me hey. What should I call you? Cale saw the black dragon sitting on the opposite sofa, wrinkling its nose. You figure that out, human. First, shouldn't you call me Cale instead of human? The black dragon snorted and avoided answering. Cale looked at it with a strange gaze. But you need to take care of business first. Don't you want your own home? Cale had thought about this before. Since he was bringing the black dragon along, shouldn't he build a home suitable for its presence, worthy of being called the king of nature? The black dragon flapped its wings. Dragons are usually fiercely independent. Of course, this one was a little different, but still somewhat similar. Cale heard the black dragon ask back and calmly nodded. Are you kicking me out? Cale immediately replied. To be precise, it's a territory. A territory? The black dragon asked back in surprise. Yes, a territory where you, On Hong, and the wolf tribe children can sometimes visit and have fun. Of course, it will likely be massacring monsters in the Forest of Darkness rather than playing. The black dragon stopped flapping its wings and comfortably lay down on the sofa. I'll choose the territory's land. Instead, a satisfied smile appeared on its lips. You can give me a name. You have 1 month. Cale heard chuckling and turned his head. On and Hong stopped laughing and asked innocently when they would go home. They liked fish but hated the sea, so they didn't feel comfortable at all in Ubar territory. Cale leaned on the sofa and replied, soon, in 2 days. Cale boarded his carriage, seen off by Lady Amiru and the Ubar family. As the carriage began to move, Cale pulled back the window curtain and said, you can put away all the props now. As soon as Cale finished speaking, the magically concealed props were immediately removed. The whale tribe sisters appeared, and the black dragon also appeared. For a moment, Peyton was startled and Wyra's eyes widened. The black dragon rested its head on Cale's lap and stared blankly at the whale tribe sisters. What are you staring at? So it was you who activated the mana then. The black dragon and Wura stared intently at each other. The two were probing each other's power and even seemed to want to confirm it through an experiment. It was then that Cale raised his hand and placed it on the young dragon's head. Quiet, Cale said softly, and the black dragon did nothing more. He closed his eyes and fell asleep. The inside of the carriage became quiet. A few days later, Cale was finally able to return to his hometown. Oh no, he was able to return to his hometown, Terran City. Young Master Cale of the Henituse family. Welcome young Master Silverlight. Wherever he went, people called him by the beautiful names they had given him after the Plaza rescue incident in the capital. As before, Cale felt depressed every time he heard that nickname. But the vice commander was rather pleased. Clang! Cale slammed the window shut right in front of the vice commander. The whale tribe sisters looked at him with strange eyes, but Cale just crossed his arms and closed his eyes. Then the black dragon cautiously tapped his thigh with its front paw. Cale slightly opened his eyes and looked down. At that gaze, the black dragon spoke with rare caution. Are we home? Cale replied dispassionately. Yes, we're home. Finally, we're all home. Count Daruth, Cale's father, and his wife also came out to greet them. The Count looked left and right, east, west, north, south, up and down, and only then, after confirming that his precious son had no injuries, did he let out a sigh of relief. Lady Violin stood next to him and asked, I heard the terrorists still haven't been caught. Yes, that's right. Violin heard Cale's reply and turned to look at her husband, Count Daruth. The two exchanged glances which Cale found quite unpleasant, but he pretended not to see them. What were their eyes thinking? Count Daruth said to Cale with a gentle smile, We'll talk about what happened in the capital and your abilities later. For now, rest. Finally, Cale received the Count's permission and could head to his room. However, there were people who stopped him. Basin and Lily. Cale turned his head and gestured to butler Han. Han immediately approached and Cale received 2 items from Han and handed them to Basin and Lily respectively. This is a fountain pen and this is a sword. Cale remembered the items his 2 younger siblings had pestered him to buy. When he handed them the gifts, Basin's face hardened. Even though Hung Nim was so busy, even if I'm busy I have to keep my promises. Cale replied indifferently. Basin stared intently at Cale, then clutched the fountain pen box tightly and said with a solemn expression, I will study diligently and manage and develop the territory so as not to cause you any trouble, Hung Nim. Cale was very satisfied. This guy was destined to be a lord anyway, so diligent study would be excellent. His philosophy was highly commendable. Basin, seeing Cale's satisfied smile, hesitated for a moment and then said, I will not do anything that would make Hung Nim worry. What do you mean? Anyway, that's how it is. After that, Basin fell silent. Cale looked at him with a puzzled expression as he omitted key details but soon turned his head to look at Lilyhenny. The 7-year-old's face was filled with determination. She vowed to become stronger to protect the territory and lead the Night Order. She would protect everyone. If Basin handled administrative affairs and Lily handled military affairs, these 2 children would lead the territory very well. In that case, Cale's comfortable life would expand even further. Cale stroked the girl's head and encouraged her. You will definitely become a wonderful knight. The girl smiled brightly, further determined to pursue her dream. After speaking with the young sprouts of the 2 nations, Cale could finally return to his room. The 2 cats were happily rolling around on the bed. However, the cats did not enter Cale's sight. He frowned at the person standing at the door. You're going to serve me? Big Croc, the chef, was he now abandoning his kitchen duties to take over John's work? Big Croc endured Cale's suspicious gaze and handed him a letter. It's a letter from my father. He said it's a report. Cale checked that the envelope was flat and unopened. John had sent a letter through Han when he left, but it seemed the report was to be sent by his son. Cale took the letter from Big Croc and told him he would have M and the Wolf Tribe children do odd jobs in the kitchen and serve meals. Big Croc's heart stopped for a moment upon hearing that. Only a few seconds later did he reply yes. Big Croc left and Cale leisurely tore open the letter and read it. I am still alive. You are still alive too, young master, aren't you? The report was only 1 line long. Where in the world was there such a cruel report? But Cale was sure it was John's report, of course, partly because of the handwriting and symbols the 2 had agreed upon. This house is really good, really good. The black dragon happily leapt onto the bed where An and Hong were. Cale laughed at the children's behavior. After that, he prepared to go to another place. Cale left the room and headed for the Lord's castle. He was going to meet the mage in charge of communication magic. Normally, communication magic was handled by a mage between beginner and intermediate level. Is the video communication ready? Yes. Who would you like to contact? The mage glanced at Cale as he prepared the video communication device. There had been many rumors about Cale Henituse in the territory recently, so when Cale entered the room and asked to connect a communication device, the mage felt curious. Cale, unaware of the mage's curiosity, calmly said, To the Imperial Palace, to the Imperial Palace. Cale clarified the target to the mage. Please help me contact His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. The mage was momentarily flustered but soon returned to his professional duties. Since there were so many people contacting the Imperial Palace, video communication or voice recording was a matter of luck, and this time Cale received a voice recording. The mage prepared a voice message device for Cale and left the room, leaving Cale alone. It would have been better to speak directly, but Cale thought it was fine to leave a message. And the content of this message was that he would use the golden pass he had received from the Crown Prince. He said he would buy the magic tower of the Whipper Kingdom with the pass, which could buy anything regardless of price. After speaking, Cale added that the Crown Prince did not need to contact him for a week, because he had to go somewhere else. After finishing the recording, Cale happily called the mage to send the message and left. The Crown Prince would probably hear this message tomorrow and have to wait a week until Cale returned. Poor guy, but it can't be helped. After completing his mission to contact the Crown Prince, Cale requested permission from the Count to go to Harris Village. The Count fell silent upon hearing of the tragic situation there. After sending troops to investigate, he personally went to inspect the situation. The village was tragically destroyed and no trace of any crime could be found. He also requested cooperation from intelligence agencies in nearby territories for related investigations. Through the traces of battle left in the burned village, he could deduce that it was due to the power of a person named Choi Han. He said to Cale, "My son, you were with Choi Han, so you must know about that power. Are you worried about the young man named Choi Han?" When his father said that, Cale used it as an excuse for his current actions. In fact, his true objectives were several: to tame the wild and fierce nature of the wolf tribe children, for the growth of the black dragon, and to resolve the conflict with the whale tribe. He could not speak of going to the Forest of Darkness. Cale said to Count Daruth, who looked full of worry, "The investigation team has already investigated everything, but I want to go and see it for myself. Besides, it's not winter, so there's no need to worry about monsters, is there?" "That's right, the monsters of the Forest of Night." Between Harris Village and the Forest of Night, a huge stone wall had been built to prevent monster incursions. Of course, there had been no monster incursions for the past 150 years. People said that entering the Forest of Night was like death, but there had been very few cases of monsters pouring out of the Forest of Night. The Count nodded as if agreeing to something and said to Cale, "You'll have to take care of the people you accepted, won't you?" Cale slowly shook his head. "Father is mistakenly believing something completely unbelievable. Choi Han is not my subordinate." "Choi Han is a subordinate?" Cale had never done such a thing. Count Daruth laughed and nodded at Cale. All right, you're all grown up now. At 18 you're naturally an adult, aren't you?" "Yes." Cale bid Daruth farewell and headed for the study door. Just then he heard his father's voice from behind. "Cale, the golden turtle was never originally a symbol of wealth. We are a family of warriors, a family of defense. Even if we are a turtle family with a hard shell, our mission is defense, but the most important thing is to protect yourself. That's why our symbol is the turtle. You must always put yourself first." And he added with a gentle smile, "The power you gained is truly wonderful." Cale chuckled with a smile similar to Daruth's. "Right, it's a power with truly wonderful looks, and I always prioritize my safety." "Good, then it worked out." Cale quietly watched Count Daruth nod and return to his documents, and he left the study. Cale pondered the words he had just heard. The black dragon in stealth mode sat on Cale's shoulder and asked, "Are you and that person family?" Cale smiled gently. His voice contained happiness and a touch of pride. Next day, Cale departed for Harris Village, no, the Forest of Darkness. His first impression of Harris Village was very simple: pitch black. More than 2 months had passed since Choi Han left this place. Harris Village, located right in front of the huge stone wall dividing the Forest of Darkness, was completely burned to ashes and turned pitch black. What were once houses were now just skeletal frames, charred black. Everything was reduced to traces. He looked forward and heard the vice commander's bitter voice. "Everything is burned down." Cale looked at him. "Where did you say the graves were?" "Oh yes, I'll check." It had been a long time since Vice Commander Husman had shown such a calm demeanor. But he couldn't react any differently. The entire village was burned down. "The fire was really strong," Wura said, approaching Cale. "Can you always sense such things?" "It may look like this, but I am a sea creature," Wura replied with a laugh. At this time she was already transformed. Her blue hair and blue eyes had turned brown and her face was blurry and difficult to remember, only her voice remained beautiful. She answered with a smile. Cale moved and approached the children sitting in the carriage. The eldest of the wolf tribe children, huddled up at the sight of the village. Cale could guess why. The children were reminded of their own village. "Do you know why I brought you here?" Couldn't answer Cale's question. He still hadn't heard why Cale had brought him and his siblings here. Only a minimum number of troops accompanied them. Vice Butler Han and Big Croc were not there, yet and his siblings could follow. Looked at Cale with a puzzled expression. The young master whom Lok Hung had told them to serve leaned back, crossed his arms and leisurely said, "I will soon earn an enormous amount of money. The Magic Tower and the Queen of the Great Forest, just these two alone, will bring in immense wealth. I will hand over the sea route to the territory. So I plan to use one of that money to rebuild this village." Village, that word struck the children's ears. "And I plan to build a villa where you all and others can visit and have fun. I heard the Forest of Darkness is very dangerous." "Are you really serious?" Cale asked again and looked around. On and Hong had already gotten out of the carriage. The black dragon was flying around somewhere. The whale tribe was approaching the well covered in ashes. "No matter how strong the monsters are, you won't become stronger than them as you grow. I promise to take good care of you. Then you will need a place to live like true wolves. I will create that place. Grow strong until Locke returns." Fell silent. His face was filled with emotion. Cale looked at and the children and replied with a frown, "Yes, yes." Cale, dissatisfied with the children's uncertain answers, left. Watched Cale head for the stone wall and turned his head. His siblings were looking at He said, "Let's grow strong together." After speaking, looked around the village. Would this charred village ever be as warm as the wolf tribe village in his memories? His siblings didn't answer but he felt their eyes and hearts were the same as his. Because siblings were also wolves like Cale, unaware of the wolf tribe children's determination, tapped the stone wall. "It's really big." Wura also followed Cale close to the stone wall. She seemed quite intrigued by the wall's special structure. "It must be really sturdy," Wura said with a bright smile, lightly pressing her finger against the wall. but her index finger sank deep into the stone wall. How did it make a hole like this? Wura chuckled awkwardly with a troubled expression. As expected, they are an incredibly strong race. Cale turned his head, pretending not to see. His two long-haired sisters were not yet accustomed to controlling their strength on land. Cale immediately changed the subject. It's quite similar. What is? Wura asked back. The scenery beyond the wall will probably also be special. Wura let out a small gasp of admiration. Cale turned his back to the stone wall and continued. The Forest of Darkness is similar, but what's inside is very different. For unknown reasons, many mutated plants and monsters appear in the Forest of Darkness. Monsters can be easily distinguished by their different appearance from ordinary monsters, but plants look similar on the outside but contain poison or toxic gas. And the monsters of the Forest of Darkness resemble those that frequently appear in the Eastern Continent. So the Forest of Darkness is one of the only other worlds in the Western Continent where traces of the Eastern Continent can be found. Young Master, Husman, the Vice Commander, called Cale, and Cale nodded and asked Wura to look after the children. Yes, there are many beastkin children, Wura replied as if interested. Cale sighed with a very displeased face. After that he ignored Wura and followed Husman. Husman led Cale to a place where many graves of Harris Village residents had been erected. It was where Choi Han had buried the residents of Harris Village. Cale sometimes thought that the deaths of the Harris Village residents were only mentioned as text in the novel. A text written solely for the protagonist to awaken. Was that really all there was to it? No, Cale thought these days. The reason was very simple. The Forest of Darkness, Merfolk, and the Harris Village Massacre. These three led Cale to one hypothesis, but this was a story he would tell Choi Han when Locke returned. Or he could tell Choi Han directly when he returned with Locke. The problem of Harris Village was Choi Han's problem, not Cale's. Instead, Cale did what he had to do as a member of the Henituse family. He said to the Vice Commander, later, decorate these graves properly. They're too shabby like this, aren't they? Yes. Husman replied vigorously. Cale patted his shoulder and whispered, understood? All sorts of expressions flashed across the Vice Commander's face. He recalled Cale secretly calling him in the middle of the night at a campsite a few days ago while they were traveling. As he entered Cale's tent, at that time I will enter the Forest of Darkness. What? Young Master is still recovering from an injury. Why would you go to such a dangerous place? The culprit of the Harris Village terror isn't there. You don't have to do it for Choi Han. Before Husman could finish speaking, a small black dragon appeared. At that moment he didn't realize how flustered he was. But that wasn't all. The cats meowed and instantly transformed into human form. They were cat tribe members. Moreover, the moment he saw the girl and the boy, Husman was startled to the point of getting goosebumps, something he had never experienced before. Don't worry, Cale said with his usual comfortable smile amidst them. Husman's shock had a positive outcome. Those 2 days were enough for Husman to strengthen his resolve. He ultimately aimed to become a captain. He had only thought that far, but Husman was a worldly man. Yes, I understand, young master. Good, I trust you. Those words made Husman clench his fists. He had thought that being a captain of the Henituse family's knights was enough for his life. But for the past 2 days, Husman had thought differently. He told Cale his thoughts. Young master, I will become stronger. Do so, Cale replied unemotionally. He felt much more at ease thinking that Husman would handle the complicated matters of Harris Village himself. Early the next morning, only silence flowed. It was when some soldiers were on patrol. There were no patrolling soldiers near where Cale was standing. Husman had changed the patrol routes. Cale stood in front of the huge stone wall. He fiddled with his magic pouch and quietly said to the others, there are 2 swamps in the Forest of Darkness. One is where monsters live and the other is a place where no living creature can survive. He asked Peyton. Peyton, you said the merfolk's poison seems stronger than before, right? Then where do you think it is? Peyton replied with a tense face. It's probably the swamp where no living creature can survive. Cale also guessed that it was likely that swamp. So they would go there first. If not, Cale would go to the swamp with many monsters. That would be more convenient for travel. Just then, Wura, who had been silent, suddenly looked at Cale with a worried expression. She hesitated for a moment and then said, wouldn't it be a bit dangerous for the children? An and Hong were clinging to Cale's body. Young master said the Forest of Darkness is dangerous. And a swamp where nothing can live means it's poisonous or very dangerous. As Wura was speaking, she felt something strange. The cat tribe children, the silver-furred cat An happily wagged her tail and said, dangerous places are our specialty. Besides, we won't get hurt. The cat tribe's detection abilities were as useful as their caution. Wura looked at Cale at An's unexpected reaction. She saw Cale's lips curve slightly, and the red-furred cat Hong followed Cale's smile. Both wore playful smiles. Hong, truly delighted, exclaimed, today's the day we get stronger. It was fine. Now was the time to enhance their poisoned bones. A safe opportunity had arrived for the children who yearned for strength. For Cale, who sought peace and security, it was a good opportunity. If things went well, he would be able to create poison bones potent enough to even affect the whale tribe. Wura and Peyton still looked at Cale with suspicious expressions, but Cale didn't mind. They would soon learn about An and Hong's abilities. The black dragon immediately flew onto the stone wall and Cale's body floated up, following behind. Of course, An and Hong were in Cale's arms. When Wura called, Peyton nodded, and the whale tribe sisters lightly stomped their feet, scaling the stone wall at an incredible speed. Each step caused water to appear, acting as a foothold that propelled them upwards. In the blink of an eye, they appeared at the top of the stone wall. The vast landscape of the Forest of Darkness unfolded before them. It was the second largest of the Western continent's 5 forbidden regions. The sprawling forest began at the northeastern tip of the Rhone Kingdom and extended in an oval shape to the eastern coast. The Forest of Darkness was roughly the size of 2 or 3 mid-sized territories. This was why the Rhone Kingdom had tried to control this land. However, no one could rule this place. Perhaps if it were the Black Dragon or Choi Han. The Black Dragon slowly set Cale and the cats down on the ground and deactivated the camouflage magic it had placed on the Whale Tribe sisters. Wura smiled with a refreshing expression. It was truly comfortable. Being disguised had been a bit stifling. Thank you, your dragonship. At Wura and Peyton's expressions of gratitude, the Black Dragon flapped its wings and came over to Cale. It was too dark here, and although there was a familiar smell, it couldn't identify what it was. It wasn't a dangerous smell, just an old one. Cale became even more curious at the Black Dragon's words. The dragon's sense of smell was originally excellent, so for the Black Dragon not to know what the smell was, this was a little strange. Just then, Wura approached Cale and asked about the next plan. How could they get to that swamp? Cale pulled out a map. It was a map roughly drawn based on the contents of The Birth of a Hero, Cale explained. The place we are now is the boundary between the center and the outskirts, so it won't be too dangerous. We try to avoid monsters as much as possible, but in fact there's no real need to. This vast forest has relatively safe outer regions. There are fewer mutated monsters and terrain, but the center is very dangerous. It took Choi Han decades to move freely through the forest. Choi Han started from the north of the forest and moved from the center to the outskirts. He explored every corner of the forest alone for decades. After a long time, he finally came down to the south of the outskirts. People lived there, Cale continued. But this map isn't completely accurate, so we'll have to go and assess the situation ourselves. After speaking, he took out a water bottle from his magic pouch, handed it to Wura and asked her to lead the way. Wura took the tool and lightly waved her hand. A 3-meter-long whip appeared. Wura lightly swung the whip, wrapped it around her arm and joked to her team members. I'll safely guide everyone to our destination. In fact, Cale was very relieved. His trust in humpback whales was extraordinary. Royalty could easily control killer whales, the outlaws of the ocean. He smiled and nodded at Wura, then followed her deeper into the forest. The forest wasn't very noisy, but countless sounds echoed, the sounds of insects, birds, animals, and the distant roars of monsters. Aren't dangerous places usually quiet? Peyton asked Cale, clearing the bushes with his sword. That's only possible when there's a ruler. There's no ruler in the Forest of Darkness. Here there's only a predator-prey relationship. Look ahead. At Cale's indifferent voice, Peyton immediately looked ahead and continued to follow his sister through the bushes. Cale tirelessly continued to record new information on the map. After a while, they passed through the bushy area and arrived at a region with small monsters. So Cale urged everyone to walk carefully without making noise. As soon as he finished speaking, sounds of air cutting through the bushes continued to be heard. Wura lightly waved her hand. Crude poison darts were caught between her 2 fingers. Cale watched Wura turn back and smile at him. I'll handle it quietly. Several monsters appeared from behind the trees. These were not mutated goblins but Hanta monsters from the eastern continent. They were similar to goblins but not as intelligent. However, they were more malicious and cruel. This, Henry, something strange. Wura nodded and calmly said, I'll take care of everything. But Cale stopped her. While Cale stared blankly at her, An and Hong appeared in Wyra's line of sight. The 2 children bristled their fur and warmed up, preparing for battle. Cale smiled confidently. We can handle this much. Moreover, he wanted to test a few things. Cale wanted to know his current level. And now was the perfect time to experiment. The Black Dragon on his right, Wura on his left, Peyton behind him. With this combination, there was no reason Cale couldn't run wild safely. He told the Whale Tribe sisters to step back and help him if needed, then face the monsters. At that moment, a shield appeared around Wura and Peyton. The Black Dragon stood in front of the Whale Tribe sisters and said, The poison is stronger than I thought. Peyton looked at his sister with a suspicious expression, but unable to understand the situation, shook his head and looked forward. Then he exclaimed in admiration, Not bad. She looked at Hong. At this moment, a red mist enveloped Hong's body. Wura seemed to understand the meaning of the word poison from the dragon's words. The grotesque monsters charged at Cale with barbaric screams. Wind appeared on Cale's 2 feet and 1 arm and his body was covered in a red mist. The vitality of his heart began to work within his body. Feeling that vitality, Cale said, Let's go. Cale activated the Indestructible Shield. A red mist coiled around the shield, making it twice Cale's size, and the shield charged straight into the monsters. Along with a loud noise, something crushing echoed nonstop. Right next to them, a whirlwind mixed with red mist appeared. 2 monsters were swept up into the sky by the whirlwind, spitting blood. Blood gushed from all orifices of the poison monsters' bodies. Peyton stared blankly at the sight and exclaimed, He said he was weak, he's incredibly strong. Hearing the Black Dragon's resolute answer, Peyton pondered for a moment. They were small monsters, but there were 10 of them, and they were stronger than goblins. A loud noise echoed once again, and the red mist disappeared. The battle was over. Now Peyton could see Cale. He's probably a rookie. Weak, Cale said, a silver-furred cat. An appeared from the disappearing mist. Sister, is the poison still weak? The red-furred cat Hong appeared and wagged his tail. The ground where Hong had stood had turned black. It was poison. Hong covered the black ground with other soil using his two hindpaws. It was a peaceful scene, however Peyton, who saw the corpses of monsters suffering and dying from poison, the dying monsters and the bodies torn apart by whirlwinds and shields, said, "Young master, are you not hurt?" "Not at all," Peyton, with a flustered face, quickly asked again. "Are you hurt?" Cale pointed to the back of his hand. "Just a slight graze." Peyton immediately fell silent. Cale patted her brother's shoulder and approached Cale, joking, "Young master, are you going to keep dealing with small monsters?" Cale wiped the blood from his hand and replied, "Maybe. I'm still recovering from an injury, so I can't overexert myself." Cale smiled as he saw An and Hong approaching the black dragon to hear its impressions of the battle. Cale said to her and her team members, "Let's go quickly. We still have a long way to go." 2 days later, after 7,749 real combat battles, An, Hong and the black dragon became much stronger. A small fox-like monster convulsed on the ground, poisoned. "It's over." The black dragon happily flew to Cale and reported. Cale stroked the dragon with satisfaction. Indeed, real combat experience made them grow even more. An and Hong had fled their tribe and lived in hiding, so they hadn't learned properly. The black dragon had also been confined since it was young, so it was the same. They were quickly filling in their deficiencies through their experiences in the Forest of Darkness. Should I participate too? When would such a safe opportunity to gain experience come again? The black dragon and the cats whipped their heads around at Cale's murmur. "No need, weak human, this place is too harsh for you. 1 day of fighting is enough." What the youngest said is also true. "You coughed up blood when you used your shield last time." Peyton, seeing the scene, was speechless. They were treating Cale as if he were a weakling. It was fine if he didn't fight. Cale quickly opened his magic pouch and handed everyone a gas mask. "There's a strange smell from the human here." The black dragon had been saying this for several days. Although it still couldn't identify what it was a familiar smell. It was probably the smell of poison or rotten plants near the swamp. Cale indifferently replied, putting a gas mask on. The black dragon mumbled something, but it was too quiet for Cale to hear. "No, it's not such an ordinary smell." Peyton approached Cale. "It's really strange. There are only 2 swamps in this huge forest." "Why don't I think so?" Peyton could see Cale's eyes crinkle, and he must have been smiling cunningly. "You'll see. 2 swamps are enough." Cale checked if everyone was wearing gas masks and observed their complexions since entering the Forest of Darkness 2 days ago. His team only slept 1 or 2 hours each night. Even though it had been 2 days since they entered the forest, everyone's complexions were very good. "You're all truly amazing." At Cale's words, Peyton frowned. Was he the right person to say that, being the one with the best complexion here? The group continued to move forward. From here on, it was the boundary between the center and the outskirts. There was no wall, but as soon as they crossed the boundary, a loud noise poured in. And the monsters here were much larger. Wura caressed the whip coiled around her wrist and asked Cale, "Young Master Cale, is it our turn now?" Cale pointed at the charging monsters and replied, "It's your turn now." As soon as Cale finished speaking, Wura swung her whip, and as the whip struck the ground was torn apart. The loud noise immediately subsided. Seeing his sister step forward, how could Peyton remain still? He drew a sword wreathed in a whirlwind from the forest. The enemies slowly revealed themselves. The boundary was a place where monsters were weaker than those in the center but much stronger than those in the outskirts. Mutated orcs, mutated Cho. Humanoid monsters from the eastern continent and advanced monsters appeared. Clearly the monsters here are very strange. "It seems I'll have to fight in front of his dragon ship." Peyton stepped forward. The battle between the whale tribe sisters and the advanced monsters began. The monsters of the Forest of Darkness showed no fear even in front of powerful creatures like dragons or the whale tribe. In fact, when strong individuals who could become rulers appeared, they reflexively charged to fight. Swish, a monster was cut in half. Cale leisurely put up his shield to block the splashing blood and at the same time told the 2 cats to observe the whale tribe fighting and learn combat experience. After dealing with the remaining enemies and moving a little further, they finally reached the swamp area. This place was covered in lush vegetation. "How about it, just like the Forest of Darkness, right?" Cale glanced at the astonished Peyton and then at the swamp. The swamp looked like a dark lake. Cale said to the others, "The lake is really wide. There's enough space for several large boats. The black color of the swamp is truly special. This place is the most fitting for the name Forest of Darkness." "I didn't realize the only black-colored swamp in this forest would be this large," Wura exclaimed in admiration. However, she looked around the swamp and swallowed. Cale understood why she reacted that way. All the surrounding trees were black or brown, however, they were not withered but instead full of vitality. It was poison. Cale agreed with Wura and tightened his gas mask. He also tightened the laces of his shoes, which he had changed to new ones that morning, and put on his gloves. The others followed Cale's lead. They heard Cale's voice through their gas masks. "The plants here grow in poison and have evolved to survive. It's not a deadly poison, but it's still poison. Be careful not to let it touch your skin." Even Choi Han avoided this place because it was bothersome. At Cale's words, Peyton recalled the merfolk's poison and hastily retightened his clothes. Peyton suddenly felt something strange. The red-furred cat brushed past Peyton. That fellow plunged into the swamp. Peyton, belatedly realizing this, reached out in surprise. "Hong, it's dangerous." Hong wagged his tail and chewed on a black piece of grass. Contrary to Peyton's astonished expression, Cale calmly approached Hong and reminded him, "You're full. Eat slowly." Hong chewed hesitantly and gave his food review. "It's just paralyzing poison." "Totally delicious," Cale said to the whale tribe sisters who were standing blankly outside the swamp. "Aren't you coming over here?" Cale led them closer to the swamp. Fortunately, the ground was brown and the swamp was black, so it was easy to distinguish. So Cale could quickly assess the state of the swamp. There were signs that someone had been here. I'll investigate. Peyton immediately stepped forward. Cale looked around. The soil near the swamp was disturbed and there were many traces. Since monsters hadn't set foot here, there was only one possible explanation. The swamp's material made the merfolk stronger. Cale averted his gaze from the swamp and looked down. He felt something brush against his trouser leg. I told you not to eat it. Han looked truly sullen. His mouth was covered in black water. He had wanted to drink the swamp water too, but Cale hadn't allowed it, so he grumbled, I want to get stronger. Cale placed his large hand on Hong's head. Stop thinking useless thoughts. Calm down a bit. Anyway, you're stronger than me. Only then did Hong cheer up and give up on drinking the swamp water. Cale pointed at him and told him to go somewhere else and absorb a lot of poison. Only then did he notice the black dragon's peculiar behavior. The black dragon kept moving back and forth from left to right. Just then Peyton appeared. He had looked around and said there were no traces of trees being harvested, but there were many traces near the swamp. Judging by the condition of the traces, they seemed to be about 2 weeks old. Cale looked at the wide black swamp and replied, it seems something was harvested from the swamp. That's highly likely. Seeing Peyton and Wyra's faces grow serious, Cale was about to speak, but then the black dragon came over to Cale. Cale frowned. Why did you take off your gas mask? It wasn't a familiar smell, but a familiar mana smell. Cale suddenly felt a chill down his spine. The black dragon pointed at the swamp with its short front paw. I smell dragon's mana in this swamp. Cale hastily looked into the swamp. It was difficult to gauge the size of the swamp, but Cale recalled the size of ancient dragons or divine dragons. Of course there were no traces of life, only the smell of mana remained. The black dragon's words were the decisive blow. The irrational thought that had been forming in Cale's mind became even more certain. At the same time, Cale seemed to understand why the merfolk had grown stronger. There was a dragon's corpse in the swamp. Cale immediately asked the black dragon, how can you smell the mana of something that's dead? The black dragon replied easily. It's probably because of the swamp. The swamp controls mana and prevents it from dissipating. Controlling mana was a power of nature. It seemed similar to ancient abilities, but it was clearly different. The moment a creature dies, its mana disappears. However, the power of the ancient ability still remained there. Just then, the black dragon's voice reached Cale. I am very sharp. I can feel something like your shield and wind power in that swamp. Cale seemed to realize something. The black dragon was implying that there was an ancient ability in the swamp, and it was likely an ability related to domination. This was the first time Cale had discovered an ancient ability not mentioned in the novel. Of course, Cale didn't know who had left this ancient ability or if it had formed naturally. You're really smart. That's right, I'm very smart. As Cale and the black dragon exchanged cunning smiles, their eyes became even more filled with curiosity. Young master, could you tell us what's happening? Cale turned to Wura. Wura asked Cale, but she seemed to have already grasped the general situation. It's just a guess, but there seems to be a dragon's corpse in this swamp. A dragon's corpse that died a very long time ago. Hong made a disgusted face at the mention of a dragon's corpse. He approached the black dragon. I'm sorry, youngest, I thought that swamp water would taste good. It's okay. What's inside and I are different. Indeed, dragons had no concept of kin. Each dragon was a unique being. When the black dragon said it was fine, Cale spoke. The merfolk's main weapon is poison. I think the merfolk have grown stronger either because of the poison in this swamp or because of the remaining dragon's mana or both. Cale looked at the whale tribe siblings. If it was poison, they could simply collect a sample and find an antidote. But dragon's mana was another matter. Another problem was that the swamp was too vast to block the entrance to the Forest of Darkness, nor could they simply guard the swamp. While Wura pondered a solution, Cale came up with an idea. First, take as much swamp water as you need. Cale averted his gaze from the swamp and looked at Wura. And then let's make a deal. Cale had originally intended to only research the swamp's poison and then leave. His enemies wouldn't leave behind clues that made them strong, and besides, an ancient ability beneficial to him had appeared before his eyes. The deal Cale wanted was to overturn the swamp and help the whale tribe solve the merfolk problem. How could such a massive swamp be overturned? As Wyra's thoughts trailed off, Cale's words cut them short. You don't need to overthink it. I'll do it, you just make a deal with me. The Forest of Darkness was a place where nothing was out of the ordinary. Cale could easily disguise events as simple incidents. This was also a place where he could deny what he had done. It was a deal that could resolve a major threat from the merfolk. Wura immediately agreed. First, Cale offered to help resolve the swamp and at the same time to claim everything found in the swamp as his own. The main deal would be made later. Once an agreement was reached, Cale immediately took action. He threw Wura a magic bottle to prevent weathering, had her collect swamp water, and then instructed everyone to go into the forest and wait for him. Then he took the black dragon and began to deal with the swamp. The black dragon approached Cale after confirming that everyone had reached a safe distance. How do you plan to do it? He stopped speaking when he saw what Cale pulled out of his magic pouch. He continued speaking after seeing Cale smile at him. You're smart too. Smart? 2 magic bombs were in Cale's hands, unlike the less powerful chain bombs used in Ubar territory. These were magic bombs with maximum destructive power and damage. They were the same type of bomb used by the Mage Alliance in the final battle of the Civil War. I was wondering where to use these, and now seems like the perfect time. Cale handed the 2 bombs to the black dragon. Use your power to the fullest, will you be okay with that? The black dragon seemed to truly want to use his true power as he released mana to an extent that everyone could clearly feel. Cale replied briefly, don't ask the obvious, but of course you mustn't hurt me. The corners of the black dragon's mouth lifted and a massive wind rose around him. It was the surrounding air reacting as mana, the power of nature, was at work. Cale quickly summoned the Indestructible Shield, feeling as if he would be blown away, and seeing the black dragon look at him after making all preparations, Cale pointed at the black swamp and commanded, overturn this place. The black swamp and the air churned. The black dragon looked down from the sky. He was truly a dragon. A cruel and arrogant aura enveloped the entire swamp. Cale looked around the border of the black swamp and the forest. Since that aura seemed to dominate the entire area, the forest did not tremble. Cale recalled the dragon's power mentioned in The Birth of a Hero. The whale tribe could only resist dragons because they could endure without dying. If a dragon truly put its mind to it, there was nothing it couldn't kill. Witnessing that power would make one understand why dragons considered themselves unique beings. Cale looked up at the sky. The mana currents collided and converged around the black dragon. The black dragon calmly looked down at the swamp. The image of the 4-year-old dragon who had been abused was nowhere to be found in the current black dragon. Dragons did not need to dominate, because a dragon's very existence was a symbol of domination. The forest of darkness began to howl. Cale confirmed there were no other beings around, however. Many sounds and screams could be heard from within the forest. Monsters that had not feared the black dragon earlier were now screaming at the top of their lungs, enough to cover the entire forest. Quiet. Hearing the black dragon's voice, Cale looked up at him. The black dragon was also looking at Cale. 2 magic bombs floated in the air. Nothing was hidden in the black dragon's eyes. Such things were nothing to him. Cale's lips slowly curled into a smile. Where are the whale tribe? Yes. The overwhelming power emitted by a giant humpback whale was nothing compared to the power emanating from that small body, Cale replied loudly. I'm fine too, hurry up, I knew you'd say that. Cale saw the black dragon smile. The black dragon's unique mana flow spread around. Now the ground began to shake. Cale could feel the vibration under his feet. It was truly amazing, but Cale didn't have time to observe the ground's vibration. The mana disappeared. Seeing the black dragon look truly satisfied, Cale inwardly vowed not to provoke him in the future. He looked down at the bottom of the swamp. The black swamp was gone, but a little black liquid remained. A dragon's form. The form of an adult dragon, covered in black liquid. It looked like a clay dragon. And on what looked like the dragon's head a white crown was placed. It was an ancient ability. Is it okay if I do as I please? The black dragon answered Cale's question. Don't ask the obvious. Thank you. Cale approached the black mud lump, oblivious to the black dragon's slight flinch. If he removed the black mud, he would be able to see the dragon's bones, and if he took these and also acquired the magic tower, it would be truly amazing. The corners of Cale's lips lifted and his palms itched. Cale threw the shield forward and simultaneously summoned a wind vortex. He strengthened the wind vortex to its maximum. The moment the wind roared, black mud flew towards Cale. It approached at an incredible speed as if to swallow him. Just then, the voice of the ancient ability's owner was heard. This was not a power formed in a specific place, but a power left behind by someone. Do you know what domination is? At the chilling voice that cut through his flesh, Cale's heart pounded strongly. The wind vortex in Cale's hand shot out like 2 arrows. As the wind vortex created a path through the black mud, Cale quickly walked along that path. The shield and wings prevented the sticky liquid from touching Cale. Do you know the easiest way to cut off an opponent's breath? The wind vortex continued to form in Cale's hand, creating a path. Cale was surrounded by black liquid on all sides. He was trapped in darkness, however. Cale continued to move forward along the path created by the wind. Just then, the voice said, Intimidation. Intimidation? What nonsense. Kim Rock-soo had overcome countless fears and survived, because he wanted to live, and he wanted to live happier than anyone else. Humans create their present out of fear of an unpredictable future. The 2 vortices merged into one massive vortex and left Cale's hand. And once again it created a path. It was a different wind power from before. Nonsense, domination, intimidation. What's the use of all that? Cale was only interested in things that benefited him. Cale quickly walked along the created path, and the voice in his head spoke again. Yes, that's nonsense, you know it well. He found it. He found the crown. As Cale touched it, a brilliant light erupted from the crown, making the black mud disappear. At the same time, the crown flew towards Cale. He heard a refreshing voice different from before. Use it well. Sometimes bravado can also save your life. Cale felt another power envelop his heart. Thump thump, his heart pounded fiercely. Cale immediately knew what that power was. The black dragon approached Cale with a bewildered expression. Human, why do you seem as strong as my claws? Weren't you weak? What is this? Is it because my charm has increased? What nonsense are you talking about? Human. The black dragon looked astonished as if Cale's words were true. Cale knew the name of this ancient ability. Dominating Aura. It was truly an annoying name, but this ancient ability was exactly as its name suggested. Only his aura had grown stronger. Despite the magnificent appearance of the crown, this power was quite useless. Fraud is a bad thing. The black dragon frowned and grumbled at Cale. But Cale ignored him and turned his gaze to his companions. He saw people who were still standing in one spot, unable to approach him. Cale removed the dominating aura and gestured to the people watching him from afar. The forest where monsters had been howling was silent as if nothing had happened. Cale broke the silence. Come here. Hearing that gentle voice, On and Hong rushed to the black dragon. They seemed unharmed. It was scary. Our youngest mustn't get hurt. The cat surrounded the black dragon and checked his body. Then they cautiously approached and stroked the black dragon's body. "Our little brother is the best, so cool, so strong." Cale confirmed that the black dragon was quietly with the cats. He looked at the whale tribe siblings who still couldn't move. Cale gave a tired smile. The black dragon approached his side. Cale indifferently stroked the black dragon's head and asked the whale tribe siblings, "Aren't you coming over here?" That gentle voice reached the whale tribe siblings' ears. Wura loosened her clenched fist, although not at this moment. The moment the black mud disappeared, Cale was different. He was clearly human, and his life could have been in danger from a single strike of her whip. It wasn't a powerful strength, but for a moment his lone presence reminded her of her father. The Whale King's strength wasn't the same, but it was the aura of those who stood in high places. She felt it. Wura remained silent at Cale's usual appearance. Cale stopped looking at the whale tribe siblings and turned to the black dragon. "Is there any mana smell left?" "No, not anymore. The black liquid is gone, so there's no mana smell left either. Only dragon bones remain, stronger than anything and capable of containing magic. Can you collect my bones?" "All right." Cale looked at the cats rubbing their faces against his calves. When their eyes met, the two cats lightly tapped Cale's instep with their front paws. "We thought something big had happened." "Why is weak hung Nim stepping forward? He should just leave it to the youngest. Of course the youngest mustn't get hurt." Cale ignored the grumbling cats. He told his team, "Let's go back." Now he had to return to the Count's mansion. Cale then rested for 3 weeks and prepared to go to the Whipper Kingdom as planned. Everyone, including his family and even Amiru, worried about him going to that unstable place. They couldn't understand why the Crown Prince would send him to such a dangerous place right after he had just returned from rest, but since he had to go anyway, everyone wished for Cale's safe return. It was natural. He had no intention of getting hurt. Besides, this journey was not alone. Choi Han had probably returned earlier than expected after overturning the Brek Kingdom. Rosalind and Locke also returned with him. An and Hong followed stubbornly despite trembling. Of course, Butler Han served them. Vice Commander Husman was seasick and Big Croc had to look after the Wolf Tribe children. The most important thing was that the Black Dragon was coming along. So Cale had nothing to fear. Gazing at the sea from aboard a ship brought peace to one's heart. The Black Dragon seemed to love the sea very much. The peaceful feeling brought one thought to mind. The name Cale had given him. "Human, I'm just curious. I thought my name would be a single character like Black or Dragon. What's your name?" Cale asked beyond Muro. Cale had given him that name, hoping he would live happily and joyfully. But the Black Dragon didn't know. He was curious what the name meant. Cale smiled. "Those are letters and words made just for you. Because you are such a magnificent dragon. Only for you." Those words lingered in the Black Dragon's mind and he looked at Cale. Cale had a gentle smile. It was the most beautiful smile in the world for him. The Black Dragon flapped his wings excitedly. "That's great. I'll use this name very specially. I am the great Jaeon Miro." Having finished speaking, the Black Dragon Now Jaeon Miro flew and sat on Cale's shoulder, rubbing his round face. Cale laughed. If he got hurt like this, the world would be destroyed. After returning to the Whipper Kingdom, the Black Dragon was a magnificent dragon then, and though nameless, still cool and excellent. The weak human who promised to give him a name within a month. He eagerly awaited that magnificent name. Princess Rosalind had made her decision and renounced her claim to the throne of the Brek Kingdom. The Archduke's family was sentenced to decapitation in a single day. Beside her were two very talented individuals. Although others didn't know who they were, the Crown Prince knew everything. "Are they your subordinates?" the Crown Prince asked Cale. Cale was quite amused that the Crown Prince was mocking him and ridiculing the two. The two fought constantly, never giving an inch to the point of giving him a headache. Cale coveted magic and the Crown Prince needed a mage. "I'm uncomfortable with the thought that there is someone like me in this world." "All right, I will give you everything you want," the Crown Prince said generously. When the Crown Prince was generous, Cale accepted all the best things. The Black Dragon was still eagerly waiting for Cale to give him a name. Not to mention his sullen face all day long. Time passed and the people who had left before returned. Rosalind came to Cale and said that since she had been removed from the royal family, he could comfortably call her by her name. Choi Han tried to report on the Brek Kingdom, but Cale flatly refused. Cale's younger siblings were elsewhere, specifically in Harris Village. Harris Village, once a village with beautiful nature, was currently being rebuilt due to a large fire that occurred recently. Cale's younger siblings remained in Harris Village for that reason, and a graveyard for the fire victims was also being constructed. This was something the Count had strongly suggested. "Vice Commander Husman is also working very hard," the orange-haired butler said excitedly. Cale felt no interest. He motioned to Locke to meet his siblings instead and report on the land where they lived. Everyone left the room. Choi Han slowly bowed his head to Cale in thanks, but Cale didn't want to accept it. That man called Bob had not caused Cale any trouble. The Black Dragon grew impatient as his name didn't come up even after waiting and waiting. He had clearly expected a cool and magnificent name, but had this weak human perhaps forgotten his name? Would he really just be called Dragon? He asked himself, filled with impatience. The entire family vehemently opposed Cale's plan to go to the kingdom once they learned of it. They all worried about Cale, but not about the country. Cale forced a smile and said, "Father, if this country isn't safe, how can nobles like us be safe? I am a golden turtle. I am a very secure being beneath a sturdy shell, a member of the Henituse family. Don't worry, Father." Despite his family's desperate attempts to stop him, Cale, like a man of his word, boarded the ship and headed out to sea. A few minutes earlier, prompted by the Black Dragon's impatience, Cale had given him a name. "I gave you that name, hoping you would live a joyful and happy life," Cale said with a bright smile. The black dragon had previously been trapped in a deep, dark, cold place. He had always yearned to escape from there someday. Living such a free life was his first experience since birth. This is truly amazing. Peyton, the human who gave him freedom, was the very one who gave him this name. His own letters, his own name. I am a great dragon. I am Onan, he thought, overwhelmed with inexpressible joy. Onan thanked Cale shyly. The two exchanged gentle and warm glances outside the ship. The blue sea surrounded them, undulating with the waves. Just then, Choi Han burst out from inside as if there were a fire, startling Cale. Choi Han had reacted so violently because he thought someone had invaded. His vigilance was a perfect 10. The reason the ship was shaking so violently was due to the appearance of the great Whale King. The ruler of the entire sea, Whale King Cher. Even an emperor who ruled only a part of the continent could not compare to him. Is it all right to speak here on the deck? Cale quietly asked, feeling overwhelmed by the Whale King's presence. The whales thrashed their bodies, splashing water, and instantly transformed into Wura, the Whale King's successor and a white-browed sperm whale. Seeing that, the black dragon still proudly declared that dragons were far cooler and more beautiful than whales. Cale happily stroked the black dragon's head at its playful demeanor. While Choi Han stood blankly with wide eyes, the blue-bearded Whale King calmly walked up from the water. As Wura awkwardly but for the first time introduced her father and Cale, the two greeted each other warmly. Thank you for saving my son. I came with my daughter to express my gratitude personally. Please, your majesty, speak comfortably. I merely did what I had to do. However, as both of you are busy, it would be best to get straight to the point. Cale smiled faintly and shook the Whale King's hand in greeting. On the opposite side, the white-browed sperm whale approached Choi Han. The two glared at each other, their faces grim without a word. Cale was speechless at this sight. If they fought now, it felt like it wouldn't end even if the ship sank. Choi Han, what's wrong? Cale asked, patting Choi Han's shoulder. The white-browed sperm whale, that is, Bassett, still did not withdraw his murderous gaze, as if trying to uncover everything about the opponent. Even though they're on the same side, he has a personality that unnecessarily provokes others. Was it because he had just met Cher in person? Cale let out a sigh of relief. At this point, Cale had no choice but to use the vitality of the heart's automatic reaction ability. Cale attacked his opponent with a cute expression, conveying a look that said, "Stop staring, it's embarrassing," and Choi Han felt a slight repulsion. Only after being scolded by the Whale King did he shyly bow his head to Cale in greeting. Once Cale and Choi Han's awkward greetings were over, the Whale King got straight to the point. He took something out of his pocket. Ta-da! The Whale King handed Cale a bottle containing dead mana. But why do you need this? No human would need this. Unless, of course, you're a lost necromancer, the Whale King said. Cale's lips curved upwards. He himself didn't know how everything would unfold. The meeting progressed unexpectedly. The Whale King bid Cale farewell and promised to meet again. At the same time, he apologized to Cale for his improper actions. At these words, the entire whale tribe became flustered. They hastily jumped off the ship and quickly returned. Seeing them leave, Choi Han finally let out a sigh of relief, his expression relaxing. Cale went down to the ship's deck and went to bed first. After getting his name, the Black Dragon, overjoyed, boasted incessantly to Choi Han and everyone else. He rambled on, but Choi Han's mind was already elsewhere. I need to grow stronger too, Choi Han resolved to himself. The ship continued to sway with the waves moving forward. A few days later, in the Whipper Kingdom's harbor, Biro Tan Dark came to greet Cale. Biro and Peyton found welcoming guests a bit overwhelming, but they were still as handsome as young Wuji Euk. The two happily put their arms around each other's shoulders. The Whipper Kingdom's magic tower had collapsed, and its master had been torn apart by Tunka. The collapsed magic tower was now like a treasure without an owner. So the task of finding its treasures was very interesting. Cale thought to himself, if you need treasure, then work for it. I'll give you as much as you want. Ho ho, Biro chuckled and replied. Cale was speechless. It truly felt like electricity was flowing through the other person's head. Cale hadn't clearly said anything yet, but Biro was cackling and laughing, which was awkward as he should have been racking his brain. There was only one magical item to give Biro. Cale watched Biro's retreating figure as he walked away from the ship. Below, An Hong and the Black Dragon were playfully having fun. Cale recalled Choi Han asking Cale how he came up with the Black Dragon's surname Mia. Had he actually seen the Black Dragon's reaction? Did the Black Dragon not know it, but Mia knew it? Cale proudly told Choi Han that he had simply thought of it and given him the name. Just so, Choi Han gently replied. His expression was definitely a bit strange when he heard the Black Dragon's name. Surely it wouldn't just pass like this, even though that name was just a common Chinese character word. Cale asked himself, his head aching. Then he approached Rosalind. At this time she was holding a staff. Seeing Cale approach, she excitedly showed off her super powerful technique with her staff. You are truly wise, Cale said, giving a thumbs up in praise. He praised her outwardly, but inwardly he was asking her numerous questions. Shouldn't she as a royal mage hide her identity when in danger? Wise, I also need to do something so that everyone doesn't suffer because of me. Anyway, I learned quite a bit of martial arts when I was young. Besides, I want to look around this place, Rosalind replied, gazing at the surrounding scenery with hopeful eyes. The carriage was already prepared. Now Cale could depart. Did you prepare quietly to avoid rumors? Cale asked Biro. Of course, why should I share my profits with others? Biro's words greatly pleased Cale. From a winner's perspective, Biro revealed to Cale that the non-mage alliance was far more reckless than he had imagined. They seemed to fear no death, only interested in death itself. Especially the anti-mages. If they appear in large numbers, it would be quite terrifying, Biro said. People with the ability to resist magic were born across many generations. They were the biggest variable in the war between the non-Mage Alliance and the Mage Alliance. The people of this tribe left records with blood. A bloody record of killing mages who controlled nature with mana. There was especially a man named Tunka, the leader of the non-Mage Alliance. He and his subordinates literally acted on instinct. I only saw him once from afar. At that time he broke the mages' heads with his bare hands. How cruel! Even now, thinking of Tunka and his subordinates makes my stomach churn. They piled the corpses of the mages they had killed like a mountain in front of the castle gates. Although it wasn't enough for the common people, Cale listened to Biro's words and after a long while quietly stood up and said he would meet Tunka at the magic tower. "Trust me," Cale said, giving Biro a proud smile. "I trust my intuition. My intuition tells me to follow the young master," Biro said, fawning as he poured more alcohol into Cale's glass. Outside, despite the war officially being over, remnants of the mages still remained. The entire Whipper Kingdom was covered in the cries of death, madness, despair, and sorrow. This was the place where all these things were mixed in one space. A few days later, Cale followed Biro towards this beautiful and mysterious tower. When Cale took out a gold coin from his pocket and handed it to Biro, Biro went into fawning mode, clinging creepily to Cale. Choi Han, seeing this battlefield, was overwhelmed by memories of bloody death and felt like he was going to vomit on the spot. Cale suggested to Choi Han that he rest if he was struggling, but he refused. Everyone else was also gathered. "Today we have come to meet a man named Tunka. So until then, cause no trouble," Cale said. Tunka was the man named Bob whom they had met in Ubar territory, but Bob was his alias. Hearing this familiar name, Choi Han clenched his fists and seemed quite agitated, but he didn't answer when Cale asked him. "Then first, Biro, you said you could take everyone to the staff office's tent, right?" Cale asked Biro. "Yes, not everyone, but 6 of us, including myself, can go," Biro replied. Cale surmised that Biro had probably gained quite a significant profit. If he was at a level where he could talk to staff officers, he must have certainly made a lot of money in the Civil War. The Black Dragon had a premonition that something interesting was about to happen. Choi Han, Locke Hoosman, and Rosalind were all gathered. The 5 companions set off with Cale. All remaining matters were entrusted to Han. An and Hong clung to Cale, seemingly unable to wait until they reached the magic tower. Everyone stood in a line with arrogant attitudes and moved forward. Amidst the frowning gazes of the surrounding soldiers, they were covered in blood, yet it seemed insufficient for them. Cale assessed it that way inwardly. A moment later, Biro pointed to the tent ahead and said they had arrived. Cale knew what Biro would say to him. The non-Mage Alliance weakened reason, but in reality there were cases where it sparked another form of reason. Are only mages smart? Do only they learn? Numerous scholars who could not endure oppression entered under Tunka's command. They hated magic more than Tunka, Cale thought inwardly. He immediately ordered Biro to contact the other party. This was the staff office's tent. Tunka protected these staff officers even if he abandoned weak soldiers. Therefore, Cale only needed to ask these staff officers to arrange a meeting with Tunka. When the tent door opened, Cale felt a slight chill. Choi Han, who was behind, sensed an ill omen and immediately ran forward to protect Cale. "A strong scent is coming from somewhere. Just when I was getting bored, a man covered in fur from head to toe pulled open the tent door and burst out. His face was filled with excited joy, which sharply contrasted with Choi Han's icy gaze. That hairy man was Tunka. He seemed interested in Choi Han's strong scent and immediately charged. "Fight me, don't your hands itch?" Tunka cracked his knuckles and looked at Choi Han with interest. Cale was pushed back and gasped for breath. Furthermore, he was startled once again by Choi Han's 2 words, "All right?" The Black Dragon's premonition that something interesting would happen seemed to be true. As soon as the 2 made their agreement, they immediately charged at each other. Choi Han glared with murderous eyes, about to draw his sword, but Cale tapped him on the back to confirm if he really intended to fight. Tunka then finally turned his gaze to Cale and, dumbfounded, realized he was that red-haired man who had thrown him into the sea and looked down on him. At that time it was Cale, but now something was different. Cale had previously been slightly uncomfortable with Tunka's gaze on him. "Choi Han, if you want to fight, then fight," Cale said, surprising Choi Han quite a bit. Cale patted Choi Han's shoulder and suggested he fight as he pleased. At these words, Choi Han gained considerable confidence that he would surely win. Tunka, swept up in excitement, immediately wanted to charge and fight. "If you're going to fight, let's fight properly." "Let's have a match," Cale suggested, his lips curling upwards. The day was darkening, but Cale was more excited about Tunka and Choi Han's fight than ever before. He brought chairs with the others and sat down to watch. "It would have been perfect with just popcorn and cola. Young master, what if you earn their hatred this way?" Rosalind said, speechless. Locke also worried that something might happen to Choi Han. "You 2 don't need to worry, just watch," Cale said nonchalantly. The reason Cale was so at ease was that Tunka was not as strong as he had thought. Of course he was quite strong in the human world, but compared to whales or dragons he was nothing. If he had sought revenge after meeting strong individuals, Tunka would never have made it here. The 2 opponents glared at each other, their agitated emotions filling the space between the sounds of the wind. Cale rested his chin on his hand and thought that what mattered to them was victory or defeat. Therefore, as warriors, they absolutely had to fight. "Why are you looking at that wicked fellow?" Tunka asked Choi Han, who had been looking at Cale. "Why am I looking at him? Wicked guys are the ones who should be eliminated first, whether on the battlefield or anywhere else." "You couldn't possibly not know that," Tunka said foolishly. Cale simply paid no attention to the words of madmen like him. Suddenly, Choi Han bowed his head. dropped his sword with a thud, then rushed at Tunka with astonishing speed and danger, landing several consecutive blows. To the point where the blue sky seemed to scream in pain, Tunka, caught by the sudden attack, counterattacked in anger, but all his blows were blocked by Choi Han. Choi Han rolled Tunka onto the ground. He sprang back up, wiped the blood from his lips, and thought Choi Han was a truly interesting fellow. "You're quite strong, aren't you?" "Haha, but I won't lose," Tunka said, seemingly enjoying himself. He talked too much, it hurt his ears. Choi Han charged again and beat Tunka like a sandbag. Tunka didn't retaliate but rather cackled as if drugged, and Cale grew slightly anxious. Tunka probably liked excessive violence because he was foolish. Rosalind asked Cale why he wasn't stopping them. He simply said that interfering with warriors' will was taboo. Leaving them alone like this was a way of showing respect. Therefore they simply had to watch that sacred will. Choi Han's inner power surged stronger than ever. Tunka was struck, flew into the sky, then fell to the ground with a thud, shaking the surroundings. Everyone was surprised to see Choi Han sheath his sword again. Cale praised Choi Han's truly magnificent fight. Only then did Tunka, battered and bruised, pick himself up. He saw Cale standing in front of him, blocking his path, wearing an unpredictable smile. "You lost, so now you have to guide us to the magic tower, right?" Cale said. Ever since Choi Han had beaten Tunka as if to kill him, all the soldiers had glared at Cale's group with displeasure. Cale didn't pay much attention to this. He just needed them to treat everyone well and then leave. "I will definitely kill you next time," Tunka vowed to Choi Han. After things were settled, Cale asked Burrows to move the camp inside. They would all be able to infiltrate the magic tower in half a month. "Yes, but I have someone I'd like to introduce. This is the Chief of Staff, currently leading the Haran Alliance." Burrows pointed to the young man beside him and introduced him to Cale. The two shook hands and greeted each other warmly. "So you're the Duke who our leader said would sell the magic tower. It's an honor to meet you. We'll discuss the details later," Haran said with a bright smile. However, undetected a suspicious scent from his words. Commoners in the Whipper Kingdom didn't have surnames. Haran, like his appearance, was an extremely ordinary person with no special abilities. But it was precisely because of his ordinariness that everyone followed him. Tunka and Haran were like hope for the people of the Whipper Kingdom, given the unfair transaction and that Haran, not Tunka, initiated it. Cale decided it was better to be cautious. Standing in front of the magic tower, Cale felt that its appearance was better than expected, but the inside was surely chaos itself. When Cale asked Tunka if he would come in with him, Tunka, startled as if burned by hot water, said he didn't want to enter that dirty place. "Haran and Pelia will guide you." He pointed behind him and said. Cale, seeing Tunka constantly looking back, secretly speculated that it might be because he smelled a strong power from them. "You're so strangely weak. You're a weakling, yet you emit a strangely strong power. Why are you staring at me like that? Do you want to fight again?" Tunka turned his head and asked Choi Han. He looked like he was crazy about fighting. Choi Han ignored Tunka's babbling and only sighed. Cale looked around and saw Burrows chatting with Haran. Cale carried On and Hong and went into the castle to prepare to catch rats. On followed to catch other things. After letting On and Hong in, Cale asked Choi Han, "Have all the mages' corpses in the magic tower been removed?" "We left a few corpses. There's no need to comfort their souls," Tunka replied. Cale knew that would be the case. Cremation was meant to comfort the soul. The tribesmen cremated all dead bodies for various reasons such as disease. The bodies that were left uncremated were surely mages from the magic tower who had used the common people as subjects for magic experiments. The dead mages were only those belonging to the magic tower, and there were still other mages remaining in the Whipper Kingdom. Power, desire, politics, such things had driven them to despair and made them decide to leave the magic tower. They had only been interested in magic research until now. By now, those mages would be quietly hiding and looking for a way to escape the Whipper Kingdom, and the shield that would protect them was Crown Prince Albrew Crossman. After receiving the offer, Haran entered the tower with Cale. As a foul smell and dust permeated the air, Cale ordered the soldiers to open all the windows and cover the corpses. He couldn't bear it any longer. Instead of starting from the first floor, Cale asked Haran to guide him from the top of the tower. He wanted to know how it felt to look down from the highest point. "The Archmage's room, take me there first," Cale said. This was a chaotic place covered in blood. Cale made Haran uncomfortable by wanting to be alone in this place to think quietly. However, with Choi Han and Pelia guarding outside and Cale having opened the windows, they felt reassured leaving Cale alone. The room was completely destroyed with bloodstains everywhere. Of course, this was where the most wicked person had lived, and where a monster made of mana had resided. Haran said, "Aren't you a mage too? I mean the Chief of Staff." Cale gave Haran a peculiar smile. He was Haran Codian, one of the minor characters in The Birth of a Hero. He was a descendant of Archmage Pister Codian and a monster himself. Born from a monster made of mana, his father was unaware of his existence. His mother died alone after giving birth to him. That was the source of Haran's anger. He craved war even more than Tunka. He wanted to eradicate all mages in the world, but he didn't know one thing. In The Birth of a Hero there was a line that further deepened Haran's anger. Haran Codian was the fruit of two people's love, but unfortunately he couldn't know that fact. "Haran, don't you want to erase all traces of your father? I'll help you destroy the magic tower where your father's traces remain. How about it?" At Cale's proposal, Haran's eyes widened in surprise. Haran broke into a cold sweat, wanting to know how Cale knew that fact. "Mana told me," Cale replied. Then young master, are you trying to threaten me by using my lineage? Han clenched his fists and spoke with a trembling voice. What sin has lineage committed that I would threaten you? Anyway, your side must be in a hurry too, Cale replied with an arrogant attitude. The common people, unable to bear the taxes imposed by the magic tower, had risen to find a way to live. Han had to somewhat comply with their demands. Only then could another madness be prevented. Han, curious that there was a mage among Cale's group, wanted to know what the Roan Kingdom would do with the magic tower. Cale firmly stated that the magic tower was his and he wouldn't share it with anyone. How much time have I wasted coming all the way here? There's no way I'd just give this to the kingdom. The magic tower will be the material I need to build the strongest and most comfortable castle in the world, Cale thought inwardly. Han was silent, sighing. Many thoughts seemed to be passing through his intelligent mind. Young Master Cale, do you want the mages of the Whipper Kingdom? Han suddenly asked. I no longer need mages. I already have a greater being by my side, Cale replied. That being was Onan. Of course, Cale also intended to help the Crown Prince a little. Now, Chief of Staff Han, others have arrived, so you will hear the details from my people later. Discuss it well with them. Cale slyly patted Han's shoulder. At this moment Burroughs and Han also arrived. Burroughs whispered in Cale's ear that he would pay in his own name for a while. The payment method was as follows. Burroughs would act as an intermediary, receiving money from Cale and paying it to the non-mage alliance. Of course, in reality Burroughs would receive the money from the Imperial Palace and pay it, but the non-mage alliance would have no way of knowing that. When Cale said understood, Burroughs politely bowed his head and said he would pay the deposit and resolve everything within a month. Young master, there's one more thing. How much do you think it will be? 100 million? 1 billion? Surely not 10 billion? Burroughs broke into a cold sweat as he asked. Around that much, Cale replied. At these words Burroughs was surprised. The magic tower was already completely destroyed. If the magic tower had been intact it would have been worth hundreds of billions, an enormous sum. But now all the magic tools in the magic tower are no longer working. That's why I said at most 10 billion. Young master, are you trying to reduce the price just because the magic tower is only a shell? I'm willing to pay more, so please buy the surrounding land as well. There are also items worth the same as this magic tower, Cale demanded of Burroughs. Burroughs didn't quite understand what he was saying, but he felt reassured if he could get the best profit out of anything. First, I'll go negotiate the price of the magic tower. My heart is pounding with such a large sum of money involved, Burroughs said with a hearty laugh. Choi Han looked around. He thought that if they bought this place it would be so dirty they'd have to clean it up. It will be cleaned thoroughly, Cale said with 100% certainty. Now there's no need to go anywhere else, so let's go back. Anyway, we'll return tonight, Cale thought to himself with delight. That night, feigning illness, Cale left Choi Han at the festival and returned first. Once out of Tunka's sight, Cale secretly prepared to go to the Archmage's room with Han and Ron after placing someone outside the tent. Leaving behind the noisy sounds of the campfire filled with people, Cale flew to the magic tower with his animals. They all entered through a window and went down the stairs. On and Hong happily ran around following their guidance. Cale flew down to a stairwell wall on the first basement floor and searched for something. On and Hong, no matter how much they looked around, found it difficult to pinpoint the exact location by smell alone. Truly, the birth of a hero has too much useless information. Of course, I also got useful information thanks to it, Cale thought, pulling out an iron staff from his pocket. Sentences from the novel floated in Cale's mind. He had hidden behind a secret wall in the magic tower's stairs using his small body. It was a place known only to his family and successive archmages. That coward had hidden there, too afraid of the guards to venture outside, trapping himself. Cale walked along the stairs tapping with his staff. Then, with an incredibly strong blow, Cale found what he was looking for. A hidden hole. 5 star-shaped crevices indicated its location. Cale took out a lump of diamond from his pocket and placed it perfectly into the hole. With a bang, a secret passage was revealed. Muir was sobbing inside. Cale put on his most friendly smile, but the child cried heartbrokenly as if he had no rice. Pity him. As the magic tower's designer, he enjoyed everything he could and boasted about everything he could boast about, Cale thought, crossing his arms. Muir was the only one who knew the magic tower's last defense. But he had hidden here, afraid of being discovered. He was so afraid of death that he even ignored his father's last wish. Cale suddenly threw a loaf of bread in front of Muir, and he stopped crying and ravenously devoured the bread. Why does he seem so stupid? The novel said he possessed the skills of a dwarf and the meticulousness of a rat tribe, giving him the qualities of a top designer and architect. Why do I feel like he's an idiot? But anyway, I have a use for him, so I'll take him as planned, Cale thought. Muir had finished his meal and quietly thanked Cale. Cale said he would save him if he told him where the Archmage's treasure room was. Muir, hearing this, dropped his bread and was startled. In Cale's intimidating presence he stammered that it was on the 4th basement floor. Muir was secretly very surprised. How did Cale know that? The magic tower was known to have 20 floors above ground and 3 basement floors. Of course, that was only what others knew. In reality, the magic tower was not such a simple tower. Muir bowed his head and humbly swore to Cale that he would do anything if Cale saved him. Good, now finish your bread and take me to the 4th basement floor first, Cale said. Following the magic stone and Muir's guidance, Cale arrived in front of a cave. There was a magic alarm device, but Cale easily dealt with it. As the door opened, Cale finally discovered the first treasure hidden in the magic tower, and he felt slightly excited seeing it sparkle before his eyes. What was hidden in the magic tower? One of them was 2 research projects secretly conducted in the Magic Tower. Mana storage device using the principles of ancient abilities, and research into why anti-magic properties appeared. The tribesmen always revered ancient abilities, and Han, who despised magic yet simultaneously desired it, was no different. How happy would they have been if they had discovered these research materials, but now that wouldn't happen. That joy was Cale's. Cale approached the brilliantly shining treasure. Han, equally excited, wanted to take care of the item before them on Cale's behalf. "If you want to take care of this, it will be mine when it grows big," Cale said, Han cunning like Cale. Han unexpectedly, innocently, happily agreed. As soon as he finished speaking, he joyfully took everything at Cale's command. Is he that happy? "I'll have to build him a lab later," Cale thought. "Muir, now take me to the Archmage's room," Cale said firmly. His 4th basement floor would appear immediately after the magic tower collapsed. So Cale told Onan to install an alarm device here, and also to install a few additional magic traps. That way, others wouldn't be able to come here and take the items. Onan immediately agreed. "Since I took the research materials, Tunka and the non-mage alliance won't be able to grow stronger. Of course, even if they do, they'll just be destroyed faster, so it's not my concern," Cale thought. Following Muir's guidance, they all went back up to the 20th floor. Muir, whose entire body was dragged by Cale's flight magic, felt dizzy and his eyes spun. He felt like he was going to die. In the dirty, trash-filled 20th floor, Cale glanced at Muir. He scratched his head and said there was one more floor in the magic tower. It was the Archmage's true room. It wasn't called the 21st floor. The Archmage's true room was a place even the non-mage alliance hadn't discovered. In the Birth of a Hero, it was briefly described that no one knew of its existence. "We call it Floor 0, Muir said. He placed his hand on the ground and created a strange blue magic. A few minutes later, a light flashed and thunder roared. Choi Han, who had been drunk, faintly sensed a sound that seemed to have come from the magic tower just now. Cale glared at Muir when he said that Floor 0 was outside, and that he would arrive if he jumped out the window. "You know what happens if you speak," Cale said angrily, grabbing Muir by the collar and smiling maliciously. Seeing is believing. Cale didn't hesitate and threw Muir out the window, making him demonstrate first. Only after seeing Muir actually fall into the mysterious magic flow outside did Cale, carrying his animals, follow him. This place shone brightly like a headlight. There was so much gold and silver treasure that Cale could hardly believe it. "Muir, I will provide you with a warm bed and a safe refuge so you can live comfortably. And I will give you freedom, only on the condition that you first obediently follow my wishes. I will get you out of this Whipper Kingdom," Cale said, handing Muir a golden treasure, and his eyes were filled with light. Now he would do everything Cale told him to. "Then design a castle and a ship for me. A scale similar to the magic tower will suffice," Cale commanded. Since he possessed the qualities of a top designer, Cale should entrust the design to him. Cale thought slyly to himself. A ship and a turtle. Cale remembered reading records of a great battle in the ocean. Cale needed a comfortable home and sturdy means of transportation, all for a comfortable life later. "Our family symbol is the golden turtle. Design it as you see fit and show me later. You'd better work hard, thinking your life depends on it. An and Hong will supervise him, and I'll have the children work." The next day, in just one night, Han and Burroughs negotiated all the terms for the magic tower acquisition, including the surrounding area. The transaction amounted to a little over 10 billion gallons. In addition to the condition of destroying the magic tower, Han proposed 2 more terms. First, that the magic tower would not be relocated to another kingdom, and second, that mages would not be rallied under the Henituse name. When Han asked Cale to affix his seal, his face was clearly filled with suspicion. It seemed he genuinely didn't want to sell the magic tower to Cale. But what could be done? Given the current situation, selling the magic tower was an enormous advantage. He found it difficult to ignore that benefit, and Cale quickly signed and affixed his seal. Once the deal was concluded, Tunka grinned with delight and announced that he and Husman were scheduled for a match that day. Husman seemed to get along very well with the tribesmen, indeed like a foreign minister. Cale and Tunka shook hands firmly like brothers. He promised Cale his full assistance if needed. His words were filled with boasting that he would create the history of the continent. Well, if ruin is also history, then one could say that. This point corresponds to the end of Volume 5 of The Birth of a Hero. What happens after that? I don't know exactly. Anyway, it's worth looking forward to. Cale thought Burroughs seemed a little wide-eyed when he first saw the Golden Pass. Cale also moved Burroughs by offering him 1/3 of the magical tools created by the Whipper Kingdom's mages, and Burroughs hastily accepted. "Guildmaster, you should quickly secure the position you desire. The northern region and the sea trade routes will soon fall into chaos. It seems another war is about to break out. This information is a secret known only to you," Cale said. Burroughs asked in surprise. "Why are you sharing this valuable information with me?" Cale didn't answer, merely suggested that Burroughs maintain contact with his uncle, Odious. Odious, the ruler of the northwestern underworld of the Roan Kingdom. The Black Dragon's Day of Revenge was approaching with a deadline of 1 month. "Now go there and find the item I mentioned. You can do it, right?" Cale asked his party on a sunny day. Husman was a little scared to hear that it was the 3rd roughest mountain on the continent, with very high terrain and its peak covered in snow all year round, but in front of Cale he had no choice but to turn his fear into motivation. M took on the role of assisting Locke, and Husman was responsible for guiding and providing lodging. Their roles were perfectly divided. Once you're done, return here, Cale said, pointing to a dead end on the map, and everyone's faces turned pale. Cale just thought he was joking. 3 weeks later, Husman's party arrived at the mountain on a rainy day. There were countless gravestones here, testifying to how the hopes of lost travelers' families had turned to despair. The rainforest, one of the 5 forbidden regions of the western continent besides the Forest of Night, it rained here all year round, and once you entered you could never escape. At its entrance, a village imbued with poignant waiting and faint hope had been built. The families of lost travelers lived in front of this forest waiting for them, and some of them erected gravestones here to commemorate their loved ones who would never return. It truly is a sad place. We will become the hope of the great forest, Cale said softly, approaching an old man sitting not far away holding an umbrella. Cale handed the old man the umbrella and then had to share an umbrella with Rosalind. Cale told Han to find any inn so they could all dry off before moving again. At the inn, when Choi Han wondered why everyone had entered the rainforest, Cale explained, they went in search of hope. Inside the dead end lived a dragon, and according to legend, the dragon granted the wishes of those who sought it out, wishes to become rich, to cure incurable diseases, or even for vague happiness. From greedy wishes to trivial ones, the dragon granted them all. Honan was slightly angry to hear this. As a dragon, it was an unreasonable thing to grant others' requests. Of course, the circulating story was false, but desperate people couldn't easily let go of that thread of hope. Choi Han boldly wondered if he should burn down the forest to reveal that no dragon existed. If he simply proved the legend false, people would no longer have a reason to enter the forest. Cale sighed and said. Just then, Husman's party returned from Ya Mountain. Everyone's faces were tired, but they were full of life like pesticide-treated vegetables because they had found what Cale had asked for. Locke knew well that there was an ancient ability in his pocket, but he handed it to Cale without hesitation. Since everything was somewhat settled, Cale decided to enter that forest now. Everyone gasped in surprise upon hearing that. No matter how much everyone tried to dissuade him, Cale did not change his decision. The reason Cale was so brave was that he knew early on that there was a factor in that forest, a fog that confused humans and mana, making it impossible to escape. However, Cale was always sure that his companions were by his side. As night deepened, a group of people gathered around a campfire inside a rock hole in the forest, all looking gloomy. They had been in this forest for 2 weeks and there were no monsters or enemies here, but they were shrouded in fog and couldn't see anything. Their food was also running out. That damned flame. Because of that flame I had to come all the way here. If there's no other way, I'll have to burn this forest to open a path. Destroying the forest wasn't a good thing, but the lives of her subordinates who followed her and the lives of those waiting for them to return were far more precious than this forest. Tana clutched the bottle containing the fire tightly and trembled. As soon as they detected movement, they instantly sprang up, spears in hand, and aimed them towards the source of the movement. A soaking wet shadow appeared at the door, none other than Cale and his animals. At this moment he wore quite a cunning smile. With deep eyes he suggested spending the night there to dry off. Tana gladly handed Cale a towel, telling him to warm himself and rest. He didn't seem like an ordinary person. Earlier when they aimed their spears they hadn't gotten a good look at him. Now upon closer inspection he was different from an ordinary traveler. His posture and gait showed that he had not learned martial arts, nor was he a mage. She assessed Cale inwardly. She was very surprised when Cale said he would leave the forest tomorrow due to heavy rain. He was simply dressed and carried nothing, yet he looked like he was taking a stroll and seemed to know the way out of here. Legend had it that the dragon granted people's wishes. But the legend didn't mention what the dragon looked like or how it would appear. Could this person be the dragon? She was startled, suspecting Cale. Cale vehemently denied being a dragon, making her feel a little awkward. This was the final stage of accumulating capital for a comfortable and luxurious life later. That is, to become a guide for those who had lost hope and were trapped in the rainforest. I am not a dragon, but I know the way here. This child is a member of the cat tribe. I met this child in the slums on a rainy day. This child can control fog, Cale said, pointing to his cat on. I learned about this place after wandering around leaving my territory. By chance I found an ancient inscription that said this place was dominated by fog. So I came here with this child. We thought we could uncover the secret of this place with our power and give hope to the lost travelers and those waiting for them. I was worried that the cat tribe child's power wouldn't work, but thankfully she could control the fog here and open a path. After listening to Cale's explanation, Tana was somewhat relieved. The legendary dragon probably didn't exist. She sighed in relief when Cale said he would take everyone back tomorrow. She seemed a little regretful to leave this place because she still had a desperate wish unfulfilled, but everyone had been wandering in this forest for too long, so even if Cale hadn't come, she would have been contemplating whether to set fire to it and leave. Fire? That's truly terrifying. I know how difficult a situation you southern people who love nature are in. I originally liked to wander around and I deeply love the beauty and diversity of nature. The mountains and rivers of the Great Forest. I have seen through books how beautiful everything in the Great Forest is. After leaving this rainforest, if I have time, I plan to go and admire those landscapes, Cale said. Unfortunately, after leaving this rainforest, the Great Forest he would see would no longer be beautiful. The Great Forest was on fire, and that fire could not be extinguished nor could it spread. One day a part of the Great Forest right next to this rainforest suddenly caught fire. No magic water, no sorcery, no method could put out the fire. So I was very worried. but miraculously, the fire only burned in one area and did not spread anywhere else. I couldn't even tell if it was a good thing or a bad thing. I've never seen such a large fire in my life. It soared high into the sky every day and it always looked like it was about to explode. The heat was so intense that I felt like I would get burned just by getting close, but despite that I will do my best to put out the fire, she replied resolutely. Cale sighed and clutched his head. Then he suddenly proposed to her and owned on that if she took him to that fire he would put it out, surprising them both. The southern people of the Great Forest had bronze skin and sturdy physiques. They tended to be very familiar with nature as they lived protecting the vast natural expanse of the Great Forest. And the tendency to be familiar with nature was divided into two types. One was tribal culture, and the other was southern culture. The tribesmen of the Whipper Kingdom developed perceptions of fighting and death based on the enduring truths of nature. In contrast, the southern people developed concepts of symbiosis and herd mentality, following leaders. However, later Tana would unite with Tunka, who advocated concepts of fighting and death. The fire could not be extinguished by magic or sorcery. The reason that fire burned in one part of the Great Forest was because of the Crown Prince of the Mogoru Empire, also known as the Alchemy Empire. The Crown Prince had started that fire to suppress Tana's power. After she unified the 15 regions of the Great Forest, Tana would discover that the fire was caused by the Crown Prince and unite with Tunka to confront him. Tana, the queen who rode a black panther instead of a horse, led warriors to fight to protect the Great Forest. There would be no need to worry until then, but Crown Prince Albaru Crossman and the Imperial Crown Prince were similar yet slightly different. Crown Prince Albaru was fundamentally a person who pursued justice, so he could be easily approached and utilized. But the Imperial Crown Prince was not. He was a cunning and sly person, one who only calculated his own interests. I will smoothly resolve this matter in the Great Forest and only receive money. After that I will take care of a few urgent matters and then live quietly in my territory. Cale thought to himself. Tana was infinitely gentle with the weak and generous to good people. At the same time, she was a woman who repaid grudges tenfold and favors 1,000-fold. Finally, the time came for Cale to unveil the gift he had prepared for her. By putting out the fire with his own power. I haven't introduced myself yet, have I? I come from a small territory in a corner of the Roan Kingdom, Cale introduced himself. You're from the northeast? We are currently acting as warriors of the Great Forest. When Tana replied, intending to hide her identity, Cale continued. I'm from a small family, so thankfully I have no shortage of travel expenses. I also have my own companions. Only On and I entered this forest, but I have other companions who trust and follow me. Anyway, I was lucky enough to encounter a fortuitous opportunity while traveling around. I was caught in a whirlpool in the sea and barely escaped. After that, I found a cave and then I discovered an injured person inside the cave and saved him. Wasn't I lucky? Maybe that's why I was caught in the whirlpool that day. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to tell that story, but I just couldn't ignore them. Anyway, at that time I acquired a certain power, water that can control fire, water that can put out any fire. Tana's eyes widened in surprise at Cale's words. Cale had absorbed the properties of this water into a necklace which was the power of the Great Forest brought by Locke. Whatever the properties of the fire, as long as it was fire, it could be controlled by this water. Originally in the novel, Tunka discovers this power and drinks this water, gaining a body that is unharmed by fire. But Cale already had the vitality of the heart, so his body could heal itself even when exposed to fire. Although there was some pain, Cale didn't need to use this water. The limit of this water was that it could put out a firestorm that engulfed the entire western continent. If it wasn't used to put out such a large-scale firestorm, it would never be used up in a lifetime. Tana worried if it was alright to use this precious and limited power for her own problems. Power is neither noble nor humble. What's more important to me is where we use the power we have. If I can use my power to protect nature, animals, plants, human lives, and their habitats, what could be more joyful than that? Every word Cale uttered moved and surprised Tana. Since Cale was the owner of this power, he had to go there and use it himself. So it would take some time and be complicated. He didn't need to enter the fire, but he at least had to approach it. This made Tana worry that Cale might be in danger. It makes me happy to be able to help others with my power. I genuinely want to help and support others. When Cale exuded an aura like a burning Buddha in Chome, On also looked a little suspicious. Cale said this was a small matter, but Tana was determined to repay his kindness. She couldn't just accept it without giving anything in return. Ah, then let's do this. I once read about Area 1 of the Great Forest in a book. It described it as a beautiful place where the beach and the magnificent Great Forest harmonized. It also said that the sunset there was particularly beautiful. After I put out the fire, can I go there and enjoy the sunset? Cale said with a smile. It seemed he knew that the entire beach area had also burned down and would no longer be beautiful. Yet he wasn't asking for money or land, but merely to admire the scenery, Tana thought suspiciously. She felt that wasn't enough. She made a grand decision to build Cale a villa. After repeatedly refusing, Cale eventually asked her to exchange the villa for a small piece of land. He felt extremely embarrassed inside. After that, Cale took out the food bundle he had brought and enjoyed it with everyone. The quickest and most fundamental way to win someone over was to feed them. Cale had also lured Choi Han in that way. Everyone's eyes widened at the sight of the abundant food before them. "This is payment for the blankets everyone lent me. Share it amongst yourselves and regain your strength to leave tomorrow. First, let's return to the village where my companions are. After that, we'll pass through this forest to the great forest. Come on, eat up. It'll get cold," Cale said, offering Latana a plate. She accepted it shyly. Realizing that the legend wasn't so far-fetched, Cale happily watched her enjoy her food. The next morning in the pouring rain, Choi Han and his group waited with umbrellas for Cale's return. A moment later, Cale returned, followed by many people. Cale approached the old man who was sitting at the forest entrance waiting and spoke frankly. "There's no dragon inside, only the clothes and bones of the missing people." The old man was shocked and speechless. The legend that had given faith and hope to those entering the forest was now shattered. This was probably the only thing Cale could do for them. "Han, collect a list of missing persons from the villagers. An will take us to Area 1 and return with Hong. After that, all of you along with An will be responsible for collecting the artifacts remaining in the forest." Cale assigned tasks. Muir hesitated, saying he still had blueprints to draw. Cale no longer wanted to keep this dwarf or even have him nearby, but it was too regrettable to leave this foolish fellow alone. "Damn it, this mess of a guy." Cale resolutely suggested that he pack his bags and leave for the great forest. Latana was a little bewildered by what had just happened. She had thought Cale seemed ordinary, so those who followed him would also be knights with moderate strength. But in reality, one of them was so strong that it was difficult to gauge his power, and many other talented people were following Cale's orders. She felt that Cale was truly extraordinary. In the pouring rain, Choi Han followed Cale, asking if the fire in the great forest was also caused by them. The them Choi Han referred to was the secret organization that had orchestrated the magic bomb terror in the capital of the Roan Kingdom and carried out the Harris Village massacre. Cale quickly shook his head and said, "It's not their doing." Originally, Choi Han would have had some friction with them in the Brek Kingdom, but this time Cale thought inwardly that Choi Han didn't seem to have met them. To ease Choi Han's worries, Cale promised to let him know if he found out their identities. Choi Han smiled slightly and asked Cale not to shoulder such difficult tasks alone in the future. Rosalind also agreed with Choi Han, but Cale didn't feel that what he had done was difficult at all. Choi Han and Rosalind merely shook their heads in exasperation. After guiding Latana's group to the burning forest area, Cale suggested he would go alone, but Latana immediately stopped him. He had said he would go alone, knowing full well that she would somehow escort him. Cale thought she would do as she said. Latana immediately summoned a large black panther 10. Latana gallantly mounted 10's back. Then she told Cale to get on too. Latana's newly arrived subordinates looked at each other in surprise when they heard that Cale was a dragon. Choi Han also wanted to escort Cale, but Cale refused. "Just getting close to that heat will burn you. It's too dangerous, so everyone stay in a safe place," Cale said. He knew that their strength would be useless against the flames, and if they followed, they would only be a burden. After entrusting the shield to Rosalind, Cale was finally forced to mount 10's back due to Latana's overly enthusiastic attitude. In truth, Cale could move quickly using only the sound of the wind, but he had no choice but to move a little clumsily. 10 dashed like the wind with both of them, passing by villagers who shouted, "Your Majesty." Latana, seeing people continuously calling her, bit her lip embarrassed and ordered 10 to speed up. Upon encountering the flames, Cale felt that the Crown Prince was truly a madman. Setting aside other things, this incident alone showed that the Crown Prince was not an ordinary madman. These flames were burning very strangely. How much water power will such a large fire require? Since I don't know the extent of the necklace's power, I should only use about a third of it, Cale thought, taking off his outer garment and approaching the flames. Latana tried to follow, but 10 stopped her. "Perhaps that child will believe my words. I won't get hurt. I'll put out the fire quickly and return immediately, so you just watch from afar. It's fine to help me if I'm in danger then." Cale sneered and moved straight forward. The heat here was truly formidable. If Cale didn't have the vitality of the heart, he would probably have been reduced to ashes long ago. The necklace around his neck also seemed to help cool down its owner's heat. The black dragon, while flying, cursed the flames in an uncomfortable voice, and Cale looked back. Seeing Choi Han and Rosalind standing behind, he was a little speechless at their stubbornness. He had to deal with those flames quickly now. "That fire is like a tsunami? Then I'll just create a real tsunami." As soon as Cale spoke, he waved his hand, creating a massive water stream in the air that enveloped the entire fire. The water stream swept away the fiercely burning flames without a trace and at the same time swallowed Cale into it. Everyone cried out his name in surprise. A moment later, rain began to fall where the fire had originally raged. The flames that had seemed eternal were finally extinguished. Cale appeared from the forest like a god. With his power, how could he die? It was all because the black dragon had been so engrossed in watching the water that he had forgotten to use his shield. In fact, Cale had also forgotten to use his shield because of that. It seemed he had wasted too much power. The black dragon sobbed, blaming himself for his carelessness. Rosalind and Choi Han rushed to check on Cale. Latana stood blankly, unable to move her legs. She couldn't believe that Cale had extinguished the fire so quickly. Now that the fire in the great forest was extinguished, Cale had nothing more to do here. "I thought he was a weakling just by his appearance." The protagonist created a water stream and put out the fire. He was a gentle yet powerful person. He always looked so relaxed despite having such great power. I was mistaken. He is by no means a weakling, on the contrary he is a very powerful person. Thoughts flashed through Latana's mind, which had been paralyzed by surprise. Cale refused to go with Latana and everyone else. The person you need now is not me but you. The fire was extinguished thanks to everyone's perseverance. I don't want to be in the spotlight. I just want to quickly go to that beautiful sunset spot. Honestly, Cale just wanted to quickly collect those magic stones and get out of here. Since Cale had already decided, Latana alone mounted Ten's back, ready to bless this land as queen. The fire is extinguished. I believe everyone has witnessed the sight. Nature, like time, is not eternal. As time passes we will reclaim our forest, therefore let us make today a day to bless a new beginning. As Latana spoke loudly, countless kind villagers around them cheered, blessing the future. Upon returning, Cale and the black dragon were drenched like drowned rats. Cale gently wiped the black dragon with a towel as he complained. Through the crystal ball, the crown prince was slightly puzzled by Cale's wet appearance. When Cale asked about Marquis Stan, the crown prince said their master was changing. Cale's time for revenge had finally arrived. It took 3 weeks to reach Hoyt village. This was one of the tasks Cale had been working on. Considering what the Marquis Stan family had done to the Black Dragon, Cale had to take revenge on them so the Black Dragon could fully escape the nightmares of the past. The crown prince didn't know what Cale was thinking. He merely advised him to return to the Imperial palace soon. The next day, Cale was a little embarrassed by the thick real estate contract Latana brought. No, not at all. If the land in that area is privately owned, it would be troublesome, but if it's land elsewhere, I'll take responsibility. Take as much as you want, Latana said, as if affluent. Even if Cale wanted the entire beach area, she would readily agree. Indeed, she is someone who repays kindness 1,000-fold. She truly seems willing to give me everything I want, Cale thought inwardly. He said he only needed a small piece of land where he could occasionally rest. As Cale adamantly refused, Latana quietly asked for his family name. I just want to leave quietly. Let's forget what happened yesterday and move forward to the future, Cale replied. For him, no reward was more valuable than magic stones. There were many high-quality magic stones buried in the great forest, but they were not ordinary magic stones. Hearing that Cale wanted to see that land, Latana immediately called Ten to help Cale find the fastest way to the beach. Cale wasn't particularly fond of this Black Panther, but seeing him courteously lower himself for Cale to ride, he couldn't refuse. Now that the master is here, it should be fine, right? It feels like entering a tiger's den, Cale thought anxiously as he mounted Ten's back. Rosalind said from behind that they would stay here and rebuild the area, and when Han and On arrived they would follow. This was excellent news for Cale. It would be troublesome if Rosalind followed and discovered magic stones. After bidding farewell, Ten ran straight with Cale on his back. It was the first time Latana had sent Ten with someone else, but strangely she wasn't worried at all. She trusted Cale. If he wasn't trustworthy, Ten wouldn't have gone with him. Upon arriving at the beach, Cale told Locke not to follow him and to play with Ten instead. Locke seemed to understand Cale's intention and said he would hold Ten firmly. At this point, Cale asked Locke if Brock had ever been to the northwestern region of the Roan Kingdom. Cale needed an interrogation expert for his upcoming plan. Brock was the best at physical interrogation. For psychological interrogation, perhaps the mad priest who accompanied Marquis Stan's eldest son would be suitable. After a few steps, Cale found a treasure chest. As the war intensified, the value of these high-quality magic stones would only increase. So he would have many places to sell them. Crown Prince Alberu would especially be a potential buyer. The Black Dragon was delighted and Cale promised to give him the one he liked best, which made the Black Dragon very happy. Now the main mission was almost complete. Once all the team members gathered here, they could return to the Henituse territory. A week later, after all preparations were complete on the Area 1 beach of the Great Forest, Cale decided to return. But the destination was no longer the Whipper Kingdom. From afar, Burroughs came to the island in a sailboat to meet Cale, who threw him a money pouch and hastily boarded the boat. Now it was Cale's turn to act. Cale brought Muir back and asked his father. Muir, hunched in a corner, introduced himself as a descendant of the honorable family, with over 200 years of design and manufacturing tradition. My lord, I heard you're renovating the castle. Is it because you also anticipate an upcoming war? Is this fellow a descendant of the design family that built the magic tower? What is father worried about? I'm worried that our family will suffer damage. Father must know that the situation on the western continent is like a ticking time bomb, Cale said passionately to his father. He thought a noble who suddenly renovated his castle and invested in building a naval base couldn't possibly be completely ignorant. I'm only telling this story to you, father. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince sent me to the Whipper Kingdom because of the North forming an alliance. As soon as Cale finished speaking, the Lord exclaimed in surprise, "What did you say?" Cale wasn't particularly surprised by his father's astonishment. This was important information that greatly affected the situation on the western continent. In the north there were 3 kingdoms, one of which was the Blue Kingdom, located at the northern tip. Its guardian knight had decided to lead a powerful knight order towards the fertile lands of the south. That's not the Whipper Kingdom or the Mogoru Empire, Cale. How could they pass through that canyon to get here? Besides, there's the Forest of Night, the Lord said. The Canyon of Death, as its name suggested, was the most rugged canyon on the continent, dividing the north and central regions, and the Forest of Night, located at the end of that border, made it difficult to move from north to south. However, Cale thought there was another way, using ships. But ships weren't the only method. Why had those two kingdoms allied with the Blue Kingdom, in the barren land of the knights who only pursued strong martial spirit? The Guardian Knight had recreated the legendary W Knight Order. They had acquired the means to dominate the skies. Using that means they could easily pass through the Canyon of Death and the Forest of Night. Unless one could use long-distance flight magic like Rosalind or a dragon, that was the most suitable means. The three northern nations had secretly built ships to dominate the entire sea. They had been preparing for over 5 years, and now less than 2 years remained. Why was I helping with the construction of a naval base in Ubar territory? Because there wasn't much time left until then. Moreover, that would be a future I couldn't know. The problem was that this novel was the kind where characters had immense power. Cale thought that The Birth of a Hero was clearly a normal page, but when you turned to the next page it suddenly became a fried chicken kind of novel. To survive in such a world, Cale had to prepare thoroughly. As a father I will believe what you say, but as a lord I must confirm if it is true, and confirming that will not be easy. You heard that from His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. I will confirm as soon as possible, but if my abilities are insufficient and I cannot find anything, then I will believe your words. The Lord replied. Cale understood that this was beyond the scope of what an ordinary noble could know. It was all because he had read the novel. When war breaks out, money may not be a great power, but the results obtained with money before war become a valuable source of power. Cale sighed and thought inwardly. He once again firmly told his father that he had no intention of inheriting the throne. The Lord chuckled with interest at Cale's reaction, which was identical to Basin's. After leaving the room, Cale put a golden necklace around Mir's neck and said, "Create a place where they will never die. Then Mir can continue to live and receive many such gifts." Mir, delighted, promised to create a very safe place. A few days later, Cale decided to leave with only Choi Han and the animals, while Brock was to follow because Cale had a problem to solve. Choi Han immediately guessed that it was related to the Marquis Stan family. Cale praised Choi Han's sharpness and quietly asked everyone to prepare quickly. Inside the long carriage, the Black Dragon was anxious to go quickly using teleportation magic. Spending time with Rosalind, Cale felt that he had become accustomed to human magic and had progressed much further than before. Dragons undergo a total of 3 transformations. During their first growth spurt, their physical changes are not very significant, but after the second and third growth spurts, they grow into adult dragons nearly 20 meters tall. Compared to a dragon's long lifespan, the Black Dragon was still young, so it would take a long time to reach its first growth spurt. Only a major shock or when the dragon itself earnestly desired power could accelerate the growth spurt. Cale, will our plan with the Marquis Stan family be possible? I think the plan isn't bad, but I don't know how we can mess with Marquis Stan and Venian. Current eldest son Taylor Stan, who had been abandoned, was already expanding his influence. And his influence was not limited to the family alone. So did some people in the Northwest choose to support Taylor Stan? Choi Han wondered. Indeed, smart people ask many questions. The number of Marquis families and relatives supporting Taylor Stan was increasing. If left unchecked, the Marquis would no longer be the head of the family. For the Stan Marquis family, the survival of the fittest was their creed. The family heir must be the strongest and must kill his siblings. The Marquis could not kill Taylor Stan just because his influence was strong. This was because Taylor Stan had never openly tried to kill the Marquis. Cale replied, right now they need to start by preparing a location and personnel. That person is someone even Choi Han knows. Odious Pren. Choi Han was startled as soon as he heard this name. Odious Pren was the uncle of Pilot, the illegitimate son of the Pren Merchant Guild and currently the ruler of the northwestern underworld. In the Northwest, he was the first person Cale's group had to meet. Only then would good things happen, and there was also the Mad Priest. The conversation among the three continued in this manner. Cale felt that Odious seemed quite uncomfortable. However, he could understand his situation. This was because one side was trying to dominate the northwestern underworld, and the other was an associate of someone trying to eliminate the underworld. It was truly a headache for these two people to be sitting together. Young Master Taylor said he wanted to know all the details about the Stan Marquis family and the northwestern region. Cale thought he seemed interested in the dark side of the Northwest. People called the dark side of Stan territory the underworld: gambling, alcohol, usury, illegal transactions, illegal auctions, slave markets, violence. This was a place where all sorts of dirty deeds regularly occurred. However, Odious at least did not trade in slaves or use violence. He conducted transactions based on a mechanism that protected the participants. Young Master Taylor was a noble and a member of a family that governed a territory. Therefore, he disliked the existence of the underworld. In the Henituse family's territory, there was no form of underworld trade. Count Daruth was a strict noble. He was highly responsible and with his immense wealth would never tolerate such things happening. But Marquis Venian was different. In The Birth of a Hero, there were a few lines describing the Stan Marquis family and Venian in the part where the Black Dragon appeared. Contrary to his outward appearance, Venian Stan committed all sorts of dirty deeds behind the scenes. Therefore, he could not escape the Stan territory's underworld even if he tried. Thanks to these 2 lines of the novel, Cale understood Venian's true nature, who had crippled the Marquis's eldest son, assassinated his brother, and then led the family's siblings. Young Master Taylor said he wanted to eliminate the underworld. In the original story, when the Stan Marquis family falls, Odious will exert great influence to stop Venian. He would expose Venian's true colors and ruin the Stan Marquis family's reputation. But for now Odious didn't need to act. The fight could wait. First they needed to eliminate the common enemy. Cale would deal with Venian. Killing him alone wasn't enough. Shouldn't he suffer more? Cale proposed with a dangerous expression that night. Venian, burning with hatred from Cale and Zion's constant interference, was secretly leading his troops somewhere. Suddenly the soldiers began foaming at the mouth and convulsing. Venian watched in confusion and horror as all the soldiers collapsed unconscious. A sound came from above and he looked up in confusion, only to find that it was the dragon Zion, and his face turned pale. "Why are you so surprised? Is it strange because I'm not bleeding?" Zion spread his wings wide and exuded mana from his entire body. Venian had not expected him to return. His eyes widened, his face was bloodless and he was sweating profusely from the immense shock. It was already too late to be afraid. Zion's power had already overwhelmed him, leaving no escape. The next morning, young Master Taylor was startled to see an unconscious Venian being carried on Choi Han's shoulder. After confirming the 4-day period with young Master Taylor, Cale ordered the remaining soldiers from last night to be dealt with and boarded the carriage. Odious drove the carriage to the gate and then left according to Cale's command. He felt it was very strange that someone as kind as Cale could be so dangerous. Choi Han was kind and upright, but he firmly followed young Master Cale's words. The problem was that he himself was also naturally following young Master Cale's orders. Now I understood why he asked me to serve him directly, using Venian Stan as an excuse. That's right, this wasn't something to leave to my subordinates. Odious muttered to himself. The carriage carrying Cale arrived at Brock's residence. The group entered a dark room filled with gruesome torture instruments. When he arrived yesterday, Brock had been informed about the Black Dragon's existence. Of course, Brock was unaware of Venian's affairs, so he might have been displeased with the current situation. Cale told Brock that all he had to do was handle Venian. "I will return everything I suffered. I was raised by him for 4 years, tortured and abused every moment, and confined in a cave for the next 4 days. I want to be compensated for those 4 years. I will tell you what happened to me. First, I, the great dragon, was whipped until my tough dragon skin peeled off. He mainly whipped only where I was injured and bleeding." Before Zion could finish speaking, Cale kicked Venian hard. Perhaps because the anesthetic was strong, Venian was still unconscious despite being beaten like a rag doll. Zion continued his story. He couldn't go into detail due to lack of time, but he conveyed the key points thoroughly. That was enough. Brock was a torture expert, but inwardly he often softened due to pity for children. Before Big Croc could lay a hand on him, Cale suggested he prepare food for Zion. Venian used to beat Zion during meals to whet his appetite. This fact pained Choi Han's heart. As soon as Big Croc heard this, he put on his gloves and with a dark expression said he would prepare a very hearty meal. Venian, regaining consciousness, was utterly confused to find himself in a dark dungeon. Recalling being dragged here by Onan, he gnashed his teeth and tried to curse, but the magic circle prevented him from speaking. On and Hong prepared a lavish meal and quietly ordered Brock to begin. The lights went out. Zion chewed heartily, watching with wide eyes as Venian was beaten. Blood splattered everywhere, just as it had happened to him before. On and Hong were too scared to open their eyes. It wasn't because the sight before them was too cruel or because they pitied Venian, but because they could imagine the extent of the suffering Zion had endured through this scene, and knowing that this was just the beginning pained their hearts. Cale gently stroked On and Hong. Zion chewed heartily, watching the battered Venian. Tears flowed from the welling sorrow within him. As Big Croc was about to give a recovery potion to Venian, who was already foaming at the mouth and convulsing, Cale hastily stopped him. Cale wanted Venian to use the recovery potion only when he was on the verge of death. He thought this was still too weak. Big Croc continued to deal with Venian, and Cale held Zion tightly in his arms. He was clearly the same size, but Cale muttered to himself that he seemed to have gained weight in a few months. Cale quietly told Big Croc to stop, but he kept going. Cale, having no other choice, called Choi Han for help to bring a new bottle of wine, and with Zion heavily in his arms, he gently soothed him like a baby. "Venian Stan, I plan to keep you alive, so whenever I lose my appetite I will come looking for you." Zion's voice was heard. The recovery potion flowed into Venian's body. A moment later he woke up in his room with a start, found no wounds on his body, and was relieved, thinking it was all a dream. But the past 4 days were enough to instill fear and horror in the arrogant Venian's mind. He had been tortured all over his body, and Brock sometimes made him lose his mind in terror. Now Cale didn't need to call K for psychological torture. This was because Zion's voice continuously echoed in Venian's head. His face turned pale with fear, and he tried to open the door and escape, but surprisingly, someone was already waiting for him behind the door, and Venian was too terrified to say anything. The white-haired young man chatted happily with Cale's group. "Even if I don't have time, I must come to see young Master. If not today, I'll be even busier later. Most of the people young Master told me about are related to Venian, and some of them were even my father's men," he said, sipping wine. Cale pretended not to know anything. He already knew that Venian had raised the dragon under the Marquise's orders, and among those guarding the place where the Black Dragon was confined there would naturally be the Marquise's men. Due to this incident, they could face sentences ranging from capital punishment to forced labor. This was because the Stan Marquis family had the cruelest laws. To escape this incident, the Marquis would eliminate them cleanly. Without further ado, the group happily toasted their wine again. The white-haired young man poured wine and promised to reward Cale handsomely later. The next day, after bidding farewell to Odious, Cale boarded the carriage, ready to depart. Before leaving, he casually brought up the matter of the underground room. I will handle it well, Odious replied, sweating profusely. In his mind, Cale was a ruthless and sinister young master with no redeeming qualities, and this matter. I'd prefer you not to tell Burroughs. Well then, I'll be going now. After repeatedly cautioning Odious, Cale finally boarded the carriage and truly departed. Behind him, Odious watched him with worried and suspicious eyes. Inside the carriage, Choi Han said he had passed through the mountain range they were currently traversing before. Cale speculated that perhaps Choi Han had caused trouble in the Brek Kingdom and had stopped here. Choi Han immediately shook his head, vigorously denying it. But Cale felt it was enough to hear the results regarding the Brek Kingdom from the Crown Prince. He then asked Choi Han if he had ever passed through the 10 Finger Mountains. That was the starting point of the southwestern region of the Dome Kingdom. Cale said that 10 granite mountains were connected there like 10 fingers. Perhaps we only went in the northwestern direction then, so we didn't see that mountain range. The same when we returned, Choi Han replied. Is that so? I heard the scenery there is mysterious, so I was very curious. I was wondering if I should go there in a year, so I asked. Choi Han was quite surprised by Cale's words. Cale inwardly vowed to definitely go to the 10 Finger Mountains in a year. This was because the last ancient ability would be revealed there. There were no human villages there, only an elf village. Elves were a mysterious race that loved nature extremely and worshipped dragons even more than mages. Elves were a mysterious race that hid their villages with illusion magic and lived isolated from humans. They were the closest race to nature after dragons. They could control spirits and were often well regarded by the people of the continent. In the original story, after returning from the Brek Kingdom, Choi Han would pass through the village in the 10 Finger Mountains. There, Choi Han would accidentally discover the elf village and meet Pendrick, an elf with the power to heal others. Pendrick was the cause of Locke's first berserk state. In The Birth of a Hero, Pendrick dies while saving Locke. This meant that if Pendrick did not join Choi Han's group as he currently was, he would not die. Cale thought that if Pendrick had no relation to Choi Han and Locke for another year, he might live longer than in the original story. And that would probably be the biggest difference from the content of The Birth of a Hero. The time for him to join Choi Han's group had already passed, so when going to the 10 Finger Mountains, they just needed to avoid the elf village. Cale sighed, complaining to An, who had not yet arrived. When An said he wanted to visit the village and see the scenery in a year, Cale became even more resolute about not taking him to the elf village. This was because the elves would treat him like a god if they saw him. A moment later, Cale met the Crown Prince and handed him a gift. As soon as Cale opened the bottle he brought, a familiar scent diffused into the air. This scent was the same as the one An had smelled in the Black Swamp. Your Royal Highness, of course this is not a free gift, Cale said. Zion mentioned that the Crown Prince's hair color was originally brown. Dragons, humans, cat tribes, and wolf tribes. These were not races that fell within this category. Clearly this power of the Crown Prince was an unknown power different from ordinary natural mana, and the answer was in the glass bottle the Crown Prince was holding. He was probably neither a demon nor a black mage. Naturally he wouldn't be a necromancer either. I believe your Royal Highness's late mother was misunderstood as being of southern descent. I heard that dark elves usually have dark skin, but Dark Elf Lee has skin similar to southern people. So what would happen to Dark Elf Lee's child? At Cale's few questions, the Crown Prince flinched and immediately became alert. Dark elves were people who possessed the attribute of darkness and used mana from the dead. In the past, they settled near graves or in villages where plagues occurred, earning people's hatred. Therefore, the Dark Elf race lived more secretly hidden than the Elf race. What else is there? This is a gift for your Royal Highness, but it's not free, Cale said with a mocking smile, his lips curled upwards. The Crown Prince, wiping his sweaty hair, forced a smile as he listened to Cale's demands. Clearly, with that information, he could have gone to the third or second prince, couldn't he? Does he want to make a deal with me? Fortunately, his personality is similar to mine. The Crown Prince muttered to himself. He was quite curious. If Cale wasn't a dark elf, how could he know this secret fact? You need it, don't you? This is pure and non-toxic. This item is very precious, because it is the mana of a dead dragon. Cale suddenly pointed at the potion bottle with his hand and said arrogantly. The Crown Prince couldn't help but be surprised by these words. It was difficult enough to find dead mana, but Cale even had the mana of a dead dragon. Although the dead mana in the potion bottle was very small in quantity, it was the dead mana of a dragon, so it could definitely develop several levels stronger. This is driving me crazy. Are you really not going to leak my secret? I know you're getting paid, but I still don't understand why you're giving me something so precious, the Crown Prince asked again with suspicion. Why do you ask such obvious questions? Wherever I am, I have no intention of leaking the information I know, Cale replied with a smile. The Dome Kingdom must become stronger. Considering the current power of the kingdoms, the weakest are the Brek Kingdom and the Dome Kingdom. The Whipper Kingdom has already boarded the express train to Hell with Tunka, but the Southern Great Forest has controlled the fire and reunited earlier than in the original story. At the same time, the alliance of the three northern kingdoms is also preparing to move south. Knowing this, Alberu planned to strengthen his power and attract the mages of the Whipper Kingdom to prepare for invasion. But that wasn't enough. This was because there were also the W Knight Order and the Empire. When the W Knights controlled the skies and the Crown Prince began to exert influence over the western continent, the Brek Kingdom and the Dome Kingdom were no different from candles in the wind. This meant that if he wanted a peaceful life, the Dome Kingdom had to withstand the war. To do so, it first needed a strong leader. Furthermore, that kind of power was poison to himself, so it was better to establish a firm foothold. As Cale thought cunningly, as if he knew everything, the Crown Prince found it quite difficult to speak. He thanked Cale, saying the Magic Tower Master's communication device was quite useful. The Magic Tower. He wanted to move or restore the Magic Tower to the kingdom, but the Crown Prince was racking his brains, unsure of what to do. It was then that Cale spoke. I have no intention of rebuilding the Magic Tower, but I can give His Majesty part of the Magic Tower's blueprints later. I hope His Majesty will fulfill the conditions I proposed 2 years from now for a life of idleness, peace and security. What Cale needs after money is decision-making power. The greatest advantage of an idle person is not having to worry about superiors, clients or partners. Except for family, Cale wanted to live as he pleased, eating, sleeping and loafing around. I believe this is a matter His Majesty must speculate on himself. This is good for both sides, so I think we should enjoy this, Your Majesty. Cale spoke and then happily departed, leaving the Crown Prince confused with countless worries in his head. A few days later, in the Henituse territory, Han hurriedly delivered news that Barkrok's father had returned, but his condition was not good. Barkrok, his face pale, rushed into the room and screamed in surprise to see his father lying on the bed, covered in blood and bandages, having lost an arm. Cale sent all the servants out, leaving only Barkrok and Choi Han, then rushed to the bed and asked why he had gone fox hunting and ended up like this. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have come here. I was going to die anyway, but I wanted to see my son's face and a few others before I died. Barkrok's father thought and began to tell Cale all the stories of his past. He was an assassin, a descendant of one of the 5 famous assassin families in the underworld. His family was destroyed by an organization called ARM. ARM seemed to dominate the entire underworld, but in reality it was just a small organization. And from what he found out, they had a much larger central organization. Although he initially tried to find their leader, he felt a little fearful of the scale of the force he couldn't accurately grasp. So after that I came to the Western continent with my son and lived in hiding, disguised as a servant to others. But after decades I caught their scent. When Choi Han came to this territory, I smelled arm from him. Hearing this, Choi Han was startled and recalled spilling blood, cutting down those who had invaded Harris Village long ago. Perhaps they are ARM. The Harris Village massacre, the Marquis entrusting Zion with the Capital Square terror incident, the Wolf Tribe attack, all these things were probably also committed by ARM. They were expanding their influence in the Western continent, so I tried to use this opportunity to act. But it wasn't a hunt. It would be more accurate to say a wild dog entered a tiger's den, Barkrok's father said. He didn't know where he got such confidence to do that at the time, but he didn't regret it because he found out what they were doing. While investigating in the capital, I encountered an ARM assault team and discovered what they were doing. But in the process I lost one arm and barely managed to escape, gasping for my last breath. He still said he hadn't uncovered the true identity of the organization called ARM. John, do you remember who cut off your arm? Cale pressed. Yes, he was a fairly young mage. He cut off everyone's arm whom he saw. Hearing this, Cale immediately recognized that man as the Mad Lytica. Choi Han also trembled with anger at the thought of him. John was stronger than Lytica and had the advantage of an assassin's stealth, but there must have been a reason why he lost his arm and escaped. Suddenly, a rather unpleasant smell wafted from John's bloody, bandaged body. Everyone's faces turned pale as they realized the smell was the poison left by a merfolk in John's body. It turned out that it was they who had helped the merfolk. Cale could surmise the truth. When he first met the Whale Tribe and heard their story about the Forest of Darkness, he learned that the merfolk had grown stronger thanks to materials obtained from the Forest of Darkness. Although he had suspicions, he didn't want to think too deeply. If he got involved in that matter, it would be very troublesome. But if he knew the true identity of that organization, he had to inform Han. Since it was unrelated to his own safety, he let it pass. Cale thought inwardly, but within that scope he knew they had no right to invade the territory. Assassin John. Cale was always wary of this cunning old man. However, through this incident, Cale realized that John was his subordinate. Choi Han, don't just stand there, bring Muller, prepare the ship too, immediately. Cale suddenly stood up and ordered Choi Han. John would also go with Cale, although his condition was a little unstable now. Barkrok was quite surprised to learn that Cale could detoxify merfolk poison. Cale had used this method once before to save a Whale Tribe member. Don't worry, hurry and prepare. The reward I'll give your father is a long life, Cale said again. Young master, it seems the merfolk and ARM are targeting the sea routes, John said, trembling. But Cale had known this for a long time. May I ask one more thing? Did anyone see your face? Cale asked again. Only that mage saw my face, young master. That organization won't wage an all-out war, will they? Cale didn't answer John's question, only gave an inscrutable smile. John also gradually understood Cale's intentions and was quite pleased that it would be beneficial to Cale. Cale had no intention of doing anything overly heavy or difficult. He simply wanted to achieve his set goals and quickly get out of this matter. Of course, Cale had come here to ambush the enemy. After leaving John's room, Cale cursed those damn fellows inwardly as he returned to his room. Whether it was the secret organization ARM or the merfolk, no matter how strong they were, it would be very difficult for them to wage an all-out war. the Black Dragon, Choi Han, Rosalind. At the very least, the abilities of those around him would thwart their intentions. Cale had long since formulated a plan, a method to protect himself and those around him. Cale would do everything for a comfortable life, both physically and mentally. A few days later, in the Ubar territory, Cale went to meet the manager in charge of naval base construction before he could explain the problems here. Cale gestured to Muller, who scurried over. Muller showed the manager the first blueprint he had personally drawn. As soon as the manager unfolded the paper, he was surprised, saying he had never seen a ship of this shape before. Money was not important to Cale. What mattered was whether he could build the ship as quickly as possible. Muller had also almost completed the second internal design, inspired by the idea that attack is the best defense. This dwarf was truly giving Cale a headache. Cale then ordered as many troops as possible to be gathered. He thought it was best to face the enemy with full force. The Ha Archipelago, all the islands between the eastern and western continents, were collectively called the Ha Archipelago. The islands were numbered Ha, followed by a number according to the order of their discovery. Cale's group's destination this time was the largest of those islands, Ha Island 5. According to John, this island had military bases for both Arm and the merfolk. Count Daruth decided to save John's life. In the eyes of others, he was just a servant, but he was someone who had looked after the Count's family and Cale for the past dozen or so years. First, Cale would head to Ha Island 12, the closest island to their destination. You said we'd encounter merfolk, is that alright? I heard merfolk have grown stronger thanks to poison and dead mana of the dark attribute. It's fine, young Master Cale already knows how to deal with merfolk poison. And even if it's dead mana of the dark attribute, you can suppress it with a stronger power. Rosalind clarified for Cale. There are ways to use stronger mana or aura or to suppress the enemy's dead mana with offensive power. But there is one power that is stronger than any of these and can counter dead mana. It seems like nothing, but it has an immediate effect. Yes, it's blood. This method requires quite a lot of blood. Moreover, the situation is different now, Cale thought. Blood clearly proves the life of a living creature. Living things are inherently stronger than dead things. The fatal power to the dark attribute of dead mana is life. Blood can keep them at bay, even if only for a short time. Of course, there's a high chance of dying from blood loss, and this method wouldn't work on dark elves with blood-resistant properties or vampires who drink blood. The blood from the vitality of the heart has stronger vitality and regenerative abilities than any other blood. Thanks to that regenerative ability, blood can continuously pour out. Although it remains to be tested, Cale hasn't yet found blood strong enough to counter the dark attribute. Cale was thinking of testing his own blood, but everyone vehemently opposed it. I just said that. I don't want to get hurt. Why should I use my precious blood? There are many other things to use besides blood, aren't there? Cale feigned innocence, but no one seemed to believe him. Suddenly, Cale stood up and said he would go to the Wind Cliff. In the past, the Whale Tribe girl had promised to lend her strength to Cale whenever he wished. Upon arriving there, everyone's eyes widened at the sight of whales dancing in groups amidst the colorful sky. It was truly a beautiful sight. The Whale Tribe boy appeared and greeted Cale. I've found out information about those who helped the merfolk. My subordinate was poisoned by merfolk poison while investigating them. I need to detoxify him right away, and at the same time I thought I should inform your majesty about what I know, so I called your majesty. Anyway, the merfolk have grown stronger thanks to materials obtained from the Forest of Darkness in our territory, haven't they? The Whale Tribe is already very strong, so they will handle everything smoothly. But I still want to do something. Besides, we're not strangers, are we? Cale said with genuine gratitude. Your Majesty, thank you very much. Your Majesty saved me, and now you're even helping with the merfolk's matter. But to detoxify merfolk poison, we need a merfolk corpse. Before the Whale Tribe boy could finish speaking, Cale cut him off, saying that he and his companions would go find the corpse themselves. The orca Archie emerged from beneath the sea at this point. He broke out in a cold sweat when Cale suggested he ride on his back to go there. When the Whale Tribe boy ordered him to also tow the ship carrying Cale's group, Archie was so furious he almost spat blood, but he still obediently followed the command. That night, Cale and his party rode on a whale cutting through the wavy sea at a rapid pace. Zion was quite bewildered riding a whale for the first time. At rocket-like speed, the whales brought Cale and his party to an island. The others hurriedly pitched tents, and Cale quietly called Choi Han, saying he had something to talk about. I have something to say before the Whale Tribe comes here. Even if others call it cruel, I think it's better to use cruel methods than for us to get hurt. But this time, there's one thing I must do. Do you remember the mage we met in the Capital Terror incident? He's the only one who saw John's face. There are two things I consider important in this plan. First is to treat John, and second is to eliminate any elements that could threaten us later. Do you understand what I'm saying? Cale said softly. Yes, I'll destroy or kill that mage's remaining eye. Brock probably wants to do it, but I think it's better if I do it. He won't be able to make rational judgments in his current state. Choi Han growled with murderous intent. Choi Han was a good person, but his boundary for killing was very ambiguous. Before Cale could even finish his plan, a blood-soaked humpback whale slammed into the sea with a thud. Is someone really fighting with such a vulgar method, spraying blood? Did she deliberately injure herself? Cale was speechless. Zion didn't like this method of using blood at all, and immediately warned Cale not to do such a thing. Human, give me the magic stones quickly. I'll make dozens of magic bombs just as you said, Zion said. The crystal magic stones condensed with mana had immense destructive power, and On and Rosalind also lent their strength. The name of this plan was Reflect, that is, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. No mental blow would annoy the enemy as much. Wura led the charge and fought. Even more warlike than the Orcas, she wasn't afraid of getting hurt. That courage was very important on the battlefield. Isn't it truly moving that Wura, a descendant of the whale tribe, would become the whale tribe leader, spilling blood in the sea to repel the merfolk? If so, morale would be even higher. Of course, I have no such intention. Morale doesn't matter. Not getting hurt is most important. Cale thought and told Wura that he planned to erase Ha Island 2 from the map. He only needed them to gather the ships at Ha Island 27. Most of the islands belonging to the Ha archipelago were 2 to 3 hours apart, and according to John, Ha Island 2 was uninhabited except for the secret organization. Therefore, there would be no problem in blowing up the island. Before that, we need two things and a prerequisite to achieve those two things. First, we must fight without revealing our identities, especially when confronting the organization helping the merfolk. First, we need a means of transportation, small in size. Wura, hearing this, mobilized small whales considering both mobility and stealth capabilities. Second, we must create chaos. When blowing up Ha Island 2 and the merfolk base beneath the island, the whale tribe must cause as much chaos as possible. Cale said. He wanted to draw their attention and lure out the swordsmen, spearmen and mages. But if the swordsmen and spearmen come, the mages will only stay near the island. If we don't get close to the island, the mages won't appear, Wura said. Cale thought that was even better. If he could blow up the entire island and the bloodthirsty mage Lytica, nothing could be better. According to the information we found, he's a red-obsessed madman. That means if I reveal my identity, it'll be quite troublesome, Cale, with his red hair set as if ablaze. Wura added that not only that mage but also the swordsman was a little strange. But Cale thought he wouldn't encounter him. The next day, Cale saw his companions off to Ha Island 12 and ordered them to wait there without moving. Brock, encouraged by Cale, bowed his head softly in gratitude. Cale also didn't forget to hand uniforms to his team members. 5 white stars and 1 red star were embroidered near the left chest of the clothes. It was the uniform of the secret organization they had worn when they went to rescue before. Of course, it was fake, but it came in handy now. Countless ships charged, engaging in one-on-one battles with whales in the endless sea, seeing both sides biting and clawing at each other. Bloody corpses were entangled in the cruel jaws of the whale pod, staining the sea red. Cale thought it was truly disgusting and foolishly had no intention of getting closer. Hearing the blonde swordsman on the ship endlessly swinging his sword, muttering the sea of blood is so beautiful, Cale worried a little that there was something wrong with his head. The duel between humans and whales erupted fiercely and relentlessly, with neither side giving an inch. The power of explosions and flames was immense. The swordsman counterattacked fiercely and skillfully under the expert swordsmanship of the merfolk swordsman opposite him. At this time, Cale's group was quietly observing the situation from a high vantage point. Rosalind slightly reassured Cale. She was confident that even if the plan failed, she and Choi Han would not be harmed. In fact, she had no idea that Cale was more worried about her than she was about herself. Below, the naval battle continued unabated. Among the targets were elements that could pose a future danger. Even if the plan failed and everyone had to join the fight, Choi Han and Rosalind would be able to resolve the issue. Cale resolved to be even more careful, especially since the situation could become complicated if they appeared before everyone. As John had said, magic traps and magic alarms were mainly placed along the coast. The magical presence was also mainly concentrated there. Cale and everyone had arrived at their destination's coast, but penetrating the magic barrier and infiltrating the central building was a big problem. Earlier, the Magic Tower Master had used an immense amount of magic. Perhaps because Lytica's hideout was almost discovered by Choi Han after the bombing, they would be even more careful about security. In that case, the problem became quite simple. Cale thought, immediately canceling the plan to touch the central base and began installing magic bombs along the places marked on the map. Dragon magic bombs made of high-grade magic stones. Using magic stones as power, they were terrifying weapons whose destructive power in war was constantly increasing. Most importantly, they were the most luxurious magic stones. Rosalind recalled the time she was to inherit the throne and evaluated them inwardly. Looking at the most luxurious magic stones placed in the palace, she had admired the mana condensed within them. Even 10 magic stones would make one rich, but Cale gave them to On without a word. This made Rosalind admire him. Cale was truly generous, and at the same time she wondered how he had acquired such precious items. Cale was holding the animals in his arms at this time. Suddenly Cale spoke, suggesting that everyone first split into 2 teams and then regroup in one place. As soon as Cale finished speaking, everyone scattered. 50 to the mountains, 50 to the sea. Cale's team, consisting of himself and 3 young dragons, hurried towards the forest. While searching the surroundings, On alerted them that someone was approaching. So Cale immediately stopped and quickly leaped onto a tree to hide. Unknown people had secretly appeared in the middle of this desolate field filled with a faint fog. The combative On immediately tried to attack them, but Cale stopped him. There was no need to fight them, they just needed to remain hidden like this. Cale vowed that he didn't want to attract the enemy's attention. After a while, when those people left, Cale and the animals crawled out of the bushes. Hearing a noisy sound from afar, Cale surmised that Rosalind and Choi Han had been discovered. That's right, when faced with enemies a fight breaks out. That's the protagonist's life. They'll handle it well and return. As long as they don't reveal their identities, it's fine, Cale consoled himself in the current situation. The animals quickly dug holes so Cale could install bombs. Once everything was done, Cale quickly went to where the child was and waited for Choi Han's group to resolve everything. Suddenly, Cale heard several noisy screams. It turned out that Lytica was madly and furiously chasing Choi Han and Rosalind. Choi Han and Rosalind narrowly escaped their relentless pursuit by leaping off a cliff. The group, reunited with Cale, immediately rode whales and sped across the sea. They tried to get as far away from this island as possible, but countless combative shouts could still be heard behind them. Sensing that someone had discovered the bombs they had planted, Han immediately waved his hand at Cale's command, creating a whirlwind. Rosalind was also creating as many protective shields as possible to accommodate Archie and all the other whales at this time. Archie sensed Rosalind's signal and immediately instructed the whales to retreat. Seeing that Zion had already prepared the orb of power, Cale's lips curved slightly, and he immediately ordered it to be detonated. An enormous explosion followed, shaking heaven and earth. A huge rupture echoed as if an atomic bomb had exploded. Destructive light and murderous energy filled the entire sky, land, and sea. Cale's group immediately tensed their muscles and clung tightly to the whales. But the dazzling and blurry sight before them seemed to have no intention of letting them leave easily. In the swirling white foam of the seawater, Cale's face hardened, cleared his throat and said, "No matter how strong the magic bomb's power becomes, this is still much stronger than expected. It shouldn't explode to this extent, human. If you're going to blow up this island, you have to blow it up to that extent. That's why I strengthened it several times over." When Han replied brightly, Cale frowned. This time, Cale and Han's communication had failed. It was truly stronger than necessary. Cale sighed again and looked at the chaotic scene before him. Although he had caused it, he didn't want to see this sight at all. When Han teased him that his insides were too weak, Cale was a little annoyed. If he were truly a weakling, he wouldn't have even thought of destroying the island. We are doing the right thing for that old man and for BCX, who helped us get revenge. Even if it's right, this isn't the right thing to do. But how can one always live righteously? I don't always want to live righteously, Cale thought inwardly. While everyone rested on Island 12, they were waiting for Wura to bring the merfolk's corpse. Suddenly a scream was heard. "I will kill you all, I will kill you all." Was taking my eye and arm not enough? "Now you're blowing up the island too, everyone run away." Bloody Lytica screamed madly as she ran, her entire body filled with murderous intent. Rosalind surmised that it seemed to be a mana explosion state. Cale nodded and replied, whether he caused a mana explosion or not. With Choi Han there, he wasn't afraid, but when their ship slowly approached at an altar-like speed, Cale flinched slightly. Now his subordinates must all be fleeing or dying on the destroyed island. Shouldn't he go there? Cale wondered. Rosalind judged the situation to be unfavorable and resolutely stood up, saying she would handle the swordsman and the mage would be left to Choi Han. It would be difficult to win perfectly, but she still wanted to try. Since Han was in stealth, Rosalind thought it would be difficult to step forward in this situation, and Cale said he would fight with everyone. But that didn't mean Cale would be on the front lines. At Cale's signal, everyone charged with all their might, advancing enthusiastically. After sending off Han and Rosalind, Cale and Archie moved a little closer to the shore to observe the situation. Lytica at this time, receiving Rosalind's combined attack, furiously erupted with power and anger. But she still fell in one hit. "What? He can block that attack, he's stronger than I thought. Who are you people?" Another swordsman in white clothes on the ship shouted in surprise. Rosalind no longer wanted to speak. She immediately unleashed a powerful flame shield with fierce flames directly at the woman's face. She lightly dodged and sneered, seeming very interested in Rosalind's fiery attitude. Again, Lytica, even after sinking into the sea, tried to take revenge by furiously erupting power at Choi Han with legendary tenacity. Cale, standing silently nearby, slightly instructed Han to destroy, and Choi Han felt an ominous premonition which turned out to be true. With one super powerful, cruel attack from Han, that fellow immediately fainted and fell, sinking into distress. Their group fled in a panic, but Cale and Han couldn't let them leave so easily. Countless auras poured down from Han's hand like rain, carrying fierce and ineffable power. Indeed, dragons were magnificent creatures, but unexpectedly the swordsman in white clothes destroyed a considerable portion of the aura attack, which surprised Cale and Han. Nevertheless, Cale's side was strong enough to destroy the ship. Lytica, after fully detonating her mana, also died on the spot from one more decisive attack from Choi Han. In the chaotic mess of gunfire and smoke, Cale hid behind the whales and glanced in the direction Han was pointing. There were not only swordsmen but also spear mages, one who could use both magic and spear techniques simultaneously. He saved the only person in this sea of flames with flight magic which he hadn't used in a long time. He was strong but weaker than Choi Han, so there wasn't much to worry about. After a bang in the air, Choi Han and Rosalind were slightly annoyed to see that the two spear mages and the swordsmen were still safe. Seeing that they seemed curious about the opponent's skill, Rosalind suggested that Wura also join them in attacking. "Unfortunately, we don't have much time." The spear mage suddenly opened his eyes wide and said, instantly disappearing like foam with long-distance teleportation. But they boasted too early. Just as they were about to leave this place, the spear mage was fatally stabbed in the chest by Choi Han and screamed in pain. Seeing them disappear, the group was, needless to say, too angry to do anything more. Don't worry, even if they heal, the traces of my mana will remain in that spear mage's body. Only a dragon would find it. Next time that spear mage gets close he'll die by my hand, Han said, the corners of his mouth upturned. Cale quietly applauded in praise. As expected, he was his dragon. Archie subtly heard Han's promise and started sweating. So young yet so strong. How strong would he be when he grew up? Wura, as promised, brought Cale one arm of the merfolk royalty and apologized for letting the others escape while dealing with the merfolk. Combat Commander Archie and the other whales would take everyone to Har Island, and we would continue to chase them eastward. Wura said she would chase them to the end. She said she wouldn't kill all the merfolk. That would destroy the ecosystem. She just wanted to subdue them. Cale was slightly wary of this whale tribe, thinking they were truly a terrifying race. He thought that from the merfolk's perspective they would truly hate the whale tribe who ruled the apex of the sea based on the ideology of peace. Cale had always realized one thing. No matter the reason, what you see differs depending on your perspective. Of course, that was not his business. After parting ways with the whale tribe, Cale quickly went to where Brock was to help treat his father. After making him drink magic water to detoxify the poison, Cale began the treatment. Now no one from that organization will know your face. Do you understand what I'm saying? Now it's time to go home, Cale said with a smile to John. John, though in pain and trembling, understood Cale's words. Cale instructed his companions to immediately treat John as soon as they returned to the territory. Cale quietly walked to the ship's railing and stared blankly at the shining night sky. Now he had to focus on John's treatment and recovery, but John had also survived, and once they returned to the territory there would be peace for a while. Now he could rest for a bit. Cale smiled as he looked at the brightly shining moon before him. In Harris Village in the Henituse territory, Cale had recently fallen into increasing idleness, going to bed early and waking up late every day. He slept a lot, had no appetite, and didn't exercise. The animals were very worried about Cale's condition. After checking, Zion breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that Cale was not under a deep sleep curse. Perhaps Cale had fallen into this state due to an unknown influence after visiting the Forest of Night and Harris Village. Just then, seeing Han enter, the animals immediately put on gentle and cute expressions and asked for food, making Han's heart flutter. Every time this happens I feel like my heart stops. Are there such lovely and elegant beings in this world? Tonight we have soft steak which Han loves and sweet vanilla ice cream made by Rosalind and Brock. As Han announced sweetly, everyone cheered with delight. This sound coincidentally woke Cale and he stumbled up to eat with everyone. John, now fully recovered, busily cooked with Brock and brought food to Cale. Just then the Wolf Tribe children and Husman returned from the training ground under Choi Han's command looking exhausted. Starving, they also eagerly sat down at the table. These days the Wolf Tribe children and Husman went to the Forest of Night for training every day. Choi Han was like a drill sergeant from hell, but they voluntarily went to Choi Han every morning. In fact, they seemed more like a combat unit than a night order now. Cale thought, sweating. When Rosalind asked about his well-being, Cale casually mentioned that he would stay here throughout the winter and return to the territory in the spring. Rosalind was very happy to hear that she could freely research or obtain necessary materials, and she smiled gratefully with emotion. The more people there are to ask for favors later, the better. A wide network is truly a good thing, Cale thought with a sly smile after eating. While Cale was sound asleep, his communication orb suddenly glowed brightly. It was the Crown Prince calling. He smiled brightly after learning about Cale's situation. Cale, woken up in the middle of his sleep, was annoyed, but outwardly he put on a calm facade indicating, "I'm fine." The Crown Prince said that his relationship with Cale was very good, and since he was currently in a very difficult situation, he asked Cale for help. "Could you go to that village, Daff, and help me?" At these words from the Crown Prince, Cale's mood instantly plummeted. His leisurely days were now as good as over. "There's one item I need to bring from that village. While helping Dark Elves and I have things to do right now, so we can't go there. And it absolutely must be a human who goes there. Although that item was made by a skilled technician, it will be immediately activated if touched by someone with Dark Elf blood," the Crown Prince explained to Cale with an awkward smile. The Crown Prince asked Cale because Cale was the only one he could trust as much as himself. Cale was displeased. But if he couldn't move now, couldn't he send his subordinates to bring the item? Cale wondered. "Of course I want to do that too, but now I have to go to the Empire. The Crown Prince and the Sun God twins will be hosting a festival." Cale was quite surprised to hear the Crown Prince's words. The story of him being invited to the Imperial festival did not appear until Volume 5 of The Birth of a Hero. The Sun God twins were another set of twins called saints and holy women, who were said to be incarnations of the Sun God. They were considered symbols of infinite goodness and sacrifice, making the world a good place. Their standards of good and evil were determined by the standards of the god they represented. In any case, Dark Elves were at odds with the Sun God religion. Even if I am 1/4 Dark Elf, there is a very high chance of being discovered. In that case, a terrible situation will unfold. The Crown Prince said that Dark Elves were a despised race in the Western continent, and that he carried the blood of this race. At that time he would certainly be deposed from his position as Crown Prince and cruelly burned by the twins. Cale felt an ominous premonition and had a small question, hoping the Crown Prince would return safely. Why was the Crown Prince suddenly holding a festival and inviting him? Surely the Crown Prince had contacted other kingdoms as well. He must be crazy. I also thought it was strange. As far as I knew, the Emperor and Crown Prince were people who rejected religion. for such a person to suddenly host the 150th anniversary festival of the sun god, the official religion of the empire. Do you think this is reasonable? Even more laughable is that he is also hosting the 500th anniversary celebration of the alchemy tower. The sun god religion also agreed to host it alongside the alchemy event, so nations across the continent were invited. Listening to the crown prince speak endlessly, Cale grew even more suspicious, feeling a premonition that something would explode at that event. Perhaps there was some secret conspiracy, but Cale didn't want to get involved. He disliked troublesome things. Anyway, please, I will certainly give you a suitable reward, the crown prince said again. Hoping the crown prince would not lose his life, Cale clenched his teeth and asked for the address of the place he had to go. To the west, you must come to the west of the western continent to help me. As soon as the crown prince spoke, Cale immediately realized that it was where the dark elves lived. By day it was a land of death, its sands red like blood, and by night black as night, with new sand dunes forming daily. In the past, a necromancer had led countless corpses here for a final battle. Cale instantly wanted to go there just at the thought of going to the desert in summer. Suddenly he smiled, asking Zion to reconnect the communication device, and said he would go somewhere else. There was a powerful religion, not the moon opposing the sun god religion. It wasn't an ordinary shadow either. It was an eternal shadow that prevented people from seeing the sun, death. Cale immediately contacted the mountain territory and asked them to continue bestowing the blessing of the god of death on the item he had brought once a day, until he returned to the capital. Cale probably guessed that someone would try to deal with the sun god's divine light. She doesn't seem to think of me that way, Cale said with a mysterious smile, and San said in surprise, why would young Master Cale try to fight with a priest of the sun god? On the contrary, the sun god religion would like young Master very much. He is wealthy, has ancient abilities, and above all, he is a kind person. Hearing San praise him like this, Cale felt a little embarrassed but ignored it. From the perspective of the sun god's doctrine, he must have been someone they would like, with the exception of the kind part. Before leaving, Cale did not forget to introduce dark elf Tasha, who would be their guide. Kiss and Tasha happily shook hands and greeted each other, and the two got along quite well in their love for alcohol. Soon everyone got into the carriage and headed for the burning hot desert. I told the two of them to build a gate to a place of no return. This is to catch those who dare to escape, just like the scene unfolding before our eyes. It was used to catch citizens secretly trying to leave through that gate. Of course their number was small, but they escaped regularly. Tasha said this was because the Duval family had continuously raised taxes while ruling the territory for generations. Seeing the soldiers viciously beating and swearing at the innocent citizens, Cale gently interrupted, took a gold coin from his pocket, handed it to the soldier and said he wanted to pass through the gate. Upon seeing the money, the soldier immediately stopped, hastily grabbed the money and put it in his pocket, and after opening the gate did not forget to pray for Cale's group to return safely. Before leaving, Cale gave him another gold coin, told him to release the poor citizens and promised that if they returned safely he would give him another gold coin. Everyone stared at Cale, bewildered by his noble act. Cale cleared his throat, and Tasha, startled and awkwardly, laughed and praised Cale for being truly kind. Kind, rather, it's irresponsible, Cale scoffed. Following Tasha's guidance, everyone crossed the desert hills covered in blood-red sand. The scenery unfolding under a vast and colorful sky left everyone awestruck with its grandeur and mystery. This place was as mysterious as if night had descended upon the earth. Then below it will be deeper than night. Now I will guide you to the city of the dark elves, Tasha said, happily walking forward. Night had descended, covering the land, and beneath the earth was a place deeper than night. Tasha suggested everyone enter a light-filled hole resembling a basement before their eyes. Cale and Rosalind slightly flinched at the thought that a misstep would mean instant death, but fortunately Zion was there, so Cale decided to take a gamble. As he jumped down, surprisingly, a very smooth slide continued below. Zion squinted his eyes happily and laughed. Cale couldn't see anything in this dark place, but he was quite surprised. With a thud, the two landed on something soft like a pillow. Tasha laughed and hastily called Cale. Quickly got up. Come, stand up. Welcome to the city of death. Around Tasha, a magnificent and splendid city filled with countless twinkling lights unfolded. Everyone continuously admired and looked around. They hadn't expected such a beautiful place to exist underground. Tasha said it was due to the power of nature. Although dark elves had acquired dead mana, they were true beings of nature. They were a race of night and elves, so they could control spirits and use dead mana. Tasha's acquaintances, the dark elves, rushed over. They carried Cale's group's luggage and guided them. When Cale requested to meet the mayor, Shin immediately led everyone. As they approached the villa, the lights grew brighter, making the scenery even more romantic and mysterious. Cale wondered why humans were also mixed in here, but Tasha only answered him with a mysterious smile. Ah, I see. Cale realized that the people who had fled into the desert and could not return wanted to stay in this splendid and magnificent place. The land of death was one of the 5 mysteries. Its blood-red sands were created by the deaths of countless people. A terrible story was told that dark elves used curses to lure people into the desert. Despite such rumors, there were people who had no choice but to escape to survive. And like the dark elves, those who had once fled understood that psychology better than anyone. The more Cale thought about it, the more surprised he was. A place where life was intertwined with death. a race that had to flee due to human condemnation yet was so tolerant of humans. Although unlike elves who disliked intimacy with humans, dark elves still possessed the characteristics of elves. Now Cale understood why nature cherished dark elves so much. Isn't this because of the characteristics of the land where I live? This is originally the land of death. We don't know why, but this desert contains the aura of death, and once or twice a year, dead mana blossoms from the grains of sand in this desert. As Shin continued speaking from behind, Cale suddenly thought, but the aura of death filling this desert is not evil. It is merely the energy of death that must disappear according to nature or leave according to the order of heaven and earth, Shin guessed with an awkward smile. Perhaps Cale was so sensitive because he was a priest of the god of death. This place might even be a land bestowed by the god of death, because the race of shadows does not necessarily do evil just because they need the energy of death. Aren't there many crazy and cruel people among humans too? Isn't it quite similar? Cale scoffed. Tasha nodded, feeling he was right. In short, this was a good place to live. Everyone immediately headed to the mayor's office. The mayor of this city was the oldest person, 521 years old this year. Seeing the mayor trembling and unable to stand properly, Tasha hastily rushed to support him. Only then did Cale realize that Tasha was the mayor's granddaughter, and if so, the crown prince would be the mayor's grandson. Indeed, if he's to be a crown prince, his origins wouldn't be ordinary, Cale thought, sweating inwardly. The mayor trembled as he approached Cale and said he felt a dragon's aura from him. Zion gasped in admiration at this old elf's quite good intuition. Even though Cale firmly said he was not a dragon, the mayor insisted that this aura was the same as when he had met a dragon in the past. Cale was startled, wondering what he had encountered. At 521 years old, he might have lived long enough to meet a dragon once. The problem was that if spiritual power detected something, it would see and remember it. What to do? He said he saw it directly with spiritual power, so he couldn't keep lying in this situation. He clearly felt the dragon's aura, and if he said he wasn't a dragon, it would only make him more suspicious. There was no choice. After much deliberation, Han slammed the door shut, and Cale immediately manifested Zion, making everyone gasp in surprise. The mayor, who had truly seen a dragon with his own eyes, felt his legs tremble. The elves were aghast, unable to close their mouths. The mayor hastily knelt and bowed his body at Zion's feet, greeting him respectfully. Cale was a little dumbfounded. After the two had affectionately greeted each other for a long time, Cale urged the mayor to get up, but he firmly refused. The dragon I met in the past said so. Standing on 2 feet means being in a fighting stance. I don't want to fight with the dragon. Seeing him so nervous, Cale found it increasingly difficult to understand what kind of dragon he had met. Because this action of his showed not reverence for a dragon but fear, Zion immediately loudly demanded the mayor to get up, and seeing him follow hesitantly, winked at Cale, boasting that he was quite good. Only after the others went to rest did Cale have time to sit with the mayor, drink tea and talk. After learning his name was Obante, Cale asked him to keep the fact that he had seen a dragon a secret. Of course, I swear by my connection with spirits that I will keep this a secret, Obante immediately replied. Cale felt that he was uncomfortable speaking with him, probably due to Zion's presence and his intimacy with Zion. Hearing Obante call the crown prince by his name comfortably, Cale guessed that the two were probably relatives. So Alberu had a secret relationship with such a distinguished person. I shouldn't tell Alberu either, right? Obante asked again. I will handle that matter myself, Cale replied. It's a pity. I will definitely keep my promise. In short, I heard that young master has not heard the details about the item you will receive today. It is in the shape of a bracelet, but Obante was cut off before he could finish speaking. Chief, I'm not interested in what it is at all. More importantly, how many humans can touch that bracelet? One of my companions knows how to perform the blessing ritual of death. I want to receive that blessing every day until the item is delivered to me. So I and 2 priests will perform that blessing ritual. Those 2 will touch it. If that's the reason, I am grateful. It will be fine, and that way, the possibility of Alberu discovering it will be lower. You will be able to avoid dangerous situations, Obante replied cunningly. The mad priestess San, who performed the blessing ritual of death, although excommunicated, her blessing had not weakened at all. She alone would be able to counter the blessing of the sun god twins. After giving instructions, Obante thoroughly prepared for the crafting, and Cale said he would leave immediately tomorrow once the bracelet was completed. Obante suddenly hesitated and said it might be a little difficult. Young Master Cale, you may not know, but twice a year, dead magic energy blooms from the sand particles in this desert. Since that period follows no rules, we haven't been able to get closer. He predicted it would happen in about 3 days. Cale, learning that the smell of dead magic not only spread from liquid but also in gaseous form floating in the air like smoke, was a little worried about its danger. Although Tasha was a dark elf who could fly around the desert during this period, it was best for everyone to leave after a week. Cale calculated for a moment and then decided to stay here and play for a week. Obante happily promised to assign Shin as Cale's travel guide for a week. Suddenly, Cale glanced at the mysterious figure sitting next to him, wrapped in a cloak from head to toe, and wanted to know who he was. That child is learning the crafting method by helping to make this bracelet. I will call him and introduce him to young master, Obante hastily explained. Zion and Cale whispered to each other about how a human could be so completely in the dark. The mysterious cloaked figure, Mary, suddenly opened her mouth. I want to go out into the outside world. I'm so curious about the outside world. At Mary's single remark, the elves were startled. Even though everyone tried to dissuade her, saying the outside world was very dangerous, Mary stubbornly insisted on going, and Tasha, unable to contain her anger, slammed the table and shouted, freezing the atmosphere. Zion whispered to Cale why Mary, being so strong, couldn't go outside. Mary remained eerily silent for a long time, then exuded a murderous aura that made everyone hold their breath and sweat. Then, before the eyes of countless people, she slightly rolled up her sleeve, revealing a lumpy arm covered in black veins. She was 100 human but possessed the attributes of a race living in darkness, and was a person who made items with dark attributes. This was true. It was very difficult for an ordinary person to acquire the attribute of darkness, but if this black spider was really a mage, then the story would be completely different. He can make John's arm, Cale thought carefully. I am Mary, 25 years old this year. Mary quietly opened her mouth. Tasha was quite worried seeing Mary carelessly exposing herself in front of others, but a moment later, she realized Mary's self-introduction and was startled. When Obante asked if he knew anything about necromancers, Cale said he only knew what everyone else knew. Then Shin didn't need to introduce the basics anymore. During the season when dead mana blossoms, every night we went up to the surface to bring humans into this city as quickly as possible. Most of the people who fled to the land of death were in very poor health, because even a small amount of dead mana could be fatal. But we couldn't save everyone, as was publicly known. We met Mary in that way. It was the day when dead mana blossomed most abundantly in recent years. At that time, Mary absorbed a large amount of dead mana, but strangely she survived. I was really sick. It felt like all the blood vessels in my body were going to burst. If one were to survive in such a painful situation throughout their body, they would need to be able to control that dead mana. So I chose necromancy among black magic and necromancy. After that I no longer felt pain. It's the same now, Mary quietly whispered. Cale, now realizing she was a woman, the young girl found in the desert filled with dead mana. Mary had to become a necromancer to survive, however, because Shin did not allow her to absorb such a large amount of dead mana. A necromancer was a being who had to suffer for life. But I don't remember after that. My family all fainted, and I only remember continuing to run through the desert. I can't remember my family's faces or the old world I lived in. None of it. All I remember is my mother's voice. I've been in pain for 15 years, but I've been very happy. I'm still happy and very grateful. I've heard that humans hate necromancers and abhor these scars. I just need to move out of people's sight so these scars aren't seen. I've made so many preparations. I'm curious about this world. As Mary spoke in a rush, Zion suddenly stood up and praised her eloquently. Mary was wonderful and excellent for surviving so miraculously. But if a weak human as strong as one of my claws says he won't get hurt and then returns covered in wounds, I will turn this land upside down. As Zion threatened with passionate fervor, Cale also felt a slight worry. Of course, Mary wouldn't want those close to her to get hurt either. So Cale could understand Zion's words and the Dark Elf's feelings. But no one could stop Mary's fervent desire to reclaim her lost decade. I will not leave this place until I receive approval, and I will definitely return within a year without being discovered by anyone. Mary spoke again, but Obante waved his hand saying they would talk later. Young master, when the age of dead magic is over, may I contact you again then? In the meantime, I will entertain you to rest here. After Obante finished his deal with Cale, he asked Tasha to guide Cale. A moment later, Cale secretly met Mary again and asked her to make John a left arm. Cale was slightly surprised to see Mary agree immediately without any compensation. Mary, what do you want to see when you go to the human world? Cale asked curiously. I don't know, I have no memories and I've only read stories in books, so I can't imagine what the human world is like. So I think I'll only know what I want to see once I see it for myself. As Mary answered quietly, Cale quite understood her thoughts. A vague wish, a wish to see or do nothing but just to be free. This world was just like a cave, so she didn't know or want anything. Therefore, the person who understood Mary's thoughts best was none other than Onan. He praised Mary incessantly. Cale chuckled inwardly. Perhaps Mary was indirectly saying that she wanted to go with him. 2 days later, Cale took Mary to Brock and surprised him by saying that she was the one who would make John's left arm. Cale loved freebies, money, and stabbing people in the back, but he was not a con artist. So, to avoid owing Mary anything, Cale offered her accommodation for a year. When Mary still remained stiff and didn't understand Cale's words, Cale repeated that he would provide her a place to stay until winter. But the place she would stay was different from the ordinary human world. It wasn't a village or city where everyone lived together, but a place where one could appreciate the true beauty of heaven and earth. This was because Mary would be staying in the forest of night, which was full of monsters. Other than that, the scenery was quite beautiful. This crazy stunt Cale was pulling was purely an act of defiance against society. And the reason he could keep going was that no one could catch him. And 6 months later, when she met the Church of the Sun God, at least he would help her escape without dying. As soon as Cale's words fell, Mary became incredibly excited. The owner of this inn was a 70-year-old man. Indeed, this old man seemed to have been rescued by the Dark Elves in the desert. According to An, he became Mary's family after Tasha left. Cale intended to test the dragon's dead magic on Mary. Necromancer Mary's power was on par with Mage Rosalind's. If she had to avoid the priests of the Church of the Sun God, then making her stronger was the solution. Since she was making John's arm, I think that much should be enough as compensation, Cale thought inwardly. John was enraged when he heard Cale intended to give Mary the dragon's dead magic, such a precious thing. But when Cale waved his hand indifferently, he had no choice but to suppress his anger and sit quietly. Inwardly, he blamed himself for everything. I'm considering your proposal. First, I plan to make the arm. Your muscles have already developed very strangely. Judging by the balance of your right arm and body, you seem to use your left arm in a similar way. I think the arm needs to be made more delicately. It's best to try it first and then adjust it according to the process, Mary said. Cale, learning that it would take about 1 or 2 months, suggested she work on it at the inn on the surface. This was because John was also working at her inn. This problem will probably be quite difficult. I'm a bit confused and I don't want to inconvenience you, so it's a bit difficult. Since you have very strong people next to you, it probably won't be a hindrance, Mary replied cautiously. Zion immediately puffed out his chest and said arrogantly that if anything happened he would end it all in one blow. Cale was also slightly flustered by his bluff. Mary thought for a moment and then told Cale she would tell him again. Cale nodded and reminded Mary to decide quickly before everyone left. As he packed up to leave, Cale didn't forget to offer her some lemonade made by Brock to taste. A moment later, John quietly pulled Cale outside and asked about Mary's identity. Cale secretly shook his head and told John to just accept it, then immediately returned to his room. A few days later, Mary arrived at an inn near the capital, laden with luggage. Seeing the endlessly high sky for the first time, she found it very novel. Zion boasted that the night sky would be even more beautiful if she came to his house. At this time, Cale, led by Tasha, was being served delicious food in a splendid room with the Crown Prince, but he wasn't very comfortable. Didn't you hear anything? They say Tunka has become the Whipper Kingdom's commander-in-chief and general, the Crown Prince said. I thought Tunka's gang had been quiet for a few months, but they've officially started. Tunka's ascension to that position means the Whipper Kingdom's royal family has fallen into his hands. It seems they've chosen the fast track to a ruined kingdom. As the two talked, Cale tossed the bracelet he had brought from the Dark Elf village to the Crown Prince. As soon as the Crown Prince put on the bracelet, his entire body turned black, and Cale exclaimed in admiration, "The blessing of the god of death, that's fortunate. I heard General Tunka will be going to the Empire instead of the Whipper Kingdom's royal heir, and I can't imagine how bad it will get," the Crown Prince complained with a sigh. Turning back to Cale, he said, "I said I would stay in this territory, cultivate some crops and rest for a while." But the Crown Prince didn't seem to believe it. Cultivating crops was something Cale genuinely meant. The seeds brought from the Magic Tower's secret laboratory had sprouted. Upon his return, Cale intended to grow seeds, talent, and money in his territory. Of course he didn't plan to do it himself. Inside the crystal ball in Cale's room, the Crown Prince said that everyone was secretly asking about Cale's news. The ocean was now peaceful, but one secret piece of news had emerged. It was that the Pope of the Church of the Sun God had died. The culprits were the twins who served as the saints and holy woman of the Church of the Sun God. The two were on the run, but no one knew where they had escaped. A letter arrived from the whale tribe informing Cale about a festival being held. The animals were overjoyed at this news, but Cale intended to pretend not to know due to the shocking news the Crown Prince had given him. Contact Rosalind and don't worry about the rest. I'll go to the Count's in 2 days, Cale quietly requested John. John willingly and politely followed the order, not forgetting to remind Cale that if the children wanted to go to the festival, they should prepare quickly. One of the princes had asked the Crown Prince for information about him and Rosalind, and the Crown Prince had decided to go to the Empire with that prince. This was the news Cale wanted to tell Rosalind. Rosalind probably guessed that it was the 4th prince, but Cale didn't understand what she meant. When he was young, he was a child who constantly cried and whined about everything, so I scolded him many times. Not everyone is accommodating just because he's a prince. I just wanted to tell him more about this world. As Rosalind chuckled, Cale felt a little uneasy. It seemed like a world full of mockery. The word "entered" from her lips also scared Cale. When the doorbell rang, Mary and On slowly entered. Zion excitedly said that he and Mary had found something really cool. He had thought they found some strange stones or leaves with many holes, but what Zion found was none other than bones. We found a place with about 200 corpses. Most of them seemed to have been buried immediately after death, so the bones were very well preserved. They had been buried for at most about 2 years. We could make an accurate estimate by comparing the vertebrae. It seemed like a battle between land monsters, flying monsters, and other small monster species, Mary explained. Zion incessantly begged Mary to let him use some of those bones if we reassemble them. The damaged parts need to be restored, but they seem quite sturdy. Compared to land monsters, their numbers are not large, but there seem to be about 70 of them. They seem to be mutated monsters smaller than wyverns, Mary said. As Cale listened to Mary's every word, something suddenly came to mind. If the Northern Wyvern Knights fight using fire and magic, I'll have to worry about our allies suffering heavy casualties. But now it seems there'll be no need for that, Cale thought with a sneer. When Mary firmly promised to repay him later if she had the chance, Cale allowed her to go to the territory, bring the monster bones, and use them for training, of course on the condition that she returned them. Rosalind, standing nearby, was baffled by this strange deal. "Ah, Mary, but if they're flying monster corpses they can fly, right?" Cale asked. "Yes, but it's my first time using flying monster bones, so I'll have to test them first," Rosalind replied. Understood, Cale muttered. If everything proceeded so smoothly, it could be an effective method to counter the Northern Wyvern Knights. A flying skeletal legion, even the name sounds cool, Cale thought. Mary, let me know when you get used to controlling flying monsters, Cale quietly instructed Mary, then sent her and Zion away. Cale guessed that since the Forest of Night still contained the bones of an adult dragon, a dragon would be able to crush a wyvern. Cale then met Rosalind separately and asked, "How are the Northern Kingdom's forces? From now on, the plan I'm telling you is absolutely secret. The 3 northern nations have allied. This is a secret that very few people know. The alliance won't stop there." As Cale spoke each word, Rosalind's jaw dropped further and further. On the way to the castle, the animals were surprised to see people lining up in front of the Lord's castle for the first time in their lives, cooking, painting, sculpting. In the Henituse territory, Countess Violin hosted a competition every festival. The prize money for the competition was quite large, so the Lord's castle was always crowded with many people. Choi Han mentioned that there was also a sword-fighting competition, which surprised Cale slightly. Not only that, but John revealed that assassins could also work as servants or cooks here. When the artisans listened to Cale's words, Cale became even more bewildered. He had almost forgotten that this was a fantasy world. In this world, a seemingly ordinary cook could be an expert in deadly poisons and feel nothing about killing others. This world was just like that. Back home, Cale sighed at having to see the Crown Prince's face, which seemed to have lost a rice meal every day as he made a video call. "Your Royal Highness, the 3 northern kingdoms have allied, haven't they?" Cale asked. "Ha, so you were pretending not to know? That's why you helped build the coastal naval base and attracted mages. So what do you think we should do next?" the Crown Prince retorted with a sneer. "Princess Rosalind will meet her younger brother. She's my companion," Cale said. "You promised to keep it a secret from others, didn't you?" the Crown Prince also said, realizing Cale knew that the 4th prince would arrive soon. "The 4th prince will arrive. He will head to the Henituse territory with 3 knights as escorts. I will leave the Empire tomorrow, so you can estimate his schedule based on that." Cale calculated inwardly. He'll probably arrive within a month at the latest. He wondered if his father knew Rosalind was a princess. While lost in thought, the Crown Prince's voice cut through Cale's thoughts again. "Young Master Cale, do you want to hear an interesting story? Do you know how the Pope of the Church of the Sun God died?" As the Emperor declared the opening of the festival, the Pope also gave a congratulatory speech for the event related to the Sun God. The Pope stood on a platform in front of the Sun God Temple in the Imperial capital. But that platform was blown away, just like our incident. Cale listened blankly. It was probably an explosion. It would be the same as the magic bomb terrorist incident that happened in the capital last time. Crown Prince Alberu used the word "R," so it could only have been that explosion. Cale thought inwardly. The twins, the people in black clothes, and the magic bombs. The destructive power was similar to what I witnessed in the capital. Don't you feel anything? Fortunately, I survived thanks to the mage's barrier, but the devotees in front of the temple were in chaos. Not only the Pope died. I will definitely find the organization that caused that incident and not let them get away with it. This was because they had planned the same thing for our kingdom. Although the person who caused trouble this time was a different mage from last time, I will definitely catch that mage and punish him. The Crown Prince roared, clenching his fists in rage. Cale broke in, sweating profusely, and told him the mage had died a long time ago, making the Crown Prince stunned. This incident, like the Sun God twins and the magic bombs, was difficult to understand the connections. This incident was frustrating, but he couldn't even order his team members to investigate. Cale thought absurdly, "Let's leave it at that," the Crown Prince urged Cale before ending the communication, to contact him when the 4th prince arrived. "The 4th prince is a very polite and gentle person. We should talk to him." Hearing the Crown Prince's words, Cale was utterly confused as it was completely different from what Rosalind had said. The next day at the competition grounds, Cale taught on about money and gave the children pocket money. The children were overjoyed and smiled brightly. Information about the captains of the knights, archers, assassins, and other units poured in before Cale. "With this much I could create an ordinary combat unit. How surprised would the enemy be if a skeletal flying legion and an ordinary combat unit appeared?" Cale evaluated inwardly, sifting through the piles of documents. John said all 3 possessed skills equal to Vice Commander Husman, which greatly satisfied Cale. Realizing that the Henituse territory was truly a good place to live, Cale and John exchanged meaningful glances. "Ha." With a knowing smile, Han understood nothing. Count Daruth, upon learning about the alliance of the 3 northern kingdoms, not only built city walls and improved the quality of his territory's troops but also increased their numbers. Of course, he also invested generously in his own work. But Cale thought that wasn't enough. As he racked his brain in thought, a pitiful cry from outside the castle broke the atmosphere. An old painter, surrounded by messy papers and pens, was loudly blaming himself, calling himself incompetent. Cale couldn't understand why, as he clearly painted beautifully. The painting competition started with preliminaries before the festival, followed by a second judging to determine the winner. Currently, those who had passed the preliminaries were painting the rocky mountain and quarry behind the Lord's castle. He was an archer. He was said to be a very sensitive person. He had settled here for 3 months, the shortest period among them. He reportedly lived in a house near the entrance to the slums next to a white tree. That tree was the source of his inspiration. Choi Han, seeing the old man loudly tearing at his hair, said, his source of inspiration was the Indestructible Shield, the man-eating tree in the slums where Cale obtained his first ancient ability. That tree reacted to Cale because he possessed the indestructible shield. If I were to visit him and that tree swayed and reacted to me, I might become his source of inspiration. If I'm unlucky, that could happen. Cale worried and decided to ignore him. John then informed Cale that the sculptor had been eliminated in the preliminaries, which greatly perplexed Cale. Having no other option, Cale decided to meet the chef first. The two met very quickly. Cale politely greeted the chef who had previously been his mother's teacher and was also his sister's teacher. Lily, who was standing nearby, inadvertently called the chef master, almost revealing that she was secretly learning swordsmanship and was startled. However, when Cale heard the story and showed no reaction, Lily was quite puzzled. Uro was a chef and former knight commander. He was once the former knight commander of a declining family. When Lady Violin said she would enter the fierce world of commerce, he gave up his life as a knight. He became a mercenary and a guard for a merchant guild. Afterwards, he followed Violin to the Henituse territory. After Violin became the countess, he became a chef, a profession he had long dreamed of. He settled here. The count also built this restaurant for him. He was Violin's childhood swordsmanship teacher, and now he is Lily's teacher. Cale told him he wanted to taste the food here. Ed hastily led Cale to the prepared room. Looking back at John, Uro threw a few cunning words and John chuckled. We came here secretly, without the countess's knowledge, so please keep today's events a secret. The young master came here for Miss Lily's sake, but he also wants to meet you, who once served the countess. The young master wants to know about his mother's life, John said. Before coming here, Cale had instructed John to make everyone willingly step forward when danger came to the territory later. Cale thought that if such a person stepped forward, it would move people's hearts. John, seeing the pleasant conversation between Cale and Lily from outside the room, knew that Cale's plan was beginning to succeed. That night on a bustling street, Cale discovered an unusually ugly sculpture. He didn't know who made it, but Cale thought they had talent. A middle-aged woman's eyes lit up and she smiled when Cale suggested he wanted to buy it. She seemed to think that someone had finally recognized her artistic sensibility. If this was an act, this person was truly a good actor. If not an assassin, then a spy. However, the investigation revealed she was not a spy. Cale observed her expression and made his conjecture. Cale tossed her a gold coin and she, taking off her hoodie to reveal her face, exclaimed in surprise, "Young master." After giving her the money, Cale asked John to handle the rest, as an assassin would be better at talking to another assassin. She was none other than the assassin and sculptor, Priya, the runaway. And so the second person also fell into Cale's plan. If he was going to form an ordinary combat team, shouldn't he go all the way, Cale thought with a sneer as he turned his back. 3 weeks later, Cale had to endure the constant crying and whining of Rosalind's younger brother, the fourth prince, while chewing on bread. Rosalind too felt sorry for her brother, who kept crying and whining, lamenting that she had to be in such a desolate place filled only with rocks and didn't know what to do with him. Cale strained his eyes but couldn't find the polite and elegant appearance of Pen, the fourth prince of the Brek kingdom, whom the crown prince always mentioned. While Pen talked through the orb, saying he would stay with Alberu for a few days and then leave, Cale continued to doubt the polite and delicate gaze Pen was known for. Pen seemed kind now. He had just sobbed, but Cale still hadn't found his polite and delicate side. Cale thought Pen was more like a hot-blooded colt than a gentleman. Alberu, on the other side of the orb, flinched slightly, seeing Cale's face, which seemed about to unleash a physical attack. As soon as Pen hung up, Rosalind happily suggested to Cale that she wanted to borrow the training ground. She wanted to train with her brother, whom she hadn't seen for a long time, while having a light and affectionate conversation. Pen almost collapsed on the spot. It seemed difficult to escape this great catastrophe from his sister. Rewinding a bit to before the call with Crown Prince Alberu, Ben had complained loudly about this territory and disbelieved Rosalind's abilities, only to be hit with a glass of water by his sister. His sister had thought she wanted to have a deep conversation with her brother, whom she hadn't seen for a long time. Rosalind sneered, and a burning storm raged around her, freezing Pen. Back to the present, seeing the crying child before him, Cale's stomach churred. That noisy fellow doesn't even know how excellent Mage Rosalind is. Yet he dares to mock our family and look down on weak humans. I hate that guy, Zion growled honestly. Cale also hated children who complained like that the most. Before Pen went to the training ground, Cale sneered, reminding him that the place was also made of very hard rock, and Pen felt a chill down his spine. Time passed like that, and Cale was already 19, but he couldn't break his habit of sleeping late. It was late spring, and now Cale had to go to the place of the last ancient ability, the forest shaped like 5 fingers. Before going there, Cale successfully tested the flying skeleton legion she had created with Mary. The two sprinkled 2 top-grade magic stones onto the 72 resurrected flying monster corpses. Sitting on this pile of bones was a bit uncomfortable for Cale's bottom, but in return he enjoyed the best view from the air. Han, who was below, was startled when the huge pile of bones Cale was controlling suddenly landed. Han took out letters sent by the Count and Muller and handed them to Cale. Everything seems to be ending soon. Mr. Henituse, I am doing my best to decorate the interior according to the concept I told you. I am working hard so I can grow even bigger. Muller wrote politely. The Count also said that the 2 ships and the best defensive tools for the city walls were being completed. He said he would meet Rosalind soon. Wura also reportedly had an important story to tell him soon. After reading the pile of letters, Cale bid farewell to Mary, and they went their separate ways. Mary, feeling a bit sad, promised to return. In Odius's office, Cale was talking to him. Odious said that Venian Stan had gone mad and was imprisoned for life, suffering epileptic seizures during every meal. The reason Cale had come to Odious today was to ask him to find 200,000 silver coins within an hour. Odious was startled, thinking he had misheard. 200,000 gold coins would be about 200 billion. It was difficult to obtain that much money, but not impossible for him. It was much better to let the Crown Prince know he had 2 billion rather than 200 billion. Odious thought in a panic. Odious had no choice but to painfully agree to Cale's demand and threat. The reason Cale wanted 200,000 gold coins was because he wanted to create a path of money with every step he took. An hour later, Odious brought a huge pile of gold coins to Cale. Feeling inwardly very regretful, Cale, without telling him where he was going, asked him to convey his regards to Bilotos and then immediately disappeared with the huge sum of money in his hands. Han now seemed to have become the animal's true servant, and Cale was speechless at the sight of him. He was waiting for Rosalind in front of the inn door with Choi Han and Han. The place they were standing was Brook Village, a village near the western border of the Doan Kingdom, with many merchants and tourists coming and going. The Ten-Finger Mountains and the Elf Village would also be nearby. So what problem was there? Those who avoided humans would never come here, Cale thought inwardly. The people of the Elf Village never set foot in Brook Village or any human city. That was the village's principle. They only came down the mountain when the village was in danger of disappearing. So Cale ate and drank freely, not worrying at all about running into them. But things didn't go as planned. As soon as he entered the restaurant, Cale saw people in black clothes sitting together in groups. The food was also grassy, making him uneasy. Suddenly one of them had a seizure and his face turned blue. As he suddenly stood up and looked around, Cale worried that he might have run into a dragon's aura. Zion, quietly wander around this restaurant. Don't let anyone notice you. And I don't know you, Cale whispered to An, telling him to fly elsewhere. Fortunately, the place was crowded with customers, so it would be fine if Zion continued to hover above in stealth. The man in black's face grew paler and more anxious, but Cale pretended not to know anything, maintaining an innocent expression, and stiffened his body. Gon still innocently spread his wings and flew around the ceiling. Compared to elves, the dark elves' reaction level was less than a fingernail's worth. Elves would collapse even if Gon just wagged his tail. Cale didn't even want to imagine if they met Gonin, so he hoped this wouldn't leak out. The man in black staggered forward. Cale was extremely tense at his tired and drunk appearance. Gon had to keep circling in the sky according to his command, and he was getting dizzy. Just then, Han suddenly called out loudly, startling Cale. "Young master, they say there are comfortable rooms starting from the 3rd floor. Would that be all right?" Cale, sweating, forced a smile and agreed, then quickly went up to the 3rd floor. Gon, seeing Cale leave alone, worried and tried to follow, but Cale immediately stopped him with a thought and hurried up the stairs with vigorous steps. But just then a voice came from behind Cale and he froze on the spot. If Cale were to turn around now, a terrifying situation would surely unfold. But he paused for a moment. He was still with Choi Han. The group immediately stared at the unfamiliar man standing behind them. They asked, wondering who he was. Cale, from the corner of his eye, recognized the unfamiliar man in black as Pendrick by the symbol near his eye, trying to stop his companion. The man in black stammered, "This might sound strange, but do you believe in mana?" Cale froze at the question he had just blurted out, not knowing how to answer. From the unfamiliar man's side he had realized that the aura floating in the air until now was clearly a dragon's aura, but it was too illogical for a dragon to be wandering around so nonchalantly, so he was sure that the dragon was making the aura constantly wander. A dragon, a being whose name no one dared to utter. The scent of the sky's wind, the scent of trees, the scent of the river water emanated from him. No human could emit so many scents at once. This person must definitely be that person, he thought suspiciously. Surprisingly, he heard Cale's answer that he didn't believe in mana or anything like that, and he was slightly perplexed. "Then you have decided so. I will follow your will," the man in black replied again in a strange tone that Cale found a little difficult to understand. Cale clearly felt that he was treating him like a dragon, and pretending not to know anything, he hastily said goodbye after apologizing and leaving Cale. He quickly called Pendrick and urged him to return to the village to replenish his strength. The flame of ruin appeared on the 3rd peak of the 10-Finger Mountains. This fiery liquid was indistinguishable from fire or lava. In 2 weeks it would melt half of the 3rd peak. No one would be able to stop this flame before the flame of ruin completely engulfed the peak and before the elf obtained the ancient ability to control fire spirits. Others would never know how to obtain this ancient ability. Only he, having read The Birth of a Hero, knew the right way to obtain this power. Cale thought, overflowing with confidence, and immediately threw a cool coin into the lava with an excited heart. It was truly a long time since Cale had smelled money so elegantly. His mood also noticeably improved. The owner of the last ancient ability was a money-obsessed person. Cale threw all the money he had obtained into the fiercely burning lava, creating a cool river of money. Cale generously threw the 200,000 silver coins given by the Crown Prince. Because the elf did not know how to obtain the flame of ruin in its complete state, he considered this power useless and did not use it. However, Cale knew that the more money he threw, the clearer the true power of this fire would become. If that elf had known how great the true power of this fire was, he would surely have regretted it. Cale thought happily. The golden pig that emerged from the sea of fire was very happy with Cale, who threw money so freely, and immediately decided to recognize him as having enough ambition to receive this power. The more Cale was praised, the more excited he became, and he continued to throw money freely, making the golden pig grin from ear to ear. I admit that I hesitated because I felt my friend's power from you. Indeed, among the owners of ancient abilities there isn't a single normal one. When the golden pig spoke, Cale only then realized that he was a friend of the Sound of the Wind's owner, and he couldn't close his mouth. He was slightly annoyed to be called abnormal, but it was okay. This person had given him the power to burn everything, so Cale was very satisfied. Oh wait, you live in the land of stone but you don't have rock ability? I'll tell you specially since you helped me relieve my resentment. In fact, besides money, there's one more thing I can't destroy. That's rock. In the land of rock there's a terrifying rock, the Rock King. The golden pig whispered to Cale. Cale heard those words but felt nothing. Now he had water that could extinguish fire and the dominating aura. So what other ancient abilities would he need? Anyway, with just this power he could defend, escape, and even attack. He would have all of this in his hands. Cale thought inwardly, and gripping the golden pig in his hand, ordered it to melt and endure everything in its path. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge force burst forth from Cale's hand with a flash of light. The lava disappeared like foam, and in its place a lightning-shaped symbol appeared on Cale's shield. Zion praised Cale, saying his abilities were stronger than before once the situation stabilized again. Zion informed Cale that the spear mage had arrived nearby. The spear mage was a member of the secret organization Cale's group had encountered on Island 12. Only then did he remember him. Zion pointed to a village between the 7th and 8th peaks of the Ten-Finger Mountains. That village was hidden by illusion magic invisible to humans, and the spear mage was reportedly there. The spear mage appeared in the elf village, a dangerous entity that could make 5 elves leave the village. Of course, this story does not appear before Volume 5 of The Birth of a Hero. Did the spear mage suddenly appear in that village? I guessed who the elves were fighting. Cale thought deeply. On suddenly spread his wings and swiftly hid, informing Cale that the man they had met last time had arrived, leaving Cale startled and alone. The man was Hel Pendrick. He had encountered Cale here. Pendrick was recalling what the man in black, whom Cale had called the person best left unknown, had said. Pendrick was hesitant about approaching Cale to greet him, but Cale spoke first. On whispered to Cale that Pendrick was the elf who stood behind the elf who had spoken to him at the inn. Cale would have recognized him even without On's hint. Didn't we meet at the inn last time? Our eyes met. Pendrick approached Cale and greeted him, but Cale coldly turned away. Although he acted strong on the outside, Cale was inwardly worried that Pendrick might see through too many things, so leaving at that moment was the best option for him. Did you acquire an ancient power? When Pendrick asked directly, Cale was slightly surprised but reluctantly admitted it. Given the current situation, Pendrick seemed to be persistently chasing Cale. He questioned Cale so relentlessly that it made him sweat. Could I perhaps borrow that ancient power? When Pendrick hesitantly asked again, this time, Cale turned to look at him. Pendrick then removed his hoodie, revealing a pale but still handsome face. He was an elf who did not know how to wield spirits and had to live in despair his entire life. I am an elf and I currently live in an elf village. An organization attacked the elf village to steal a branch of the world tree, Pendrick said. Cale was quite surprised by this. Like many fantasy novels, there was a legend here that a world tree existed, supporting both continents. The world tree here helped the spirits of the natural world live comfortably. Elves cut branches allowed by the world tree to create villages and lived in nests made of natural wood. The world tree's branches provided safety for the elves through illusion magic, so what would happen if the world tree's branch disappeared? Cale knew that the elf village would collapse. Pendrick was slightly surprised that Cale was so knowledgeable about elves. So to protect the branch, the elves and spirits were currently fighting that organization. I don't know where that organization is. I only know that they have 1 white star and 5 red stars on their clothes. I've investigated, but I couldn't figure out what kind of place that symbol belongs to, Pendrick said in frustration. However, as soon as Cale heard those words, he knew it was the damned arm, whose identity was difficult for ordinary people to uncover. Zion also vehemently condemned that organization, declaring they would surely be punished. Cale now understood that the elf village was in danger, but he still didn't know what his ancient power had to do with this matter. Do you know what the most fatal poison to elves is? Pendrick asked, bowing his head and mumbling. Of course, Cale knew what it was. It was also the reason for the poor relationship between elves and dark elves. It was dead mana, a fatal poison to elves but beneficial to dark elves. Cale didn't know if his power of fire could burn dead mana, but Pendrick begged Cale to help him just once. Thinking that he could make Mary indebted to him and easily exploit her later, Cale immediately adopted a cunning attitude and willingly agreed to Pendrick's request without any compensation. Cale knew that elves liked people who were not interested in material possessions, so he deliberately said that to win their favor, and also because Pendrick had survived due to a change in the story, he didn't want to let him die. Tell me the location of the village. I'll go there with my team right now and provide support. Anyway, that organization is probably the same bunch I met before, Cale scoffed. And that day at dusk, Cale and his team, fully disguised, fiercely attacked the arms who dared to harm this elf village, making blood splatter. Caught by the surprise attack, they roared in fury, wanting to know who these damned intruders were. But Cale, being crazy, would never reveal his identity to them. Choi Han, who had been cold for a long time, now managed a half-smile. He proudly declared that they were a secret organization, and Cale felt a slight chill beside him. Everyone successfully unleashed their fierce anger. Their entire bodies were in battle mode, ready to deliver a proper blow. Among the enemies we had to face was a young man named B. He was merely described as a young child. A middle-aged swordsman who came with him was desperately protecting him. The moment they saw the whites of B's eyes, all the wolves in the village immediately lost their reason. I thought that was his talent. Ben was quite a tricky opponent. He used the surrounding animals to transmit dead mana. Dead mana was a fatal poison to elves. They were too busy avoiding dead mana to counterattack properly. They were weaker than the spear mage, but I sensed something special about B. Pendrick said that B's ability was to befriend beasts or animals, or to steal their intelligence and turn them into undead. However, the beasts and animals that lost their reason were controlled as if they were dead, and if Ben were to reclaim his attribute, the beast that couldn't originally survive would mutate and die. Meanwhile, Cale and John were preparing to go to the border area with spray paint cans from start to finish. And in that dense fog, Cale fought fiercely with those people with all his might, but was miserably defeated at B's hands, including the werewolf boy. The werewolves looked at Cale's shadow in front of them, slightly dazed. They realized that Cale was not a dragon, but a person who helped the whale tribe, who were suffering from the M tribe and the secret organization, and protected the villagers from bomb attacks. I heard his name when I left for investigation. The people with him were also extraordinary. Where are these strong people with immeasurable skills? The werewolf boy thought to himself. Cale, even when directly confronting the belligerent Ben Rat, remained calm and relaxed. Although he possessed great power, Cale used flames instead of dark mana, which startled Pendrick. Fierce flames burned strongly, dazzlingly sweeping through the air, and thunder boomed with a crash. Cale flinched and stepped back, spitting blood and groaning in pain. He hadn't realized this regenerative ability was so great. The sound of his name echoed throughout the space. Cale thought, "Is it John?" But he could no longer bear the surging pain. It hurt so much. "This is the first time it's hurt like this since I came to this world." Choi Han quickly supported him. "Young Master Cale." Then a cold voice was heard. "Stop." John approached and continued, "If you take one wrong step, your blood will flow backward. What if it blocks your prayers?" Choi Han was still worried, but Cale clutched his wound tightly and reassured them. "I'm fine." Cale struggled to speak. "The important thing is quickly." Cough, cough. Choi Han was even more flustered. "Young Master Cale." Cale gradually realized why the blood kept flowing. It was because the vitality of his heart was beginning to recover. The pain was gradually disappearing, but the blood still flowed. Moreover, his stomach felt like it was burning, as if he hadn't eaten in a long time. "I'm hungry," Cale continued to urge. "Quickly, you." Hong and On approached and said worriedly, "What are you talking about? You should take care of yourself first." Cale was in too much pain to say anything. "No, what I'm trying to say is bring me bread, I'm hungry." Suddenly a scream was heard from behind. Ben Rat looked desperately at his skin burned by the fire. My skin, my precious skin." As the fierce flames burned, Cale explained to Choi Han, "I acquired an ancient power, so I wanted to test it. That's why I signaled everyone to leave when I did." Behind him, Ben Rat was still screaming, it hurts, I'll kill everyone." He was teleported out of the fire zone by his protector Bento, and continuously cursed. "I'll kill everyone." John was shocked. They could use teleportation in such a short time. "They're not completely dead yet, are they?" "Their appearance has changed strangely." Cale urged Choi Han to stop talking and go quickly to take care of the pure animals, asking if he intended to abandon those poor animals. Choi Han thought to himself, it was the same during the Capital Terror incident. He was someone who saved others even when he was injured. Even if he's covered in blood or exhausted, he'll always be by their side. Even when he's hurt and tired, he still will. Choi Han thought painfully. "What's the use of having power if it hurts like this every time I use it? I'd rather." Cale's urging echoed in his ears. "Quickly, Choi Han." He still hesitated. "But young Master Cale." Cale placed a hand on Choi Han's shoulder and encouraged him. "Everything depends on you." Cale originally intended to send John, but Ben was acting strangely, constantly shouting blood, blood. Choi Han finally agreed. He promised to return, and Cale said, "Good, then go." Cale instructed the remaining two. "John, you go with Locke." The two immediately left. Cale knew that Mary, the necromancer, had created John's new left arm. Since it wasn't a living creature, dead mana could be extracted from it. He calculated inwardly, "No matter how tired I am, I can't give up money. I can sell the dark magic energy to the Dark Elves and the Crown Prince at a high price." A meow sound was heard, and Cale stroked them, gently comforting them. "It's okay, don't worry. We need to catch up with them quickly now." He squinted his eyes and looked at the flames in front of him. But was the flame of ruin always this strong? Not bad. It's indeed worth 2 billion. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly felt dizzy and lost strength. Ben screamed, "Master!" He rushed behind Cale, supporting him and whimpering, "No, Cale, you can't collapse." Pendrick worriedly imbued Cale with ancient power. "Young Master, are you all right?" Cale admitted. "Yes, I'm fine, I'll start." Pendrick suddenly sensed something strange and asked, What? Something's touching. What are you talking about?" "It's a dragon," Cale said nonchalantly. "Pendrick, I think it's best if the elves take care of the animals after dealing with that tamer. They've lived with your tribe." He watched his subordinates struggle with the beast horde. "I took the hard path." Red lightning poured down. Pendrick knew that this power would have caused the same reaction in them. However, the situation was still unresolved because he deliberately did not use it on the animals. He was showing consideration. He said, moved, "Thank you very much. I will never forget the kindness you and your subordinates have shown." That was Cale's goal. "Why did I put on a show? I said I wanted to challenge myself. But look at me now." If there are capable people around, it's best to just use them. Footsteps were heard, and Bento emitted a bizarre and ominous killing intent. A thick dark aura swept through the entire forest. Brock cursed, "This madman." He swung his sword, delivering a fatal blow. Bento was pushed back, growling, it's your fault, Cale," Leon coldly declared. "I'll kill you." Lightning struck Bento directly, he said in disbelief. "What a mage," Ben said nonchalantly. "Humans are weak. My patience has reached its limit. I won't reveal myself as you demanded, but it's best you don't see what I'm about to do. It will be difficult for you." Cale, a weak human, heard his words and realized the problem. "All right, then I'll go to sleep." A fierce dark aura enveloped Bento. He screamed in despair, "Is it a high-ranking life-form shield?" Cale felt his eyes closing. His body felt like it was being pulled down even at that moment. He was obsessed with the thought that had just occurred to him. "When I wake up I should eat bread." In Cale's ears someone kept counting a beat. 3, 2, 1, 1/2. "Human, I'll count from 100 again. If you don't wake up before I count to 0, I'll destroy this continent." His eyes slowly opened. That voice was still there. 199, 98, 97, 96. Cale remembered. "Right, I fainted. Was I unconscious the whole time?" When John counted to 59, his hand was raised and he cried out, moved, "Human, you're finally awake. Why were you unconscious for 3 whole days?" Cale was shocked to hear this news. "What? Unconscious for 3 whole days?" "Me," Ben explained. "I can create such thunder, so don't do that again. If you're weak, just live weakly." Then John returned. He called out, "Young Master Cale." All his subordinates surrounded him. "You're finally awake." He couldn't understand why everyone was like this. No one had changed. "Didn't they say I was unconscious for 3 whole days?" Looking at the blue forest spread before his eyes, Cale wore a flower crown on his head. He couldn't comprehend it. "And why am I here, in the forest filled with colorful flowers?" Ben whispered. "They said this is where the life force and natural abilities are highest. I brought you here because it's good for recovery." Cale remembered this was the flower garden of the elf village he had seen on the list. Carefully touching the flower crown on his head, he realized. "And this crown made of world tree leaves. I must have been very well taken care of, right? Wait, but something strange. Didn't the chief notice the dragon's presence?" Cale asked Choi Han, pointing at John. "Not everyone would know, right?" Choi Han reluctantly confessed, "Yes, at least no one saw him, but the chief and the guardian warrior seemed to notice his presence." Cale still held on to hope. "Only those two?" He wouldn't lie. "I believe at least everyone somewhat noticed," Ron quickly proved. "I didn't reveal myself. I kept my promise. I was quietly by your side, human. I ignored him even when the chief spoke to me." "Really?" Cale thought to himself. 3 days of unconsciousness was too long. "I don't know what they did during that time," he asked them worriedly. "You weren't hurt, were you?" John smiled gently and admitted, "No, no one was hurt. Don't worry." He breathed a sigh of relief. "Good, that's how it should be." Choi Han was reporting to Cale about the results of the battle 3 days ago. He interrupted. "I'm hungry." At these words he was momentarily stunned. "What?" Cale repeated. "Meat. Tell them to bring me meat. I need to find and eat meat in the elf village." Choi Han hesitated. "That's..." Big Croc, putting on his gloves, stepped forward. "I'll take on this task. I'll prepare it right away." Cale was very pleased inwardly. "My reliable chef." Choi Han, resting in a cabin built on an ancient tree, reported that their enemies in the battle 3 days ago had all temporarily retreated. The person suspected to be Assassin 1 had died, and the tamer who had lost an eye and fainted had escaped with the spear mage through teleportation. The spear mage had suffered a severe leg injury and would no longer be able to move his lower body. Cale asked again. "You said the middle-aged swordsman and a few others are currently tied up, right?" "Is that right?" he asked. "Yes," he replied. He continued to ask. The answer, however, was only 2 words. "They're dead," Choi Han said apologetically. "I couldn't stop it. Ultimately, all the animals died." Cale thought he could probably leave now. Pendrick stepped forward and took responsibility. "In that case, we will repay you." He immediately refused. "No need, you'll be busy restoring the village and guarding the borders. I won't ask for anything. If my people weren't hurt, that's enough," Pendrick thought to himself. "I heard nobles are greedier for wealth and power, but I was wrong." "Indeed, as expected, he acts as one protected by a dragon," Karen said, approaching. "There must be a reason why the dragon doesn't reveal himself and stays by his side. I believe that dragon doesn't wish to be worshipped, but instead wants him to be treated that way. He has received the dragon's blessing and love. If he protected the elf race and the world tree to the point of bleeding, it is entirely appropriate. Since he is protected by the dragon, I believe they all have rights." Cale grasped the core. "Rights? Wait, something strange. Wait, I just want to achieve my purpose in coming to the elf village," Karen continued to ask. "Perhaps you were looking for the world tree," Cale thought to himself irritably. "I've heard something useless again." She was sure she hadn't revealed the world tree's location to anyone yet. Very few people knew the world tree's location. Cale decided to pretend ignorance for now. He replied that there was no reason for the human race to know it. Karen immediately confirmed. "That's right, one must not show greed. Only the greedy aspire to that knowledge," she thought to herself. "But he is different. He shows no greed and is willing to sacrifice himself. A selfish dragon who uses his power for others. This means that this human is at least a hero who will make a mark in history. Nevertheless, he doesn't seem to have any special talent. But he fortunately possesses several ancient abilities," Karen suggested. "Therefore, to navigate this situation, I plan to order Pendrick to report to the Golden Dragon. Because of his magic, the World Tree's barrier was able to be maintained." Ronald was startled to hear this name. "The Golden Dragon?" he asked Cale. "I'm curious about that dragon." Cale could no longer feign ignorance. "I really wanted to pretend not to know. Just why is the dragon, who usually always shows off, so curious about other dragons? When Cale asked Pendrick where she was going to make this report, she replied it was the Whipper Kingdom. Ron, bewildered, asked the human, "Didn't we have to go sell the sprouts to that naive fool? We have to go to Wura of the Whale Tribe and the Whipper Kingdom to receive our reward and destroy the magic tower." Cale thought this was a big deal. "I really don't want to meet any other extraordinary dragons. In fantasy novels, long-lived dragons often appear as helpers or important figures, but the dragons here are very selfish. Ron is an exception." He confidently said, "There may be no dragon as great as me, but I am a curious dragon. You all have your own tribes, but I don't. Of course there's no human as weak as you either, so I'm fine, I'll stay by your side." Cale sighed, pressing his forehead. "Why did things turn out this way? Everything needs to go according to my plan to achieve my goals. Why is everything going in the wrong direction and getting complicated? Is it because I have a dragon and the protagonist Choi Han by my side?" Ron worriedly reminded him. "Human, are you hurt again?" Seeing his appearance, Cale couldn't help but sigh. He finally agreed and asked, "Can you tell me where?" As soon as he agreed, she shouted excitedly, "Good." Cale had countless questions. "Does that dragon have a kind personality? How can one evaluate such noble beings? They are all great beings deserving of respect. It's useless to ask these arrogant ones." "I asked in vain." Cale voiced his doubts. "Are they divine dragons?" Ron delivered good news. "They are ancient dragons, and fortunately they are quite social." Cale was slightly relieved, but no matter how social a selfish dragon might be, that golden dragon should at least be kind. "So I was a little relieved." Ben proudly pounded his chest and vowed that he too would prove his greatness. Karen was very much looking forward to it. "But I'm worried that as an ancient dragon he might lack vitality. If he meets another dragon he'll be so happy that." For Cale, this was more good news. "I'm very happy to hear that he lacks vitality. Yes, if needed I can run away. If I take John and the others I won't feel inferior at all." She carefully asked, "But young master, could you please meet that swordsman before you leave?" "That swordsman didn't say a word no matter how much we interrogated him. You said you didn't know them, but since this is the third time, I wonder if you might be able to find out something more from him." Cale thought while eating bread. In The Birth of a Hero, this tribe leader used Choi Han several times too. Despite Karen's plea he had to eat first. Everything would be resolved after the meal. He looked at the woman opposite him. She refused any reward, claiming materialism stemmed from human greed, but still made various personal requests. "Of course I had no intention of being led by her." Only after finishing his meal did Cale reply, "For everyone's sake I will accept this request, even for Pendrick's sake. Shouldn't we help each other and live better? I think opening one's heart is much better than only pursuing material wealth." Cale asked John, "Don't you think so?" The guard warrior replied, "Yes, young master. And human who knows the value of the heart, you are truly worthy of a dragon's protection." Pendrick also confirmed. "Yes, the heart cannot be bought with material wealth alone." Karen was puzzled. Why are they all acting as if everything is a coincidence? As the guard warrior said, the heart can only be repaid with the heart. Cale knew that the time had come. "Now all of you must put your whole hearts into helping me." Ron asked, seeing his attitude. "What did they do wrong? Why are you smiling like you're meeting the crown prince?" Cale declared. "Then let's begin. Isn't it natural to rush in when help is needed?" Cale thought to himself. "Initially, when they said the chief would ask, I thought they were just asking for information. This place isn't mentioned in the Birth of a Hero novel. There's a basement here. It would be more appropriate to call this place a dungeon." Seeing the bell inside, Cale thought to himself, he must look terrible by now, having been thrown at Choi Han. He worried if he could even have a conversation in that state. Pendrick was also not sure. He thought to himself, the prejudice that the rich get richer is truly absurd. "Elves and humans are all the same." Cale asked Pendrick if he could ask the other elves to go outside and help. "I want to have a comfortable conversation." He agreed. "Ah yes, I understand." Pendrick then gestured to the other two to leave. Big Brock asked, "Do you know his name?" He replied, "No, he won't speak no matter what we do." He put on his gloves and continued, "He is Bell. The spear mage called him that during the battle. He's probably May's bodyguard." Bell asked gloomily, "Who the hell are you? Where do you think you are?" Big Brock grabbed his head firmly and asked in a dangerous voice, "Is targeting the eastern continent not enough?" As Brock mentioned several names like the Sun God Wolf Tribe, Merfolk and Empire, Bell flinched and asked, "Merfolk? So you mean the sea trade routes? Why are you targeting Doan and the Empire?" Bell scoffed. "Do you think I'd tell you?" He thought to himself. "I have a bead in my mouth that can explode. The moment it explodes I'll disappear like foam." Bell screamed maniacally. "I'll never tell." Rather than speaking, just as he was about to self-destruct, On appeared. Bell felt his body stiffen from the supernatural power emanating from On. He thought to himself, "Is it paralysis?" Big Brock covered his mouth and scoffed. "If you think you can escape that easily, you underestimate me too much." His hand went into Bell's throat and retrieved the bead. "I'm not easily fooled by such common tricks." The bead lay intact in Big Brock's hand. They had captured an enemy. But the enemy died from poison or a hidden device in their body, yielding no information. What a regrettable story for a protagonist. Cale thought to himself, "I'm not the protagonist, so I don't want to experience such regrettable things." Ben immediately realized, "It's a magic device." "I'll analyze it," Big Brock asked. "He seems to have fainted from the paralyzing poison. Should I wake him up?" Cale replied. "No, just leave him. Isn't it fortunate that we saved him from death? Every life is precious." He turned to Pendrick and asked, "What do you plan to do with this person?" He didn't seem to have thought about it yet. "I don't know yet," Cale confirmed again. "You don't know yet?" Then how about I make a suggestion? Pendrick asked suspiciously. A suggestion, Cale replied. Yes, he thought to himself. He'll surely remember that I mentioned the continent during our earlier conversation. I never mentioned that story in front of the chief, so from Pendrick's perspective that information will feel more attractive, because there's no race as determined for revenge as the elves. So he asked, how about handing Belle over to someone else? Pendrick suspiciously. As that person, young master, he coughed and denied. No, tell the chief about this and think about it. I'll give you the details, including where to hand over the prisoner. Hearing that answer, Pendrick still hesitated. Is that place trustworthy? Cale confirmed. Of course, it's an important matter, so think carefully and give me your answer by tonight. I have things to do, so I have to leave tomorrow, Pendrick thought to himself. If you're someone trusted by a dragon, you must be trustworthy, he suddenly remembered. Oh, and are you going to the Whipper Kingdom alone? He confirmed, bewildered. Yes, probably, Cale suggested. Then let's go together, Pendrick exclaimed in surprise. Why? He explained. It's dangerous to go to the Whipper Kingdom alone right now. We also have things to do there, so it will be safer to go with us, he replied apologetically. I can't bother you that much, Cale merely asked coldly. What's the bother? I think it's better if you come with us and also confirm the situation of handing over the hostage. Think about it, Pendrick was moved and shouted. Thank you, young master, Cale said politely. No need to thank me, we should help each other, shouldn't we? He planned inwardly. Wouldn't it be better if the elf was with me when he meets the golden dragon? Let's take everyone with us as long as we're at it. Of course, I'll be hiding behind Choi Han at the very back. Pendrick was very happy. That's right, young master, you're right, Cale replied calmly. Then I'm right, now it's time to meet the person I'm going to hand over. Entering the secret room and seeing the orb before him, Cale greeted first. It's been a while, your highness. You're still as majestic as a star in the hearts of your people. Seeing him flatter, Alberu frowned and asked, What favor are you going to ask me again? Cale replied slyly. Your highness truly understands your subordinate's heart now. He cut him off coldly. Enough, report. We've captured one of the group that caused the capital terror incident. He's presumed to be a mid or low-level swordsman, and we've secured the target. Alberu asked. How? No, the process isn't important, Cale denied. No, the process is important, he thought to himself. I don't want to get involved with the secret organization anymore, and I don't want to take the lead in solving every problem, Cale revealed. He was caught in the Dome Kingdom, he thought to himself. I hope the Crown Prince takes this information seriously, because this was not something a noble from the Count's family could resolve. And the result was not surprising to Cale. He took the bait. A person who cannot be easily touched by the secret organization and the elves. Someone who can handle this more cleanly than me, and who owes me a favor. That person can only be our Crown Prince. Cale summarized the situation. The details will be discussed later, after the negotiations are concluded, but in short, that member was caught in the Dome Kingdom near the Ten-Finger Mountains. Alberu asked cautiously, Why are you telling me this story? Cale merely smiled without answering, simply waiting for a reply. Eventually, Alberu agreed. Hand him over to me. Yes, you hand over all the troublesome things to me, Cale casually asked. Do you dislike it? Alberu replied. Why would I dislike it? Of course I like it, he probed. Your Highness, are you thinking of exploring? He continued. Exploring where? The answer was obvious. The Empire, of course. Cale thought to himself, why is he asking when he already knows? Alberu laughed upon hearing this. That's right, I need to explore the Empire. Cale understood that the Empire still hadn't caught the secret organization and the twins who killed the Pope. That must be a big concern for them. The Crown Prince is someone who values his reputation more than anyone, therefore it's illogical that the Empire hasn't found any clues about this incident. It's one of two things. The Empire either wants to quietly find and deal with that organization, or the Empire and the secret organization are related. Tunka of the Whipper Kingdom is about to go on an expedition to the Empire. The 5th volume one read is almost at its last chapter. Although the story has changed here and there because of me, I have to do what I planned. Alberu instructed, you hand over the prisoner to me and report the entire process. Cale replied, yes. He hesitated and suggested, I'm selling dead mana, he exclaimed in surprise. Cale revealed the shocking news. The amount of dead mana is quite large, so I'll probably have to sell it in the Dark Elf City. This item is precious, so I'll sell it at the full price and won't give any discounts. I'll deal directly in cash. Will you buy it? Alberu quietly pondered. He asked, how much? Cale, having successfully attracted a customer, smiled happily. He said kindly, I'll bring it at a reasonable price, Your Highness. Bell regained consciousness after being splashed with water in his cell. He asked, bewildered, what the hell is this? Cale said, are you awake? He looked at him coldly. Bell looked at him with bitter eyes and Cale reminded him. I don't like that look. He gritted his teeth and asked, what did you do? Cale replied. Nothing, but I will. Bell's eyes widened in fury upon hearing that. Cale informed him, you're going to leave this elf village with me. That means your life is in my hands, so now I'll tell you my schedule. Try to adapt well. Who is the strongest person after a dragon? He then revealed, first I plan to meet the whale tribe. Cale thought to himself. The royal whale tribe also hates your secret organization terribly and is a race that wants to catch you. After that I'll go meet a dragon. Do you know about dragons? Dragons are originally famous for being selfish and vicious. Upon hearing that, Bellion dared not claim kinship with him. Cale never denied it. Of course there are exceptions. The dragon we're about to meet is an ancient dragon who cherishes the world tree and the elves greatly, so you can look forward to it. The next morning Cale closed his eyes helplessly. His head hurt. He had clearly said he wanted to leave quietly. All the elf villagers came to see Cale off and they were shocked to feel the dragon's aura. "Sir, are you truly protected by a dragon? Is it difficult to answer?" Pendrick confessed, trembling. "I apologize. I only told this fact to my family," Cale replied. "It's all right." After speaking, he sat down and looked at Hami. "It's not difficult to answer, so don't be sorry." The children of the elf village, feeling that this person was protected by a powerful energy, all gaped. "It's probably the dragon's energy. This is the first time I've seen someone with so much natural energy. Neither a spirit nor an elf. This person must possess ancient abilities and be loved by nature. Truly rare." Cale admitted to the children. "Yes, a dragon is protecting a weak person like me," Bellion happily confirmed. "That's right, humans are weak." Everyone's voices of admiration rang out. "I'm envious. It's truly the best, so cool. For the past 3 days we wanted to visit you in the World Tree Garden. But the people with you were too scary." "Oh, I mean everyone was so powerful that we couldn't get close." Cale understood. "So the elves had been avoiding me on their own all this time?" He looked back at his 3 subordinates, wondering how they had protected him for the past 3 days. Hami asked, "Young master, what do you think of the dragon?" Bellion and Cale answered simultaneously, "Great and magnificent." The girl continued to ask excitedly, "Is the dragon cool and really powerful?" Bellion boasted proudly. "No one is as strong as me," Cale chimed in. "Of course, that person has truly magnificent and great power," Hami cautiously requested. "We'd like to meet the dragon once too, would that be all right?" Bellion readily agreed. "You can meet him right now." Cale cursed him inwardly. "Don't talk nonsense. I have no intention of letting elves and dragons meet." So he asked everyone if they could feel the dragon's magnificent aura. "If you are as close to nature as you are, you will be able to feel that great power. I will ask the dragon. If there's an opportunity, I'll arrange another meeting. But as you all know, the situation is difficult right now, and frightening things are happening everywhere. So I must leave quickly. I still have many things to do. Those are my missions, although it is a great honor to meet friends of nature like the elves." Big Croc frowned, looking at him, and Cale bid them farewell. "But I must go now." After looking around at the people, he started to walk. "Of course I still have many things to do. The purpose of this trip is to trick Tunka into making a lot of money and to meet many other people." Canaria asked, "Young master, you said your family is in the northeast, right?" He looked at her suspiciously. "Yes, that's right. Why do you ask?" She hesitated and said, "Young master, you probably know best. I feel several types of power from you, but not the power of earth. However, this is the kingdom of stone and the power of earth is the strongest here, and its most powerful form is stone." She handed Cale a book. "So I'm giving you this. This book is about an ancient legend related to the earth. This legend may mean nothing to us, but perhaps it will be useful to you." Cale didn't want to accept it. "If it's an ancient legend, wouldn't I want to accept it even less?" "I don't need such things," Canaria introduced. "This is a diary about a hero who had immense destructive power and was very greedy for money. When he died, another hero found his wealth and kept it. It's truly a ridiculous legend. The only hobby of people who aren't greedy for power, status, or honor is picking up coins. Do you think that's reasonable? How could a hero be greedy for money? Especially a hero who saved a frozen world," Cale agreed. "That's right, a hero wouldn't do that," Canaria added. "In short, this book is about a hero who was once a friend and enemy of the hero of destruction. Because of money, this hero seems to have used the energy of the earth. We don't need this book, so we thought we'd give it to you in case it helps you. Because you saved our people." Cale stared blankly at the book in his hand. "She still has hope. Even if obtaining this book doesn't change much, she has good energy. So perhaps it will be different," Cale replied politely. "Since the chief said it's not needed in the elf village, I will accept this gesture without refusal. Because the power of the earth is not something that can be found and obtained, then I hope we meet again if fate allows." Looking at Cale's retreating back, she urged, "Chief understood. I hope to meet you again next time with the dragon. Please be careful on your way." Cale, deep in thought as he walked, asked, "Do you think that's reasonable? How could a hero who saved a frozen world be greedy for money? The only hobby of people who aren't greedy for power, status, or honor is picking up coins. What's unreasonable about that? Because just a while ago he himself had thrown money at that very hero. The owner of the Flame of Ruin was a money-crazed hero and his closest friend, Scary Rock. Does that mean the owner of the rock took the money from the owner of the Flame of Ruin?" Suddenly Onan spotted the human. He shouted, "Look, don't you see the traces of our great battle? We destroyed everything but human. The traces of your lightning flame were the most terrible, don't you see?" Cale helplessly rubbed his forehead. "If this happens, the elves will," Bellion advised him. "The power is useful, but don't use it again, otherwise I'll show you power even greater than your lightning flame." Returning to the palace, Cale was surprised. "3 months have already passed," his subordinate replied. "Perhaps so, young master. Greet Rosalind." She replied with a smile, "I'm back." "Lady Rosalind, I truly wanted to hear that greeting. Master, take this." Cale focused on reading the paper she handed him. When war broke out, Rosalind became the leader of the Mage Alliance of the Brek Kingdom and the Doan Kingdom, and the building they were in, though appearing as an ordinary inn above ground, was one of the strongholds used by mages in the basement. He asked gently, "Young Master Cale, do you like this place?" He wasn't particularly interested. "I'm not sure. I still prefer our territory's castle," Tasha replied with an awkward laugh. "No matter what you say, this place is better than the territory's castle," she introduced. "Of course, this isn't the central stronghold, but all the latest magical equipment is gathered here." As you know, all magical equipment is currently in short supply. We are currently exclusively selling magical equipment that we don't even know where a mysterious merchant acquired it. Rosalind and Cale both looked at her meaningfully. Tasha was startled and paused for a moment. She stammered, "Young master, are you saying that the Henituse territory's magical equipment is really superior?" Rosalind agreed from the side. "That's right," she thought inwardly. "The Henituse territory is the most remote part of the Doan Kingdom, and magic isn't developed there. So how can it have all the latest magic? Didn't His Royal Highness the Crown Prince say he found part of the Magic Tower blueprints?" Only now did Tasha understand. "I wondered where it came from, but it was from young master," Cale said proudly. Of course, he knew that while Rosalind was in charge of the Henituse territory's magical equipment, most of it was actually made by On, and he hadn't given him 10 niang for nothing. Tasha cautiously requested, "Young master, I'd like to visit Henituse Castle sometime too." Cale immediately agreed. "Construction is still ongoing, so come after it's finished. Bring Mary too." After looking around the castle, he was quite satisfied. "This place is more comfortable than I thought, isn't it? That guy will also be comfortable here." Touching the chair in front of him, Cale exclaimed, "All the corners here around it. It's like preparing for self-destruction." Choosing mental pain instead of physical pain, Tasha remained silent and did not answer. After Big C took Bell B to his new home, he sent him down to the basement. He commanded the other person, "Open your eyes and look." Seeing the trembling, pitiful body Cale exposed, "He can't move his lower body now, and other minor injuries have already been treated." Big Cop subtly said, "Young master is too soft-hearted." Cale spoke first. "If you need psychological torture, I can introduce an expert." "I refuse. No need. We have our own methods. Now it begins." BB did not know what more terrible things awaited him. He said with a chilling, murderous aura, "Let's have a long chat." After a brief interrogation as they left the prison, Tasha asked, "Young master, how were the elves?" Cale nonchalantly replied, "Elves are just elves. What else?" Tasha continued to talk. "So, young master protected the World Tree's branch, so you're probably now a benefactor to the elves. Furthermore, aren't you almost like a saint of the church?" Cale was speechless. She wondered, "But what is Alberu selling in the Whipper Kingdom that makes him smile alone like that?" He was quite surprised. "His Royal Highness the Crown Prince smiled alone," Tasha said again. "Yes, every time I go for approval, Alberu smiles alone and says he looks forward to what young master will do. His expression has definitely brightened," Cale replied. "That may be so." Alberu's appearance came to mind. Tasha compared their smiles as similar. Cale surmised, "It seems it's something not beneficial to the Whipper Kingdom." She said naturally, "Of course I'm a person of the Doan Kingdom. I hope things go smoothly. Let's have a drink when we meet next time." He immediately agreed. "All right." Leon looked up at him and asked, "Weak human, is what we're about to do fraud?" He didn't think so. "Strictly speaking, it's not fraud. We're only selling half of it." Leon confirmed one last time. "In short, if I destroy the magic tower as you say, you'll give me 10 niang, right?" Cale generously raised the price. "I'll give you 1 gold coin." A few months later at Ubar territory, looking at the crashing waves, Bellion shouted, "Human!" He pointed ahead and asked, "Human that?" Choi Han and Pendrick exclaimed in surprise simultaneously. "Young Master Cale, oh my goodness!" Choi Han couldn't believe his eyes at what he saw. "Young Master Cale, isn't that's a ship?" he replied. "Yes, it's a ship." He was blank. Anyone could tell it was the Henituse family's ship, he admitted. "Yes, the appearance of the ship is different from the turtle ship I imagined, but," looking at the golden ship before him, Cale still hadn't collected himself. "A golden turtle ship, but I underestimated my father's wealth, the Henituse family's wealth." Leon's eyes sparkled as he looked at the ship and Cale's head hurt. "Human, is that ship all real gold?" Pendrick admired someone's wealth. "Young master, your family is truly wealthy," Cale said. "I'll say this to avoid misunderstanding." He pointed at the ship and exposed, "That's gold leaf." Bellion, hearing that, became dejected and glum. The 4 of them all started to board the ship. He and the other person exchanged greetings. "It's been a while." "Yes, young master, how have you been?" he said politely. "I've been well, but your complexion isn't so good." Wura looked at him with a tired face. She continued, "Due to the incident with the merfolk, we coincidentally formed a connection with the Eastern continent, and thanks to that, we gained a lot of information. However, there are some parts that are difficult for us to handle, so we came to young Master Cale." He was surprised. "You came to me," Wura denied. "It's not asking for help, but we want to exchange information." Cale wasn't particularly surprised. "As expected, her coming here isn't a small matter, but I can't pretend not to know. If not, I'll have to hand it over to the elves or the Crown Prince, or even the Golden Dragon." Cale asked directly, "Tell me, who did you meet on the Eastern continent and what information do you want to exchange?" Wura revealed a secret. "The source of the information is the Tiger Tribe." Cale was startled. "The Tiger Tribe," she replied. "Yes, the Tiger Tribe. They are the most powerful race on the Eastern continent. The Tiger Tribe is facing extinction due to that organization. We are acquainted with one of their mages." He was surprised by their intelligence network. "They even have mages? Considering Hong and On, it's not like I'm a veterinarian. Am I destined to be involved with animals? Otherwise I wouldn't be entangled with so many beastkin. If I get involved with the Tiger Tribe, it will cause huge chaos." WRA concluded, "I'm just saying this so young master doesn't necessarily have to provide us with information. This isn't a big information exchange. We just want to share information." Cale let her continue. "Just tell me, After Wura organized the information she had, she boldly replied, "We heard that the organization arm that young master mentioned has already completely taken over the entire eastern continent's underworld according to the Tiger Tribe. Some of them have crossed over to the western continent and many of them are skilled individuals. Indeed, the spear mage and the blonde swordsman, they were both rare talents. Furthermore, the First Night Order Arms Corps force is planning to move on a large scale." Cale was startled. "What?" he hastily asked. "Where to? Don't tell me they're coming here," Wura replied. "Yes, they're moving to the western continent, the Tiger Tribe, and we are working hard to obtain information. The Tiger Tribe expects them to move on a large scale next winter." Cale found it difficult to understand. The Tiger Tribe is on the verge of extinction, so why are they searching everywhere like that? Or do they want revenge on the secret organization? Wura revealed. "The Tiger Tribe provided us with this information and in return made one proposal." Cale felt something was wrong. "It's probably best not to hear that proposal." He cautiously asked, "What proposal did they make?" Wura replied, "It's to when Arm's First Legion moves towards the western continent in the middle of the vast ocean, exterminate them all in the middle of the ocean, leaving no trace. We are searching for information in exchange for the information the Tiger Tribe provided through scouting until winter. We want revenge on the secret organization, so if possible, we want to exchange information." Cale understood her intention. "Does she want to get that information from me?" she said nonchalantly. "Actually, this isn't that difficult, but young master probably knows best." He was suspicious. "Knows best, not information?" Wura demanded. "The fewer people and the lower the temperature, the better. And it must be a dense forest with thick trees and especially a place that is not under the control of any power and can freely interact with the human world. We want to find such a place." He couldn't guess the Tiger Tribe's intention. Why? The answer he received was that the Tiger Tribe wanted to migrate. Cale was surprised. Migrate? Then that could be it. Recalling the past, he was startled. "Wait, the Tiger Tribe had asked me back then. We're looking for a big house. Is there a good one here?" Perhaps Cale's words, "I'm not sure, I can't think of anything right now," led Bellion to quickly give him information from the side. "Oh, I know that place. It's the humans' Forest of Night. Didn't you know? Repeat after me. Forest of Night." Ben refused. "No, I won't say it," he replied to Wura. "Nothing comes to mind right now," Wura said, disappointed. "Really?" he replied. Yes. He knew all too well that if he mentioned the Forest of Night, she would immediately ask for the Tiger Tribe to be allowed to live there. Of course, the Whale Tribe wouldn't just ask for it for free, but he really didn't want to. The Tiger Tribe intended to get revenge on the secret organization. Getting involved in that would be no different from a tiring train journey. Although having the Tiger Tribe there would make this place stronger when the Northern Nights poured down, it was still a no for him. Now he had enough people to fight that military unit. Wura also no longer pressed him. "Then there's no other way. If you think of a good place later, please let me know even if it's late," he agreed. "Understood." Ben puffed angrily beside him. "Fool," Wura added. "And it seems some of them will cross the sea first as they're looking for sea routes to avoid our Whale Tribe," he pressed. "Are you going to stay still?" she admitted. "Yes, for now we plan to observe." Looking at Wura, he understood the reason. Wasn't it too obvious? It was to observe where they were going. Since members of ARM had crossed over to the western continent, they wouldn't go straight to their main base, but they might still find some small clues. "This is annoying, let's finish it quickly." Why do I feel so creepy? As soon as he uttered those words, "Then work hard." As soon as he turned around, he saw his aides radiating killing intent and asked himself if he was the only one annoyed by this. He ignored them and replied, "Wura, work hard and keep me updated." She agreed. "Yes, of course," John asked with a chilling laugh. "Shouldn't we make them bleed and starve to death?" Cale heard a spine-chilling sound. He concluded with Wura, "Then from the moment they set foot on land, tell me where they're going." She replied, "Yes, I understand." He sighed, thinking inwardly. Finally, Wura asked, "But young Master Cale," he exclaimed. "Why?" she asked, looking at the dazzling ship docked below. "Is that your ship, young master?" he admitted. "More precisely, it's our territory ship. You can tell right away, can't you?" Seeing Muller rushing towards him, he shouted as a door opened. He asked, "That ship was made by that child." Muller quickly ran to him and anxiously asked, "Young master, are you still well?" He replied, "I am well." An and Hong said they missed him. Muller looked at Hong and An dumbfounded. "Are those two here too?" Cale said calmly. "The children talked about you a lot. They'll be very happy to see you again. Those two dislike water, so they're at home." Hong and An shouted excitedly. "Let's play. I really like rats," he introduced. "He's a half-dwarf, half-rat beastman and very skilled, isn't that right, Muller?" he said proudly. "Yes, the ship is expected to display the most powerful offensive capabilities and a futuristic appearance. A ship unlike any before." Wura was very impressed. "Indeed, young master truly has foresight. You were already preparing for a naval war, weren't you?" he added. "Then how about the annex blueprints?" Muller reported. "They are almost complete. It will be the strongest and most defensive place," he carefully reminded. "You must make it to the best of your ability." He confidently promised, "Yes, I will definitely do it." Although he called it an annex, he fully trusted his subordinate. "I trust you," Wura speculated. "But it seems he will be building a secret base a few days later in the Whipper Kingdom." Tunka asked in surprise, "Are we destroying the magic tower tomorrow?" He denied it. "No," he emphasized, "destruction, not merely breaking. Completely destroy the magic tower." Tunka shouted excitedly, "Did you hear that?" He proudly shouted to his colleagues behind him. "The history of hatred will soon disappear." A new history of the Whipper Kingdom will soon begin. Cale thought he was disgusted. Han cautiously asked, "Young master, are you uncomfortable with the large number of soldiers? This area nearby is quite vast and the soldiers were training. We brought them all here when we heard you had arrived," he thought inwardly, training my ass. "We know each other too well. He definitely brought them here to witness the destruction of the magic tower and boost morale," he replied to Han. "It's fine, I understand. More is fine because this will be a magnificent spectacle," Leon shouted excitedly. "Oh, are we all watching the explosion together? Everyone will know the greatness of magic bombs," Harn asked. "But how do you plan to destroy the magic tower?" he replied concisely. "Destroying the magic tower with the magic tower?" He patted his shoulder and said, "Destroying the magic tower, isn't it interesting to destroy the symbol of magic with magic? And don't cross the line. How I destroy the magic tower is my business. You've taken over this kingdom and are living comfortably as you please, aren't you? It's the same for me." "I won't cross your line, so don't cross mine," Harn replied with a relaxed smile. "My lord is still the same. That makes me even happier," he proudly admitted. "Yes, I still love peace." Ben snorted. "Human, you're smiling that way again today, just like when you met the crown prince," Tunka challenged Choi Han as soon as he saw him. "Long time no see, shall we spar?" he retorted mockingly. "It would be quite amusing for the great commander-in-chief to be battered before a great war." Tunka countered again. "Your smell is getting stronger," he suspected. "Is Choi Han stronger?" He was already ridiculously strong. Choi Han confessed his true feelings. "I always tried to protect everyone, but after hearing what Wura said a few days ago, I felt that I had made the right choice." He was startled. Suspicious. "No way. The Tiger Tribe and Whale Tribe's plan, they intended to participate in annihilating their combat unit. Let's put that story aside for now. There's a more urgent matter at hand." He changed the subject to another problem. "Tunka, why don't we hold a festival today?" He thought he had misheard. "A festival?" he asked for his opinion. "Yes, because tomorrow we will destroy the magic tower. Let's celebrate in advance with a drinking party. How about it?" Tunka shouted with joy. "Magnificent, but unlike the corrupt nobles, my lord truly understands the situation well." He successfully provoked Tunka. As expected, he had already boarded the express train to Hell and intended to attack the Empire before going to the forest. Returning home and seeing An Hong and Ben and feeling the room temperature, he breathed a sigh of relief. "It's not as hot as I thought." He wasn't sure if the three of them could handle it. "They promised we can do it." "Yes, we are the strongest group with Big Sister and the youngest." "I am truly great," he knew, but not everyone could participate in the festival. Hong boasted that all three of them could completely destroy the most luxurious place. An and Leon also hatched plans. That's right. I can destroy everything by myself." He had an untold difficulty. "Yes, Ben can completely destroy everything by himself. I'm worried he won't perform the mission properly, and will just destroy everything." He pointed to the closed wooden box beside him and said, "Hey, you guys have to do this right, okay?" He thought about that book about what Canaria had said. This book contains things found in the Magic Tower's underground laboratory. An energy storage device using the principle of ancient abilities, research data on the cause of magic resistance development, and a seed. Of course, only half of it exists with the important parts removed. Ben reminded him irritably. "Weak human, we are stronger than you. Now stop grumbling." He magically lifted the wooden box high. Leon cautioned, "We're going now. You're too weak a human, so don't drink too much." Hong gently nudged his heel, giving a signal. "We'll be back soon. We can slide down the magic tower with Big Sister and the youngest after we're done." "Right," he responded. "Yes, believe that." So the three happily left the tent, carrying the wooden box he had entrusted to them. He was still skeptical. "They'll do the mission well, so why am I so uneasy?" Just then, Pendrick entered and called out, "Young master," he replied. "Ah, Pendrick." He went straight to the point. "Are you going to the hideout after this is over?" He admitted. "Yes, I have to go." He felt too heavy inwardly. "Cave dragon. Just thinking about it makes me breathless," Pendrick said. "And I will contact them. They will surely be happy." And then his eyes lit up with anticipation and he asked, "Can I meet the dragon Nim who protects my lord?" He replied. You might be able to," Pendrick shouted with joy. Understood. He dreamed that someday he would be the only elf in the world to meet two dragons at the same time, and the person I need to heal. "Will I be able to meet them on the way back?" he replied. "Yes, I'll meet them then," he delivered the news. "When I met Tasha in the capital, I asked her to heal Mary the necromancer." As soon as he received the answer, Pendrick shouted, "Understood, and it's late, so I'll take my leave." He understood. "All right, go meet Choi Han," he asked. "Is everything all right?" He replied. "Yes." He reminded, "Make sure everything goes smoothly and there are no mistakes." Choi Han agreed. "Yes." He led the way and left. "All right, and so you're not discovered, participate in the festival. Let's go." Outside, Tunka was happily drinking with his soldiers, and he quietly observed them from the side. Everyone was gathered around a bonfire holding their drinks, and the atmosphere was more lively than ever. And in the magic tower's basement, Hong, An and John looked at the wooden box, ready to start their work. The next day, he calmly looked at the tower before him, and Tunka, with a lingering hangover, waited with anticipation. "I'm really looking forward to it," he thought inwardly. "He still seems a bit drunk." Tunka's expression turned serious. "Many of our tribe and many people in the Empire were sacrificed because of this damn magic tower. It's a shame to just blow it up with magic bombs, but it's still quite enjoyable," Harn added from the side. "That's right, General. Our history is about to begin," Choi Han reported. "My lord, all preparations are complete. Leon boasted excitedly. Look at this, it's the latest magic bomb I made. Rosalind was confident that she would detonate it with just a signal. He asked Tunka, I'll detonate it soon. Shouldn't I tell the soldiers? He hesitated. Should I? He wondered. Disappointed, he didn't understand what he was talking about. He was directly referring to him blowing up the magic tower and gaining nothing. He replied as he wished, yes, I'm a little disappointed. He thought inwardly, just a little, but honestly I'm more excited, he continued. I'm just thinking about how to spend the money. I mean, I'm quite rich too. Haran couldn't deny it in such a moment. My lord truly looks like a noble, he said nonchalantly. Yes, don't forget my prestige. Everyone took their positions, standing on one side and bracing themselves. Rosalind stepped forward first, and behind them the soldiers' cheers could be heard as he declared the start. Rosalind unleashed fierce magic. Understood as the flames swept through violently. John and his son felt the hot flames touch their faces. Tunka was also very satisfied and waited for the results. Rosalind held the hot flames high in her hand with a confident expression and began counting down from 5 to 1. The flames soared high, burning the entire tall tower behind them. Leon shouted, "This is so much fun, no one got hurt, so I can destroy everything." Tunka was also very happy. It collapsed, it finally collapsed. The soldiers behind him shouted excitedly, seeing it. The magic tower is collapsing, it's really crazy, Haran said, looking at his expression. My lord is smiling too. Young master, you're enjoying this destruction. It's truly refreshing. A moment later, there was only rubble and dust in front, and he sighed, annoying dust flying everywhere. Ben looked at him strangely and asked worriedly, "Are you sick, human?" Haran asked from behind. My lord, would you like to see this rubble? He covered his nose with a handkerchief and replied, "Yes." Choi Han was the first to notice something strange and was surprised. "What's this?" He too was stunned by what was before his eyes and bent down to check the puddle. Choi Han wondered, "It's really strange, young Master Cale. Would you like to see?" he said with a stiff face. "You're really bad at acting. I almost got caught. Big Crocs discovered something here." "What's wrong?" he immediately asked. "Big cops," he reported. "Young master, look at this puddle." He went there, saw it and shouted, "My goodness, below is an endlessly deep puddle." He asked for the depth. Choi Han hesitated. According to Croc's discovery, it seemed to be below the 3rd basement floor. He pretended not to know. "Really, the 4th basement floor? That can't be. This magic tower only has 3 basement floors." Choi Han replied. "Yes, that's right," Rosalind said apologetically. "I'm sorry, young master. Actually, I heard that the magic tower had a secret laboratory." He glanced at her, and Rosalind immediately remembered that she had made a slip of the tongue. Looking at Rosalind, he had to praise her inwardly. "Your acting is truly excellent." He turned to Haran and asked, "Something unexpected has happened, do you agree?" Tunka, who was still unaware of the fact, approached and asked, "What's wrong? Why is everyone gathered here?" He spoke again. "Tunka, it seems we've discovered a hidden space beneath the magic tower." Tunka said, bewildered. "What? Didn't we destroy everything?" He cursed the foolish fellow inwardly and ordered his subordinates to bring a ladder. He asked again. "Ah, Haran," he replied. "Yes, young master." He asked again, "Will he help everyone?" Haran dared not refuse. "Of course I will help you." He cursed inwardly. "Help, damn it," Choi Han reminded him. "My lord, there are many very dangerous things in the wreckage of the explosion. Please stay safe." "I will go and take care of it right away." Ben also agreed. "That's right, human, you're too weak. Stay put." He thought inwardly, why does that person state the obvious like that? Do I look like I would go to such a dangerous place? Haran volunteered for this mission. "Absolutely. My soldiers and warriors will go with them, so please don't worry," he confirmed again. "Really, advisor, you know that everything down there is mine, right?" Haran replied firmly. "Of course, but my lord, you wouldn't sell unnecessary items, would you?" He exposed him. "That's right, you think I'll steal things so you're going to keep an eye on them, right?" he admitted frankly. "To some extent, yes. Haran, I don't want to create suspicion between us, so please go with him." Haran gratefully bowed his head. "Thank you for understanding. I will do my best to help." He instructed them. "All right, don't get hurt." He knew inwardly that he had to go, because John and Brock would lure him into the preset trap. He wouldn't die, but he would realize the value of information that could only be obtained after much effort. Ben, who was behind them, exposed Cale. "Weak human, you're lying again." "How surprising. This must be your talent." "You flatter me," Cale said. Then asked the remaining person, "Tunka, you said the Crown Prince called me a friend, right? Research from the mages will be found in that secret space. If there's anything useful in the research, I'll hand it over to you." Tunka was startled. "What did you say?" Cale continued. "And if there's anything that could be harmful to you, I'll hand that over to you as well," Tunka said in disbelief. "My lord, can you really say that? Shouldn't you leave ambiguous items and sell them at a higher price, especially if they're rare items?" Cale exclaimed. "What? Do I look like that kind of person?" Tunka denied it. "No, my lord is not that kind of person," Cale explained. "I believe that all transactions between friends of the same standing should be fair, and I know you're not the type to steal my belongings. You're not as thoughtless as those mages." Tunka grinned and replied, "That's right, we're not like that. I'm not that kind of person. My lord, you may be weak, but you are truly amazing." Cale cut him off. "Don't state the obvious," Cale thought to himself. "If I arrange everything like this, Haran won't be able to escape this game." Looking at the items found beneath the magic tower, Cale asked, "Now if we ask someone who's good at appraising documents, is it true that this came from the Whipper Kingdom?" Haran admitted. "Yes, my lord is truly knowledgeable. He knew powerful magic well, so he would undoubtedly want it." Cale picked up an item and asked, "Are you referring to the mana storage device inside this?" He replied, "Yes, a human made it." Cale turned to Rosalind and asked, Rosalind, can you use it right now? She shook her head helplessly. No, it's a seed, but it's completely withered now, Cale explained his method. Only by conducting new research with this seed and data will we be able to develop resistance to mana. This information is truly astonishing. However, this is only part of the research, so it's not that important. We can just discard it all, right? Everyone stood up in shock at Cale's words. Cale continued, just kidding. Although it was only a part, it was something very valuable. Haran and Tunka finally breathed a sigh of relief. Cale quietly thought to himself, the research of talented mages takes at least 10 years to obtain. Although these items were almost worthless, Haran would probably want to continue this research. So Cale announced, Tunka, I'll hand it over to you. He still said in disbelief. Really? Cale confirmed. Yes, he asked. I spent $1 billion on the magic tower and got nothing. I want to sell the only thing I got to you. What will you do? Tunka replied casually. You should sell it at a higher price, Cale confirmed. Bingo, Haran thought angrily. He spent $1 billion, so he should at least make a profit, but we're preparing for war with the Empire, so we're short on funds. I can't contend with this terrifying young master, Cale agreed. This is what I think, Cale thought to himself. No matter what, I have to name the price first. His palms spread out, symbolizing the price. Tunka's mouth fell open. 50. Haran's face turned pale for a moment. He hadn't expected to start negotiations at $5 billion. However, Cale offered an unexpectedly cheap price, not $5 billion. Give me $500 million. Everyone's mouths dropped open. Tunka said in disbelief, only $500 million? Haran was still dazed, unable to believe it. Really? Are you serious? Only $500 million? Last winter, Alberu asked Cale, sell it to those poor fellows for $500 million. After all, you're not the one who spent $1 billion buying magic. Wouldn't it be better to be their benefactor? Actually, isn't that what you were aiming for? Cale admitted, of course. He immediately scoffed as if he already understood. Bad guy. So at this point, Haran asked in disbelief, is $500 million really enough? Cale immediately admitted, anyway, the Whipper Kingdom's situation is difficult right now, isn't it? I think this amount is appropriate for people in distress. Cale thought to himself, of course I plan to sell the remaining data to the Crown Prince at a higher price. Tunka thanked Cale. You, a noble like you, really make me grateful. Thank you very much, Cale replied casually, glad you appreciate it. Cale thought to himself, this is the first time I've seen someone so grateful after buying junk for $500 million, but he couldn't bring himself to say it out loud. Haran exclaimed in surprise, young master, are you not greedy for money? Cale called Haran. He remained silent, waiting for Cale's answer. Cale said, do you know how much money our territory has? We have more money than you can imagine, and I am the eldest son of such a place. Haran finally came to his senses. That's right, this person is the young master of a wealthy family, someone who spends $1 billion like water, Cale continued. However, I know this data is coveted by all powers on the continent, but I don't like being at the center of a storm. As you know, I am a peace-loving person. Haran breathed a sigh of relief. Good, General Tunka. What do you think? He immediately agreed. Excellent. Tunka shook Cale's hand. Thank you very much, then I won't forget this favor. Tunka foolishly agreed. Good, I won't forget this favor. As he was looking at the money he had received, someone suddenly called Cale. Cale immediately replied, yes, then asked, why did you follow me all the way here? Choi Han said admiringly. My lord is truly amazing. Cale Nim's abilities are truly exceptional. I thought no one could be deceived. Oh no, there's no one as strategic as my lord. I'm clumsy in this area. Cale thought, that's right, I'm clumsy at acting, so I always get caught. But was he about to say scam just now? He continued. However, I think you should be as careful as possible when meeting the next person. Cale understood. So that's why he followed me into the tent. The next person to meet was the Golden Dragon. Choi Han said worriedly, Cale Nim always acts one step ahead, but that person is so powerful that even I and John might have difficulty fighting them. Ron, at his side, fumed with anger. I can't fight him, I'm much stronger than that guy. Cale continued, yes, Choi Han, you're right. This time I'll send you first, what do you think? He replied, leave it to me. I will protect everyone in the team, including Cale, with all my strength. Then I will prepare for tomorrow's journey, Cale instructed. Good, get some rest after you're done preparing. He replied, yes. Cale suddenly remembered, that's right, here's a gold coin, your reward. Here's a gold coin. Cale showed it to him and asked, is it good? He replied, it's really good, human. Thank you. I'll work even harder. Cale stroked Duan's head. He seemed to like it very much, although 10 silver coins and 1 gold coin were the same, looking at the 2 footprints on the wall. Cale said, An and Hong both appeared. Seeing their expressions, Cale thought, I shouldn't say it. I wanted to tell them to keep it a secret, but these children are too clever. So Cale gave each of them a gold coin. After everything was done, Cale sighed and leaned back in his chair. He suddenly remembered the conversation from earlier. Just then, Tunka approached and asked, are you going to look around a few places before you leave? Cale admitted. Yes, I'll tell Chief Haran about the people who will come so you don't have to worry about me moving elsewhere, he said confidently. Cale, I trust you, so I don't think that way. Besides, from now on you can freely travel around the Whipper Kingdom. If anything difficult happens, let me know. Cale sincerely advised. Tunka, a piece of advice as a friend. Alchemy is more dangerous than magic. Value your warriors with magic resistance. Also, there are definitely Imperial spies infiltrated in your unit. You've probably investigated already, but if you haven't found them yet, re-investigate those near you first, and you absolutely must find that person. Tunka listened silently to Cale's words and thought, kill them. Cale thought, I hope the Whipper Kingdom can endure as long as possible to bother the Empire. That way the Doan Kingdom can buy time to become stronger. But only until they come down from the north. Golden Dragon, I hope you're not a crazy dragon. The next day, in the cold mountainous region, Cale's party headed to the ancient dragon's lair. Cale sneezed a few times from the cold and Rosalind called out, young master, here's a handkerchief. Cale was helpless. I didn't know that dragon would be here. This is where Locke went to find the scrying necklace a long time ago. It's known as a very rugged place. Mount Elia, who would have thought there would be a cave here? Cale turned to Pendrick and asked, what should we do now? He replied, you just need to wait, Cale asked, shivering, wait here. How long? Pendrick said honestly. Until the dragon Nim allows it, Cale despaired. His face was pale from the blizzard. What, wait in this cold place until that dragon meets us? Pendrick was curious. Young master, when do you think we can see the dragon Nim? If I just tell them the location, will the dragon Nim move immediately? Bayan, who was behind him, said in despair, hey kid, I'm behind you, but why isn't the great dragon living here coming out to greet me? Suddenly, there was a strange movement from the cave in front, and the sky began to brighten. The snow stopped. Cale was shocked, not understanding what was happening. But the snow stopped. Could the dragon have created the snow too? Can dragons do something like that? Leon said excitedly. That's right, of course he should come out to greet me. The great Leon has arrived. As soon as he finished speaking, he flew away. Human, I'm going. Pendrick was startled to see Leon manifest. Good heavens, he was a black dragon. As Leon flew to the cave entrance, he saw a person walking out and he happily introduced himself. Nice to meet you. I am the great Leon, and who are you? Eru was in disbelief. What is this? Is that really a dragon? He couldn't believe his eyes. A dragon? And exchanging greetings with a dragon? Erwin asked, are you really a dragon? Leon proudly replied, yes, I am a dragon. He thought to himself, the dragon species are selfish beings who only care about themselves, so they wouldn't exchange greetings like this. Perhaps they'll fight each other to claim the sole position. He still asked the same question. Are you a dragon? Leon happily greeted his companions. Yes, you're dragons too. Nice to meet you. He foolishly pointed at Arahan's face. Don't you know how to greet? He said coldly. Know your place, so extend your dragon's claw. Arahan asked again, do you want to shake hands? He replied, yes. This was beyond his comprehension. Good heavens, I've lived for almost 1,000 years, and this is the first time. Is your intelligence quotient that low? Cale stopped his subordinates. No, endure it. Choi Han Erubin glanced at them. Cale thought to himself, I'm feeling uneasy. Is that dragon looking at me? He was startled to see him staring directly at him. He's really looking at me. Why? Erubin stared intently at Cale, thinking, I feel an old scent. Looking at the two people in front of him, he thought, perhaps no one knows this power right now. Cale felt his entire body stiffen. Cale was horrified by Erubin's expression. What is this? It feels like a giant tsunami is coming. Could it be dragon fear? The fear of dragons? No, it's a little different. If it were dragon fear, all living creatures should feel fear, but I don't. What on earth is this? It's not attacking, it's warm. This isn't dragon fear, it's a warming spell. Bayan stepped forward to protect him. Hey golden dragon, you shouldn't stare so intently at our weak human. Don't you know he's timid? Cale was startled. What dragon aura? Golden dragon, Bayan continued. Human, you may seem as strong as my claw now, but I'll still protect you. Don't panic or worry. When that golden dragon glared at you earlier, I intended to fight him, but then I saw him use a warming spell, so I figured he was reasonable, Eru said contemptuously. That guy is really weak, but did he just say us? Are you that foolish? Vega scoffed at him. I'm not low in intelligence, I'm just highly social. You're an unsocial golden dragon and you don't even know how to shake hands. Cale was very proud. Indeed, On is not easily defeated in a war of words. Calling that guy a golden dragon? Even though he's a golden-colored dragon. Pendrick sighed next to him. Good heavens, the dragon Nims are talking peacefully instead of fighting. I should have recorded this moment with a magic recording device. I thought I was just unlucky that I couldn't see spirits, but luck is smiling upon me like this. What a truly grateful sight. 2 stars of the natural world. Cale stood next to him and suddenly thought, that's right, this guy's head wasn't normal either. Leon scoffed at Eruha. Are you surprised by my greatness, golden dragon? He rubbed his forehead and said helplessly, yes, you surprised me a lot. As soon as he finished speaking, he coughed incessantly. Bayan worried. What? Look at that. What's wrong with you? Seeing blood flowing from Arahan's mouth, he was startled. Golden dragon, blood is flowing. Cale was also shocked. What? Spitting blood? Leon said anxiously. Don't spit blood. Cale knew that spitting that much blood wasn't just exhaustion but something serious. Leon sincerely held his hand and asked worriedly, Golden dragon, are you okay? Blood is still flowing. He heard those words and smiled. A dragon worrying about a dragon. Don't say any more, golden dragon. Pendrick also hurried over and asked, Erubin, are you okay? He replied. The coughing has stopped. Vega, who was behind them, reminded Han, let's go too, he said. Pendrick, this is the first time we've met since you were a child. He continued, yes, it's an honor to meet you again. So Erubin was escorted to Cale, and Cale and his subordinates quietly observed him. Eru stared intently at Cale without hesitation. Vega reminded him from the side, don't stare any longer, our weak human is timid. I told him not to look at him like that. Cale admitted, I am timid, but not enough to faint just from being stared at. Eru smiled, his lips curving upwards. Timid, interesting. He pointed the way. Follow me, this is also fate. Inside the cave was a luxurious palace. Erubin asked their intentions. Are you after the world tree? Pendrick replied. Yes, according to young Master Cale, they belong to an organization and are probably acting with support from another kingdom or an organization of that scale. Cale was shocked by Erahaban's wealth. Even the table is gold. Golden dragon, as expected, this dragon is rich. Erubin was troubled by the problem of not knowing who the leader of that organization was. Cale, at his side, remained silent and continued to think. Leader. Even the words he uses are like a dragon, Pendrick replied. Yes, we don't know yet, he analyzed. Strange. An organization of that scale wouldn't just appear suddenly in a short amount of time. I heard it takes at least decades to prepare to dominate the eastern continent's underworld. This matter is frustrating, Pendrick politely asked. Arahe and Nim, what do you think about this matter? He had no specific answer but was still confident. I haven't left this cave for 100 years, so I don't know the continent's affairs. However, if one organization were to stir up trouble in both the eastern and western continents, it would be impossible with human individual strength alone. Cale was startled and asked Erahaban, surely you're not talking about demons, are you? Choi Han, also shocked, repeated, demons? Erahaban thought Cale's guess was a cosmic idea. Pendrick, your imagination is still as great as ever, Cale glumly replied. No, it's not, Erahaban confirmed. Of course not. If demons were to act, the heavens would shine upon us. Pendrick was startled and said, then what? Erahaban speculated, as Cale had guessed, that some kingdom had actively supported this organization for the past few decades, or some powerful anonymous force in the natural world had supported them, or perhaps both. Erahaban stared intently at Cale and meaningfully added, truly curious. Cale felt someone's gaze and became annoyed. Again, why do they stare at me when they're curious? But Cale thought, that's not my business. I'm already old. I have no strength to step forward. I don't even want to care whether to support or oppose it. However, the World Tree's defensive magic circle seems to need strengthening, Erahaban announced. I will create more defensive magic devices so you can take some too. Pendrick thanked him, feeling very grateful. Erahaban then? Cale thought inwardly, that dragon is quite alright too. Eventually, Erahaban looked at Cale again, and Cale was startled. He's looking at me again. Is he evaluating me? Erahaban asked directly. You are truly a strange fellow, no, an extraordinary one. How are you still alive with so many ancient abilities? Normally you would have already shattered into pieces. Cale was startled and asked, Guy, what do you mean? John, shocked, screamed. Dying? Han meowed worriedly. Leon rushed forward asking, what are you talking about, Golden Dragon? What are you saying? Erahaban, surprised, said, does no one know that fact? Aren't ancient abilities known as precious gifts that can only be obtained through heavenly fortune? Never mind how powerful that strength is, do you all know that fact? Ron asked indignantly. We know, so what? Hurry up and explain, the Golden Dragon sneered at him. You are truly ignorant. Are you so ignorant that I, a dragon, have to explain it? Cale silently listened to Ron bickering with him. I am not ignorant. Speak first, Erahaban said. Many ancient books and legends record humans who possessed ancient abilities. However, most of them are only stories about people who possessed a single ability. Do you know why? It is because all those who possessed more than one ability died. Everyone was shocked to hear this. Erahaban raised his hand and continued. Of course, if one was lucky enough to possess several ancient abilities of the same attribute, they could survive, but in a human body as small as my palm like yours, possessing abilities of different attributes would only cause your body to explode and shatter into pieces. He coldly uttered the two words, shattered and incomplete. Cale realized after hearing his words. Now that I think about it, no one in the birth of a hero possessed more than one ancient ability, and I never doubted it either. It turns out that those who possessed multiple types of ancient abilities all died, which is why they weren't recorded. Ben turned and asked, Weak human, why do you keep swallowing that useless thing? You struggle to swallow it and spit blood every time. Your thoughts are truly strange, I'll tell you. Cale soothed him and said, but I'm still alive and not dead yet. Hearing this, Ben was relieved. Yes, you're still alive, but Ben worried about another problem. Does that mean he'll die soon? The room became strangely quiet. Cale, sweating, thought, what are they talking about? It's too scary. Erahaban coldly said, what do you mean dying? He hasn't died, so he's a strange and astonishing fellow. Is what's inside that necklace water? The necklace around Cale's neck glowed. Cale confirmed. Yes, there's the power of wood, the power of wind, and also the power of fire. Erahaban listed the items Cale possessed. The dominating water inside the necklace, the power of wood from the Indestructible Shield, the sound of the wind, and the flame of ruin. It's not over yet. One more special human-only power. The power only humans possess, the vitality of the heart, that is regeneration, Cale finally understood. It turns out I'm alive thanks to that power. Yes, the intense vitality of ancient humans, that regenerative ability controls and harmonizes the powers of all attributes. Cale thought, when I gained the sound of the wind, I thought my power became stronger thanks to the vitality of my heart, but in fact it wasn't strengthening, but harmonization. Erahaban speculated. It was probably when you acquired that power for the first time or second time. Cale had nothing more to hide. That's right, it was the second power I acquired. Erahaban concluded. That's why you survived. The power of regeneration safely entered your body before two different attributes could clash, preventing the collision and stopping your body from exploding. Suddenly, Arahaban remembered that he had introduced himself as Cale Henituse. He glanced at Cale's subordinates, evaluating them one by one. That swordsman and mage are not so astonishing. Looking at Pendrick, Arahaban thought with interest, the interesting one is that purebred wolf tribe child. And even more amusing are those purebred cat tribe children, whom I suspect are mutants, but more astonishing than all of them is this human. He was lucky enough to possess 6 ancient abilities. This goes beyond mere heavenly fortune. How could this be possible if he hadn't received a revelation from the gods? Truly a madman. He's mad with luck. Cale smiled nonchalantly and said, then there's no need to worry. This unusually calm demeanor further piqued Arahaban's curiosity. If he had possessed other types of powers first, he would have already died. Is he not even surprised? What a truly strange fellow. Cale smiled nonchalantly on the outside, but inwardly he was appalled. My goodness, that's a relief. If I had acquired other powers first, I would have already gone to meet the king of hell. Arahaban continued. You can rest assured for now, Cale doubted. Just for now, he said. That's right, your body is like a ticking time bomb right now. If the power of regeneration weakens, you will explode in an instant. Leon's jaw dropped in surprise. What? Arahaban waved his hand and replied, don't be too surprised. There's still a way, Cale asked himself. Surely it's the power of earth. Why does that terrifying rock come to mind in this situation? Arahaban clasped his fists together and gave an example. Now that the power of water inside your necklace has become yours, you just need to acquire the power of earth to complement each other. If you gather all attributes, they can complement each other. Cale thought blankly. Do I really have to acquire that rock? Leon urgently pressed. Human, then let's go find the power of earth right now, Cale reminded him. Kid, have you been listening to me properly? Ancient abilities can only be obtained through heavenly fortune, Leon said confidently. That kind of luck can even be created by a great dragon. Don't you know the greatness of dragons? Seeing Leon's actions, Arahaban felt a headache. How on earth did that fellow grow up? Cale had the same thought. Right. Leon promised Cale, human, let's use the book the elf chief gave you to find the power of earth. I will definitely find it, so don't worry. You deserve to live long. Arahaban suddenly asked, is your family a dragon-taming family? Cale, surprised, repeated, What did you say? He asked again. No, Cale denied, of course not. Cale turned to John and asked, isn't our family merely a small noble family? John calmly admitted, yes, that's right. Cale was puzzled to see John close his eyes. What? Why is he closing his eyes even though he's so sure? Strange. Cale turned to Choi Han and asked, isn't our family weak in terms of military strength? Choi Han, sweating, agreed, yes we are, Cale thought inwardly. See, our family is the Henituse family, rich in money but ordinary in military power, so why are their reactions strange? Arahaban asked directly. Then is it not the family that killed dragons? Cale logically denied. No. And what human could kill a dragon? Arahaban was not easily fooled. Why not? There was once a time when it happened. There was a family with the reputation of a dragon slayer. They were a mad family. They possessed a power that allowed them to stand proudly against dragons without cowering in dragon fear. That power was passed down only to their descendants from generation to generation. But after that, the last descendant of that family went missing, and that power was severed. Cale thought inwardly, a power that can stand proudly against dragons, but that power went missing. Why am I suddenly feeling anxious? Could it be the dominating aura? Arahaban revealed that it was a power full of courage. Cale was relieved. If it's courage, it has nothing to do with the dominating aura. This power is only useful for scamming, so Cale replied. Then what? In that case it's even less likely to be me, he said nonchalantly. If you think so, then it must be. Cale thought inwardly, it seems he still doesn't know a sacred dragon has a special dominating energy, and normally he should be able to acquire everything, but he doesn't know the sensation others feel when they face me. Cale still maintained a nonchalant expression while his other subordinates, frightened, broke into a cold sweat. Arahaban continued, there's one more thing. Cale inwardly screamed, what now? He looked at Ben and called him kid, and Ben glared at him irritably. What? Old dragon. Arahaban froze at this address. Old dragon, Cale rejoiced inwardly. Right, the basic rule of a verbal spat is to win the title first. Arahaban directly hit Ron's approximate age. It seems you haven't even gone through your first growth phase yet. Ron was not at all disheartened. Even so, I am strong, he threatened the child. But if you face other dragons, you will shatter into pieces. Ben rebelled when he stroked his head. Shattered into pieces? That's impossible, Arahaban praised Ben. You're truly not like a dragon, so cute. Ben was very displeased to hear this. Well, I'm not cute. I am great. He extended a helping hand. I will help you. I will pass on everything to you. So stay in my cave. If you stay for just 3 months, you will gain interesting experiences. Ron was startled and speechless. Cale asked himself, surely Ron, being a dragon, can do that too, Arahaban continued as Ron remained silent. Of course, if you don't want to, you can refuse. I am generous and do not seek revenge like other dragons, so feel free to decide. Ron laughed coldly and called out, Golden Dragon. Ron asked directly, if you teach me for free, is room and board also free? Arahaban replied. That's right. The deal was immediately struck. Good, I agree. Only glittering gold filled Ron's mind. If I acquire the Golden Dragon's things, my power will double, and it's even free. Cale looked proudly at Ron. As expected, my kids have the best financial sense. Ron stomped his foot and shouted, Dragon Nim, please teach me everything. Please teach me your secrets. Arahaban calmly replied, I was about to do just that. Ron praised him. A wise choice. You agree with me, don't you, weak human? Cale couldn't refute. Of course, Arahaban said nonchalantly. I'm going to die soon anyway. It would be all right to pass on my knowledge. Pendrick was startled to hear this news. What's going on? Why are you trying to die? Ben also worried. What are you talking about? Golden Dragon, are you trying to die? But why? Are you poisoned? Or did someone curse you? Were you injured fighting someone? Arahaban reminded him. Calm down. Kid, does it make sense for a dragon to be injured? Ben didn't understand. Then why are you trying to die? Don't die. You're the only dragon I know. Cale looked at Arahaban with curious eyes. May I ask why you're in pain? He replied as if it were obvious. I have simply weakened due to old age. All living creatures in nature eventually die from old age. That is something I cannot overcome. Cale didn't believe it. Doesn't he have an ancient ability with regenerative power? He just gave me something like that. But now he's trying to die. Arahaban revealed. Actually, there's also a way to avoid death without getting hurt. Cale then asked. What is it? He said. It is for me to fall into darkness. To become a being that neither gets hurt nor dies like a corpse. In short, an immortal being. But even necromancers die following the path of darkness. Dark elves are also the same. However, if I choose to become a corpse, I will not die. But I don't want to do that. There were dragons who made that choice long ago. I understand their feelings, but I hate that choice. My day to die is still far off, so don't worry. Pendrick said sadly. Understood. Ron couldn't bear to see the only dragon he knew leave, so he swore to the Golden Dragon, I am great, so I will definitely find a way for you to live long. His face was filled with resolute will. Just you wait. Ron turned to Cale and urged him. Human, don't you have to meet the Queen of the Forest? Let's go back quickly. I'll give you a week. I don't want to be alone, Cale replied. Understood, Ron again demanded of Arahaban. Golden Dragon. This weak human only sleeps in the finest beds, moreover he only eats fruit and the highest quality meat. He asked in surprise, Are you telling me to prepare such things for you? Ben replied as if it were obvious, You're the homeowner, aren't you? You said room and board were free. Arahaban was flustered by the fact that he had been tricked by this child, and Cale inwardly felt pleased. My household dragons are truly calculating. Cale stood up and said, Anyway, I will return. Arahaban indifferently cautioned, Yes, it doesn't matter where you go, but be careful here. I can't help it because of that fellow, but I am very sensitive. I don't even know if I'm doing well right now. Oh, and I'll tell you in advance, I will only teach that fellow. I will not teach anything else you request, although I have some interest in beastmen. What's not allowed is not allowed, Ben said to Cale. Then he said he would teach a few more things. Human, I don't think the Golden Dragon is sensitive at all. Why are you laughing like that? Cale excused himself. It's nothing. I'm just agreeing with your words, Ron muttered. Human, you must return quickly. Don't volunteer to help just to appear kind. Cale sighed. Understood. I'll take a few people and come right back, John asked worriedly. Young master, are you all right? Cale smiled and confirmed. I'm fine. Traveling with such a warm group after a long time isn't bad. Cale looked at his subordinates in front of him and thought the opposite. What's bad about it? This combination is an ideal group for those who specialize in evil deeds. Perhaps I should take Choi Han from the Ubar territory as well. Cale remembered Choi Han's bright face when he saw him off. Young master, good luck, John. Young master, we can depart. Cale said, Yes, let's go. They headed to Hoi Village. It was a village located on the southern border of the Whipper Kingdom, and a heavy rain falling in the forest greeted them. They entered a cave and Cale's footsteps halted. Pendrick shouted, This energy, it's familiar. And Cale looked inside, surprised. What is it? Inside the cave, Tana was sitting guarding Hannah, who lay weakly. Cale eyed them warily. Remembering Hannah's appearance, Cale was startled and asked, What? Why are they here? Tana glanced at them with suspicious eyes. He stood up and asked, Who are you? How did you know about this place? They all remained silent and did not answer. Observing this, Cale felt bewildered. What on earth is happening here? He hadn't recognized their faces because they had all been wearing masks when they fought. She only knew what they looked like when they were masked. She didn't know the faces of Cale and his companions. Good. Including that man, they currently knew nothing. Then let's order Choi Han to hide his sword. He hesitated for a moment. However, Cale instructed him to conceal his aura. Cale approached him with a harmless demeanor and greeted him. I'm sorry, you must have been startled, John spoke first. I apologize. My young master's guard is very responsible. He smiled very amiably, thinking inwardly, I don't know what's happening, but I'll pretend to go along with it for now. Cale was proud to have such a capable assistant who acted slyly, as expected of John, always reliable. No one who sees our group now will see anything but a noble young master, a servant and a guard. Tana secretly observed them, thinking, He's quite clever, but you won't be able to fool me. Cale was surprised. What kind of reaction is that? John asked on Cale's behalf. What do you mean? We are just passing guests. We have no intention of deceiving you, Tana shouted warily. Don't come any closer. John extended his hand, and seeing Tana still hesitate, Cale guessed, He seems to know that John's arm is fake. Did he discover that the arm is made of darkness? Damn it. Seeing him turn back to Hannah in concern, Cale immediately understood. The blonde man and woman look very similar. I think I know what's going on now. Magic bombs, the Church of the Sun God, the Saint, and the Holy Woman. Cale shivered at the thought. Oh damn it, that's truly terrible. I don't want to get involved in this, Tana angrily rebuked. You wicked heretics after throwing dead monobombs. Do you now dare to meddle with black magic? Hearing this concept, Cale was shocked. Dead monobombs, dead mana can turn into bombs. Approaching him, Cale sincerely explained, I truly don't understand what you're saying. You seem to have misunderstood. Tana didn't believe him to the end. I will protect Hana now. His voice trembled as he asked, How could you do such disgusting things in the name of the Empire? What? Cale said. What are you talking about? He cursed. The sun will know of this sin. You will not escape the judgment of the sun god. And Cale felt his mind reeling. What on earth is this guy talking about? He shouted. Wait, Tana stubbornly said. I will not surrender. He hated, thinking inwardly, wasn't it enough to be a burden to my sister my whole life and be used by the church? Now I'm being chased by the Empire. But no matter what, I have to protect Hana. Tana muttered, I'm just a half-breed and I only know a few healing techniques, but I won't just stand by and watch everything crumble, so even if you try to shut me up I won't stop. Cale helplessly rubbed his forehead. Damn it, it's still pouring rain outside and I feel heavy about this. It's too confusing. So he's saying those dead monobombs were made by the Empire, and that blonde group is also being chased by the Empire now. Observing Hana's injury, Cale realized the black marks on her body were due to dead mana. This isn't good. I never considered the possibility of the Empire developing dead monobombs. This wasn't even mentioned in the novel. Tana trembled in fear but still stubbornly said, Even if you try to shut me up, Cale commanded. John, hand over a recovery potion. Tana was surprised, unable to understand the group's intention. John placed the potion on the ground and introduced it. If one has been affected by dead mana, this is a high-quality potion. This can prevent the dead mana from spreading further, Cale added. My servant has experienced this, so he knows a little. Isn't that right, John? John said. Yes, my left arm and lower abdomen were severely infected. I barely managed to fix it. Tana was surprised. He fixed it, Cale reminded him. This is all I have. It's a recovery potion made by the God of Death Church in the Logon Kingdom. Why don't you use this to treat the young lady and forget everything? Tana was still dumbfounded. Really, this potion must be quite expensive. Cale said generously, It's fine. Your life is more important, he thought inwardly. That's right, these are top-grade potions. Ben prepared an incredible amount for me. A ridiculously large quantity. Tana looked at them with different eyes, and his gaze softened. Cale introduced himself. I forgot to introduce myself. I am Cale Henituse of the Logon Kingdom, Cale told BX. We don't have a mage who can use video communication devices, so we have to go there, although it's a bit troublesome, he confirmed. You mean Tunka, right? Cale knew he would understand without saying anything. Ben told BX, Be careful, Cale added. Yes, hand this over to Tunka. With this it will be a fair fight, won't it? Cale thought, if he doesn't know that the Empire made dead monobombs, he'll be at a complete disadvantage. Big Rock exclaimed, The young master truly seems to care for him. Cale paused. What? Care for Tunka, he replied. Yes, Cale thought this was quite cliché. I've said everything, so let's go, Cale thought inwardly. I know Tunka and Haran's fighting style well. Even if soldiers fall, get injured or die, they'll leave them behind and keep advancing. Tunka firmly believed that was the right path. If I have to worry about anyone, it's not Tunka, but his soldiers. After all, they are the ones who will bear the casualties from those bombs. What wrong have they done to follow those who are blinded by greed and act as they please? If infected by dead mana, one must continuously drink top-grade potions to prevent its spread. Will Tunka or Haran give those potions to the soldiers? Cale instructed. You don't need to go to Tunka right now. Rosalind is nearby, so if you give it to her, she'll deliver it. She'll also send it to Crown Prince Albrew. Brock was curious. Understood, but who are they? Cale stated his guess. They seem to be the Sun God twins. He was surprised. Those runaways, Cale added, and that woman is the swordsman from the secret organization we were with when we fought the whale tribe. Big Crocs frowned upon hearing this. That woman, Cale assured him. Trust me and John and go, I'll explain why I'm helping him, Big Crocs replied, holding on in his arms. Understood. At this moment Hana regained consciousness in the cave. Tana hastily cried out, Hana, are you okay? He returned to look at Cale and said, Moved. Thank you, young master. Thanks to you, my sister has regained consciousness. Cale said informally, This is really comfortable. Cale surmised that she was in the early stages of dead mana poisoning. But is it because she's a swordsman? She's really enduring well. Swordsmen are known for their strong resistance due to ki, and it was highly likely that the ki in her body was doing its best to prevent the spread of dead mana. Hana, spitting blood, forced herself to say, I told everyone not to come in. Tana stopped her. Hana, don't say any more. You're spitting blood. I'll explain everything, so calm down, Cale resolved. I should collect black magic and ask Arahaban about it later. He sat down and offered her a handkerchief. First, take care of your own condition. Your brother desperately tried to save you. I was truly moved by that sight. John offered Cale a potion. It's a recovery potion, young master. Cale thought comfortably. We're acting perfectly. It's a completely different feeling from when I'm with Rosalind and those 8-year-old creatures. Hana coldly observed the two of them. She opened her mouth and asked, Then who are these damned guys? Tana corrected his sister's words. Damned guys? They're not bad people. Hana, you know them too. Haven't you heard of Cale Henituse of Hoy Village? Hana remembered a name. Cale? He acknowledged. Yes, you said you knew him. You said he was a great hero. A hero who came forward to save civilians during the Logon Kingdom terror incident. Cale's face stiffened at the thought of a great hero. My foot. Damn it, it was really annoying. Tana did her best to persuade her. Queen Latana also said he was a good person. Cale grasped the core. Wait, what is he saying? Why is he mentioning Latana? He immediately asked. Who? Tana replied. She's the queen of the forest. We became acquainted when we went to the forest a long time ago. Every word was like an arrow piercing him. He's Cale, the owner of the Silver Shield. He was extremely flustered. It's been a long time since I heard that childish nickname. It's a little embarrassing, but He took out the silver shield and admitted, "Yes, I am Cale." The light emanating from the silver shield shone in the surprised eyes of Tana and Hannah. Cale asked, "Do you believe me now?" They replied, "We believe you." Cale instructed, "Good, and rest. Tonight we'll take turns on watch." "I don't know why, but it's a noble's responsibility to protect the injured and exhausted, isn't it?" John elaborated from the side. "Yes, young master, we are not like those who committed cruel sins in the capital. Humans should save others and live differently from murderers." Hannah subtly agreed. "That's right." Cale was surprised. "Oh, I didn't expect John to answer like that." Cale forced a laugh hearing Hannah vow, "I will make those crazy fanatics bleed to death." Truly cruel. Cale felt puzzled. Now that I think about it, they weren't part of that secret organization. So did that woman betray them? Choi Han called from outside. "Young master, a light is approaching us from afar," he whispered. "I heard that story during the battle with the whale tribe. That guy said everything was because of those blonde twins." "Why do they act like that?" "That's what they said," Cale confirmed. "Understood." Tana, who was behind him, opened his mouth. "From my perspective, they seem to be visitors." Cale turned back in surprise and asked, "Really?" He replied, "Yes, they are probably our last visitors. The queen of the forest, the saints hadn't failed to mention her. The reason the blonde twins were here was to meet her." Latana walked out from deep within the forest, and seeing a familiar face, she immediately greeted. "Oh, isn't it young Master Cale?" he replied politely. "It's been a long time, young lady." Latana, looking at the shining orb in her hand. Cale felt curious. "It seems you're holding the orb, a symbol of the sun god church. Why would they reveal her location?" Tana exclaimed. Young Master Cale, you recognized it, now that he thought about it. The two looked like siblings, no, like twins. "Now I understand how she found her way here without getting lost in this forest. Young Lady Latana, now I know who they are." Latana flinched and replied. Cale said coldly, "I helped them out of goodwill, but the people I helped were the Church of the Sun God, those who caused the terror incident." Latana exclaimed in shock. "How can this be?" Tana also reacted violently. "No," Hannah stopped her brother. "Brother, calm down. We should make Cale a national hero." Cale bowed his head again and said gloomily, "I am sure there is something else I don't know. The young lady Latana I know is not someone who would do such terrible things. Even close siblings wouldn't do that." "No, I believe she didn't." Very quickly Latana fell into Cale's act. She assured him, "I am exactly the person the young master thinks I am." "Young master," the servant next to him added. "Yes, young master. We did not come here with ill intentions." Cale merely bowed his head and smiled, but no one knew how cunning that smile was. After Latana let people in to check the interior, John approached Cale, signaling with his hand and saying, "The young master has done very well. This is nothing." He expressed it through a smile. When everything was done, Latana opened her mouth. "Young master, would you like to come inside?" But Cale refused. "It's fine," he thought inwardly. The conversation just now was a bit overwhelming. "I have to refuse at least once, as if it's something a noble can't solve," Latana continued. "This isn't something that requires the young master's help. Rather, it's something I wanted to tell the young master if I had the chance." When Cale allowed her, she asked, "Young master, do you remember the Great Forest Fire incident?" Cale replied, feigning fatigue. "I remember, it was truly terrible." Inwardly he thought, why is he suddenly mentioning that great fire? Latana hesitated and continued, "I have found the mastermind behind that great fire." Cale already knew why the twins approached the queen of the forest. The crown prince was the one who caused the great fire. The queen wouldn't act based on just that. Latana still said, "I don't believe the twins are the culprits." "Yes, young master, as you said, they told me who the mastermind was." Hannah told her brother. "Brother, tell them everything." After a long hesitation, Tana finally decided to speak. "Although we are known as the saint and holy woman to the world, I am merely a saint with half divinity, and my sister Hannah is not a holy woman. She is skilled in swordsmanship and trained as a swordsman. The church declared that both of us were born with divinity and made us live as the saint and holy woman, so we couldn't see the world properly." Cale thought inwardly, couldn't see the world properly? What nonsense is that? Seeing the natural and artificial face of someone belonging to the secret organization, Cale thought inwardly. Tana continued with a painful expression. "Some group set off magic bombs reducing the church to ashes. In that chaos the Empire concluded that we were colluding with them and began tracking us down." Cale suddenly pressed. "So you're saying you're not the mastermind behind that terror incident?" He confirmed. "Yes, we are not. It was a perfect excuse to eliminate us in that situation." Cale asked. "Why?" Tana revealed. "Because we knew what the church was going to reveal at the festival, besides the two of us. Everyone who knew this information was killed." Latana couldn't hold back her curiosity. What was that information? That the Empire was developing dead monobombs using alchemy. According to Tana, the Great Forest Fire was also caused by the Empire. The church tried to check the Empire through that announcement. But a sudden terror attack occurred and we became criminals. The Empire knew we knew this fact, and that's why we are being unjustly chased." He clenched his fist. "This is ridiculous. Hannah, we were just used. This is truly unfair." Cale thought inwardly. This is clearly a matter between the Empire and the church. Why is that secret organization involved? Are they on the Empire's side, or the church's? Then why is that woman here? Hannah continued her brother's words. "Yes, we are being used by everyone. By everyone, the church, the Imperial family, and one more," Cale probed. "Then are you asking for protection in exchange for information?" Hannah replied pitifully. "Yes, we have information. We'll give it to you if you go to the Golden Magic Tower. So please help us escape to the Eastern Continent. You only need to take my brother, of course." Tana couldn't help but exclaim, "Hannah, what are you talking about, you?" She was choked with sadness. I'm going to die anyway. He had a pained expression. Die, don't say that, I'll save you. Hannah was startled when he suddenly asked if she intended to get revenge. Her expression said it all. She asked back, what if I do? Tana couldn't accept it immediately and shouted, what are you talking about? Revenge on the Empire? You were the one who told me not to do that, Hannah. But why, Hannah? Answer me. She suddenly fell silent, and Cale guessed that she probably had no intention of taking revenge on the Empire. Her target was another force, not the church. It wasn't the royal palace either. It was the secret organization that had betrayed her. Tana still whispered in her ear, Hannah, we have to be together, otherwise everything will be meaningless. Cale interrupted the siblings. Excuse me, Lady Hannah, it seems you've made up your mind. Do you wish for your revenge to be effective? When she seemed not to understand, Cale told her that she would soon die from dead mana and he would extend her life. Hannah still didn't understand what Cale was talking about, but Cale stopped beating around the bush and asked her directly, you can't die like a bloodthirsty murderer, can you? Tana had a bewildered expression. A bloodthirsty murderer, what's that? What a terrible title. A bloodthirsty murderer. Cale said that there was once a person with such a nickname. He had only vaguely heard about him, but he was already dead. According to what he had heard, he had met an extremely cruel death. He was stabbed to death by a comrade's sword. Hannah was startled by these words and dared not move. Seeing her strange expression, Tana asked her if she wanted another bottle of potion. Her complexion wasn't good. Cale once again feigned a shout. Oh no, did I tell too violent a story? Her face is drenched in sweat. I'll wipe it. It's all right. Hearing that story just made my heart beat a little faster. Tana expressed his gratitude for Cale's concern. He thought to himself that he couldn't be friends with his enemies, but he could use them for his own purposes. So Cale once again said something that agitated Hannah. As you can see, I don't like it when others die in front of my eyes. You understand, right? Her face grew even paler upon hearing this. Latana felt sympathy for Cale. Of course I understand. The young master has difficulty enduring scenes of separation, but does the young master intend to help them get revenge? Cale asked Lady Latana. Do you know what the most wicked revenge is? She asked back in surprise. The most wicked revenge. Cale looked back at Hannah. Lady Hannah, I don't know if I should intervene in this matter, but there's one thing I want to tell you. Living a long and fulfilling life is the most true revenge. Live happily with your brother. He thought to himself that he only said this to persuade them, but living a long and fulfilling life is the most true revenge? Ridiculous. True revenge is making them pay for what they've done. Only by avenging that can one sleep peacefully. Latana admired Cale's wisdom. So that was the young master's intention. Unlike me, the young master truly understands people's hearts, John excitedly elaborated. Yes, that's true revenge. Tana said, it's dawned and we have a patient in our group, so how about we rest for a while? He said that enemies could appear at any time. Then how about Lady Latana's group and I patrol this area in shifts? He turned around and reassured the Tana siblings. Please rest comfortably. After everyone had left, he told his sister, it's been a long time since I could close my eyes so comfortably. I think I'll be able to sleep peacefully tonight. Cale decided they would take the first shift. Long after the Tana siblings had fallen into a deep sleep, John reminded Cale, young master, you've been on patrol for a long time. You've even gone to the door of the bed. Latana understood and took over the duty. We'll handle that. It'll probably take about 2 hours, Cale replied. Understood, be careful. As he entered the cave and took off his wet outer clothes, Hannah slowly woke up and asked a strange question. Who on earth are you? Cale heard this and remained silent for a moment, then replied, that's a question I should be asking you. Hannah asked Cale vaguely, are you one of them? Cale pretended not to know who she meant by them. Hannah then mentioned the secret organization. Cale guessed that she would find this situation strange. She herself was in the same position. How would she feel if someone asked her if she was involved with a secret organization? So he probed, if you think I'm one of them, you should have run away. But why haven't you run away yet? You're worried about your brother, aren't you? Hannah suddenly fell silent as Cale hit her weakness. Hannah's sweat poured down like rain and she asked herself what she should do. The church and the Pope used us. When we fled from them, that organization approached us. They treated us like family, then betrayed us, and now, cornered, we've met another enemy. She glanced at Cale and his subordinates, then asked herself what she should do. What should I do? What should I do? Her hand gripped her brother's shoulder and she trembled involuntarily. Suddenly, Cale opened his mouth. We won't threaten you, Hannah asked back in surprise. What? If that's not a threat, then what was that you just did? Cale said they were considering. You seem to have been betrayed by them. The priest with the magic spear seems to be looking for you and your brother. Hannah was confused by the constant evasion. Imperial army, the church, and now even that secret organization. She asked Cale why he was saying that. Are you saying that since I'm cornered I should spill everything and swear allegiance to you? No one will know your true face. You who are worshipped as a hero in the kingdom and pretend to be good, right? She said that even the queen wouldn't know. Cale interrupted her. But you know. Hannah was startled again by this attitude. I've shown you both my faces. Isn't that enough of an answer? I showed you this out of consideration for the fact that you've been betrayed before. Hannah hesitated. So you want to talk to me? Yes, to be precise, I want to negotiate. You seem ready. The main point is that I won't take you and your brother to the eastern continent. Hannah didn't understand Cale's intention. Young Master Cale, I don't know what you're thinking. Do you know that darkness dominates the eastern continent's underworld? But Hannah reacted as if she were hearing it for the first time. What? I didn't know that. You know more than I do. I thought that organization was small and only involved with the North. They said they would take me and my brother to the North. I thought I could live if I went to the Eastern continent. Because I was betrayed." John and Cale exchanged glances. "Did I hear that correctly? She said the North and that organization were involved with the North, so should I ask more?" Cale asked again. "Then that's even more reason not to go. The Pagal Kingdom, the North and Darkness are all colluding." She asserted that there was no longer anywhere to run in this Western continent. "But I didn't know the North and the Empire were connected." Cale swore inwardly. "Damn it, this is driving me crazy," he frowned and concluded. "That's what I'm saying, you know everything." But Hannah said with a pained expression, "I really didn't know anything, so in the end we have nowhere to run. I didn't know everything. What I just said is all I know." Cale therefore said he wouldn't take the two of them to the Eastern continent, the three northern nations, that secret organization, and even the Empire. According to the book, he thought the Empire had a lot of intelligence, because they knew about the northern three nations' Wyvern Knights, but I seem to have been wrong. Now that I know this, everything will truly become chaotic soon. As Cale remained silent for a long time, Choi Han suddenly cleared his throat, signaling. He exchanged glances. "What should we do?" Cale formulated a new plan. "What should we do? Since the situation has come to this, of course we should make it even more chaotic." Hannah asked, "So what should we do now?" But Cale, having transformed into a local artist, asked back, "First you doubted me and now you're asking what to do." At these words, Hannah was flustered and returned the question to Cale. "But who are you fighting?" "Fighting, don't talk as if this is some noble cause." But Cale displayed a slightly weak demeanor befitting a young master. "There are many hiding places in the vast forest. Now rely on Lady Latana and heal your body first. You are a person who protects herself. You know that, right?" Hannah lowered her voice. "I know, I've known even more clearly after everything that happened." She thought her brother was born with sun god healing abilities, but perhaps that's why he's physically very weak. Unlike her brother, she is talented in swordsmanship and has quick reflexes, so she has to protect both of them. Cale agreed with Hannah's words. "That's right, don't trust anyone. Don't trust Lady Latana and don't trust me either. Endure with your brother." Many people had used the siblings for their private purposes until now. "I will give you two freedom. Trust us. Trust me. Only by trusting me can you walk the glorious path of the sun god. I am the one who transformed beggars like you into something splendid." What they always said was trust them. But Cale didn't say that. He gave them information. "I will bring someone who can save you." "Wait," Hannah still asked suspiciously, "can I really live? If I want to live, what's the price?" "You said we made a contract," Cale confirmed. "That's right, it's a contract. The contract will proceed under a death oath. When I bring someone who can save you, then we will make a contract." Hannah still couldn't believe she could recover, that she could live. Cale continued, "And when the treatment is over, I will ensure that you can take your proper revenge. So bow your head and wait. For a bloodthirsty person like you, I will drench you in blood." The next morning, Latana, who had finished her night patrol, approached Cale, who was sitting alone, and spoke to him. Why was he already sighing? "Young master, did you not sleep well last night?" he explained to Lady Latana. "I'm just a bit troubled." Latana listened to the whole story and admitted that everything would be truly difficult. Given his benevolent nature, this kind of work and truth would be hard to accept. Cale covered his face and said his head was complicated. But what bothered him was not something grand, but the fact that his idle life was about to disappear. Latana sat down and comforted him. "Young master, you said that living happily and healthily is the greatest revenge, rather than focusing on enemies." He looked up and agreed. "Yes, I believe that's the best revenge." He inwardly regretted the days he spent rolling around in bed. "Is it time to make a commotion now?" Latana spoke again. "I understand, but I disagree with the young master. Countless trees, plants, and animals burned to death in that fire. We must invest a tremendous amount of time and effort to restore the blackened parts of the forest, and those who lost their homes will have to wait all that time again. So as a person of the forest, I must take revenge for them." What she governed was not just the tribe but the entire southern forest, which valued harmony. Its leader must be able to embrace others, but more than that, she must be able to fight against external threats. Latana didn't become the queen of the forest for nothing. Cale guessed there was only one reason she suddenly brought up last night's story again. "Right," and he suggested contacting the Crown Prince. "Crown Prince Alberu would certainly welcome a conversation with you, Lady Latana." She was very happy to hear this. And Han praised Cale as expected for being kind and wise. "Young master, thank you for saying that. Since the Empire is involved, we probably can't resolve this alone. We must prepare to reveal information about the dead mana bombs." Cale wondered if she was aiming for the timing after the war between the Empire and the Whipper Kingdom. Latana confirmed, "Yes, we also need to prepare for war." Cale inwardly thought, cruel. Suddenly, Latana took out a scroll and said it was a gift in return. Before Cale could even know what it was, Latana said that the land where he would build his villa was too small, so it would be better to give that land and part of the coastline to the young master. Cale was slightly surprised by the rich Latana's generosity. The entire hill where the highest-grade magic stones were found in the first coastal area of the forest, and she intended to hand over half of that coastline to him. "I'm greedy for it, but I should still pretend to be a little surprised. Half of the coastline is too much." "Of course," Latana pleaded. "Please. You travel by ship anyway. What I'm giving you is for your convenience. Although that place hasn't been fully restored yet, fortunately it's the chief's land and the tribe members have agreed to transfer it to you. It's the locals' sincere gesture, so please accept it." Cale eventually had no choice but to accept. He said he would secretly bring the crown prince by ship to meet at this beach. She looked at the man beside her and couldn't understand how he could always think so far ahead and care so much about others and kingdoms. Cale again put on a slightly benevolent act. Ah, Lady Latana, those twins also sound truly pitiful. Please take good care of them until I bring someone who can heal dead mana. She was truly impressed. The young master's kind heart always moves me, Cale asked himself. I thought everything was resolved, but the crown prince will surely be angry again when he hears this story, right? Having returned to Kim Young's villa, he contacted Alberu, but it took a long time for him to reply. As soon as Cale saw him, he asked, "Where on earth are you? You're in a strange place where everything keeps flickering." Cale immediately got to the point. "Your Royal Highness, that matter isn't important right now. The group behind the bomb terror is collaborating with the 3 northern kingdoms. The relationship between the Sun God Church and the Empire's sins, and the story of us meeting the twins. The relationship between the forest and the Empire, and the story of us having a relationship with the whale tribe in the past, and our plan to fight against the secret organization's combat unit." He briefly summarized everything that had happened to Alberu. He was puzzled. "So the Queen of the Forest wants to meet me now? The Empire committed all those deeds and the North is also involved. What on earth are you?" Cale laughed coolly. "Of course, I am Cale Henituse." Alberu gripped his head and exclaimed in admiration, "Damn it, it seems we're about to set foot in hell, aren't we?" "The entire kingdom," Cale said he had guessed correctly. "Everything from top to bottom is chaotic, so let's create our own chaos, Your Royal Highness. We've allied with the Brek Kingdom, and who else is on our side? The Forest, the Whale Tribe, and even the Whipper Kingdom, and 2 unjustly accused twins. We even have a dark elf, someone who can control dead monobombs, you say," Leon interjected and whispered to Cale. "Human, it's been a long time since I've seen you smile like this. Tell me what you're planning. I want to enjoy it with you too." Cale still wanted to ask Alberu's opinion. "What do you think? We're preparing to attack the Northern Empire and the secret organization," he replied. "We might succeed. It's truly been a long time since you've spoken such crazy and refreshing words." Cale chuckled and replied, "Your Royal Highness, I don't always cause trouble. Oh, and the hostage you sent, Your Highness, he's being interrogated. Part of the truth will probably be revealed soon. I've invited an expert in that field." Alberu sighed. "There's a lot to do. I'll handle the video call with the Queen of the Forest. I should also contact the Chief of Staff of the Whipper Kingdom. That way we can geographically separate the Empire from the 3 northern kingdoms." "Why are you looking at me like that?" Cale was lost in thought, realizing that smart people were diligently doing all the troublesome work, and eventually he returned to his resident artist mode, showering praises. "It's because I'm proud of Your Royal Highness and deeply respect you." Alberu sighed, saying he had nightmares every time he finished a call with Cale. "This damn brat," Cale said slyly and playfully. "May His Royal Highness prosper for a long, long time." After hanging up, Cale pretended to gather information for a while and then thought about resting until autumn. There was nothing he could do right now anyway. Just then John interrupted his thoughts. "Human, have all the important matters been resolved? Then we can go acquire the power of Earth now." Cale, who had been contemplating retirement, felt as if cold water had been poured over him. "That's right, I completely forgot about that. Someone said foolish people are like wooden blocks. I will show such a person a small fragment of terror. The ground I stand on is the firmest. The Earth sacrifices itself so that all other living beings can exist. The most powerful form of Earth is rock. People called him the Guardian. The reason people called him that was because he prevented monsters from overflowing into villages. He was the hidden guardian of the Rockland. He always appeared where there was danger, standing on the front lines and blocking everything. He was skilled in both offense and defense, and the small stones he threw possessed the most terrifying destructive power. Before blocking the darkness like a final miracle, he and his companions hid everything in their hometown. The most powerful rocks were in the Rockland. His hometown was a dangerous place where all kinds of monsters could cross the continent. The Guardian was not greedy. He only thought of justice and righteous deeds, leaving traces so that the descendants of his friends could find his relics." Cale closed the book and complained to heaven and earth. He held his hand to his forehead, thinking that no matter how much he read, that place was exactly like their village. "Human, you don't even eat fruit when you read a book. I brought this fruit because it's very fresh." "Human, I heard you went into a cave in the rain, but you'll get stronger if you eat delicious food." Arahaban found it disgusting to care for a human. "Good heavens, I've never seen a dragon serve a human for so long like this." It was while he was feeding fruit to Cale like a baby. "Human, eat this too." Arahaban thought the world was about to end. Ron said that he had told the golden dragon they needed to train. "I've come to tell you that." "Hold on a moment." Cale was momentarily dumbfounded, wondering since when Arahaban had become an old golden dragon. After making him sit down, Arahaban sighed at Cale. "I'm an old body of 1,000 years. How could you bring such an arrogant child into my house?" Ben retorted loudly. "Golden dragon, I'm not arrogant. I'm here to make a weak human strong. I didn't skip class. I want to train with you." He had decided to go with the golden dragon, but Arahaban nobly said he didn't want to go. Ben insisted that the golden dragon had to go, but he still replied calmly, "Whether I go or not is my decision." Arahaban reminded Cale, "Finding the power of Earth is not easy. It's difficult to find something without any information or plan." Cale thought inwardly that the more he saw that dragon, the weaker his resolve seemed to become. Arahaban still spoke without pause. First you need to read the book about ancient legends and from that book find the location and method of obtaining the ancient ability. Cale told him that he had found everything. Arahaban asked if he had found everything. When he confirmed it he praised him with a pat. "You're incredibly lucky," Ron grumbled again. "Let's go, old golden dragon." Arahaban looked at the small dragon in front of him, lost in thought for a moment. I've heard about his growth and how the two of them met, but such thoughts quickly passed through Arahaban's mind and he told Cale, "I will do as I please. That is the way of a dragon." Cale smiled contentedly. He knew all too well that dragons' words and actions were often contradictory. A few days later in the Black Forest, Guzman led the way like a suicide squad. He kept looking around, making Cale nervous. "Why are you so tense?" Arahaban also reminded Guzman. "Relax, human. He said he walked with Choi Han all the way to the middle of the Black Forest, so leave this to me." Arahaban looked at the two in front of him and thought inwardly, most people react when they meet a divine dragon like me. We just passed a human village and there were about 10 blue wolves there. He sighed, saying there were many powerful animals and humans besides ancient abilities. "Life is truly tiring," Ron boasted as soon as he heard it. "But that weak human has me, so he's not tired. He had the great Miru." But Arahaban from another perspective evaluated him as truly unlucky. When a rustling sound came from outside, the dwarf elves signaled each other with creaking sounds. Husman said cautiously, "Young master, that strange group of monsters." But Cale was very calm. "Of course they'll run away from a divine dragon. Let's keep moving." Arahaban turned to the child and asked, "Do you understand my greatness now?" He stubbornly turned his face away, saying he hadn't seen it yet. Arahaban told Cale that he would soon enter his first growth phase, so he will become even greater. "Cale, are you going to look for the center of the forest when you get there?" "Yes, I plan to track his traces with ancient abilities," Ron said suspiciously. "Human, are you planning to use that fire again?" When he said he would refrain, he worried. "I'll see if you spit blood." "I will destroy all the stones in the world." Cale just brushed it off with a yeah. Arahaban asked if he would unearth the dragon's corpse in the Black Forest. Cale replied yes, and then will you come with us to that place? Arahaban refused. "No, how should I put it? It's truly annoying. I don't care how another dragon died," Ron said in surprise. "Really, but I respect His Royal Highness." Arahaban said, "If you want to know, I'll tell you later, kid." He advertised again that the Black Forest was somewhat special. Everyone should go there at least once. "I don't come here because I don't want to see monsters." Cale turned around and asked if the Black Forest was special. Arahaban said that the 5 mysterious areas known to humans were areas confirmed centuries ago. The Black Forest, the Path Without Exit, and the Cave of Despair are 3 of those 5 areas. These 3 areas have existed since ancient times. That's right, those 3 areas have existed for 10,000 years. 10,000 years is a very long time for a dragon. Cale thought he had never heard this story before and wondered if he should ask more. Just then, Hillsman suddenly warned loudly, "Young master, please stand behind me." It turned out that a huge monster was blocking their way. This monster was too massive. Hillsman volunteered, saying he would prove himself the most reliable man in Europe, but Cale thought he was too foolish. With one glance from the golden dragon, the monster screamed and shriveled up. While Hillsman watched in surprised eyes, Arahaban praised the monster. "Oh, you have intelligence. Well done. Now take us to the center of the forest." They followed the monster into the center of the forest. Cale held a small flame in his hand. Ron saw it and asked in surprise, "Human, that's not a small flame in your hand, is it?" Hillsman also whispered in his ear, "Young master, why did you start using it without a word? You shouldn't faint again." Cale had a headache. The Indestructible Shield appeared again on Cale's right hand. Ron asked curiously, "Human, what's wrong? Has the ancient ability been destroyed?" Cale replied, "No, I'm used to it now. Follow me to the left here, and keep going northwest." "Now it's northeast." Cale smiled when he reached the desired spot. "It's right here." They stood before a gigantic rock. He used the fire in his hand to exert physical force on the rock. A voice came from within. "My friend, Flame of Ruin, you finally arrived, my eternal enemy and friend." Feeling the numerous ancient abilities emanating from Cale's body, the rock asked in surprise, "What's wrong? How are you with the miser, the thief, the crybaby, and the glutton?" Cale smiled meaningfully. "The miser is the flame of ruin, the thief is the sound of the wind, the crybaby is the vitality of the heart, and the glutton is the indestructible shield." The voice spoke again. "Who are you?" he replied confidently. "I am Cale. I finally found it." Numerous ancient abilities manifested from Cale's body, and a faint golden light began to shine from within the rock. Arahaban warned the fidgeting Hillsman. Ancient abilities must be acquired by oneself. Others cannot interfere. If one must help, it should only be by watching, but a dragon watching a human? Unimaginable. Of course there are always exceptions. Ben also thought that they, as humans, were acting strangely. So he ordered Arahaban to watch Cale with him. The mysterious voice spoke again. "A human has awakened all 4 powers." The golden light became increasingly dazzling. The rock split in 2 by itself and whispered, "Take the souvenirs of our comrades, you are worthy of receiving them." As he went inside, he thought that the rock itself was the entrance. It was truly a strange experience. With every step he took, the ground guided him in an unfamiliar language. But what exactly were these souvenirs? Like the previous ancient abilities, the voice began 7,749 past stories again. "I truly lived a difficult life. Back then I dreamed of a life where I could eat 3 full meals and sleep without any worries. I was an orphan who had to survive alone. The only thing I could rely on was the earth. By the will of heaven, I realized that the power the earth gave me was within my body, and I believed that I should use this power for the benefit of the world. So I always rose and fought. I wanted to protect those who were once weak and helpless like me. I don't regret living that way, but if there's one regret, it's that I lived too harshly. Even though I knew my comrades were in danger, I stayed by the side of the weak, and in the process of protecting them, I lost all my comrades. So in the end, all I could keep were their souvenirs, and I had to leave this world before I could return them. Cale silently went deeper inside. He told himself that he no longer needed to hear this man's whining, because he was different. He prioritized himself and his people above all else. He had no noble desire to sacrifice himself to protect others. Of course, they didn't need to think the same way. The voice had not yet stopped. I am very happy to be able to protect this land, but it is truly painful that I could not pass on the legacy of my comrades, nor witness their deaths directly. And it is bitter that I have to leave without leaving any trace. Cale shielded the light shining on his face with his hand. Are you mocking me now? Before Cale was a villa, no. A palace covered 100 in gold. It was so ostentatious. He casually surveyed it, assessing the marble pillars and ornaments. It looked as if a craftsman had spent many days carving them. Aren't these the kinds of things you only see in the Henituse Count's family? No, it's even more beautiful than His Royal Highness the Crown Prince's palace. The voice spoke again. I am not greedy, but when someone who carried the will of my comrades came, I couldn't just stand by, so I put in a little effort. Cale wanted to curse the old man. This place is truly beautiful. Isn't it a lie to say he's not greedy? However, he noticed the two pillars with intricately entangled chains and ancient script carved into them, and suddenly felt a chill. What is this? It feels really ominous. It's like sealing a demon king or a devil or a ghost. Although he didn't want to care inwardly, the voice kept whining that there was a sad truth about this place. Strangely, this forest has monsters that cannot be seen elsewhere. They came from the eastern continent. I discovered the truth after entering this cave. There is a strange passage connecting the eastern continent here. Monsters that accidentally entered through this passage crossed over to the western continent and mutated in the process, becoming even stronger and more ferocious. Elves, dwarves, and humans were all pushed back, and only monsters could enter. My comrades and I could not solve that mystery, but we sealed both sides of the passage to prevent mutated monsters from crossing over. I guarded the western entrance. Cale held his head and sighed inwardly. I've learned something useless again. The voice said that the seal was very powerful. It would last for 100,000 years. If it had to be broken before that deadline, only the successor of his power could do it. He inwardly assessed that 100,000 years ago was still ancient times, so it wasn't bad. It wasn't today anyway. Cale stood before the door leading to the grand hall and only entered after receiving permission. The voice instructed him to go to the first room on the 3rd floor. The glutton was only interested in eating, so he just threw away any gems he received in a corner. So I collected them. Next, the 2nd room. The crybaby had regenerative abilities but was too timid, so he hoarded weapons. They were all ordinary weapons, but I took them. And the 3rd room. Gold overflowed outside. This is the miser's fortune. I don't know if this money is still in circulation, but anyway, gold and silver coins are always useful, aren't they? The 4th room. The thief recorded everything he stole, his own power and even his secret base. And the remaining 3 rooms on this floor contain everything of mine. He said if he was rescued to consider that his reward. So I took everything. Cale rejoiced inwardly. He took everything. How can such a kind person exist? Is collecting everything his hobby? He praised him somewhat politely. That's truly amazing. How were you able to collect all of this? The voice said somewhat solemnly and secretly. Well, I'm just a little meticulous. This is my room. Finally arriving on the 5th floor, Cale opened the door, thinking that the 4th floor was a bit monotonous, but the 5th floor was truly overwhelming. Is the entire 5th floor one room? On the table in the center of the room was a stone. Cale suddenly thought that this game was being obtained too easily. It felt as if all the climaxes had disappeared. The voice introduced itself. That is my power. If you desire my power, then listen. As Cale hesitated at the insane demand, the old man continued, My power can be easily obtained, but it will only manifest when you truly wish to protect something. I want my power to be used for noble justice and an unwavering will that never retreats in the face of danger. Goodness and justice sustain the world. Now chew this. If you chew this, the power will be yours. Cale asked himself. Do I really have to chew this? Chew it, the voice commanded. Chew it now. If you obtain this power, you will become my successor. Then I will leave all these legacies to you. Cale reluctantly followed the old man's words. Though he didn't particularly need this power and only wanted the attribute, the old man began to nag again. Protection, defense, self-sacrifice, that is the power of Earth, the power that gives everything to all living beings. Everyone had been waiting for Cale outside for a long time when he emerged. Leon shouted with joy. He circled Cale, praising him. Human, I feel the power of Earth from you. Now we are saved, Leon actively advised Cale. Now stop doing strange things and go rest. Seeing Cale's changed demeanor, Ben asked out of curiosity. Why are you smiling like that? Cale replied mysteriously. Because I've gained my own secret hideout. Upon seeing the massive mansion, Leon couldn't help but be surprised. Human, this is our villa. Leon spread his wings wide and circled once in joy, but still couldn't believe it and asked again, Human, is it real? Cale confirmed once more, it's real. Eru witnessed Cale's actions and felt even more strongly that this human was always strangely lucky.